Chapter 1. The Arrival of This Man. In the quaint town of Wooir, situated a mere 5 kilometers north of the capital, there lies a martial arts dojo nestled against the mountains. This dojo has been a family legacy for 3 generations. The venerable grandfather, Yu Deshuang, though increasingly devoted to self-cultivation due to his advancing years, remains in robust health. His son, Yu Deshuang, and brother, Yu Deshuang, serve as instructors, guiding the children and youth who are passionate about martial arts, thus contributing to the dojo's financial sustenance. The protagonist of the 3rd generation, Udess Wong, is the eldest among his siblings, with 2 younger brothers and a sister. The second brother, Yu Jing, is the son of Yu Deshuang. Due to his father's early obsession with martial arts, he married later in life, resulting in his son being born merely 3 months after Udess Wong. The youngest brother, Umo, is 3 years junior to Udess Wong and is just 6 years old. The youngest sibling, sister Yu, at 5, is the cherished darling of the family and belongs to Yu Shan's household. In the dojo's center, while sister Yu quietly observes, her 3 brothers stand in meditation. Minutes pass, and the youngest, Umo, is the first to succumb, exhaling heavily. An hour later, Yu Jing falls next, casting a glance of admiration at Udess Wong, curious whether he can surpass his previous record today. Eventually, after another hour, Udess Wong can no longer endure and collapses, drenched in sweat. Nevertheless, his eyes sparkle with determination, betraying no sign of fatigue. As Yu Jing and the others approach, Umo and Yu gaze at their elder brother with admiration. While Yu Jing inquires, "How do you feel?" Udess Wong nods affirmatively, silently acknowledging Yu Jing's words, leaving Umo and Yu puzzled. With a graceful backflip, Udess Wong stands, praising Yu Jing for his commendable effort. Hearing this, Umo beams with pride at his brother's compliment, silently vowing to endure longer next time. Yu pouts, watching her brother commend Umo, and playfully accuses him of favoritism, prompting Udess Wong and Yu Jing to humorously appease the little princess on their way home. The 4 siblings converse as they stroll towards their residence behind the dojo, which is typically situated in a tranquil setting. Wooir town is indeed a picturesque locale, surrounded by mountains and water. Engaged in their lively chat, they enter the main hall where the elderly master, Yu Deshuang, sits. His eyes twinkle with warmth and joy as he gazes upon his beloved grandchildren. Since their arrival, he has entrusted the dojo's affairs to his sons, transforming from a stern figure into the amiable grandfather they adore, much to the chagrin of his sons. Thus, Yu Deshuang and Yu Deshuang spend their mornings awaiting the arrival of students after their own training sessions. Meanwhile, Udess Wong, Yu Jing, and Umo practice martial arts alongside the students until afternoon. Time flies, and before they know it, it's 7 in the evening, family dinner time. The dojo's training schedule often results in staggered mealtimes, making this gathering a rare moment of warmth. Mothers bustle about, fervently serving their sons, fretting over their apparent weight loss after a day apart, but while Yu Deshuang and Yu Deshuang glance at each other with mixed feelings of jealousy and envy, while Yu Jing glances at his mother serving plentiful dishes to his elder brother. Today marks Yu Jing's first day of martial training, and he finds himself at the mercy of his mother, who insists on serving him vegetables he dislikes. His eyes widen in dismay, eliciting a chuckle from Yu, who, fearing a similar fate, subtly shifts her bowl away from the towering mound of food. While Udess Wong and Yu Jing, accustomed to the intense physical demands of training, eagerly compete for their share, fearing insufficient nourishment. Yu Deshuang's mother, Linya, a local teacher, recalls her own struggles as a young educator, often working late. One evening, she was harassed by local ruffians, only to be rescued by the valiant Yu Deshuang, leading to their eventual union. Another mother, Lucy, nods in agreement, remarking on the necessity of ample nourishment for healthy growth and martial prowess. Lucy, who pursued Yu Deshuang with fervor, once challenged him to a duel for his affection, leaving him with lasting impressions of her strength, even now as she teaches at the dojo. Beside the elder master sits their grandmother, Bai Tong, who, although not a martial artist, exudes warmth and pride as she observes the family dynamic. After dinner, Udess Wong retreats to the mountains to continue practicing the techniques he honed during the day until exhaustion overcomes him. He reclines on a large stone at the cliff's edge, reflecting on his 3 years in this place. Though only 9 years old, Udess Wong is not from this world. He hails from another Earth, Initially, he believed he had entered a parallel universe, transforming into the form of a 6-year-old child. From panic to calm, he gradually acclimated to this new world. He soon realized he had arrived in the Dragon Ball universe, as evidenced by the presence of West City and Capsule Corporation. While capsules are not as ubiquitous as depicted in the anime, their products greatly facilitate daily life. His emotions oscillate from excitement at the prospect of mastering martial arts and performing heroic feats, to trepidation as he contemplates the dangers that lie ahead. Legends of formidable beings, such as Master Rashi and the notorious assassin Tao Pai Pai, loom large in his mind as he trains diligently over the years. Udess Wong is motivated to conceal his true origins, striving to ensure that no one discovers his peculiar situation. As the clock struck 9 every evening after dinner, Udess Wong would stealthily sneak to the back mountain for his exercises, driven by the desire to survive in a world akin to that of Dragon Ball, where a mere ki blast could obliterate the earth. Reclining on a rock, Udess Wong contemplated that it was now August 20th, 742 in the age. Perhaps it was mere coincidence that there remained approximately 7 years until the onset of events in the Dragon Ball universe, and he was the same age as Bulma. This prompted him to devise a plan to transfer to Bulma's school when the new semester commenced, intending to foster a good relationship with her and strategize subsequent actions. After all, the narrative commenced with Bulma discovering the first Dragon Ball and embarking on her quest for the Dragon Balls by wishing for a Prince Charming. Thus, it would be prudent to befriend Bulma, visit her home as a friend, and inadvertently stumble upon the Dragon Balls to engage with the early plot while striving to enhance his combat prowess. This was the essence of Yu Deshuang's thoughts at that moment. A time traveler. Even before the story had truly begun, he could not afford to be complacent. One must not assume the role of the protagonist solely because of his transmigration. His own abilities, comparable to those of 2 adults, were not to be underestimated. A farmer wielding a gun might possess a combat power of merely 5, considered weak and ridiculed by Raditz, Goku's brother. If he could not even withstand a bullet, what level of combat power would he have? At the age of 9, according to the classifications within the Dragon Ball world, Goku's initial combat power was 10, capable of overturning a small car, suggesting a force between 1,000 to 1,500 kilograms. By such calculations, his own combat power might only amount to 1, or perhaps barely 2. This was truly exasperating, Udess Wong mused, and promptly sprang into action, continuing his efforts until around midnight before returning to rest. In this world where power dynamics were so skewed, the anticipation of such a thrilling existence was invigorating, leading him to close his eyes and drift into slumber. 7 years later, in the year 749 of the age, he had forged a friendship with Bulma, not expecting that she would fall in love with him. Observing Bulma with stars in her eyes, he felt a pang of frustration, for she was the one who had caused Vegeta to transform into the envious green version of himself. In his previous life, he had encountered videos online showcasing users transforming into green Saiyans. While Bulma was undeniably beautiful, her infatuation had been nurtured since childhood, bolstered by her parents' support. Thus, Udess Wong pondered whether to adhere to the narrative or to embrace his own feelings, recognizing that expressing emotions prematurely could harm their budding relationship. It was better to wait until he genuinely liked Bulma before clarifying their connection. As of now, it was June in the year 749, and the commencement of the Dragon Ball storyline was fast approaching. Due to the summer break, Udess Wong had accidentally learned that Bulma was the daughter of Dr. Brief, the proprietor of the Capsule Corporation, and he sought to pay her a visit during the holidays. He intended to request Dr. Brief's assistance in developing a training apparatus, as his current equipment could not withstand the strain he placed upon it. Upon hearing this, Bulma secretly delighted, assuming it was merely a request for ordinary training tools, and she eagerly took Yu Deshuang's hand, leading him home. At that moment, Udess Wong had been granted permission to attend school in West City, which was not far, but due to personal circumstances, he had applied to reside there during his middle school years to accommodate his martial arts training. He promised his mother, Linya, to return home every weekend and to maintain daily communication to ensure his freedom was not compromised. Consequently, he allocated half an hour each day to update his mother on his daily activities, allowing him to focus on his martial arts without hindrance. Over the years, his combat power had steadily improved, and he had even tested his strength, estimating it to be around 500. While he could not yet catch bullets, he could at least evade those fired from small handguns. However, he had no chance against rapid-fire weapons. After all, when Launch transformed and unleashed a barrage from a machine gun, he had been unable to evade her fire despite his training, which had not been particularly advanced. His martial arts training had resulted in a power level of approximately 12 to 16, sufficient for physical fitness. In West City, Udess Wong not only engaged in underground fighting for income, but also visited renowned martial arts schools nearby, honing his skills through sparring sessions. Yet, he had not yet reached the level of a specific martial arts school. His body was approaching its limits, and further training would yield no significant results. Thus, he hoped that in his quest for the Dragon Balls, he might encounter the legendary martial arts master, Master Rashi, and become his disciple. As he pondered these matters, he arrived at Bulma's residence. The technology in the Dragon Ball world was incredibly advanced, with transportation methods operating on anti-gravity principles, allowing him to reach Bulma's home in no time. Upon entering, he fortuitously encountered Mrs. Brief tending to her flowers. Seeing Bulma enter, Mrs. Brief smiled and remarked, "Ah, is this your boyfriend, Bulma? He is quite handsome. Could it be the Yu Deshuang you often mention? Have you brought him home to meet your parents so soon? Speaking of which, what about Yu Deshuang's parents?" Bulma, her face flushed crimson, interjected, "All right, Mom. Udess Wong has just arrived, and you're already saying this." Casting a glance at Udess Wong, who greeted Mrs. Brief with a warm smile, she felt a twinge of disappointment when he exhibited no further reaction. As Udess Wong approached his goal, his eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he was drawn into Bulma's experimental lab to showcase her latest inventions. Passing by a door marked warehouse, he paused, curiosity piquing, and inquired, "Does your family warehouse also boast such grandeur?" "Oh, really? Inside, we have some failed inventions and childhood toys," Bulma replied. Udess Wong responded, "Is that so? Given how brilliant Bulma is, her childhood toys must be quite extraordinary. May I have a glimpse of what makes them special?" Bulma beamed, "Sure. But don't you want to create the training apparatus now? No rush. After all, we have plenty of time, right, Bulma?" He replied, "At that moment, Bulma was lost in a daydream, imagining Udess Wong as her Prince Charming, holding a rose and proposing on one knee. When she heard him speak, she snapped back to reality, instinctively nodding, "I do." Unbeknownst to Udess Wong, Bulma's whimsical imagination had caused her to miss his words entirely. Realizing her blunder, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. With a swift motion, Bulma pressed a switch beside the door, and the warehouse door slowly creaked open. It seemed the door had not been opened in quite some time, and the air felt a bit stifling. As the door opened, a gentle breeze wafted through, causing Bulma to momentarily lose her balance. Just as she was about to fall, Udess Wong caught her. Regaining her composure, Bulma blushed as she gazed at Udess Wong, creating an awkward atmosphere that lingered for a while. When they finally returned to their senses, they released their grip and each pondered their unspoken thoughts. With the door now open, Bulma enthusiastically began to introduce her childhood toys to Udess Wong. While Udess Wong listened intently, he couldn't help but think that, indeed, Bulma's childhood toys defied convention, showcasing her uniqueness. As Bulma continued her introduction, she noticed that Udess Wong seemed somewhat distracted and asked, "What's wrong?" Yu Deshuang's expression shifted as he replied, "It's nothing. I just find Bulma to be truly unique." Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a surge of joy and was about to inquire about what made her different. However, Yu Deshuang's eyes caught a glimmer of light, prompting him to curiously approach it. Bulma, noticing his intrigue, chose not to follow him but remained curious about what could have captured his attention. As Udess Wong approached, he discovered that the source of light was none other than the Dragon Ball he had been seeking. Contrary to the years of neglect in the warehouse, the Dragon Ball shimmered with its own brilliance, illuminating its extraordinary nature. Though to the untrained eye, it merely reflected external light, to Udess Wong, its significance was profound, albeit little known to others. When Bulma drew near, she followed Yu Deshuang's gaze and inquisitively asked what was happening. Udess Wong turned to her and inquired, "Do you know what this is?" "Oh, this thing? I found it when I was little. What about it?" Bulma replied, "Are you interested in it? If you like it, I can give it to you." He at that moment, Udess Wong recalled that Bulma was unaware of the Dragon Ball's true nature. In the original timeline, she had only learned of its significance while in pursuit of her ideal Prince Charming, leading her to discover the Dragon Ball's powers and, consequently, to meet Son Goku and others, thus igniting the journey of the Dragon Balls. That he responded, "This is a Dragon Ball, not a Dragon Ball. Sounds impressive. Is it a dragon's gallstone?" Bulma joked. Although the Dragon Balls would later serve merely as tools for the Z Warrior's resurrection, and even instill fear in the god of destruction, Beerus, their utility in the narrative often appeared trivial. Nevertheless, their early significance to Udess Wong was immense. Udess Wong explained, "This Dragon Ball can grant any wish, but it requires all 7 to do so. Without collecting all 7, it holds no power and merely serves as a decorative piece." Bulma, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Yet, with the person she admired most standing before her, her desire for the Dragon Balls diminished. Coming from a family of immense wealth, they held little value for her. However, Bulma felt exhilarated at witnessing Yu Deshuang's interest for the first time in their years of acquaintance, prompting her to ask, "If you need it, I can assist you." At that moment, Udess Wong revealed his unmasked enthusiasm, saying, "I believe that searching for the Dragon Balls could be an intriguing adventure. What do you think?" For the first time, Bulma was captivated by the intensity of Yu Deshuang's gaze, and she resolved to support him wholeheartedly. While Udess Wong continued, "I hope you can help me design tools for locating the Dragon Balls." Bulma readily agreed, casting aside her previous concerns, knowing that her parents would certainly tease her if they discovered this endeavor. A month later, as the school summer break commenced, Bulma was filled with excitement, for the days of searching for the Dragon Balls were finally at hand. She had already completed the tasks Udess Wong had entrusted to her. Unbeknownst to them, this journey would alter the fate of Earth forever. While Udess Wong gazed at Bulma's face, determined to ensure that those close to him would remain safe, striving to do his utmost. They shared smiles, each unaware of the thoughts swirling in the other's mind, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. Chapter 2. Udess Wong. A fortnight later, with the assistance of the Dragon Ball radar, Udess Wong and Bulma finally located the first Dragon Ball. Aside from the one in the warehouse, this discovery posed little challenge, akin to tourists leisurely admiring the scenery along the roadside, filled with laughter and conversation. Presently, the duo was en route to Baozi Mountain in search of the next Dragon Ball, and Yu Deshuang's heart brimmed with excitement. The impending encounter with the protagonist of the Dragon Ball saga, Son Wukong, heralded the commencement of the narrative centered around him. With a sense of peculiar anticipation, Udess Wong embarked alongside Bulma towards Baozi Mountain. Meanwhile, Son Wukong was engaged in his customary task of chopping firewood, seeking sustenance for the day's meal. Given his prodigious appetite, ordinary fare seldom sufficed to sate his hunger. The vast expanse of Baozi Mountain, teeming with wildlife and monsters, was ideally suited to fulfill Wukong's voracious cravings. As he honed his skills, he simultaneously sought out prey to challenge him. Alone atop Baozi Mountain, he reflected on his grandfather, who had perished earlier at the hands of a monster, pondering what to eat when a wild boar charged toward him. Perhaps due to the distance, it had not noticed him until it was nearly upon him, at which point it recoiled in terror upon recognizing his form. Wukong's insatiable appetite compelled him to hunt thrice daily, and while he sometimes encountered abundant or larger prey, such instances were infrequent. Thus, he had garnered a considerable reputation on Baozi Mountain. Whenever beasts or monsters beheld him and sensed defeat, they would invariably flee. Unbeknownst to Wukong, he attributed their hasty retreats to mere missteps, seizing the opportunity to execute a sweeping kick that sent the boar crashing into a nearby boulder. As the creature fell, he chuckled, exclaiming, "How fortunate! Today's meal is secured," as he dragged the sizable boar homeward. Upon his arrival, Wukong spotted 2 young individuals standing at his doorstep. Mistaking them for thieves intent on robbing his grandfather. Enraged, he bellowed, "Who are you? Have you come to steal from my grandfather?" With gritted teeth and glaring eyes, he prepared to strike. The intruders were none other than Udess Wong and Bulma, who, captivated by the pristine beauty of Baozi Mountain, quickened their pace. Little did they expect to encounter Wukong so soon, having approached what appeared to be a modest shrine. Just as they were about to knock and inquire if anyone was home, Wukong happened to witness this scene. At that moment, Udess Wong noticed the wild boar behind Wukong and surmised that he had just returned from a hunt, realizing that it was not the fish from the original tale. This realization prompted him to hasten his steps, arriving ahead of schedule. Just as Udess Wong was about to clarify their intentions, Wukong suddenly launched an attack, leaving Udess Wong no choice but to instinctively raise his arms in defense. At this moment, Yu Deshuang's strength surpassed that of Wukong, and he held a significant advantage in age as well. As Wukong prepared to charge at Udess Wong, he found his fist caught in Yu Deshuang's grip, who subsequently restrained Wukong by seizing his tail. Stopping to speak, Udess Wong gently inquired, "Wukong, may I have a moment to explain?" As he released Wukong's tail, Wukong was taken aback, exclaiming, "How do you know my name?" His head tilted adorably, despite his unconventional hairstyle, and coupled with his youthful visage and petite stature. Udess Wong felt his heart soften in response to Wukong's expression. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "I saw you when you were younger. It's quite natural that you do not recognize me now. Is your grandfather named Sun Wufan?" "Yes." Wukong enthusiastically nodded. Udess Wong felt a pang of guilt and silently apologized to the late Wufan. Meanwhile, Wukong's attention was drawn to Bulma, who stood beside Udess Wong. He curiously remarked, "Why does she look so strange, with her rear at the front?" Bulma, incensed, retorted, "You fool. That's her chest, not her backside." After delivering her response, she turned to Udess Wong and, noticing his impassive expression, felt a sigh of relief while glaring at Wukong. However, Wukong remained oblivious, seemingly unfazed by the situation, and continued to gaze at Udess Wong, hoping for an explanation. Finally, Udess Wong spoke. "She is a woman named Bulma. You may call her Bulma. And I am Udess Wong. Just call me by my full name." Wukong suddenly understood, realizing she was a woman, which made sense. Bulma, still annoyed by Wukong's earlier comment, then noticed the tail behind him, having been distracted before. Curiously, she asked, "Hey, is that tail behind you real? It keeps swaying back and forth." As she reached out to grab Wukong's tail, he exclaimed in anger, "Don't touch my tail. And I have a name. It's Sun Wukong, not Hey you woman." He quickly dodged her grasp. Udess Wong then produced a Dragon Ball and asked Wukong, "Have you seen this sphere before?" Wukong, upon seeing it, shouted, "Grandpa," and instinctively reached out to grab it, but upon noticing the number of stars on it was incorrect, he dashed back to his room to check if his grandfather was still there. Upon returning, he found his grandfather still seated at the table, and he let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Udess Wong, he asked, "What do you want with my grandfather?" Udess Wong revealed another Dragon Ball, prompting Wukong to inquire, "Why are there 2 balls?" "This is a Dragon Ball," Udess Wong explained. "There are 7 in total, each containing 1 to 7 stars." Wukong exclaimed, "Oh, my grandfather's ball has 4 stars. Indeed," Udess Wong confirmed. "This is the 4-star ball. The first one we discovered was the 2-star ball, while the other was found just a few days ago." Wukong asked eagerly, "Are you looking for it?" "Precisely," Udess Wong affirmed. "Wukong, but what do you seek it for?" "To string it into a rosary, perhaps?" At this moment, Udess Wong wore a face of embarrassment. If Wukong continued to inquire, it would likely stretch until dawn. So he opted for a more straightforward approach. It is said that if one can gather all 7 Dragon Balls and recite the incantation, the dragon will appear and grant any wish. However, only one wish can be fulfilled at a time. Since you are idling here, why not join us in the quest for the Dragon Balls? Bulma, overhearing this, felt a pang of anxiety. Was their honeymoon trip coming to an abrupt end? Searching for Dragon Balls? Wukong questioned. "Very well, but I shall not part with this Dragon Ball." At that moment, Bulma interjected, "Fear not, it will merely be borrowed. Once used, I shall return it to you." Prior to this, Bulma had conducted some research out of curiosity about the Dragon Balls and knew that after a wish was granted, they would scatter, becoming elusive. She merely wished to retaliate against Wukong for his earlier remarks, which left her feeling rather vexed. Wukong, puzzled, asked, "But what about the other Dragon Balls? We have no idea where they are. How shall we find them?" Bulma, raising the radar in her hand for Wukong to see, smugly replied, "Behold, this is the Dragon Ball radar I devised for locating the Dragon Balls. They emit peculiar waves, which allowed for the invention of this device. The 3 orbs displayed here indicate our current location, and this one is approximately 1,200 kilometers away." As she spoke, she tossed a capsule to the ground, which instantaneously transformed into a small car. Wukong, astonished, exclaimed, "You can perform sorcery?" While poking it with his staff, Bulma, filled with pride, retorted that portable capsules were quite common in the city. Udess Wong observed the two in silence for a while before finally speaking. Perhaps we should address any issues you both have while on the road. With a resigned glance at Bulma and Wukong, the three of them climbed into the vehicle. During the drive, Wukong resembled a curious child in a grand garden, bombarding them with questions. Meanwhile, Bulma drove patiently, explaining things to him. It seemed as though one spoke while the other listened. Yet whether Wukong truly comprehended was uncertain. Their minds appeared to be on entirely different wavelengths. As night fell, Bulma produced another capsule, and a house materialized before them. Wukong expressed his astonishment once more. But it seemed he had grasped the conversation in the car and followed Udess Wong and Bulma inside, without further inquiry. Udess Wong, wary of the potential for further comical mishaps, intervened to resolve various issues that arose, ensuring a relatively calm evening. However, Wukong, with his prodigious appetite, ventured out alone to hunt. Upon his return, he bore his catch, eager to share it with Udess Wong and Bulma, but Bulma screamed in shock at the sight. Udess Wong, glancing at Wukong, said, "Wukong, you may eat it yourself. We are not hungry." Upon hearing this, Wukong inquired, "Are you certain?" Then turned to the startled Bulma, asking if she needed any. Bulma, irritated, snapped, "Stop with the nonsense. Who could possibly eat that?" Wukong, acting independently, prepared the prey for roasting, keen to avoid any further antics from the two individuals. Udess Wong, ever the opportunist, recalled an incident from the original tale where Wukong engaged with Bulma in the morning, and thus seized the moment to impart wisdom regarding matters of the heart. Wukong, though somewhat bewildered, nodded in agreement, and the two made a pact to engage in sparring whenever time permitted. Despite Yu Deshuang's superior strength compared to Wukong's current abilities, his thirst for battle remained undiminished. As the moon ascended into the night sky, the day drew to a close, ushering in a new dawn. In the early morning, Udess Wong, accustomed to rising early for practice, was invariably the first to awaken, as if governed by an internal clock. Concurrently, Wukong stirred from slumber, his eyes gradually opening in response to the subtle movements around him. Although Udess Wong had previously shared insights with Wukong, he remained curious about Wukong's potential for remarkable actions, so he intentionally roused him from sleep. Upon awakening, Wukong greeted Udess Wong with a cheerful, "Good morning, Udess Wong," to which Udess Wong responded with a smile, "Good morning, Wukong. The essence of a day lies in the morning. Would you care to join me for some early training, perhaps a run to invigorate our bodies? It would awaken our slumbering spirits. What say you, Wukong?" "That sounds reasonable, but should we invite Bulma as well?" Wukong inquired. Udess Wong, wiping the sweat from his brow, replied, "No need. Bulma is not like us. We are martial artists, and she is not." "Oh, then let us begin, Udess Wong." "Indeed, Wukong. Let us go." A beam of sunlight began to breathe life into the earth, as the sun gradually peaked over the horizon. The flora along the roadside seemed to awaken, with flowers, leaves, and blades of grass lifting their drooping heads, reminiscent of children stirred from slumber, their brightness enhanced by the morning light. The dew began to trickle down, and the air transformed, becoming fresh and sweet, in harmony with the rising sun. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from a nearby cave as a towering figure emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was a colossal bear, 4 to 5 meters in height, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a broom. A scar crossed its left eye, leaving a milky gaze devoid of pupils, while it clutched a knife in its hand, ambling forward while humming a tune. The small creatures along the path, sensing danger, scurried away in a panic. The bear, indifferent to their flight, dismissed them as insufficient sustenance, eager to find more worthy prey along its journey. As it continued on its way, the bear spotted a creature resembling a rock, slowly moving forward. Upon closer scrutiny, it turned out to be a turtle. Without concern for how the turtle had ventured onto land, the bear brandished its knife and approached menacingly. The turtle, noticing the ferocious bear dripping with saliva and coming closer, sensed impending doom and hastily attempted to propel itself forward, striving to buy precious time for escape. However, no matter how swift a ghost may be, it cannot possibly outpace a bipedal giant bear. As the knife swung forth, the sea turtle turned to behold the impending peril and could only sigh in resignation. At that moment, a shadow darted forth and delivered a kick to the hand wielding the knife, causing the giant bear to emit a dreadful cry. It was only then that I realized the hand that had been struck belonged to a young man, whose expression darkened with ferocity. "Foolhardy creature, do you dare to thwart my hunt?" The young man did not engage in a debate with the bear. Instead, He crouched slightly, clenched his right hand, and leaped into action. Before the bear could react, he struck at its eye, delivering a blow that caused it to collapse, leaving the bear to lament its ill fortune before slipping into unconsciousness, having encountered misfortune in its quest for sustenance. The sea turtle, witnessing this astonishing display, became wary and remarked, "Are you also intent on consuming my flesh?" As it raised a forelimb in a defensive gesture. The young man found this both amusing and perplexing. At that moment, a small figure emerged from behind, addressing the young man. "Udess Wong, your speed is truly remarkable. I can scarcely keep up with you. What is happening here?" Udess Wong replied, "Oh, I heard commotion from this direction, so I rushed over and discovered the situation, thereby rescuing the sea turtle." The sea turtle, upon hearing this, realized it had misjudged Udess Wong and lowered its forelimb, filled with gratitude for his assistance. Udess Wong then recognized the sea turtle, realizing it was most likely the one associated with the turtle sage. Thus, he resolved to escort the turtle back to his temporary abode, as it was not too far away. Just then, he was on his way back, so without hesitation, he lifted the sea turtle and proceeded toward his residence. Meanwhile, Bulma had just awakened and noticed that the two who had been sleeping on the floor were already absent, understanding they had gone out for morning exercises. She felt no surprise and rose to wash up in the bathroom. After finishing her morning routine and preparing breakfast, she heard a series of knocks at the door, immediately knowing the two had returned. In a cheerful mood, Bulma moved with an ethereal grace to the door and opened it, greeting Udess Wong. It was then she noticed the sea turtle behind him, leaving her perplexed. Udess Wong explained that they had found the turtle during their morning exercises, prompting Bulma to understand. Though she was curious as to why a sea turtle would be found on land, which required further explanation. As the sea turtle sipped the salt water prepared by Udess Wong, it spoke, "In truth, I am a sea turtle." The other two, aside from Wukong, were rendered speechless, aware of the unfolding narrative. Udess Wong did not wait for the sea turtle's response and suggested, "The nearest sea is over 100 kilometers away. At your pace, it would take an eternity. Shall we assist you on your journey?" The sea turtle, upon hearing this, felt elated, realizing it had encountered a benefactor. Otherwise, it would have taken an indeterminate amount of time to reach its destination. Bulma, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "But we still need to search for the Dragon Balls. Wouldn't this delay us?" Udess Wong reassured her, "No worries. One cannot simply stand idly by while a sea turtle is in peril. Besides, this journey conveniently aligns with our path, so we shall return the turtle to its rightful place." Time swiftly passed, and the turtle, filled with gratitude towards Udess Wong and his companions, requested that they wait as it wished to express its appreciation. While they patiently awaited, a figure emerged along the coastline. Wukong, frolicking in the water, turned to Udess Wong and exclaimed, "Look, the sea turtle has returned." Udess Wong noticed too, and, understanding that the turtle sage and the turtle were approaching, stood at the water's edge. The turtle reached the shore and addressed Udess Wong and the others. "Thank you for your patience." At this moment, the turtle sage turned his gaze towards Udess Wong. He leaped down from the turtle's back and inquired, "Who rescued you?" The turtle replied, "It was this young man. His name is Udess Wong." The turtle sage responded, "Is that so? I am immensely grateful. To repay you, I shall present you with a gift." Having observed the Dragon Ball adorning the turtle sage, Udess Wong pointed towards it and said, "I desire that." The turtle sage, understanding his intention, removed the Dragon Ball and handed it to Udess Wong. However, he felt it was insufficient and proposed, "Allow me to bestow upon you another gift." He then called out to the heavens, "Come forth, immortal bird." After a prolonged silence, the turtle sage felt a wave of embarrassment. Wukong gazed curiously at the sky, while Bulma remarked, "There's nothing to see." The turtle chimed in, "Isn't the immortal bird already dead from food poisoning?" The turtle sage replied, "Is that so? I had forgotten. I intended to grant it eternal life, hence the name, but let us choose another." He shouted once more to the sky, "Come forth, Nimbus Cloud." At that moment, a yellow cloud swiftly approached. The turtle sage declared, "This is Nimbus Cloud. Anyone who sits upon it can fly freely." Bulma continued to critique. "The turtle sage and clouds have no connection whatsoever." The turtle sage retorted, "Do not be so pedantic. This cloud can only be ridden by those of pure heart." He attempted to demonstrate, but as he leaped onto the cloud, he fell immediately, causing Bulma to double over with laughter. Observing Nimbus Cloud, Udess Wong recognized it as Wukong's rightful possession and refrained from competing. Instead, he encouraged Wukong, "Go ahead and give it a try." Without hesitation, Wukong jumped onto the Nimbus cloud, and as expected, he soared above it effortlessly. The onlookers expressed their astonishment. Bulma's eyes lit up with excitement at the sight of the cloud, and, as soon as Wukong dismounted, she leaped onto it herself, only to fall predictably to the ground. Silently fuming, Udess Wong remarked, "I shall offer this gift to you, Wukong." Wukong, delighted and finding the cloud quite comfortable, nodded in agreement as he descended. Witnessing this scene, Master Rashi remained silent for a long while, yet his eyes sparkled with satisfaction, for such spirited youth were indeed a rarity. Goku turned to Udess Wong and inquired, "Would you care to give it a try? It's quite enjoyable." Intrigued by the prospect and harboring no ill intentions, Udess Wong decided to leap into the fray. Soon finding himself standing at the forefront, he mused quietly that as long as one is devoid of distracting thoughts, it was indeed possible to ride upon the Nimbus cloud, leaving Master Rashi in a state of astonishment once more. To Goku and Bulma, this was merely expected, which caused Master Rashi to regard them with newfound respect. Meanwhile, Bulma, noticing that everyone else had received gifts while she had none, turned to Master Rashi and implored, "Old man, could you perhaps bestow a gift upon me as well?" Master Rashi, glancing at the turtle, asked, "Is this girl among those who saved you?" The turtle immediately shook its head, replying in the negative. Bulma, incensed, retorted, "At the very least, I accompanied you here. I may not have contributed much, but I certainly endured hardships." At that moment, Master Rashi, with a mischievous glint in his eye, leered at Bulma and asked, "Would you show me your underwear?" The turtle, infuriated, exclaimed, "You claim to be a sage, yet you utter such indecent words." Bulma, having long since set her heart on Udess Wong, was further enraged by the presence of her beloved nearby. With a swift kick, she admonished Master Rashi, shouting, "Lecherous old man." 3 days later, the trio of Udess Wong, Goku, and Bulma arrived at a village that was eerily silent. Goku and Bulma exchanged curious glances as they surveyed their surroundings. "Is anyone here?" Bulma called out to the many houses around them. As they waited, the peculiar atmosphere of the village grew increasingly unsettling. It appeared too pristine to be devoid of life. Goku, sensing the strangeness, leapt down from his Nimbus cloud and knocked on the door of the nearest house, but no one answered. Bulma remarked, "It seems the door is locked." Unexpectedly, Goku delivered a powerful punch, shattering the door. In an instant, a middle-aged man emerged, wielding an axe, and swung it fiercely at Goku's head. The suddenness of the attack left Goku momentarily stunned. Just as the axe was about to descend, Udess Wong intervened, preventing the blow from landing on Goku's head. This isn't a comic book scenario. Such an event cannot unfold, he thought, recognizing the potential pain even if the blow were to miss. Preferring to avoid unnecessary conflict, he observed the apologetic demeanor of the middle-aged man, who repeatedly uttered the word mistake while bowing in contrition. Bulma and Goku understood that the man had no genuine intention to harm them, despite being unaware of the circumstances leading to this encounter. As the villagers, who had previously remained hidden, gathered around, their relief was palpable upon realizing that the trio was not a threat. They curiously scrutinized the newcomers, while the middle-aged man, now aware of his misunderstanding, continued to express his apologies and explain the situation. Before the arrival of these three individuals, a towering figure, a 5-meter-tall pig-headed creature, had appeared, exuding a fierce demeanor with 2 pairs of horns adorning its head, resembling a demon descended from the netherworld. This malevolent being was captivated by the sight of a middle-aged man's daughter washing clothes by the river, leading it to threaten the father. The middle-aged man lamented that the creature had already abducted several young women from the village, and as he watched his daughter in peril, his heart was filled with anguish. Unbeknownst to the villagers, who were misled by the creature's fearsome appearance, this so-called demon was merely a gilded paper tiger, a charming little pig. Had they known the truth, their jaws would have dropped in astonishment. Therefore, Yu Deshuang refrained from revealing the true nature of the creature, as he still needed to locate the Dragon Ball. With this in mind, Yu Deshuang produced a Dragon Ball for the villagers to see and inquired, "Has anyone among you seen this orb?" At that moment, an elderly woman, upon spotting the Dragon Ball in Yu Deshuang's hand, exclaimed, "I possess one of those." She rummaged through her belongings and presented her own orb, saying, "This appears to be one that my grandmother discovered long ago." Yu Deshuang replied, "Grandmother, If I assist you in capturing the creature, would you be willing to part with your orb? The elderly woman agreed. Certainly, if you can truly help us deal with the creature. I will gladly hand over this orb to you. Yu Deshuang was overjoyed, exclaiming, "That's wonderful, grandmother." Meanwhile, the middle-aged man interjected, "However, even if we capture the creature, we must also discover its lair and rescue the girls it has taken." At this juncture, Bulma chimed in, "No problem, I have an excellent plan to trap the creature. Can I borrow some clothing from the girl?" The girl responded, "My clothes?" After a brief moment, Goku was seen donning the girl's attire, grumbling, "This is so cumbersome. Why must I dress like this?" Bulma, with a smile on her face, remarked, "You look splendid, disguised as a girl. You can follow the creature back to its lair and rescue the abducted girls." Yu Deshuang observed the proceedings without objection, knowing he could not disclose the fact that the creature was merely a little pig. Clearly, revealing this truth would spark curiosity among the villagers, making it difficult to explain. They could only wait for the creature to appear and then launch a surprise attack, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. As time passed, Goku, who had been standing still, grew increasingly impatient. Having spent his life in the mountains among monkeys and wild beasts, he could hardly endure such a wait. Just as he was about to voice his frustrations, a figure approached, a man clad in a suit, sporting an ill-conceived, oversized pig-head hairstyle, and carrying a bouquet of flowers, who laughed heartily at Goku, exclaiming, "My lovely maiden, I have come to escort you." At that moment, a shadow loomed above the giant pig-headed man, and with arms crossed in a hammer-like formation, a strike was delivered, rendering the pig-headed creature unconscious as it collapsed to the ground before it could react. With a sudden bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing an adorable little pig on the ground. The onlookers, who had been hiding in the room, were struck with realization as they recalled the earlier antics of the mischievous creature. From initial astonishment to eventual speechlessness, they understood they had been outwitted by a mere pig. As thoughts swirled in their minds, they began to gather around the little swine. Udess Wong, witnessing the unfolding scene, made a gesture to halt the commotion and retrieved a pre-prepared rope to bind the mischievous pig, awaiting its awakening. To prevent any unexpected escapades, he had also requested a specially crafted candy from Bulma, placing it in the pig's mouth to ensure it wouldn't escape, for after all, the creature had its uses in its previous life. After a while, the dazed pig, sporting a bump on its head, awoke and gazed at the man before it with a look of reproach, thinking to itself that such force was unnecessary to render it unconscious. How could such a cute little pig be treated so harshly? Yet, it considered, perhaps the previous transformation had been rather daunting, leading the man to believe it possessed significant strength, thus justifying the excessive force. Indeed, that must be the case, mused the pig in its inner monologue. Udess Wong, observing the pig's demeanor, felt a sense of incredulity. Despite being captured, it seemed lost in thought. He remarked, "You should apologize to these villagers." The pig replied, "I'm sorry," bowing its head, as the harshness of the earlier blow had instilled a sense of fear within it. At that moment, an elderly woman spoke up. "Where have you imprisoned the girl you captured earlier?" The pig responded, "They are well." A villager looked at the pig with skepticism, asking, "Really?" Udess Wong then said, "Then take us to your home so we can see how those girls are faring. Words alone are not enough." With that, he tugged on the rope binding the pig and led it toward the outskirts of the village. On their way, the elderly woman, seeing the pig captured by Udess Wong, honored a previous agreement and presented a dragon ball to him, which filled him with joy as he expressed his gratitude. Upon reaching their destination, the onlookers marveled at the opulence of the mansion before them. The pig, filled with pride, boasted that the lavish abode was built with ill-gotten gains. The villagers could only respond with disbelief, while Bulma remarked, "Your home is quite extravagant, not befitting of you." As they conversed, the parents of the girls who had been taken rushed toward the mansion, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the numerous, elegantly dressed girls within. The pig, feeling a bit disgruntled, remarked, "These girls are simply too extravagant," asserting its preference for gentle companions and insisting that the villagers take the girls away. At that moment, the pig looked at the villagers with eager anticipation. That day, the villagers warmly urged Udess Wong and his companions to stay and enjoy their hospitality. However, the trio was intent on continuing their quest for the Dragon Balls and were reluctant to delay, taking the pig along with them. After all, leaving the pig behind would only risk it causing mischief among other villagers. Thus, the original adventurous party has expanded from 3 members to 4. Along the way, when Oolong overheard Udess Wong and his companions express their desire to visit the fiery mountain, he was so startled that he nearly fled. This was due to the fact that Udess Wong had previously fed Oolong a piece of BB candy while he was unconscious, a fact unbeknownst to Oolong. The outcome was predictable, and Wukong, intrigued by the situation, chuckled heartily while exclaiming "BB BB." Oolong, in a fit of anger, shouted at Wukong to cease his antics, which only elicited laughter from Bulma and Udess Wong, adding a considerable amount of merriment to their journey. Consequently, Oolong expressed his helplessness. Having been informed by Udess Wong that the effects of the BB candy would last for a month, rendering any immediate escape impossible, Bulma chimed in, suggesting that once all the Dragon Balls are collected, she would take Oolong to the city, where many beautiful maidens awaited. Elated by this prospect, Oolong expressed his eager anticipation. To avert any unforeseen complications, Udess Wong declared that he had prepared numerous capsules. They would soon encounter Yamucha in the desert, followed by the Ox King at Fiery Mountain. Fortunately, these challenges seemed manageable, provided they approached them with caution. The real threat lay in the Rabbit Army and their formidable leader, who possessed the ability to transform into carrots, a skill that was difficult to counter. Hence, Udess Wong equipped himself with several pairs of insulated gloves, uncertain of their effectiveness, and resolved to adapt as circumstances unfolded, for many events had already diverged from the original narrative. For instance, their early encounter with Wukong and the timing of Oolong's meeting with the Turtle Hermit were altered due to Yu Deshuang's influence, resulting in a butterfly effect that could lead to further unexpected changes. Thus, he navigated each step with meticulous care, acknowledging the inevitability of unplanned developments. At this moment, the surrounding landscape was a desolate desert, and the sun blazed fiercely in the sky, its heat oppressive. However, due to Yu Deshuang's presence, the group did not experience the same difficulties as in the original story, where Bulma's miscalculations had caused significant travel woes. Instead, despite the harsh environment, they maintained a buoyant spirit and pressed onward. Not far away, a diminutive figure equipped with binoculars observed the group from a distance. The binoculars swiftly zeroed in on Udess Wong and his companions as they traveled in a vehicle. This peculiar, plush-like creature took flight towards a nearby cave and announced to a young man inside, "Yamucha, we have customers." At that moment, a young man with long hair, seated casually with a bowl of noodles, paused in surprise. Unfazed, he wiped the broth from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, displaying a graceful smile before remarking, "It has been a long time since I encountered anyone." Stepping out of the cave, he peered through the binoculars at the vehicle parked beneath a massive rock, observing Wukong, Oolong, and their pig companion resting nearby, and wondered aloud, "They don't appear to be wealthy, do they?" The plush creature replied, "They might have capsules." Yamucha, "Well, prepare the vehicle, let us commence our journey." At this moment, Yu Deshuang and Bulma are inspecting their vehicle, which has succumbed to engine failure, likely due to the sweltering heat. Thus, they have parked the car beneath the shadow of a colossal rock to take a brief respite. Yu Deshuang reflects wistfully. He had hoped to traverse the desert without pausing, aspiring to alter the narrative of Dragon Ball. After all, the original Yamucha in Dragon Ball played a negligible role, primarily engaging in a stalemate with Goku and contributing somewhat to the incidents involving the Rabbit Army and Goku's transformation into a great ape. However, due to his influence, Yamucha's significance may diminish. Must he remain a mere bystander? In the latter part of the tale, Yamucha, after interacting with Vegeta's gravity chamber, abandoned his aspirations of a martial artist to pursue a career as a professional baseball player. Therefore, Yu Deshuang does not intend for Yamucha to make an appearance. After all, the Yamucha who has mingled with Goku and the others has consistently served as a source of humor and tragedy. Yet, upon the vehicle's malfunction, Yu Deshuang realizes that Yamucha is inevitable. It is impossible to prevent him from intercepting their resources, as this would complicate their journey. Defeating Yamucha might provoke his relentless pursuit, making any course of action unsuitable. Contemplating Yamucha's rebellious nature in his youth, Yu Deshuang concludes that he must adhere to the storyline, though he harbors some anticipation. Given Bulma's feelings towards him and the absence of any potential between her and Yamucha, Yu Deshuang muses that perhaps there is an opportunity to refine Yamucha's character. In the original narrative, after establishing a relationship with Bulma, Yamucha's fear of women dissipated, yet his infatuation, spurred by Bulma's infatuation, rendered them ill-suited as a couple. They merely became romantic partners by serendipity after the Dragon Balls disappeared. Lost in thought, Yu Deshuang notices a figure amidst a cloud of dust, racing through the scorching weather, confirming Yamucha's arrival. At this moment, Yamucha, oblivious to Yu Deshuang and Bulma, halts his motorcycle before Goku and Oolong. Upon seeing an unfamiliar figure before him, Goku curiously inquires, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, Oolong, half asleep, gazes at Yamucha, perspiring nervously, and exclaims, "I find this somewhat terrifying." Yamucha, "Hey, I am Yamucha, the ruler of this wasteland." "Poor, I am poor." Yamucha, "I have no desire to bully children. Hand over your capsules and money, and I shall let you go." Hearing the name Poor, Oolong exclaims, "Poor? Are you that crybaby Poor?" Poor, astonished that someone recognizes him, focuses his gaze and exclaims, "Oolong." Yamucha, "Poor, do you know him?" Poor, "Yes, he is called Oolong. He used to bully me back when I transformed in the southern region's kindergarten. He was a mischievous little rascal, stealing the shorts of a female teacher, and was subsequently expelled from kindergarten. How detestable. That little scoundrel." Oolong remarked, "Why are you fixating on such trivial matters?" Wukong retorted, "You haven't changed at all." "Enough of this," Yamucha interjected, "Hand over the money and the capsules." Oolong, anxiously grasping Wukong's arm, exclaimed, "Are you truly formidable? Is that genuine skill?" Wukong replied, "Indeed." Oolong, with a sense of pride, said, "Hee. You go by Yamucha, don't you? We have no intention of surrendering our money and capsules to you. You'd best leave while you're still unscathed." Upon hearing this, Yamucha responded, "Oh, hee. It seems you wish to take a stroll in the afterlife." At that moment, he drew his knife, preparing to strike. Just as Yamucha was about to make his move, Yu Deshuang approached, instructing Bulma to continue examining the engine while he approached alone. He intended to gauge Yamucha's resolve to become a martial artist before making a decision. Thus, before a confrontation could ensue between Yamucha and Wukong, Yu Deshuang positioned himself before Yamucha. As Yu Deshuang approached, Yamucha noticed him, recognizing the steady and powerful stride that indicated his prowess in martial arts, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. However, Yamucha's heart ignited with fervor, as he had yet to spar with a true master since becoming a sand bandit. He thought, "This is the perfect opportunity to test that technique." With a serious expression, Yamucha remarked, "Oh, I see there's another contender here." As he spoke, he sheathed his knife and handed it to Pu'er. Observing Yamucha's solemn demeanor for the first time, Pu'er, who had known him for years, sensed his intentions. Silently, he retreated to a distance of 10 meters, taking cover under a rock formation while transforming his motorcycle into a capsule and gazing intently ahead. Yu Deshuang, with a hint of amusement, assumed a martial arts stance, respecting the warrior before him, knowing that one must never underestimate any opponent. This wisdom stemmed from years of combat experience, as one could never predict when an adversary might unleash an unexpectedly disproportionate level of power. Recognizing the skilled opponent before him, Yamucha resolved to employ his signature technique, the Wolf-Fang Fist. He slid his right foot forward, crouched slightly with his left leg, and extended his hands like claws, launching himself at his opponent with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf. In response, Yu Deshuang skillfully maneuvered, retreating while using both hands and feet to defend against Yamucha's Wolf-Fang Fist. Since he was merely testing Yamucha, he maintained an expressionless demeanor while fending off the assault and observing his opponent. Realizing his attacks were ineffective, Yamucha decided to unleash his full strength, launching one final offensive against Yu Deshuang in hopes of making progress. He brought his hands together, fingers poised like claws, thrusting forward with great force. Yu Deshuang, seizing the opportune moment, swiftly dodged to the left, positioning himself beside Yamucha and delivering a decisive vertical strike with the edge of his palm, sending Yamucha crashing to the ground. This sight filled Sun Wukong with excitement, for during the recent period, both he and Udess Wong had engaged in combat, resulting in noticeable improvements in their respective speeds. Statistically speaking, Yu Deshuang's combat power was estimated to be around 30, while Wukong's rested at 15, due to Wukong's innate strength. Their encounters had been fairly evenly matched, which caused Udess Wong to feel a slight tension. Despite their mutual progress, he understood that he could only contend with Wukong in the early stages. As time progressed, the physical constitution of Earthlings would likely slow their advancement. Therefore, Udess Wong had resolved that once he collected the Dragon Balls, he would train under Master Rashi alongside Wukong, and after participating in the martial arts tournament, he would proceed to Karen Tower to continue his training with the Cat Sage. Not far off, Wooir observed Yamcha collapsed on the ground and swiftly sheathed his blade. Rushing towards him with a look of concern, Udess Wong, noticing the fallen Yamcha, made a decision and said, "Yamcha, if you choose to become a martial artist, consider it carefully. Once you've made your decision, come find me. I intend to seek out Master Rashi soon, and I do not wish for your talents to go unrecognized. Reflect on this." Upon hearing Yu Deshuang's words, Yamcha was taken aback. Master Rashi. At that moment, Wooir flew over, relieved to see Yamcha rise, and quickly approached with a worried expression, asking, "Are you all right?" Yamcha, feeling warmth from Wooir's concern, turned to Yu Deshuang and said, "You wish to become a disciple of Master Rashi, yet you are already so formidable. Is there still a need to strive further?" Yu Deshuang replied, "The path of martial arts is boundless. There are countless individuals who surpass me. Why should I not endeavor to improve?" Hearing this, Yamcha murmured to himself, and at that moment, he resolved to speak to Yu Deshuang. Just then, a blue-haired woman approached, gasped, and nervously turned to flee, grabbing a nearby blade and tossing a capsule while exclaiming to Yu Deshuang, "I will seek you out at Fire Mountain." She then mounted her motorcycle and sped away, leaving Bulma, Wukong, and Oolong in a state of confusion. Only Yu Deshuang understood that Yamcha still harbored a fear of women. Bulma approached Yu Deshuang and said, "All is well now." Yu Deshuang nodded in response, "Let us depart." 5 days had passed since the incident with Yamcha, and due to the weather conditions, the group had not rushed on their journey. They had now driven their vehicle to the foot of the mountain, and Bulma, seated in the front passenger seat, began to complain, "Is it not exceedingly hot? This is the north, how peculiar." Oolong, sitting in the back seat, glanced at Bulma and replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. We are at Fire Mountain. It used to be known as Cool Scenic Mountain, a rather pleasant place, but 10 years ago, a fire fell from the sky and ignited the mountain, transforming it into a sweltering locale." He pointed ahead, "Look, that is the mountain." Upon disembarking, the group beheld the fiery mountain before them. Bulma exclaimed, "No wonder it is so hot." Wukong, equally astonished, remarked, "Such a massive fire." Oolong, filled with trepidation, suggested, "Perhaps we should reconsider. The Ox King is quite formidable." Udess Wong was equally astonished. Although he had previously watched anime, without noticing any discrepancies, the stark reality before him made him marvel at the wonders of the Dragon Ball universe. He was aware that this was the furnace of the supreme old man from the underworld, its flames even extinguished by Master Rashi. Yet, he knew it would reignite after a few years. He resolved that if he encountered it again, he would be sure to collect it carefully, ensuring that Goku's father-in-law would remain unharmed. Subconsciously glancing at Goku, he found the latter equally perplexed. As the group conversed while walking, Oolong stood nearby, his face a mask of terror. Were it not for Goku and Udess Wong, he might have slipped away unnoticed, resorting to recounting the origins and legends of the Bull Demon King in hopes of calming the frightened assembly. As they neared the mountain, Udess Wong and Goku's expressions remained unchanged, while Bulma, though initially expressing fear, quickly regained her composure after a glance at Udess Wong. At this moment, Oolong, secretly anxious, resolved to retreat in an attempt to escape. Udess Wong, however, remained unperturbed, and both Bulma and Goku noticed Oolong's predicament. Suddenly, a beeping sound echoed, originating from Goku rather than Bulma. Udess Wong mused that Goku had transformed from an innocent youth into someone slightly devious. Initially, Udess Wong had intended to let Oolong go, yet the scene before him struck him as amusing. The presence of this pig added a vibrant hue to their journey, prompting him to address Goku. "All right." Oolong, in a state of panic, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, all right, I'll go, just stop shouting." Bulma and Goku laughed until their bellies hurt, while Udess Wong looked on, bemused by the spectacle. Eventually, the group arrived at the summit of Flame Mountain, where skeletons and shards of stone littered the ground, imbued with an eerie aura. Bulma complained about the heat, while Oolong, nervously scolding her, warned, "Idiot, keep your voice down, or the Bull Demon King will hear us." Observing the Dragon Ball radar, Bulma noted, "This is indeed the location indicated. If only we could fly over." She called out to Goku, "Goku, can you fly over and retrieve the Dragon Ball?" Goku replied, "I'll give it a try." However, Udess Wong intervened, halting Goku's actions, causing Oolong to marvel at the potential danger of summoning the Bull Demon King. Unexpectedly, Udess Wong shouted towards Flame Mountain, "Bull Demon King." Startled, Oolong sought refuge behind a substantial fragment of wall, with Bulma quickly following suit. At that moment, an object soared towards them from the distance. Udess Wong observed intently as a massive axe hurtled in his direction. Unfazed, he sidestepped effortlessly, leaving Bulma and Oolong behind the wall in a state of heightened tension. When they saw that Udess Wong was unharmed, they both exhaled in relief. At that moment, a tall and robust figure approached, addressing Udess Wong with a commanding tone. "What brings you here, young man? Speak quickly. Are you here to steal my treasure?" As he spoke, he picked up a massive axe and pointed it menacingly at Udess Wong. Unfazed, Udess Wong retorted, "You must be the Bull Demon King, right?" He then called out to Wukong and Bulma in the distance. "Come over. It's nothing serious." The Bull Demon King turned his gaze towards Wukong and his companions. Wukong, cautious, drew his staff from behind him. Upon seeing it, the Bull Demon King exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the Rui Bang?" Wukong replied, "You know it? My grandfather gave it to me." "Your grandfather? Is he Sun Wufan?" the Bull Demon King inquired. Wukong nodded affirmatively, yes. The Bull Demon King, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Really? You are the grandson of Sun Wufan." Wukong beamed, "You know my grandfather." The Bull Demon King, lowering his guard, spoke gently to Wukong. "Of course I know him. Your grandfather is the senior disciple of Master Wu Tian, while I am his second disciple." "Ah, those were the good old days." Bulma and Oolong stood by, astonished at the unexpected familial connection. Udess Wong then asked the Bull Demon King, "Are you referring to Master Wu Tian, the Turtle Hermit?" The Bull Demon King turned in surprise. "You know Master Wu Tian?" He then turned to Wukong. "Wukong, summon the Nimbus Cloud." Wukong nodded and shouted to the sky, "Nimbus Cloud." The Bull Demon King looked up in delight. He then turned to Udess Wong and the others. "Could you assist me with a favor?" Udess Wong understood. "This Nimbus Cloud belongs to Wukong. You should seek his consent." The Bull Demon King nodded and addressed Wukong. "It is said that only Master Wu Tian's banana fan can extinguish the flames of Fire Mountain. Could you please help me borrow it?" Wukong replied, "Sure. But you must give me the Dragon Ball in return." The Bull Demon King asked, "What is a Dragon Ball?" Wukong produced a Dragon Ball given to him by his grandfather and asked, "Is this in your treasure?" The Bull Demon King replied, "I believe I have seen it. As long as you borrow the banana fan, I will give it to you." Wukong exclaimed, "Wonderful." Oolong, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears. "Finally, I can return home alive." Wukong turned to the group, saying, "All right, I shall set off." The Bull Demon King, recalling his daughter who had left not long ago, expressed concern to Wukong. "I did not anticipate your arrival, so I have sent my only daughter, Chi-Chi, to find Master Wu Tian. She should be on her way. You can accompany her." Wukong asked. "Chi-Chi?" The Bull Demon King replied, "She is a gentle girl, though a bit timid. She could make a good match for you." Wukong exclaimed, "Marry me?" Meanwhile, Oolong could not contain his fantasies and chuckled, seemingly unaffected by the earlier tension. When the Bull Demon King presented a photograph to the group, Oolong, the lecher, fixated on the picture in astonishment. It appeared he had not anticipated that the rugged Bull Demon King could have such a lovely daughter, who would undoubtedly grow up to be very beautiful. After observing the photograph presented by the Bull Demon King, Wukong studied it intently and promised to accompany him, vowing to bring her back. Witnessing this scene, Udess Wong mused that it seemed like a reunion and a gift of a wife. Indeed, Wukong's life appeared to be quite fulfilled. However, during this period, Udess Wong, fearing that Wukong might engage in some astonishing antics, took it upon himself to impart some common knowledge to Wukong, thus enlightening him about the distinctions between men and women. It was likely that he would not act as shockingly as depicted in the original tale, leaving one to wonder if Chi-Chi would develop feelings for Wukong this time around. Wukong soared swiftly into the distance on his Nimbus Cloud. The others understood that Wukong's journey to seek Master Rashi would take considerable time, so they settled in to wait patiently. As time passed, a large and a small figure approached. Upon noticing the two silhouettes in the distance, Udess Wong recalled having previously invited Yamucha to Flame Mountain. As Yamucha and Pure approached and nodded toward Udess Wong, the unspoken understanding between the men became evident. No words were necessary. At that moment, Oolong gritted his teeth and muttered, "Coward," to which Pure retorted, "Little lecher." Oolong, incensed, ground his teeth in frustration, while Bulma curiously regarded the two men, recognizing them as the ones who had fled earlier. She pondered, had I not encountered Udess Wong? Perhaps this would be my ideal type. Ugh, what am I thinking? I already have Udess Wong. How could I entertain thoughts of another man? Yamucha felt a wave of anxiety but resolved to remain steadfast, positioning himself quietly behind a stone beside Udess Wong. After a while, Wukong returned on his Nimbus, accompanied by a lovely little girl who hurried toward them. Bulma, the Bull Demon King, and the others noticed that aside from bringing Chi-Chi back, Wukong carried no other items, prompting the puzzled Bull Demon King to inquire of Wukong and Chi-Chi. Huh? What about the banana fan? Did you not borrow it back? Wukong replied to the Bull Demon King, no, but Master Rashi will come personally to help us extinguish the fire. Upon seeing Yamucha and Pure, Wukong exclaimed in surprise, "Ah? It's you. Are we still going to fight?" He unsheathed his staff, pointing it at Yamucha. Yu Deshuang quickly interjected, "Wukong, stop. Yamucha is one of us now." Hearing this, Wukong immediately halted, chuckling softly, and greeted Yamucha. Yamucha nodded in response, prompting a sigh of relief from Udess Wong, Bulma, and Pure. Oolong, however, felt disappointed while the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi regarded the complex relationships before them with intrigue. As they awaited Master Rashi's arrival, everyone, except Udess Wong, eagerly anticipated how the legendary martial arts master would extinguish the flames of Flame Mountain. As the crowd waited, Wukong looked up at the sky, pointing, and exclaimed, "Look, he is coming." The others turned their gaze skyward as a dark figure descended from above. Upon witnessing the arrival of Master Rashi, the Ox King exclaimed, "Ah, Master Wutian. It has been a long time." Master Rashi, swaying unsteadily as he descended from his turtle shell, remarked, feeling dizzy, leaving the Ox King speechless. Beside them, Chi-Chi expressed her concern, asking, "Is he all right?" After a moment, Master Rashi regained his composure, looking up at the flames ahead and lamenting, "The fire of Fire Mountain truly lives up to its reputation." Goku, wiping the sweat from his brow due to the sweltering heat, inquired of Master Rashi, "Grandpa, can you extinguish this fire?" Master Rashi did not respond to Goku's question but turned to the Ox King, saying, "Hey, Ox King." The Ox King, with a respectful demeanor, replied, "Yes, I am here." Master Rashi continued, "Your reputation has taken a hit, hasn't it?" He spoke slowly, though it was to protect your treasure. "You have taken many lives, haven't you?" The Ox King, filled with panic, admitted, "So you know." He did not deny Master Rashi's words and voluntarily knelt before him, saying, "I was wrong. I was truly misguided. After extinguishing the fire, I will willingly relinquish my treasure." Master Rashi replied, "There is no need for that. It would be too unfortunate." Nearby, Oolong was astonished, murmuring to himself, "Even the Ox King is apologizing to him." Master Rashi gazed at the flames, muttering, "You are truly useless, unable to extinguish even this small fire." His tone suggested that extinguishing it would be effortless for him. He then discreetly beckoned Goku over, as if sharing something important with him. Goku, suddenly recalling his promise to Master Rashi, rushed to Bulma and quietly conveyed some information to her. Upon hearing this, Bulma nearly erupted but shot a covert glance at Yu Deshuang and nodded in agreement. Yu Deshuang, observing this scene, felt a sense of displeasure as he realized that the old man had not forgotten about Bulma, causing him irritation. Knowing the plot, he understood that this endeavor was unlikely to succeed and could result in Bulma retaliating against him. With a sigh of relief, he contemplated a way to take revenge on Master Rashi, feeling that he could not let this go. If things escalated, Yu Deshuang would undoubtedly confront Master Rashi in a fierce battle. Distrustful, he decided to check on the flames once they were dealt with. Though he was aware that nothing unexpected would occur, yet he felt uneasy. Meanwhile, the cheerful Master Rashi proclaimed, "All right, watch me extinguish the fire of Fire Mountain." Goku wore an expression of eager anticipation. Bulma displayed skepticism. Chi-Chi looked delighted. The Ox King was filled with excitement, and Yamcha and others exhibited curiosity. While Yu Deshuang maintained a serious demeanor, their expressions revealed their emotions. As Master Rashi removed the turtle shell he had carried for years and shed his garments, revealing a rather slender physique, he proudly remarked to Bulma, "My figure isn't too bad, is it?" He then climbed the wall and declared to the crowd, "Watch me." Turning to face the flames, he shouted with great force, his body beginning to swell, leaving everyone astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Yu Deshuang, suppressing his excitement, watched intently, captivated by the spectacle. As the Bull Demon King observed from the side, he exclaimed with excitement, Master Wu Tian is about to employ the Kamehameha? Among the crowd, Yamucha, seemingly aware, elucidated to the others. The Kamehameha is a remarkable technique that concentrates one's internal energy and releases it, a signature skill of Master Wu Tian. Who would have thought we would witness it firsthand? At that moment, the turtle sage extended his arms, his fingers converging while he symmetrically moved his palms toward the right side of his body, gathering energy within. Suddenly, the turtle sage seemed ready. As he shouted Kamehameha, the energy took form. With a powerful shout, he thrust his hands forward, emitting a brilliant beam of light that surged toward the flames ahead. As the Kamehameha collided with the flames, an explosion of dazzling radiance erupted, leaving the onlookers in awe of the spectacle before them. As the flames dissipated, the turtle sage reverted to his previous state, as if nothing had transpired. He then slowly crouched down, exhaling softly while muttering to himself, "Look, the fire has been extinguished." At this, Bulma and the others marveled. Incredible. Words cannot capture the astonishment that resides within us. Although the Bull Demon King remained somewhat reserved, having once been a disciple of the turtle sage, he was still aware of the magnitude of the feat. He hesitantly pointed toward the front, addressing the turtle sage, "Master, the fire has indeed been extinguished." However, the turtle sage paused, turning to follow the Bull Demon King's gaze, and suddenly realized the situation, playfully sticking out his tongue and scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. The crowd was left in disbelief. As the flames faded, Bulma and Oolong set off in search of the Dragon Balls, while Goku and Yu Deshuang stood by. Yamcha resolved to apprentice with the turtle sage alongside Yu Deshuang. The Bull Demon King joyfully remarked, "It has become much cooler here. It has transformed into a more habitable place." The turtle sage, donning his attire, replied, "I apologize for having destroyed the castle." To which Chi-Chi responded cheerfully, "No worries. We can always rebuild the castle." Chi-Chi's perception of the turtle sage shifted from skepticism to respect. Despite finding him a bit eccentric, her spirits were buoyed, as he had aided them. At that moment, Goku spoke up, "Such impressive skill, old man. Could you teach me this technique?" The turtle sage laughed heartily and replied, "That is impossible. One must diligently practice for 50 years to master the Kamehameha." Goku, upon hearing this, gazed at his fingers and muttered, 50 years, huh? Meanwhile, the turtle sage paid Goku little mind, as the Bull Demon King seized the opportunity to propose living together with him, only to be met with the turtle sage's polite refusal. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated, leaving everyone startled as they gazed at the unfolding scene. Originally, Goku, intrigued, mimicked the posture of Master Rashi, eager to experiment with his ability to unleash the Kamehameha wave. Facing a car, he unleashed a wave of energy, astonishing those around him. Only Udess Wong recognized this as a testament to Goku's innate talent. As a scion, Goku's ancestors had thrived in a planet with 10 times Earth's gravity, resulting in a physique fundamentally distinct from that of Earthlings. Even though Goku had arrived on Earth shortly after birth, the inherent strength and combative nature of his scion lineage were deeply ingrained within him, rendering him naturally more powerful than a typical human. Thus, it was only natural for Goku to manifest the Kamehameha wave. In Yu Deshuang's perspective, following the narrative of Dragon Ball, Udess Wong believed that to achieve such a feat, one would need to possess a power level of at least 50. Despite his unwavering commitment to daily training, he felt a significant distance remained before he could sense his own energy. Learning from Gohan, who taught Videl that one must first perceive their energy to master it, Udess Wong noted that even the most formidable Master Rashi lacked this ability at present, and others were even less capable. Resolute, Udess Wong vowed to push his physical limits to cultivate his own energy. Not long after, Master Rashi learned of Goku's background and invited him to the Kame house for further training. Upon hearing this, Goku turned to Master Rashi and said, "That sounds great. But Grandpa, I want to search for the Dragon Balls with Udess Wong first before I come to you. Oh, and by the way, Grandpa, Udess Wong is quite formidable too. Can he join me in learning from you?" He looked expectantly at Master Rashi. With a hearty laugh, Master Rashi replied, "Of course. I was hoping to invite this young lad myself." Goku beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Grandpa." Udess Wong felt deeply moved by this moment. After gathering the Dragon Balls, Bulma and Oolong presented them to Udess Wong with excitement. At that moment, Master Rashi approached Bulma, whispering something in her ear, causing her to display a shy demeanor, which piqued the curiosity of those present. Witnessing this exchange, Udess Wong nearly erupted with frustration. Having spent time traveling, he had come to understand his feelings for Bulma, and it was impossible for him to remain unaffected. Subsequently, Bulma took Oolong and ventured toward an isolated ruin. Before long, a pair of delicate hands beckoned to Master Rashi. Upon noticing this, Master Rashi grinned lewdly and proceeded toward Bulma. Udess Wong, observing Master Rashi's movements, quietly followed him. However, as he approached the ruins, he was suddenly met with a heart-wrenching scream. Realizing the situation, Udess Wong halted his advance and turned back. As he returned to his previous position, the screams finally subsided. Two bruised figures approached, revealing themselves to be Master Rashi and Oolong, with Bulma trailing behind them, her face a mask of indignation. As the bewildered Ox King prepared to inquire about the situation, Master Rashi erupted into laughter, diverting attention. Frustrated, Bulma reached the vehicle and gasped upon discovering a gaping hole in its center, exclaiming, "How are we supposed to depart now?" Having already grasped the situation, Udess Wong stepped in front of Oolong, who remained oblivious. Suddenly, Udess Wong brandished a capsule in his hand, and as Oolong's realization dawned, he attempted to reclaim his cherished capsule. However, Udess Wong tossed it to the ground, and a camper appeared before the group. Oolong, now seething with irritation, turned away, while Wooir, standing beside Yamcha, found a moment of relief. Just as the Ox King was about to retrieve a capsule, he paused at the unfolding scene. As the group prepared to depart under the watchful eyes of the Ox King and Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi casually approached Goku, whispered something, and then shyly returned to the Ox King's side. Udess Wong sensed the shift in circumstances, while Bulma looked on with curiosity, marking the conclusion of the Fiery Mountain incident. Chapter 3. The Journey of Adventure. Only one Dragon Ball remained. Udess Wong, Bulma, Goku, Oolong, and the newly joined Yamcha and Wooir continued their westward journey. Along the way, the six engaged in various exchanges, and upon hearing about the Dragon Ball's ability to grant wishes, Yamcha's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed he wished to summon Shenron to help him conquer his fear of women. Aware of Yamcha's intentions, Udess Wong feigned casualness and asked him what wish he would prioritize upon obtaining a Dragon Ball. Yamcha's face flushed, and he stammered, prompting Wooir, who had been by his side, to query, "What's wrong with young Master Yamcha?" Udess Wong jested, "Could it be that you wish to find a girlfriend?" Bulma chimed in, "Yamcha is quite handsome. Surely many girls must fancy him." She cast a glance at Yamcha, causing him to startle. Except for the oblivious Udess Wong and Goku, the others sensed Yamcha's unease. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Yamcha, unable to withstand the pressure, blushed and confessed, "To be honest, I desperately want to get married. Yet, I am exceedingly afraid of women. My heart races whenever a woman approaches. I dread their proximity and conversation." Upon hearing this, Bulma recalled the incident when Yamcha had fled from her earlier and realized, so that's what it was. Udess Wong explained to Yamcha, "Your predicament is a psychological issue, but it is not insurmountable. If an adult avoids the challenges of adolescence during their development, they may inevitably struggle with social interactions. Thus, if a girl were to engage with you regularly, your fears would naturally subside." Upon hearing these words, Yamcha was taken aback and glanced at Bulma. Meanwhile, Yu Deshuang swiftly approached Yamcha and delivered a powerful punch, akin to a sandbag, to his head, exclaiming, "Don't even think about it." Immediately, a large bump formed on Yamcha's head, causing him to exclaim in frustration, "What should I do now?" Yu Deshuang replied, "No need to rush. Once we locate the Dragon Balls, I have a solution for you." Bulma, observing the scene, lowered her head in embarrassment, her cheeks flushed. At that moment, Oolong, who was driving, suddenly interjected, "We're running low on fuel." This was due to Oolong's lingering resentment over Yu Deshuang's appropriation of his capsule, leading him to insist on driving. Yu Deshuang, seizing the opportunity to rest, refrained from contesting with Oolong, reasoning that it mattered little who was at the wheel. Upon hearing this, the others concluded their previous discussion and turned their attention to the striking scenery around them, where towering mushrooms, several meters high, formed a vast mushroom forest. Recognizing this place as the locale of the Rabbit Brigade from the original story, Yu Deshuang, wary of unforeseen complications, approached Yamcha discreetly while the others were distracted. He whispered something to Yamcha, who nodded in understanding and quietly patted Wooir on the back, sharing a few words with him. The two then stealthily moved forward. Meanwhile, Bulma, Goku, and Oolong exited the vehicle, taking in the unusual surroundings. Bulma remarked, "This place is truly peculiar. Oolong, is there a town nearby? Oolong replied, how would I know? I've never been here before. Yu Deshuang clapped his hands, addressing them. Let us move along. I know of a small town ahead where we can refuel. Goku, glancing at Yu Deshuang, inquired, what about Yamcha and Pu'er? Yu Deshuang responded, oh, they mentioned they had some matters to attend to and left ahead. They said to wait for them at the town. They will return shortly. With that, the group climbed back into the vehicle and proceeded toward the small town nestled within the mushroom forest. The town was bustling, its inhabitants clad in headscarves to shield themselves from the sweltering heat, while vendors shouted their wares from the sidewalks. As the townsfolk hurried about, two figures emerged, prompting the citizens to turn and flee in terror. Doors and windows quickly shut in response, and one unfortunate individual, oblivious to the commotion, stumbled over a stone and fell to the ground. The two men approached him from behind, reaching into his pocket and snatching his wallet, tossing it aside as the fallen man scrambled to his feet in a panic and fled. The two men, one stout and the other slender, sported a pair of rabbit ears atop their heads, donned heavy black coats, and bore a rabbit insignia on their chests, along with a gun slung over their shoulders. As they surveyed the street, they soon arrived at a gas station, where they spotted a petite woman with blue hair, unable to resist the temptation to tease her. As the two approached, they noticed that the woman was flanked by two men and a pig, who paid her no mind and instead advanced toward her. Hey there, little lady, the stout man called out. The lean man added, why don't you come play with us? The woman retorted, humph, who are you? The stout man chuckled. How amusing. Haven't you heard of the renowned Rabbit Legion? The lean man interjected, just some locals, I suppose. The woman replied, ah, that explains why there isn't a single passerby on the street. So it is your doing. The stout and lean men burst into laughter at her words. Without hesitation, Udess Wong charged forward, swiftly incapacitating both men with a precise strike. He then instructed Oolong to fetch some rope from the car to bind them. After a while, the two men regained consciousness and began shouting at Udess Wong and his companions. You are finished. Do you even know who our boss is? Udess Wong responded with a hearty laugh. How could I not? It must be that rabbit boss who transforms into carrots. The stout and lean men were taken aback. How do you know that? Udess Wong replied. Given the time, he should be returning soon. At that moment, a figure emerged from the distance, Yamucha, with Pu'er perched upon his shoulder. Strangely, he wore insulated gloves and was leading a white-furred rabbit-headed creature toward Udess Wong. Upon seeing Yamucha approach, Udess Wong nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude. You've worked hard. Yamucha returned the nod and, with a smile, tossed the bound rabbit boss beside the two men, who were now berated as fools by the rabbit boss. The stout and lean men were incensed, retorting, aren't you the one who got captured? Meanwhile, the sight of Yamucha bringing the rabbit boss left Bulma and the others puzzled. What was going on? It turned out Udess Wong was aware of a rabbit that had been terrorizing the area, possessing the ability to transform others into carrots. He understood that the rabbit boss needed to touch someone to execute the transformation, and, although inherently weak, he could still pose a significant threat if underestimated. In a previous life, there had been speculation that if the rabbit boss could touch all foes in the later stages, he would become invincible by turning them into carrots. Thus, to protect those around him from danger, Udess Wong had tasked Yamucha with inquiring about the rabbit boss's whereabouts, cautioning him to avoid any contact with the rabbit boss's hands and providing him with a pair of insulated gloves. He further advised Yamucha to avoid a direct confrontation and instead launch a surprise attack, although this went against the principles of martial arts. The rabbit boss was no virtuous being, so Yamucha took the advice to heart and successfully ambushed the rabbit boss. As Udess Wong gazed at the captured rabbit boss, the latter cursed them as despicable and shameless, demanding to be released for a fair fight. Ignoring his pleas, Udess Wong commanded Wukong to use the golden staff to send the rabbit boss and his companions to the moon. The rabbit boss panicked. In a relentless plea, Udess Wong was urged to release them, to which he scoffed. If I were to let you go, would you not seize the opportunity to turn us into carrots? It would be far better to send you to the moon for some peace. With that, Wukong seized the rabbit leader and others, brandishing his golden staff, while shouting, Rui Bang, grow longer. They swiftly ascended into the sky. Udess Wong mused, if Newton were to witness this, he would surely rise from his grave in astonishment. For the rabbit leader could still pound rice cakes on the moon. Soon after, Wukong descended from the sky, and curious eyes emerged from the surroundings. The townsfolk observed as the rabbit leader was sent aloft, and, upon realizing he would not return, breathed a sigh of relief, rejoicing at the end of the rabbit leader's torment. In their elation, they gathered around Udess Wong, expressing their gratitude. The gas station owner, witnessing this spectacle, also rejoiced and declared he would waive the fuel charges, to which Udess Wong graciously accepted. Amidst the villagers' adoration, he departed the town, setting his course toward the 7th Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, on the moon, the rabbit army, incensed by the rabbit leader's wrath over the disrespect shown by the two men, relentlessly pursued them, determined to catch them and transform them into carrots for consumption. As the rabbit army circled halfway around the moon, they suddenly fell into a pit. Upon rising, they discovered a group of rabbits engaged in pounding rice cakes. As the trio stood in bewilderment, one rabbit hopped over, presenting them with tools for the task. Thus, the rabbit army began a blissful life on the moon. As Udess Wong and his companions journeyed in search of the Dragon Balls, they arrived near a rocky outcrop. To avoid unnecessary troubles, Udess Wong planned to use bait to draw out the trio of Palaf, though the trio provided comic relief. Dealing with Palaf's gang posed significant challenges given the current strength of Udess Wong and his companions. After all, Palaf's crew lurked in the shadows while Yu Deshuang's group remained exposed. Should they snatch the Dragon Balls, it would lead to unwarranted repercussions, and the wish for women's shorts made by Oolong would be an absurd waste. Hence, Udess Wong resolved to use Wukong and Oolong as bait. While he did not intend to divulge this plan to them, his long-standing reliability had made him a pillar of support for the others. Given Yu Deshuang's previous reliability, Wukong and Oolong took the lead in the vehicle he had prepared, while Bulma and the others followed 100 meters behind. Here, Udess Wong, the strongest among them, chose not to sit in the vehicle, but instead utilized the terrain to stealthily advance, remaining 10 meters away. At that moment, a graceful woman standing atop a mushroom utilized her communication device to report her observations. Speaking into the device, she said, "Report to King Palaf. A vehicle has appeared in Sector H-15. King Palaf responded, "It must be them. Proceed as planned." The woman affirmed, "Understood." She then addressed the communication device. "Hey, did you see that vehicle?" A voice emerged from the device. "Yes, I saw it." The woman declared, "All the Dragon Balls are in that vehicle." As the perplexed Oolong sat in the vehicle, a sudden, thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The car veered uncontrollably to the right, and Oolong realized they were under attack. The vehicle toppled to the ground, prompting Oolong and Wukong to rise swiftly. Oolong unleashed a torrent of curses as a robot emerged from nearby, but before it could act, another figure lunged forth, delivering a swift kick that sent the robot crashing beneath a massive boulder and punching through it, rendering it useless. At that moment, they sensed the presence of someone within the machine and saw the figure leap onto a rock, soaring towards a colossal mushroom to seize hold of it. A woman standing atop the mushroom gasped in alarm, exclaiming, "This is bad," just as she prepared to toss a capsule and flee. The figure dashed behind her and knocked her unconscious. The dazed woman was then swept up by the figure, who jumped down. Nearby, a fox and the woman were bound, and it was not long before they regained consciousness. Udess Wong, seeing them awake, inquired about their identities. However, the fox and the woman only revealed their names, remaining tight-lipped about anything else, though they understood their motives were evidently linked to Udess Wong and his companion's Dragon Balls. In an attempt to secure cooperation from the two, Udess Wong produced a foul-smelling sock and stuffed it into the mouth of the unfortunate fox, a Xiao. Poor A Xiao, bewildered, succumbed to the noxious odor. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, observing the tense situation and misinterpreting Yu Deshuang's sly grin, mistakenly believed he harbored ill intentions towards her. With her eyes shut tight, she said to Udess Wong, "Go on. Make it quick." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Udess Wong was taken aback, realizing her misunderstanding. Instead of arguing, he called out, "Oolong, come in." Given the rough manner in which Udess Wong had previously held Xiao Wu, Oolong and the others had not seen her face. However, Oolong noticed her figure, momentarily captivated, as his expression morphed into a lecherous grin. He approached Udess Wong, asking, "What is going on?" Xiao Wu, hearing Yu Deshuang's voice and the subsequent inquiry, lifted her head curiously, wondering what he and the pig might be planning. Udess Wong pointed at Xiao Wu and commanded, "Oolong, kiss her." Oolong froze, staring at Xiao Wu, his lewd smile reappearing. With a mixture of lewdness and glee, he stretched out his hand towards her. Faced with such a stark contrast, Xiao Wu could hardly contain her outrage, shouting, "Shameless!" Udess Wong chuckled, retorting, "Isn't your ambush equally shameless?" He then turned away, ignoring Xiao Wu, surveying the surroundings. As the pig's head drew ever closer, Xiao Wu, in a state of despair, cried out to Udess Wong, "Please, I'll do anything. Just don't let this pig kiss me." Almost on the verge of screaming. After listening to Udess Wong, he approached and forcibly threw Oolong outside, warning, "Do as I say, or you shall not blame me for my rudeness." Xiao Wu retorted in exasperation, "Well, you are being quite rude to me. If you have the ability, don't call that pig." Udess Wong rolled his eyes in silence, producing the communication device previously taken from Xiao Wu. He instructed her, "I require you to fabricate a lie to the person on the other end of this device, telling him that we have secured the Dragon Balls and are currently on our way back. The enemy has proven to be quite cunning, but now all the Dragon Balls are in our possession. You may adjust the details as you see fit. If you fail to comply, well, let us just say the implications are clear." Understanding the consequences, Xiao Wu nodded in compliance as Udess Wong pressed the button on the communication device. She began, "King Palaf, we have acquired the Dragon Balls and are en route back." King Palaf responded, "Why are you taking so long?" Maintaining her composure, Xiao Wu replied, "King Palaf, we encountered a minor setback." "What?" exclaimed King Palaf. "Are you concealing something from me?" Xiao Wu, slightly flustered, reassured him, "Apologies, King Palaf. We have resolved the issues, and there will be no further complications." "Very well," King Palaf stated. "Hurry then. I am eager to rule this world." "Ha. Yes, King Palaf," Xiao Wu said, concluding the communication. Udess Wong turned to her and remarked, "Well done." Xiao Wu, fuming, retorted, "Shameless," and turned away from him. Following the location indicated by the dragon radar, Udess Wong and his companions arrived at one of King Palaf's palaces. He instructed Wooir and Oolong, who transformed into the fox Axie and Xiao Wu, to enter the castle and draw King Palaf's attention. Meanwhile, Udess Wong and son Wukong flew atop a cloud towards the palace to locate King Palaf's window. Upon seeing Axie and Xiao Wu enter, King Palaf breathed a sigh of relief and burst into hearty laughter. Observing the footage from the cameras, he urged Axie and Xiao Wu to act quickly, maintaining a facade of calmness, as it was important to project authority in front of his subordinates. Suddenly, Axie transformed into a pig with a loud thud, causing King Palaf to curse his own folly and rush towards the Dragon Balls, intent on seizing them for his escape. Just then, two figures, one large and one small, sprang forth and dashed towards King Palaf, delivering a punch that knocked him unconscious. The smaller figure exclaimed, "Udess Wong, you are truly impressive. You arrived before me." Udess Wong smiled, retrieving the prepared ropes to bind King Palaf, and bending down to pick up the Dragon Balls from the ground, he said to Oolong, "Let us go. Oh, by the way," he added as he approached a row of display screens, speaking into the microphone, "Operation complete." Upon hearing this, the two others turned and retraced their steps. At this moment, the moon hung high in the sky. With the Dragon Balls secured, Udess Wong remained unhurried, as the group had finished their dinner early and awaited his summons of the Eternal Dragon. As he gazed upon the dimming sky, Udess Wong retrieved the Dragon Ball and shouted towards it, "Come forth, Shenron. Grant me my wish." The onlookers were left in awe, their eyes fixed on the magnificent dragon soaring through the heavens, rendered momentarily speechless. Nearby, the bound trio of Palaf was equally transfixed, their muffled sounds barely audible. Unbeknownst to the crowd, each of the three had a sock stuffed in their mouths. Palaf and Shu struggled with foul-smelling socks that nearly rendered them unconscious, while Mai, receiving preferential treatment as a girl, had a towel lodged in her mouth. This sight incited a mix of jealousy and frustration in Palaf and Shu, who wished they could trade places, though they soon grew accustomed to the salty taste. At this moment, Udess Wong addressed the colossal dragon head, declaring, "Shenron, I wish to master instant transmission." After a brief silence, the dragon responded, "That wish can be granted." A flash of red light emanated from its eyes. "Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell." The dragon dispersed into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the globe. Regaining his senses, Goku called out to the sky, "My grandfather." Udess Wong and Bulma approached, with Bulma expressing her guilt. "The Dragon Balls will regenerate in a year, as long as you have the Dragon Radar. You can locate your own." Goku, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "No worries. I'll use this time to train with my grandfather." Udess Wong chimed in, "Indeed. We shall train together. Bulma then asked, will you be returning to school? To which Yu Deshuang responded, no, I intend to dedicate myself to martial arts. I've already spoken with my family and arranged a leave of absence from school. You can visit me anytime to chat. Bulma was taken aback. I had no idea. Udess Wong reassured her, you might consider doing the same. I hope you continue your studies and marry me after you graduate from university. How does that sound? Flushed with embarrassment, Bulma glanced at Udess Wong, astonished that he would declare such a thing in front of everyone. He was quite cunning. Blushing, Bulma nodded. Grateful to the Dragon Balls, for without them, Yu Deshuang's dense demeanor might have delayed his confession indefinitely. Thus, the journey of the Dragon Balls reached a temporary conclusion. With Yu Deshuang's wish granted, the atmosphere among the group lightened considerably. Bulma, Goku, Yamcha, Oolong, and Puer expressed curiosity about Yu Deshuang's wish. Under the intense gaze of the crowd, Udess Wong could no longer withstand the scrutiny and candidly explained. The skill of instant transmission allows one to sense another's presence and transport oneself to their location or to a place of one's choosing. After his explanation, Udess Wong fell silent, while Bulma and the others eagerly anticipated a demonstration of instant transmission. However, he found himself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Finally, he managed to say, I apologize, but I cannot demonstrate it. Instant transmission requires energy. It's akin to the Kamehameha technique showcased by Master Rashi at Fire Mountain. Without energy, one cannot utilize this skill. He looked at the crowd, feeling a sense of frustration. Bulma stepped forward to comfort Udess Wong, saying, it's all right. Perhaps with some practice, you'll be able to harness your energy. The others, save for Yamcha, nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yamcha interjected, it's not that simple. To utilize energy, one cannot merely do so at whim. Wooir questioned, but didn't Goku manage to use it effortlessly? Udess Wong replied, that's different. Not everyone can achieve what Goku did. His unique physique sets him apart from others. I've noticed Goku's rapid progress. He grows stronger with each battle. While Yamcha and I are on different paths of development. My advancements stem from years of rigorous training, whereas Yamcha hasn't had anyone to spar with. Although we've been training together, our progress pales in comparison to Goku's. Truly harnessing energy is not as straightforward as executing the Kamehameha. It requires profound understanding. Understanding? The group nodded, somewhat enlightened, yet refrained from further inquiries, realizing the situation was far more complex than anticipated. Did this mean their wish upon the Dragon Balls would be in vain? Yet, Udess Wong reassured them, in fact, I've already discovered a method to grasp energy. One of my reasons for apprenticing under Master Rashi was precisely this, so there's no need for such gloomy expressions. Meanwhile, the group surrounding Palaf could not suppress their laughter. Upon hearing the commotion, Udess Wong recalled that he had nearly forgotten about Palaf and his companions. He signaled Oolong to retrieve whatever was in their mouths. Oolong, grumbling about the arduous task, approached Palaf, who had a foul-smelling sock lodged in his mouth. As he swallowed hard, the unpleasant taste overwhelmed him, prompting him to retch violently. Witnessing this scene, Yamcha clutched his stomach in laughter, immediately recognizing the sock as his own. However, as Yamcha caught sight of the other's bewildered expressions, he sensed something amiss. Stifling his laughter and falling silent, though the flush on his face betrayed his inner turmoil. Regardless of Yamcha's antics, Udess Wong turned to Palaf and his companions, inquiring, now that you have the Dragon Balls, what wish do you intend to make? To rule the earth? Palaf retorted, of course. What is there that one cannot have when ruling the world? Udess Wong responded, that's a valid point. But let me ask you, once you attain global dominion, how do you plan to manage the economies across different regions? This world is filled with countless nations, some governed by hereditary systems, others by rotational methods. If you were to become a king or president among billions of people, how would you handle natural disasters like floods or earthquakes or uprisings due to discontent? Even if you were to ascend to kingship, how long do you think you could maintain your position? As he pondered these questions, Palaf fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, if he were to become king, how would he govern the nation? As Palaf and his companions pondered, Udess Wong seized the opportunity to speak. Some individuals only know how to take without offering anything in return, without paying a certain price. How can one expect to attain their desires? Just like you have placed your trust in Ashu and Xiaowu, who have stood by you for many years. This exemplifies the principle of giving and receiving. Unbeknownst to Palaf, this capture was due to Xiaowu's betrayal, while Ashu was completely oblivious. having been rendered unconscious by the fumes of a sock. Furthermore, in the technological realm of Dragon Ball, there exist several methods to mimic sounds, which left Palaf without suspicion. Xiaowu cast a grateful glance at Palaf, aware of this fact. Upon hearing these words, Palaf fell into silence, while Ashu chimed in, "King Palaf, I believe he speaks the truth." Palaf, filled with anger, retorted, "Silence." Yu Deshuang continued, "In fact, you could accompany Bulma to West City. Bulma's family owns Capsule Corporation. Surely you are familiar with it." The mention of Capsule Corporation struck a chord with everyone present, causing them to gaze at Bulma in shock, while she, feeling their scrutiny, became somewhat bashful, scratching the back of her head. At that moment, Yamucha remarked, "Bulma is a wealthy beauty, and you, Udess Wong, are merely riding on her coattails." Before he could finish, Udess Wong erupted in a fit of anger. Internally fuming, he thought, "You have no right to speak to me like that." He then approached Palaf and his trembling entourage, suggesting, "Consider this. That robot from earlier must have been crafted by you, right? I believe with your skills, you would not go unnoticed at Capsule Corporation. Perhaps you would even come to appreciate it." He squinted at Palaf's group. At that moment, the quaking Palaf and his companions dared not refuse, inwardly cursing, "Are you a demon?" They nodded in agreement. Yu Deshuang felt a sense of satisfaction with the outcome. Indeed, violence, when wielded at the right moment, can sometimes prove more effective than reasoning. Meanwhile, Yamucha, feeling unjustly treated, pondered why he was suddenly in trouble. Just as he was about to speak, he was silenced by Yu Deshuang's sidelong glance, while Bulma looked at him with a newfound admiration. Thinking that Yu Deshuang had been quite impressive just now, Yu Deshuang mused, "Perhaps this world does not discriminate against those who attach themselves to the wealthy. After all, Goku and Vegeta, both scions, have been living off others for a long time without anyone saying a word." At that moment, the ropes binding Palaf and his companions were untied, and everyone knew that after this night, they would have to part ways temporarily. Bulma felt a sense of reluctance. Yet recognizing Yu Deshuang's steadfast determination, she chose not to voice her thoughts, and a night of silence passed. The following morning, the group split into two factions. The hesitant Yamucha decided to pursue martial arts and let Pure accompany Bulma, while Yu Deshuang, Goku, and Yamucha set off to visit Master Rashi. Bulma, along with the gang of Beerus and Oolong, headed to the Capsule Corporation, which is Bulma's residence. Thus, the group's adventure in search of the Dragon Balls temporarily came to a halt as they watched Bulma and the others depart. After their departure, Yu Deshuang and his companions set out, as Goku expressed his desire to return to Baozi Mountain, first to pay respects to his grandfather and prepare his belongings. He suggested that Yu Deshuang and Yamcha proceed to Master Rashi's place, promising to catch up with them later. Yu Deshuang agreed to this arrangement. Unfortunately, while the Nimbus cloud was swift, it was too small to accommodate 3 individuals, especially with 2 large men among them. Yu Deshuang remarked that he was not inclined to squeeze in, as he was not gay. Thus, he produced a capsule he had prepared earlier, and with a loud bang, an aircraft emerged. Yu Deshuang appreciated the convenience of the Dragon Ball world. Subsequently, Goku temporarily parted ways with Yu Deshuang and Yamcha. As Yu Deshuang piloted the aircraft over the ocean, Goku appeared alongside them on his Nimbus cloud, greeting Yu Deshuang and Yamcha. After some time, as Master Rashi resided on a minuscule island that was not even marked on maps, Yu Deshuang, mindful of their previous experience, slowed down to follow Goku in search of the island. Eventually, they spotted a dark shape ahead, which Goku excitedly pointed out, indicating that the island was near. Yu Deshuang and Yamcha rejoiced, realizing they had arrived at their destination. Upon reaching the location of the dark shape, they beheld a pink house standing majestically on the tiny island. Yu Deshuang landed the aircraft on the beach, and he, along with Yamcha, disembarked and stored the capsule. Goku, however, jumped down from the sky with his luggage, waved goodbye to the Nimbus cloud, and entered the house alongside Yu Deshuang and Yamcha. Inside, the 3 were greeted by the sight of a bald elderly man fixated on a gymnastics program on the television, muttering 1, 2, 1, 2. Goku, observing this, called out, "Grandpa, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" This startled Master Rashi. Upon realizing it was Goku, Yu Deshuang, and a previously unknown youth he had encountered on Fire Mountain, Master Rashi replied, "There's food in the kitchen. We can talk later." He then returned his gaze to the television. Goku promptly made his way to the kitchen, while Yamcha remained transfixed by the television. Yu Deshuang, wearing an expression of exasperation, thought to himself that if Yamcha continued to stare at the screen, all the food would surely appear there, yet he refrained from speaking up, waiting for Master Rashi to finish watching. Once Master Rashi concluded his viewing of the gymnastics routine, Goku emerged from the kitchen, having devoured all the food, and patted his belly contentedly. Master Rashi, relieved after finishing his show, placed his hands on his hips and leaned back, seemingly stretching his muscles that had been tense from prolonged sitting. He then turned his attention to Yu Deshuang and Yamcha, curiously inquiring him, "Where's Goku?" Udess Wong gazed at the elderly man before him, a frown of disbelief etched across his face, and said, "Did you not mention that you were hungry and asked Wukong to search for food in the kitchen? He is currently there. Shall I call him over?" The turtle sage, upon hearing this, appeared suddenly enlightened. Is that so? I seem to recall uttering such words." He chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, and added, "Ah, old age has dulled my memory, ha. At that moment, both Udess Wong and Yamucha felt as though they were tossed about like countless mythical alpacas galloping in a frenzy. Silently musing, could it be that your obsession with television has caused you to forget? They inwardly admired the old man, noting that despite his advanced age, he still possessed a resilient spirit. It seemed that the older one grew, the more one had witnessed. The turtle sage's demeanor suddenly shifted as he intended to speak, but his gaze inadvertently wandered towards the kitchen. To his astonishment, his expression fluctuated dramatically, akin to a chameleon shifting between hues. He rushed to the kitchen, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed at the empty refrigerator, murmuring, "All the food is gone, even the butter." His gaze then turned to Wukong, as if confronting a peculiar creature. "What on earth are you doing here?" "This was my week's worth of provisions." Wukong, slow to comprehend, replied, "There's no need to search for the Dragon Balls for now. I have come as per our agreement to undergo your training, Grandpa." He then noticed Udess Wong and Yamucha, one still lost in thoughts of the television and the other casting a disapproving glance at the turtle sage and Wukong, seemingly implying, "Please, continue. I shan't intrude." This left Wukong puzzled, as he pointed at Udess Wong and Yamucha, addressing the turtle sage. "Oh, and there's Udess Wong and Yamucha, they are here too." The turtle sage stared blankly at Wukong, then regained his composure and remarked, "Oh, you wish to train? I see." As if nothing had transpired moments before, Wukong stepped outside, retrieving his belongings brought from the Bowsy Mountain, and re-entered the house, stating to the turtle sage, "I have brought my blanket." The turtle sage, with a look of confusion, glanced around and approached the door, peering outside at the pristine beach. He then inquired of Udess Wong and Wukong, "Has the girl who accompanied you not arrived?" Irritated, Udess Wong retorted, "Master Wu Tian, could you refrain from fixating on other people's girlfriends?" The turtle sage, taken aback, responded, "Girlfriend?" He then wore a regretful expression, falling into silence for a moment before sighing, "Oh, what a pity." Udess Wong, veins bulging in his forehead, clenched his fists tightly, as if ready to strike, pondering the meaning behind such words. Oblivious to the tension between them, Wukong simply stated to the turtle sage, "Are you referring to Bulma? She has gone home." The turtle sage, sighing, lifted his gaze and noticed Yu Deshuang's expression beginning to contort. Realizing the need to shift the conversation, especially with a proper boyfriend present, he recalled, "Ah, I remember you encountered this young man at Flame Mountain. He is also one of the party, is he not?" Curiously observing the bewildered Yamucha, he soon regained his composure and addressed Master Rashi with firm resolve. "Indeed, Master Mateto. It was after encountering Yu Deshuang that my determination to become a martial artist was rekindled. Thus, I wish to take you as my mentor." He then bowed deeply before the turtle hermit, but Rashi deftly sidestepped and replied, "Becoming my disciple is not so simple. You must first pass my test." Goku and Yamucha exchanged puzzled glances, while Yu Deshuang silently mused, "Here it comes, this lecherous old man." He promptly tossed a capsule, which exploded with a resounding pop, revealing a towering heap of books before everyone's eyes. Rashi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he darted forward, nearly tripping over himself in his eagerness to peruse the tomes, simultaneously gushing blood from his nose. It was evident that Yu Deshuang had procured these books in anticipation of Rashi's proclivities, knowing full well the old man's nature, yet feeling a twinge of embarrassment about the endeavor. When Yu Deshuang had acquired the books, he had been meticulously covered, leaving not even a sliver of skin exposed, and had hurriedly fled the bookstore, prompting onlookers to suspect him of fleeing from justice. Reports of his escapade soon circulated, headlining with the scandalous revelation that the fugitive had merely been purchasing risque literature. This left Yu Deshuang in a fit of rage, relieved that his disguise had worked. As the townsfolk of Shiji City found the tale to be a delightful after-dinner amusement, only returning to normalcy 2 weeks later. Bulma playfully teased Yu Deshuang about the uncanny resemblance he bore to the fugitive, almost causing him to leap in surprise before he retorted, "How tiresome." After indulging in the books, Rashi exhaled with satisfaction and turned to Yu Deshuang, declaring, "You have passed." Despite his own reservations, he recalled that Yu Deshuang had not raised any concerns during their previous encounter on the flying Nimbus. Meanwhile, Goku, intrigued, approached and casually remarked, "What is so fascinating about a pile of meat? You can't even eat it." Yu Deshuang, irritated, swatted Goku's hand away from the books, admonishing, "Children shouldn't go poking around." Obediently, Goku settled on the steps at the entrance. As for Yamucha, he contorted his face into a simian expression, hunched over, with his arms forming a V shape, and advanced towards the books with the gait of a zombie. Witnessing this, Rashi feared that Yamucha might devour the volumes, prompting him to hastily snatch the capsule from Yu Deshuang and secure the books. Enraged by this spectacle, Yu Deshuang clenched his fists and charged at Yamucha, thinking, "I can't defeat Master Rashi, but I can surely handle you." With each punch, Yamucha's face visibly swelled, and Rashi, observing the scene, thought to himself, "This boy has quite the temper. He will require some proper training." After thoroughly thrashing Yamucha, Udess Wong let out a sigh of relief, as if nothing had transpired. The pent-up pressure accumulated over the years had finally erupted, leaving Yamucha with swollen bruises and blood on his face. In a moment, Yamucha, now fully aware of his situation, glared at Udess Wong and exclaimed, "Brother, you've been rather ruthless, haven't you?" He applied ointment to the swelling on his face. Ever since he boarded Yu Deshuang's proverbial ship, the combat prowess of both Wukong and Yamucha had surged dramatically. To illustrate with data, Udess Wong stood at approximately 35, Wukong at 20, and Yamucha at 16, with Yamucha experiencing the most significant advancement due to his initially weaker foundation compared to Udess Wong and Wukong. At the outset, the three of them exhibited similar rates of progress, but it would only be when Udess Wong and Yamucha reached the limits of human potential on Earth that a fundamental disparity with Wukong would emerge. During this period, Yamucha was almost transformed into Yu Deshuang's loyal subordinate. Recognizing his own growth, he silently endured the transformation from a leader of desert bandits to a mere mortal. Both he and Udess Wong remained oblivious to this change. Meanwhile, Master Rashi, after collecting Yu Deshuang's tuition, gazed at him with admiration, proclaiming him to be a kindred spirit. Udess Wong, feeling a surge of anger, repeatedly questioned himself about coming here to learn martial arts. Suddenly, a radiant aura seemed to illuminate his face, startling the three present. Master Rashi regarded Udess Wong with a contemplative expression, murmuring, "This lad appears to have changed somewhat." After a brief pause, Master Rashi turned to Wukong and Yamucha and said, "Udess Wong has passed my test. Now it is your turn. What do you intend to do to prove yourselves?" He pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about this? If you two can bring me a lovely young lady, I shall agree to teach you." Yamucha stammered, "A girl?" He then cast a pleading glance at Udess Wong. With a sigh, Udess Wong addressed Master Rashi. "Perhaps it would be better if Yamucha, who has never interacted with girls before and is both eager and fearful, sought a girl alongside Wukong. However, I fear Yamucha's nerves might hinder their efforts. Perhaps it would be best for Wukong to take the lead." Master Rashi seemed to disagree, believing that as long as they could find a girl, that would suffice. Udess Wong, relieved, urged Wukong, "Go ahead, Wukong, find a charming girl for Master Rashi." Wukong cheerfully replied, "Hee. This will be a piece of cake." After much effort, Wukong returned with girls of various appearances, some resembling plump mountains and others like mermaids with fish tails, leaving Master Rashi aghast and shouting at Udess Wong, "No. If you don't bring me a lovely girl, your test remains unpassed." He then threw a tantrum like a child denied a toy. Faced with this situation, Udess Wong felt exasperated, casting a scornful look at Yamucha as if to say, "You useless fool, unable even to find a girl." Yamucha, feeling unjustly treated, lowered his head in dismay. At that moment, a peculiar small cloud drifted swiftly across the sky, shifting with the change in perspective. Upon a cloud sat two figures. namely Udess Wong and Wukong, who gazed towards either side, seemingly in search of something. The cause of their quest was the turtle sage, who, having deemed the girl Wukong sought unworthy, feared that continuing this pursuit would cast a shadow upon his own happiness. Hence, in a bid for both the girl and his own contentment, he compelled Udess Wong to accompany Wukong on this endeavor. Udess Wong felt it necessary to join Wukong, uncertain whether he could indeed locate the peculiar girl, Lanshi. In the original narrative, Lanshi is depicted as a being who transforms into a dramatically different woman with each sneeze, possessing varied personalities and slightly altered appearances, such as her hair. The portrayal in the anime had piqued Yu Deshuang's curiosity immensely. He wondered how such transformations occurred, akin to the scions whose hair, demeanor, and abilities changed dramatically. Thus, Udess Wong directed Wukong to search diligently, particularly focusing on banks and other significant locales, ready to subdue and abduct Lanshi upon her appearance. At that moment, a girl adorned with a headscarf and shimmering golden locks, clad in alluring shorts and a revealing outfit, approached the bank, brandishing a submachine gun. Her fierce demeanor was palpable as she unleashed a barrage of gunfire within the establishment. Customers, security personnel, and staff alike cowered, clutching their heads and dropping to the ground, terrified of becoming mere targets. With a disdainful gaze, the blonde beauty advanced toward the counter, aiming her weapon at the service staff. The attendant, sensing the impending threat before a word was uttered, trembled as she approached the vault, retrieving cash and placing it before the assailant. The golden-haired woman, momentarily impressed, nearly uttered an invitation to join her in the robbery. Meanwhile, the bank staff, now quaking in fear, sank to the floor, causing the assailant to express her disappointment as she stuffed the cash into a prepared bag. After a considerable duration, Udess Wong began to lose hope, though he felt little regret, for Lanshi was merely a minor character who would vanish later on. Despite her beauty, he found her personality excessively intricate and contemplated abandoning the search for her in favor of seeking another woman, perhaps in darker corners, where his conscience would not weigh heavily. Just as he was about to share this thought with Wukong, a familiar sound pierced the air. The blonde robber had exited the bank, but was soon followed by the swift activation of the alarm by the bank personnel, leading to the current chaotic scene. Observing this, Udess Wong pondered the nature of fate or sheer coincidence, questioning whether his abandonment of hope had led him to this encounter. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the woman before him was indeed Lanshi, and thus instructed Wukong to don the previously prepared headscarf to obscure his face. After all, this is a real-life Dragon Ball, not merely an animated series. One careless move could lead to an unwanted bounty on one's head, resulting in considerable trouble. Masked, Udess Wong and Wukong soared towards the location of the blonde woman, forcefully knocking over her vehicle and that of the police. The bewildered blonde and the officers were sent sprawling to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Udess Wong, seizing the moment while the blonde was still disoriented, playfully tickled her nose with a dogtail grass, prompting an unexpected sneeze that transformed her hair from golden to a deep blue hue. Astounded by this miraculous occurrence, Udess Wong noted that not only had her appearance changed, but her figure had also shifted from that of a voluptuous siren to that of a petite girl. From this phenomenon, it was evident that she was hardly a typical girl. He directed Wukong, who was riding the flying Nimbus, to come closer. As they all soared towards the direction of Kame House, still clutching the money recently stolen from the bank, the two astonished police officers, having regained their composure, could only gaze speechlessly at the sky, exchanging long, silent glances with one another. Meanwhile, Master Rashi was anxiously pacing within the confines of his abode, eagerly anticipating the return of Udess Wong and Wukong, curious about the girl Udess Wong would bring back. Would she be a sultry vixen, a charming neighbor girl, or perhaps a mischievous little sprite? As he waited, he muttered, "Why is it taking so long? They should be back by now." Stepping outside, Rashi gazed up at the azure sky, where fluffy clouds drifted lazily beneath the glaring sun. His eyes then swept across the horizon, where the endless coastline met the joyful dolphins frolicking in the waves. Typically, the serene beauty of the scene would captivate Rashi, who often sought tranquility. But today he found no solace in the scenery. Beside him, Yamcha observed Rashi's demeanor, feeling the image of the legendary martial arts master he had long revered crumble before him, revealing a rather lecherous old man. Contemplating this, Yamcha looked up at the sky and noticed a yellow cloud approaching. "Master Rashi, look!" he exclaimed, pointing towards the cloud. Upon seeing it, Rashi's spirits lifted. He quickly adjusted his attire and the non-existent hair atop his head, transforming from an ordinary old man into a figure of extraordinary martial prowess, much to Yamcha's astonishment. Riding on the Nimbus, the trio consisted of Wukong at the front, Udess Wong in the middle, and the blue-haired beauty, who clung to Yu Deshuang's back, her cheeks flushed. At that moment, an old man, his gaze fixated on the trio descending from the Nimbus, stared intently at the beauty, leaving her perplexed. Nevertheless, she introduced herself. "Hello everyone. My name is Lanchi. I just encountered danger, but thanks to your grandsons, I was saved." "Ah, Lanchi," Rashi exclaimed. "Greetings, I am known as Master Rashi. And you may also refer to me as Teacher Wutian. The youngest among us is son Wukong, the one in the middle is Yu Deshuang, and the one on the far left is Yamucha." Master Rashi introduced them in this manner. He then solemnly added, "But they are not my grandchildren, they are my disciples." Upon hearing this, Lanchi, Wukong, and the others were taken aback, while Udess Wong was rendered speechless. Master Rashi chuckled, "Just a little jest." Lanchi awkwardly responded, "Oh, I understand." Master Rashi continued, "I am Teacher Wutian, also known as Master Rashi, and they are my pupils." He then nervously remarked, "Miss Lanchi, if you could join me for a bath." "No? I meant to say, if you could temporarily vacation here." Lanchi replied, "As long as I am not a bother. I would very much like to stay here." Master Rashi exclaimed, "Of course. You could reside here for a lifetime." He then began to express his excitement animatedly. Observing this, Udess Wong turned to Lanchi and said, "I apologize for the awkwardness. My master is quite the character. Please forgive him." Lanchi smiled, "It's no problem." Subsequently, Master Rashi spun a tale about the martial arts attire of their school, but Udess Wong had no desire to wear such garments. He promptly redirected the conversation, asking, "Teacher Wutian, I would like to know how we are to train, given this island is rather small." Master Rashi, feeling a bit vexed, replied, "Indeed, it is small. We shall be heading to a larger island shortly, but first." Udess Wong, aware that Master Rashi would not relent, stated directly, "Teacher Wutian, I anticipated that Miss Lanchi would stay, so I took the liberty of purchasing some food with Wukong at the market for dinner. Given that it is getting late, shall we invite Miss Lanchi inside?" Realizing he could not change the course of events, Master Rashi nodded, silently lamenting, "Unruly disciple. On the very first day, you thwart my attempts at romance. How shall I train you?" To alleviate Master Rashi's displeasure, Udess Wong took to the kitchen, resulting in Lanchi's praise for his cooking. The master, softened by her compliments, forgave Udess Wong and entrusted the meal preparations to him, allowing the matter to fade away. After a restful night, the group set out the next day aboard a yacht toward the larger island. As they approached, Udess Wong suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about Krillin but dismissed the thought, believing they would surely meet again in the future, silently apologizing. Days later, as he swiftly paddled a wooden boat back to the site of Master Rashi's original residence, Krillin found nothing but a stretch of beach and a few coconut trees. Bewildered by the sight, he questioned whether he had come to the wrong place, as he believed Master Rashi should be here. After searching the vicinity for an extended period, he eventually gave up, feeling disheartened at the thought of not finding Master Rashi, and returned to the previous location of the Dorian Temple, as Krillin had arranged. Upon reaching the nearby island, Udess Wong and the others did not embark on the quest for stones as depicted in the original tale. Instead, a simple test was conducted to assess the speed and compatibilities of Udess Wong, Wukong, and Yamucha. The most formidable among them, Udess Wong, astonished Master Rashi with his remarkable speed of 7 seconds. Recognizing Yu Deshuang's exceptional talent, Master Rashi noted Wukong's commendable time of 8 seconds and 2/10. Despite being the youngest, Wukong exhibited the greatest potential among the trio. Yamucha, with a time of 8 seconds and 8/10, also performed admirably, although slightly older. His solid foundation earned him a nod of approval from Master Rashi, who refrained from further comment. The ensuing battle saw Udess Wong face off against both Wukong and Yamucha. Having frequently trained together during their quest for the Dragon Balls, the three were well acquainted with each other's fighting styles. The skirmish unfolded rapidly, and Udess Wong held his own against the duo. As they launched their attacks, he adeptly evaded their strikes with finesse. After retreating approximately 5 meters, Udess Wong rose onto his toes, grasped their fists, and with a swift motion, struck their backs, sending them crashing to the ground. Quickly evading, Udess Wong noted that as the two fell, they pushed off the ground with their palms. Subsequently, one rolled and charged towards him with urgency. Observing that both were unharmed, Udess Wong seized their fists and, in a synchronized maneuver, hurled them into one another. This resulted in a head-on collision, leaving them dazed and sprawled on the ground. Master Rashi, witnessing this spectacle, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, fully aware of the trio's current capabilities. He chose not to elaborate further, but had already formulated a training plan for them in his mind. Turning to the three, he remarked, "At your current level, you are all outstanding representatives of the younger generation. However, do not let this instill pride in you. Be mindful that this world is filled with extraordinary individuals. As you broaden your horizons, I trust you will comprehend this truth." He continued, "Today, I wish to impart that the pursuit of martial arts is not merely for the purpose of fighting or seeking superiority, nor is it to win the affections of young ladies. It is about fostering both physical and mental well-being, rendering life more meaningful." With a shift in focus, he added, "However, for those who wield unjust force to harm others, they must be taught a stern lesson." He then addressed Wukong directly. "Do you understand?" Wukong replied candidly, "Not at all." Master Rashi, momentarily at a loss for words, clarified in more straightforward terms. "In essence, it means to train diligently for a more fulfilling life." To which Wukong responded, "Okay, then let us start with a light jog behind me." The others chimed in agreement. Following Master Rashi, the group arrived at a location marked with the word milk. Yamucha and Wukong exchanged puzzled glances, while Master Rashi approached a bull-headed figure emerging from the establishment and greeted him with a morning salutation. "I am Master Rashi. I called earlier." The bull-headed man replied, "Hello. Thank you for your efforts. Here is the map for the delivery point." Master Rashi responded affirmatively and turned to the group, instructing, "Each of you will carry a box of milk. We shall commence the delivery now." "What? Delivering milk?" Yamucha, Master Rashi, "Indeed, this is an excellent training method." "Minotaur, huh? Are you all going to run to deliver it? Why not take a helicopter?" Master Rashi chuckled and replied, "No. How can taking a helicopter be considered training?" Immediately, Master Rashi turned his head and began to run forward, stating, "All right, follow me now. The first task is to leap forward for 2 kilometers. Subsequently, Yu Deshuang and the others hopped along behind Master Rashi, who sang joyfully as he jumped, "Jump left, jump right, la la la," while delivering milk. They arrived at a temple on a mountain, where a portly monk emerged to reminisce with Master Rashi, recounting how he had sent several of his disciples to participate in the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Listening to this, Wukong and Yamucha felt their blood surge with excitement, while Yu Deshuang clenched his fists, silently motivating himself to secure first place, as it would enable him to take the second step towards his ambitions. After concluding their morning training, the group began to cultivate the fields by hand. They did not finish until noon, and in the afternoon, they moved bricks, dug soil, swam, and evaded hornets, working until the sun gradually descended and the moon rose. At the end of the day's exertions, apart from Yu Deshuang, Wukong, and Yamucha, who were breathless but not exhausted, the others looked at Master Rashi, feeling a blend of admiration and confusion as he had not taught them martial arts yet. Yu Deshuang, sensing their uncertainty, intervened. If Yu Deshuang remained silent, there must be a reason. After all, during their quest for the Dragon Balls, they had already recognized Yu Deshuang's formidable abilities. Master Rashi, observing Wukong and Yamucha panting, felt a sense of satisfaction. He noted that Yu Deshuang was the strongest among them, so he was not surprised. Subsequently, Master Rashi produced a prepared turtle shell and addressed the group. "Today's training ends here. However, starting tomorrow, I will no longer lead you, and you must carry this turtle shell. Wukong and Yamucha will bear 20 pounds, while Yu Deshuang will carry 40. Now you understand why I am called Master Rashi, don't you?" Master Rashi smiled at them. While Wukong struggled to walk steadily under the weight of the shell, Yamucha hesitated with the shell in hand, and Yu Deshuang also wobbled as he walked with his shell. Though the day's training appeared deceptively simple, even Yu Deshuang, having witnessed the Dragon Balls, understood that Master Rashi's training method was a blend of diligent effort and relaxation, designed to hone their skills while also earning a living. Yet only Yu Deshuang, having undergone the training, comprehended that each step was far from uncomplicated. For example, during the moment of leaping, the degree to which the knees must bend to optimally refine every muscle and joint in the legs and feet was crucial. The same principle applied to cultivating the fields, strengthening the fingers, arms, waist, and other areas. The afternoon activities of moving bricks, digging, and swimming were not only for bodily relaxation, but also aimed at maximizing the body's potential. In addition to honing one's evasion speed to avoid wasps, there exists another method involving the stimulation of the body's nerves through the wasp stinger. The rigorous training undertaken throughout the day not only prevents toxins from lingering in the body, but also harnesses these toxins to unlock the latent potential within, achieving maximal development. Enlightened by this understanding, Udess Wong chose not to articulate his insights to Wukong and Yamucha, for the path of cultivation relies on personal comprehension, with the master serving merely as a guide. Should one rely entirely on others for direction, it would foster a dependency, ultimately leading to a path that must still be traversed alone. After a day of training, Udess Wong recalled an important matter. The following day, as Master Rashi had familiarized the group with the training process on the first day, he would not appear before them again. Instead, Udess Wong would lead the two in their daily training. He understood that, due to his encouragement, the pace of their progress in the 3 months to come would significantly outstrip that of the original narrative. By the manifestation of combat power, Udess Wong had reached around 80, already possessing a sense of energy and successfully executing the Kamehameha, showcasing it to Wukong and Yamucha, which stimulated their spirits. Wukong was approximately at 50, while Yamucha lagged slightly behind at around 40. Given his rate of progress, it would take at least another month for him to independently generate a sense of energy. As Udess Wong had sensed a difference during the first day's training and had subtly adapted his approach. As Udess Wong felt his body growing stronger each day, he knew his instincts were correct and clenched his fists in excitement. This left Wukong and Yamucha puzzled, despite following Master Rashi's training methods. Their results paled in comparison to Yu Deshuang's. They felt their efforts were insufficient, and thus, under Yu Deshuang's influence, their improvement accelerated. Meanwhile, Master Rashi was also stimulated by Yu Deshuang's recent mention of the diminishing effectiveness of his turtle shell. He contemplated acquiring a new shell, approximately weighing 60 pounds. Surprised by this revelation, Master Rashi maintained a calm demeanor, nodding in agreement with Udess Wong and subsequently handing him the required shell. Once Udess Wong departed, he revealed his astonishment, murmuring, "What a remarkable individual. It seems as though I, as a master, cannot fall behind." His long-hidden seriousness finally surfaced. After several months of training under Master Rashi's tutelage, Udess Wong discovered that he could preliminarily control the muscles in his body, reminiscent of the state Master Rashi exhibited when utilizing the Kamehameha. However, this state could not be sustained for long, lasting only about 10 seconds. Consequently, after expending full effort in the Kamehameha, he would revert automatically. In this transformed state, his combat power would experience a boost of approximately 20%. Thus, Udess Wong intended to intensify his training further while seeking methods to prolong this muscular state, thereby expanding his array of combat techniques. After a month of delivering milk and tilling the fields, Udess Wong began to consciously harness the refinement of both his physical form and skeletal structure through the leaps involved in his milk delivery and the bare-handed excavation performed while farming. It seemed that these movements could coalesce into a coherent sequence. Moreover, he noticed that by channeling his internal energy during these actions, he could enhance his physical conditioning even further, creating an illusion of increased vitality within him. However, this sensation soon faded, leading him to question whether he had strayed from the correct path or if something was amiss. Reflecting on his training routine, which commenced with morning milk deliveries and farming, followed by afternoon activities of brick moving, soil digging, pushing earth, swimming, and evading bees, he pondered if he had misunderstood the essence of his endeavors. The morning exercises, particularly the milk delivery and tilling, had maximized his physical improvement through various experimental angles of movement. These results were achieved through persistent practice over the month, gradually forming these actions into a unified sequence. Conversely, he wondered if the afternoon activities of moving bricks, digging, pushing, swimming, and avoiding bees served merely to stretch his body. As he reflected on his daily training, Udess Wong, with acute awareness, began to rehearse, eventually completing the techniques from the morning session. He intermittently adjusted the labor-saving methods from the afternoon exercises, repeating them until the 20th iteration, during which he felt his breath quicken and his spirit uplifted, his eyes gleaming with determination. In a moment of exuberance, he clenched his fists and gazed up at the midnight sky, bursting into laughter, which was soon accompanied by the sounds of tigers roaring, wolves howling, and birds calling in the jungle. Acquainted with such occurrences, Udess Wong, wishing not to disturb others, retreated to a secluded jungle beneath a cliff to continue his training late into the night, pausing only when the moon hung high in the sky. After months of experimentation, the tension accumulated over the years began to ease somewhat. Days later, during his relentless practice, he discovered unnecessary movements that could be eliminated to create a smoother flow. This refinement proved to be more effective than his initial attempts. He felt his strength enhance at a pace approximately 30% faster than in the first 4 months of his training. At this juncture, Udess Wong found himself capable of facing 2 opponents simultaneously, although he still struggled to defeat his past self from over a month ago, who had yet to fully develop his techniques. As time passed, amidst the various daily exercises, Wukong and Yamucha suddenly sensed a distinct transformation in Udess Wong. However, Udess Wong, who observed silently, offered no direct response but instead provided subtle hints for the two to discern. The first to notice was Yamucha, whose age and earlier experiences as a sand bandit in a vast desert endowed him with a sharper perception than the often carefree Goku, who spent his days in the peaceful confines of Baozi Mountain. Under Yu Deshuang's guidance, Yamucha began to model his daily training on Deshuang's techniques. Initially, he did not observe any significant results, but as time progressed, he began to feel a notable improvement in his abilities, suggesting a growing advantage over Goku. Yamucha was astonished when, after a month, he and Goku sparred, resulting in a stalemate. Goku, puzzled, remarked, "Wasn't he Yamucha always unable to defeat me? How has he suddenly become so formidable?" Initially, Yamucha felt a twinge of irritation at the notion of being deemed inferior, but his expression quickly shifted to one of pride as he replied to Goku, "You should ask Udess Wong about that. Fool. Haven't you noticed his obvious hints during our training?" "Hints?" Goku pondered, tilting his head in confusion. Yamucha, exasperated, continued, "Haven't you realized that for the past month, Udess Wong has consistently run behind us whenever we train? Each time he delivers milk, we maintain a similar pace. Although his turtle shell is heavier than ours, his strength has far surpassed ours. During our sparring sessions, we've begun to struggle against him." At this point, Yamucha's expression turned bittersweet as he acknowledged, "Our rate of progress is increasingly diverging from Udess Wong's. I was already the weakest among us. However, when I noticed Udess Wong slowing down, I discerned that his starting jumps while delivering milk differed from ours. Despite our relentless training, I realized that our bodies were developing instinctual habits from these exercises. Over time, this might lead to positive transformations, but as our physical strength increases, these movements may gradually become ineffective. Eventually, we might not perceive these changes. Yet every fluctuation in Udess Wong's movements reveals a certain inertia that highlights his uniqueness. Thus, I consciously began to emulate his techniques, albeit with some awkwardness at first, as my body was accustomed to different movements. It took time to notice how these adjustments fortified my physique. At this juncture, Yamucha sheepishly smiled and scratched the back of his head, admitting, "In fact, I only recently realized this. During my fight with Goku, every movement seemed to trigger an instinctive response." "Huh?" Goku, observing Yamucha's animated discourse, furrowed his brow and remarked, "I don't understand." Yamucha, feeling exasperated, lamented, "I just explained everything." Udess Wong, upon hearing this, turned to Wukong and said, "In summary, starting tomorrow, you shall follow us closely, observing and mimicking either my actions or those of Yamucha." He then addressed Yamucha, stating, "Master Wu Tian's intention is for us to cultivate our skills while simultaneously gaining insight. Although these tasks may appear deceptively simple, each aspect of existence has its rationale, and it is our duty to comprehend its significance, thereby enriching our lives with meaning. As we tread this path ahead, should our martial prowess surpass the results yielded by our predecessors, where shall we venture next? This is a matter for you to ponder deeply." Yamucha, taken aback by these revelations, began to contemplate, "Indeed, if we surpass them, where do we go from here?" Meanwhile, Wukong, puzzled, tilted his head to observe the two, prompting Udess Wong to smile at him and reassure, "Fear not, these truths will naturally unfold for Wukong as he matures." From that day forth, the group began to evolve in remarkable ways. Following Yamucha's revelations the previous day, Wukong consciously began to imitate Yu Deshuang's movements. They diligently repeated these actions daily, deriving joy from their practice. The day before the martial arts tournament commenced, influenced by Yu Deshuang. Master Rashi secretly dedicated himself to ensuring his disciples grasped the concept of there are always greater beings beyond. This peculiar behavior left Lan Shi, who usually managed Master Rashi's abode, somewhat bewildered. He seemed to have abandoned his usual routine of basking in the sun on his rocking chair, instead appearing mysteriously and sporadically, with unwavering confidence. Master Rashi solemnly regarded his 3 disciples, and as his gaze fell upon Udess Wong, he sensed a palpable shift in his energy, as if it posed a potential threat. Though he mused silently, he did not reveal his thoughts. Udess Wong, purposefully guiding Wukong and Yamucha to recognize the practical benefits of their daily training, left no room for doubt regarding Master Rashi's prolonged silence in teaching them martial arts. They adhered to Yu Deshuang's methods, honing their previously acquired skills, such as Yamucha's Wolf Fang Fist, Wukong's Rock Paper Scissors, and Yu Deshuang's ancestral foundational fist techniques. It is worth noting that both Yamucha and Wukong had already developed their energy perception. The most notable transformation was in Yamucha, who had overcome his earlier fear of women. This change was partially spurred by Udess Wong, who would playfully provoke Lan Shi into sneezing, intentionally inciting her to chase Yamucha. Initially, this led to a considerable amount of resentment among the trio, but one day, Udess Wong locked Yamucha and Lan Shi in a room together. With the martial arts tournament approaching and registration underway, the group consciously focused on maintaining their physical condition, while Master Rashi prepared martial arts uniforms for them in the style of the Turtle School. The group expressed their fondness for these garments, bringing joy to Master Rashi. On this rare occasion, they took a moment to rest and rejuvenate. Basking in the warmth of the sun, Udess Wong, Wukong, and Yamucha wore faint smiles that elicited a knowing grin from Lan Shi. Meanwhile, Master Rashi remained in the restroom. Chapter 4. The World Martial Arts Tournament. At this moment, several individuals aboard a plane donned a set of blue suits prepared by Master Rashi, their hats perched atop their heads as they sat quietly, awaiting their arrival. As a flight attendant passed by, Master Rashi audaciously groped her posterior, inciting a loud scream from the startled attendant and leaving the surrounding passengers in a state of disbelief. Udess Wong couldn't help but admire Rashi's brazen behavior, realizing that the Dragon Ball world was comparatively liberal. Had this occurred in Yu Deshuang's previous life, the following day's headlines would undoubtedly feature an article lamenting the decline of societal morals, questioning whether a seemingly elderly man had turned lascivious or if the nature of the elderly had soured. The martial arts temple on Papaya Island is a renowned tourist destination, famous for hosting globally recognized martial arts tournaments, notably the World Martial Arts Tournament. This event is organized by an anonymous wealthy benefactor, aiming to evaluate the finest martial artists in the world. The champion is awarded a substantial monetary prize, attracting participants who consider themselves skilled fighters from all corners of the globe. The rules of the World Martial Arts Tournament are as follows. 1. Prior to the competition, staff will beat drums to rally the audience and signal the commencement of the event. 2. Contestants are prohibited from utilizing weapons or external forces during the match. 3. Attacking an opponent's eyes or sensitive areas is strictly forbidden. 4. A competitor is deemed defeated if they fall out of the ring, concede, or are knocked down and fail to rise within 10 seconds. 5. Disappearance or being knocked away also results in disqualification. 6. Killing an opponent during the match will lead to disqualification. 7. Injured contestants will be transported to a nearby hospital for treatment. 8. Assaulting spectators will result in disqualification. The martial arts temple bustled with activity, resembling a grand festival teeming with crowds. Due to the dense population, an abundance of small vendors had emerged, offering various souvenirs and snacks in the vicinity of the temple. The temple gained fame for the World Martial Arts Tournament, attracting renowned masters from around the world. Held once every 5 years, this tournament is eagerly anticipated by many skilled fighters, as it offers not only lucrative prizes, but also the chance for fame, making this period exceptionally lively. At the entrance of the martial arts temple, a registration desk was situated nearby. A rotund middle-aged man inquired the names of those present, Udess Wong, Wukong, and Yamucha. After the trio completed their registration, Master Rashi seized the opportunity to request the registrar to also register a certain Chung Long. Upon hearing the name and observing Master Rashi remove his glasses and gesture towards himself, the registrar understood immediately. The turtle hermit, relieved, noted down the name Chung Long that he had publicly claimed. as he observed Udess Wong and the others. He couldn't help but think how being a master truly tugged at his heartstrings. Just as they entered the martial arts temple to participate in the elimination round, a striking young woman with vibrant blue hair tied in a ponytail approached, accompanied by a pig and a flying plush toy. The blue-haired girl cast a disgruntled glance at Udess Wong, leaving him momentarily speechless. She then rushed over, enveloping him in an embrace while playfully punching his chest with her fist. Despite feeling no pain, Udess Wong feigned discomfort, resembling a boisterous vendor hawking his wares, which amused the petite girl, none other than Bulma, with the pig being Oolong and the plush toy Wooir. Oolong excitedly clasped Goku's hand, indicating their budding friendship, while Wooir flew onto Yamcha's face, nearly causing him to stumble, yet it did not diminish their camaraderie. The turtle hermit watched with bright eyes, contemplating an opportunity to grope Bulma, but she swiftly caught on and delivered an elbow to his face, causing him to yelp in pain. This incident made him reminisce about the gentle Lan Chi back at Turtle House, thinking to himself that she would never treat him that way. He resolved that once the martial arts tournament concluded, he would send the three away and relish a world of two with Lan Chi. Due to the overwhelming number of participants in the elimination round, each martial arts tournament inevitably attracted those unworthy of competing. To ensure that the audience, drawn by the tournament's fame, witnessed thrilling matches, the elimination rounds were not held in front of the crowd. Instead, they took place in an indoor arena featuring several platforms, where participants drew lots to determine their opponents, eventually selecting 8 individuals to officially compete in the tournament. The world's greatest martial arts tournament gained its renown by upholding quality through this process. As the group walked, they forged connections until they reluctantly parted ways upon reaching the elimination venue. Once they saw that Udess Wong, Goku, and Yamcha had entered, they officially took their leave, waiting for Bulma and her companions to distance themselves. At that moment, the turtle hermit suddenly exclaimed that his stomach was upset and he needed to relieve himself, drawing the attention of nearby spectators. Bulma and her friends, feeling as though they were being observed like animals in a zoo, angrily urged him to go away, hastening their steps as if they didn't know him. Meanwhile, the turtle hermit swiftly made his way to a secluded area, disappearing into the nearby bushes. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with a thick mane of hair, strikingly resembling the turtle hermit, emerged from the foliage, none other than the turtle hermit disguised as Chung Long. As they entered the indoor arena for the elimination matches, the participants lined up to draw lots. This time, there were 137 competitors, divided into 4 groups, with 2 advancing from each group. After the lottery concluded, Udess Wong and his companions held a number in their hands, comparing it against the battle chart on the wall. They exchanged glances and sighed in unison, then smiled at each other while holding their numbers. After numerous rounds of selection, Udess Wong, Wukong, and Yamucha successfully advanced. Although they had not encountered formidable opponents in the elimination rounds, they remained humble. Throughout the competition, they observed the matches of others, though few were truly skilled. There were notable talents, including Chung Long, who was disguised as Master Rashi. Chung Long effortlessly dispatched his opponents in every match, prompting Yamucha and Wukong to exchange knowing looks. What struck Udess Wong as amusing was that aside from not wearing sunglasses and having an extra tuft of hair, did they not recognize him as Master Rashi? There was not even a semblance of makeup. While Udess Wong silently criticized the disguise, he could not overlook Master Rashi's formidable strength. Another contender, named Namo, also possessed considerable prowess. Although Wukong and Yamucha had surpassed their original selves, they needed to remain vigilant. Aside from these, there was a particularly odorous individual named Buck, who was rumored to have never bathed since birth. In the original tale, it was Krillin who dealt with him, as Krillin was born without a nose. Under Wukong's guidance, Buck was defeated. His foul stench alone could incapacitate opponents, making him a challenge that only Krillin could counter. However, due to Yu Deshuang's influence, Krillin had yet to appear, and Yu Deshuang resolved to seek him out later at Korin Tower to offer compensation. After observing several qualifying contestants, the group exited the elimination venue in search of Bulma and the others. Upon reuniting with Bulma, Oolong, and Wooir, they found Master Rashi already present, who was ridiculed by Oolong, inciting the old master's ire. Nevertheless, upon learning that Udess Wong, Wukong, and Yamucha had all advanced, Bulma and the others rejoiced. Quickly dismissing the earlier incident with Master Rashi, they engaged in light-hearted conversation, relishing the rare moment of leisure. Noticing their lively chatter, Master Rashi refrained from interrupting, instead leering at the attractive girls nearby. As he watched these alluring figures, a sly grin crept across his face, and he took advantage of the crowd's density to get closer. Meanwhile, Udess Wong, chatting with Bulma and the others, chuckled at the scene. Bulma, catching sight of Yu Deshuang's smile, felt her earlier grievances vanish. She began to converse playfully with him, and as they lost track of time, an announcement echoed through the air, signaling the imminent commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament and instructing participants to gather at the Martial Arts Temple. Hearing the announcement, Udess Wong and his companions waved goodbye to Bulma and the others, promising to meet at the Martial Arts Plaza. Bulma, Oolong, and Pure cheered them on as they departed. Udess Wong and his companions set off towards the Martial Arts Temple. As they watched the trio vanish from sight, the few individuals who turned back realized that Master Rashi had seemingly disappeared. At that moment, Oolong remarked, "That old man must have gone to relieve himself. Let us not concern ourselves with him." This disrespectful comment, overheard by Master Rashi, who was concealed in the nearby foliage, provoked a surge of indignation within him. He silently pondered, "Is this how you show respect to the elderly?" Soon after, Udess Wong and his companions arrived at the Martial Arts Temple to commence the draw for their matches. In the resting area behind the tournament arena, they focused intently on the host. Udess Wong, in particular, held great admiration for the dedicated host, who, in the original narrative, remained undaunted even when the arena was obliterated by Piccolo. The audience had vanished, leaving only Goku, Bulma, and a few others present, who continued to provide commentary. And he was the only one unfazed by their presence. As they observed the host explaining the rules of the tournament while directing the draw, the first match was set to feature Udess Wong, who would face off against Buck, a rather unpleasant opponent known for his revolting attacks, which consisted primarily of spitting and flatulence. Although not particularly strong, Buck was certainly a troublesome contender. Upon seeing the draw, a shadow crossed Yu Deshuang's face. It could not get any worse than this. He resolved to conclude the match swiftly, determined to eliminate this repugnant opponent before he could react, even if it meant revealing a fraction of his strength. For no one wished to endure such distasteful tactics. The first match commenced, and Buck's entrance prompted the audience to instinctively cover their noses as they watched the arena. In stark contrast, Buck appeared to revel in the moment, seemingly unaffected by the foul odor that enveloped him. The spectators anxiously awaited someone to dispatch Buck, so they could resume enjoying the match without discomfort. The host, unable to contain himself, covered his nose while introducing Buck, his tone bordering on sarcasm, which alleviated the tension in the arena. Next, it was Yu Deshuang's turn to enter the ring. A formidable martial artist who effortlessly dispatched his opponents in the elimination rounds. Anticipation built for his performance in the tournament as the host called, "Is Udess Wong ready?" Falling off the stage counts as a loss. If you remain down for 10 counts, it's also a loss. Surrendering is a loss. There is no time limit for this match. Let the first match begin. As several monks began to sound the gongs and drums, the competition officially commenced. The pervasive stench in the arena caused the audience to pinch their noses, yet they remained fixated on the stage. In a bid for a swift resolution, Udess Wong, before Buck could initiate his offensive, vanished from the stage with remarkable speed. The host exclaimed in bewilderment, "What just happened? Where has contestant Udess Wong gone?" Expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of the audience. As Wukong and Yamucha observed the unfolding scene, they maintained a calm demeanor, though their eyes shimmered with fervor, seemingly wishing to engage in battle with Udess Wong themselves. Teacher Wu Tian, Chung Long, regarded Udess Wong with a serious expression, secretly astonished by the audacity of the young rascal, reflecting on his prior training that had spared him from being outperformed. In a sudden display of rapid movement, Udess Wong appeared before his opponent, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Caught entirely off guard, the adversary was sent hurtling through the air, a testament to the sheer force exerted by Udess Wong. The contestant, Buck, who was propelled backwards, contorted his body grotesquely, his limbs aligning oddly despite his corpulent frame. As he soared backwards, a spray of saliva erupted from his mouth, splattering onto the grassy area beneath the ring, releasing a foul odor that permeated the air. The sight of Buck, who had allegedly never bathed since birth, sprawled across the intertwined coconut trees before crashing down, elicited a collective sigh of relief from the audience as he was finally ejected from the stage. With the conclusion of the first match, Buck was carried away on a stretcher by medical personnel clad in protective gear, followed by a team armed with disinfectant sprayers to sanitize the area. After a tense 15 minutes, the noxious stench dissipated, allowing everyone present to exhale deeply, for the air suddenly felt refreshingly pure, even more pleasant than the smell of automobile exhaust. Thus, the Buck incident passed into memory. The second match deviated from the original narrative, featuring Yamucha against Lan Fong instead of Chung Long. This shift ignited a wave of envy and admiration from Master Rashi towards Yamucha, even as his own apprentice. He would have willingly taken his place if only it were permissible. Yet, upon encountering the sole female competitor in the martial arts tournament, Yamucha felt his cheeks redden. Despite having been relentlessly pursued by the transformed Lanky over the past 6 months, the only women he had ever interacted with were Lanky, Bulma, and the mother who had vanished shortly after his birth. It seemed Lan Fong would be the fourth woman he encountered. As Yamucha approached the ring, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness upon seeing the delicate figure of Lan Fong. An aura of martial prowess radiated from him. Lan Fong looked up at him with an endearing vulnerability, evoking an urge to protect her, as if she might dissolve into tears from a mere touch. This stirred a tumult of emotions within Yamucha. However, recalling the harrowing months spent confined in a dark space by Udess Wong, with Lanky relentlessly pursuing him, he steadied himself against the emotional tide. Indeed, if even the refined Lanky could transform into a tempestuous woman, then this opponent, attempting to feign innocence in the finals, was merely an illusion. Little did she know, he had already undergone rigorous training under the fierce tutelage of Lanky. Did she truly believe herself to be akin to Lanky? Upon contemplating this, Yamucha revealed a sinister smile, constantly reminding himself that women are indeed demons, ferocious as tigers. Lan Fong, caught in a daze, was oblivious to the unfolding drama. Seizing the opportunity, Yamucha swiftly maneuvered his legs and charged towards Lan Fong, lowering his body before delivering a powerful punch to her abdomen. Lan Fong fell to the ground. As the host counted down, Yamucha momentarily froze, bewildered, questioning if he had exerted too much force. The countdown concluded, marking the end of the match. The host quipped about Yamucha's undue aggression towards a lovely lady, prompting the audience to raise their middle fingers in his direction. The host followed suit, displaying an ostentatious middle finger that the spectators eagerly mimicked, much to Yamucha's chagrin. Initially, this seemed inconsequential, but for Yu Deshuang, it stirred a tumultuous wave within. Had he truly transformed the romantic Yamucha of the Dragon Ball universe into a stoic man? Suppressing his inner turmoil, Yu Deshuang pondered that the once charming Yamucha might never find a partner in his later years, yet the newly fashioned stoic Yamucha might just be different. As the second match concluded, Yamucha lowered his hand, shielding his glaring middle finger, and retreated to the resting area behind the stage. Passing by Master Wu Tian, Chung Long felt a pang of regret, questioning why he was not the one competing instead of Yamucha. Almost bowing in defeat, he caught Goku Si, who congratulated Yamucha. Almost embracing Goku, Yamucha thought, "Only Goku understands me." Meanwhile, Yu Deshuang silently mused that Goku might very well be off to marry and have children, while he would simply watch from the sidelines, never having touched a single hair of those women. With the second match concluded, the competitors for the third round began to take the stage. The third match featured Nameless against Goku, a divergence from the original storyline where Nameless faced Lan Fong. Envious of Nameless, Master Rashi observed his indifference, his expression serious. Sensing the shift in history due to Yu Deshuang's influence, Master Rashi secretly delved into Nameless memories, uncovering the true reason for his participation in the competition. Yu Deshuang resolved to make amends for Nameless should he lose. Unbeknownst to Nameless, water was a precious resource in their homeland. However, on Papaya Island, water was abundant and virtually worthless. A single capsule could resolve the issues plaguing Nameless' hometown. As Goku and Nameless faced off in the arena, the host began his traditional introduction, confidently presenting their backgrounds. Being the youngest competitor present, Goku drew astonished gazes from the audience, who eagerly anticipated the extent of his prowess. At this moment, the audience remained unaware that with his exceptional prowess, Wukong ranked among the foremost contenders. They gazed upon the adorable young boy with a distinctly non-mainstream style, their eyes filled with admiration. Meanwhile, the host, addressing the microphone, announced the commencement of the match before promptly leaping off the stage. He turned his attention to Wukong and Nameless, who bowed to each other before simultaneously rushing forward. As their bodies collided, the air seemed to freeze, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. Both combatants weathered the impact of one another's attacks, retreating a few steps as if testing each other's strength. They exchanged smiles and then began to move with incredible speed, rendering the audience and the host mesmerized, as though witnessing a magical spectacle. The sound of forceful impacts echoed in the air, a testament to the extraordinary velocity of their duel. The host remarked, "It is astonishing to witness such skill from the young contestant's son Wukong. We eagerly await the outcome." Just as the host's words faded, an unseen figure suddenly fell to the ground, forming a large character, Nameless. In that instant, Wukong drove his knee into Nameless' abdomen, causing him to cry out in agony before collapsing. Wukong, upon witnessing this, glanced at the host, who snapped back to attention and began the countdown. 1, 2, 5. As the count concluded, Nameless abruptly opened his eyes, sprang to his feet while clutching his stomach, and gazed at Wukong. In that moment, recalling the suffering of his homeland, Nameless released his grip on his abdomen, forming his hands into a knife-like shape, crossing his arms in a cross formation, and charged at Wukong with a cross punch. Seeing Nameless attack, Wukong spread his legs apart and assumed a defensive posture with his arms pressed together, bracing for the incoming assault. As Nameless collided with Wukong, the latter was propelled backward several steps, on the verge of falling off the stage. Nameless felt a surge of elation, but unexpectedly, Wukong bellowed and steadied himself. The defensive stance he had maintained erupted with renewed vigor, sending Nameless reeling. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong clenched his fists, delivering a series of powerful blows to Nameless, who was caught off guard and forced to retreat. With thoughts of his homeland echoing in his mind, Nameless grit his teeth and endured one of Wukong's strikes, crashing against the wall, which crumbled upon impact. Just as the host presumed Nameless to be incapacitated amidst the debris, a figure soared into the sky, suspended several meters above. Nameless reformed his stance, targeting Wukong as he shouted, "Sky Cross Punch." Witnessing this, Wukong's face broke into a victorious smile. Reflecting on the days spent sparring with Yu Deshuang and Yamucha, Wukong had amassed a wealth of practical experience. He firmly held on to Yu Deshuang's words, which emphasized the importance of treating all adversaries with respect, regardless of their strength. This respect was not solely for the opponent, but also a reflection of his principles as a martial artist. As Wukong noticed Namu closing in at a distance of merely 2 to 3 meters, he swiftly leaped to the left, stabilizing his stance before launching a powerful kick towards Namu's abdomen. Namu, unable to react in time, was forcefully propelled out of the ring. Stunned by the unexpected turn of events, Namu initially struggled to comprehend his defeat, but soon broke into a smile, rising to jump back onto the stage and extend a friendly hand to Wukong. Seeing Namu smile, Wukong reciprocated by reaching out to shake his hand. The host, observing this gesture, exclaimed, "What a spectacular match. Let us all applaud the remarkable contest put forth by these two." The audience, captivated by the thrilling spectacle, felt their journey to Mugwa Island was well worth it, and they erupted in a resounding applause for both Wukong and Namu. With the conclusion of the third match, Namu, upon leaving the stage, addressed Wukong, saying, "My task here is complete, and I shall be packing my belongings to depart shortly. I hope you carry my spirit of determination into your upcoming battles and strive for victory." Wukong smiled back and replied, "I will. Your effort shall be entrusted to me." As Wukong watched Namu's figure fade away, he turned to Yamucha and inquired, "Have you seen Udess Wong? Where has he gone?" That last opponent was indeed formidable. Yamucha responded, "Indeed, it was an exhilarating match. Udess Wong mentioned he had some matters to attend to and left after watching." Wukong remarked, "Oh, I am eager to face Udess Wong and gauge the gap in our abilities." The two exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with determination, sharing a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Teacher Wutian, Chung Long, wore a serious expression, his heart racing with the realization that even Wukong's prowess had undergone astonishing transformation, suggesting he had yet to unleash his full potential. Outside, Yu Deshuang called out to Namu, "Namu, wait a moment." Upon hearing his name, Namu turned towards the voice and approached Yu Deshuang, recognizing him as a fellow contestant. Namu was about to inquire when Yu Deshuang tossed a capsule towards him, stating, "This capsule contains the water you require." Surprised, Namu exclaimed, "How did you know I needed water?" Yu Deshuang replied, "It was not difficult to deduce. I noticed your serious expression, as if something weighed heavily on your mind. A brief investigation revealed that your hometown is currently facing a water shortage, so I prepared this for you. Namu responded, I apologize, but I cannot afford to buy water, and began to return the capsule to Yu Deshuang. Yu Deshuang remarked, the water resources of Papaya Island are abundant, and monetary exchange is unnecessary. He gestured towards a nearby well, stating that the water was drawn from there. Namu was taken aback, and Yu Deshuang continued, you are a commendable martial artist. I do not wish for you to be hindered by the ties of your homeland affecting your martial journey. Therefore, I am not aiding you out of obligation, but rather I aspire for you to become a worthy adversary in the future. I implore you to persevere in your efforts. Moved, Nanwu expressed his heartfelt gratitude, recognizing that Yu Deshuang's words stemmed from a desire to prevent him from feeling indebted. Regardless, I must extend my thanks to you. This water is a lifeline for my hometown, Nanwu responded gratefully. Yu Deshuang, anticipating such an outcome, refrained from argument and proceeded towards the arena. As he departed, Nanwu reiterated his thanks, clutching the capsule tightly as he exited the martial arts temple. Upon returning to the arena, Yu Deshuang observed the commencement of the fourth match. The contest featured Chung Long against Kinnan. The two competitors stood upon the stage, and the host introduced them before leaping off the platform, declaring, let the match begin. The two men exchanged glances. At that moment, Chung Long exhibited the demeanor of an ordinary lecher, leering at the young women in the audience with a lascivious grin and making inappropriate advances. Bulma, watching from the sidelines, commented in disbelief. This lecherous old man bears an uncanny resemblance to a notorious pervert, perplexed by his hair and eyes. Meanwhile, Kinnan, observing the swaying elder, was equally unimpressed, dismissing him as merely a fortunate old fool. With a sneer, he raised his fist and struck out towards Chung Long's back. To his astonishment, the elder dodged the blow. Assuming it was merely a fluke, Kinnan threw another punch, only to realize that something was amiss. His expression grew serious as he watched the evasive elder. In a fit of anger, Kinnan shouted at Chung Long, coward, is dodging all you can do? The audience, witnessing this exchange, quickly discerned that the seemingly ordinary elder possessed remarkable skills, albeit with an eccentric personality. As Kinnan's attack slowed, Chung Long seized the opportunity to counterattack, catching Kinnan off guard. Just as Kinnan was on the verge of being knocked off the stage, he flapped his wings and soared into the air, unleashing a strange, sticky circle towards Chung Long naturally. Chung Long wished to avoid being ensnared, as it appeared quite repulsive. Failing to ensnare him with his initial attempt, Kinnan unleashed a barrage of his signature move, magic chewing gum. Exhausted from continuously trying to expel it, Kinnan surveyed the stage now littered with his magical gum and, feeling defeated, waved a white flag to concede. The audience was left speechless, finding the match rather tedious. At that moment, the lecherous elder's gaze remained fixated on the women outside the arena. The bewildered host then proclaimed to the audience, the match is concluded. Chung Long emerges victorious. Let us applaud. The audience, however, paid no heed to the host, leaving him in an awkward predicament as the fourth match came to an abrupt conclusion. Kinnan, unwilling to accept defeat against such an aging adversary, concealed his face and retreated to the resting area of the arena. At this juncture, the four finalists were finally determined: Yu Deshuang, Yamucha, Sun Wukong, and Chung Long. The spectators had witnessed the remarkable performances of these four contenders and anticipated even greater excitement in the forthcoming matches. The host declared, as the audience erupted in applause, that it was finally time for the semifinals. As the host signaled the commencement of the match, Yamucha and Yu Deshuang simultaneously assumed their respective stances to initiate their attacks. Locking eyes in a moment of mutual recognition, Yu Deshuang mused to himself, realizing that Yamucha had finally shed the misfortune that had plagued him in his previous appearances. In the original narrative, Yamucha's journey from the 21st to the 23rd competition was characterized by comedic defeats or unfortunate injuries that sent him to the hospital. Unbeknownst to Yamucha, Yu Deshuang's thoughts were far removed from his own. Yamucha regarded Yu Deshuang with earnestness, acknowledging that he was no longer the desert bandit he once was. Yet, Yu Deshuang too had evolved from the novice he had initially encountered. Through their numerous battles over the past 6 months, Yamucha had come to recognize the terrifying growth in Yu Deshuang's abilities, even as his own strength increased. Each time he teamed up with Wukong, their opponent seemed to respond effortlessly. though neither had truly unleashed their full potential. With this in mind, Yamucha's gaze sharpened as he launched the first strike against Udess Wong, who reflected on Yamucha's inability to restrain himself any longer and responded in kind. Their fists collided, resulting in a brief retreat. Yamucha staggered back several steps, while Udess Wong only took one. Observing this, Yamucha couldn't help but narrow his eyes, intensifying his effort as he attacked Udess Wong once more. As their exchanges escalated, their speed increased, transforming the encounter into a blur that the audience could barely follow. Soon, only Long and Wukong could discern their movements. Wukong and Long exchanged serious glances, then turned their attention skyward, straining to perceive the sounds of the battle. Master Rashi was taken aback, astonished at the level of prowess displayed by the two fighters, particularly Udess Wong, who appeared to handle Yamucha with remarkable ease. Meanwhile, Wukong, with a solemn expression, turned to Long and inquired, "Can you see them too, old man?" Long nodded in affirmation, his focus unwavering on the arena, while a smile crept onto Wukong's face as he too watched the unfolding spectacle. As the sounds of combat intensified, a figure emerged, seemingly in pain, fidgeting about. It was Yamucha. It became clear that while engaging with Udess Wong, Yamucha had merely tapped into his full potential, which had transformed his previously relaxed demeanor into one of seriousness. Without truly exerting his utmost strength, Yamucha resolved to employ his most proficient martial technique, the Wolf-Fang Fist, to launch an assault on Udess Wong. Initially, he was able to compel Udess Wong to exert himself, but as time elapsed, Udess Wong suddenly let out a ferocious roar and retaliated with a fist-to-fist confrontation, resulting in a striking scene of their hands colliding. Subsequently, Udess Wong appeared before Yamucha and remarked, "Is this all the strength you possess?" Upon hearing these words, Yamucha ceased his hand-wringing, his expression turning earnest. He then assumed the stance of the Wolf-Fang Fist and proclaimed, "Nu, Wolf-Fang Fist." Upon hearing Yamucha's declaration, Udess Wong smiled and replied, "Excellent. It's time for me to unleash my power and fight alongside you. Don't disappoint me." He immediately adopted a fighting stance as well. With claws formed from his hands, Yamucha charged at Udess Wong, aiming a strike at his right chest, but Udess Wong swiftly evaded, tightening his fist to strike at Yamucha's abdomen. Yamucha grit his teeth and opened his palm to block Yu Deshuang's punch, angling his body to exploit the opening and thrusting his knee towards Udess Wong. At that moment, Udess Wong lowered his body to dodge the attack, and the two men crossed paths as if they were oblivious to each other's presence, twisting in midair before launching strikes at one another. The audience was filled with exhilaration, fervently cheering for their favored competitors. Meanwhile, Long appeared to be sweating profusely, wiping his brow with the back of his hand, prompting Goku to wonder if the elderly man was unwell and to inquire about his condition. Long laughed heartily and shifted the topic, engaging Goku in conversation. During their discussion, Long casually probed about the trio of Udess Wong, Goku, and Yamucha. The innocent Goku, oblivious to the subtext, felt an inexplicable familiarity with the elderly gentleman, leading him to divulge much about his training experiences with Udess Wong and Yamucha, which astonished Long. He mused to himself that Yu Deshuang's perceptiveness had unveiled insights he had taken centuries to acquire, which might have been further refined by Udess Wong. While marveling at Yu Deshuang's capabilities, he also felt a sense of pride. As the confrontation between Udess Wong and Yamucha intensified, the audience was caught in a whirlwind of tension and excitement, with some cheering for Udess Wong, exclaiming, "Well done," while others anxiously watched Yamucha's performance. Though the outcome remained uncertain, yet Yamucha maintained an indomitable presence, earning the audience's raucous applause. Gradually, both Udess Wong and Yamucha found themselves facing each other, locked in silence, prompting confusion among the spectators and the host. In exasperation, the host remarked, "Based on the current trajectory of both fighters, it appears they are evenly matched for the time being. However, judging by their expressions, it is evident that Udess Wong holds the upper hand, given their astonishing speed. I shall provide an analysis based on their demeanor." At this moment, Yamucha addressed Udess Wong, stating, "Now I shall unleash my ultimate strike. If my most powerful attack fails to yield results, I shall concede defeat." Yamucha's serious demeanor conveyed the gravity of his intent. "The ultimate strike?" Udess Wong murmured, "All right. I shall also muster my utmost strength to counter your assault." Yamucha smiled and assumed a bow stance, his hands forming claw-like shapes, arms drawn together and pushed backward, his outstretched hands resembling a carnivorous flower. He shouted, "Kamehameha." Upon hearing this, Long was taken aback, surprised that even this lad, Yamucha, had grown significantly. His anticipation soared within. Goku also smiled, revealing his pearly whites, naturally pleased. The host was taken aback. Could it be the legendary martial arts master, Wu Tianshifu's ultimate technique, the Kamehameha? It is said that this skill harnesses the energy within one's body to unleash a devastating attack, a signature move of Wu Tianshifu. Long couldn't help but grin with pride. However, the next statement left him stunned. He never anticipated that the legendary martial arts master was still alive. The audience, upon hearing this, smiled faintly, their excitement stirred by the host's words, intently watching the unfolding spectacle. At this moment, Yamucha had successfully gathered his energy. He shouted, "Kamehameha." A beam of light shot forth, and the eyes of the crowd widened as it surged towards Udess Wong. Yu Deshuang's expression turned serious as he assumed a defensive stance. Bellowing, "Huh?" Simultaneously, an explosive sound erupted as the beam collided with him. As the smoke dissipated, Yamucha wore a bitter smile, as expected. Udess Wong appeared before the audience. Although he remained unscathed from the Kamehameha's impact, his clothes were tattered, revealing his well-toned physique honed through years of training. Muscles were visibly defined across Yu Deshuang's body, eliciting cheers from the female spectators, while Bulma, in the audience, playfully assaulted Oolong, causing him to fume, his mouth twisted in irritation, which in turn sparked envy among the men. Yamucha raised his hands and smiled at Udess Wong, declaring, "I concede." The host, holding the microphone, exclaimed, "What an extraordinary match. Our heartfelt gratitude goes to competitors Udess Wong and Yamucha. Let us express our appreciation with fervent applause for these remarkable athletes and the thrilling contest they have provided." The audience responded with enthusiastic clapping and cheers. This filled Bulma with pride as she clenched her fists, ready to playfully thump Oolong's head. But before she could revel in her triumph, a hand grasped her. Subsequently, she began to playfully pummel Oolong's head, causing him to clutch his fists in frustration. As the applause gradually faded to a mere whisper before ceasing entirely, Udess Wong and Yamucha made their way to the resting area behind the stage. Goku, observing their approach, jested, "Truly impressive. I would love to spar with either of you, to unleash my full strength." Both Udess Wong and Yamucha smiled slightly in response. At that moment, Long also approached, remarking, "What an exhilarating match." Due to Yu Deshuang's presence, Yamucha and Goku had no doubts regarding Long's appearance. They merely thought he bore a resemblance. Udess Wong chuckled, expressing his anticipation to compete with his formidable opponent. "I look forward to standing alongside you. Your prowess must indeed be remarkable," he remarked. "Is that so?" "Ha ha." Long, feeling a tad embarrassed, scratched the back of his head. He soon adopted a serious gaze, replying, "I too eagerly await our match. It has been quite some time since I encountered young talents such as yours." At this moment, Wukong chimed in, "Grandpa, you must fight me first. I wish to duel Udess Wong." He raised his fist in a gesture of challenge. Long erupted into hearty laughter, joined by Udess Wong and Yamucha, while Wukong, somewhat perplexed, joined in the laughter. As the host's voice resonated, Wukong and Long exchanged glances and proceeded toward the arena. Their presence on the martial arts stage signified a notable shift in Long's demeanor. The two locked eyes, and the host announced, "Before us stand two competitors, the 12-year-old son Wukong and the eldest participant, Long. The audience has witnessed their previous displays of strength, and we eagerly anticipate their captivating performance." With that, the host leaped off the stage, declaring, "The sixth match officially begins." Long smirked, "I shall show no mercy." "Neither shall I," Wukong retorted. In an instant, Long adopted the tiger crane form and lunged at Wukong, who swiftly leaped into the air. Long, noticing Wukong's ascent, executed a flying kick. However, having trained extensively with Udess Wong and Yamucha, Wukong was well prepared and evaded the attack. He interlaced his fingers, palms facing forward, as Long's foot met his hands. Thanks to the buffering effect, Wukong remained grounded, leaning back while gripping Long's leg and pulling him upward, delivering a kick to Long's back, propelling him into the air. As Wukong awaited Long's descent, the latter, flipping in midair, unleashed a Kamehameha wave. This spectacle startled both Wukong and Yamucha, who stood at the edge of the arena. The host exclaimed, "There it is, the legendary Kamehameha." Wukong, witnessing Chenglong land, expressed his astonishment. "Did you just use the Kamehameha?" Chenglong, smiling, responded, "Indeed." He then elaborated, "Master Rashi, or came Sinin, is my cousin." Wukong's eyes widened in realization. "Oh, I see." This revelation raised Yamucha's suspicions, prompting Udess Wong to assure him, "I have seen Chenglong in action against Kenan before." This clarification eased Yamucha's doubts. As their conversation concluded, Wukong charged at Chenglong and landed a kick. However, in a surprising twist, Wukong's body bizarrely passed through Chenglong, only to be caught off guard by a sudden kick from Chenglong, sending him sprawling to the ground. Facing Wukong, he declared, "This is the Phantom Fist." At that moment, Wukong rose and launched an attack on Chenglong. As Chenglong met his two fists, it became evident to him that Wukong had also employed the Phantom Fist. Swiftly turning, he struck backwards, and Wukong's figure gradually morphed into a mere illusion as he sidestepped to kick Chenglong, exclaiming, "This is the triple Phantom Fist." Chenglong, adapting his approach, staggered towards Wukong in a drunken manner. Wukong, unfamiliar with the style of drunken fist due to his straightforward fighting technique, approached Chenglong with curiosity, intending to poke him. However, Chenglong skillfully evaded, leading Wukong to believe he was genuinely inebriated. This prompted Yu Deshuang, watching from the sidelines, to slap his forehead in realization. Chenglong then utilized the peculiar attacks of drunken fist, leaving Wukong bewildered. In a moment of urgency, Yamucha shouted to Wukong, "That's drunken fist. He's mimicking drunkenness to attack." Wukong, puzzled, inquired, "Drunken fist?" Subsequently, he retreated to a corner of the arena, squatting down, leaving the drunkenly portrayed Chenglong momentarily stunned. With a fierce, wild-eyed grin, Wukong drooled towards Master Rashi, making Chenglong believe Wukong had lost his senses, prompting him to hastily evade. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong lifted his foot and kicked at Chenglong, who was sent flying towards the corner of the arena, shattering the wall and burying him beneath the rubble. Wukong, standing amidst the debris, formed a scissors gesture and proclaimed, "This is the frenzied fist." Chenglong emerged from the rubble, retorting, "This is clearly rabies." Chenglong then charged at Wukong, but to his surprise, Wukong suddenly began to screech, scratching his back with one hand while playfully pawing at his cheek with the other, resembling a monkey. This agile display confounded Master Rashi, who found it impossible to strike Wukong. Frustrated, Chenglong exclaimed, "What kind of fist is this?" Wukong replied, "This is the monkey fist." In a fit of irritation, Master Rashi gestured towards Wukong's eyes, saying, "Sleep tight, dear little one." Instantly, Wukong succumbed to slumber, and Chenglong smugly declared, "This is the sleepy fist," also forming a scissors gesture. The audience and the host erupted in cries of unfairness, asserting that this was clearly hypnosis, not a legitimate martial art. Chenglong, agitated, countered to the host, "This is authentic martial arts." The bewildered host began the countdown. Meanwhile, Bulma, watching anxiously from the sidelines, called out to Wukong, "Wake up! It's time to eat." Just as the final seconds ticked away, Wukong awoke, leaving Chenglong utterly astonished. Rising once more, Wukong resumed his assault on Chenglong. After an intense bout, Chenglong halted and addressed Wukong, "I regret to inform you that you have lost this match." Wukong, taken aback, replied, "What? On what grounds do you say that?" "The outcome has yet to be determined." Chenglong rolled up his sleeve, stating, "The result will soon be clear. Thus far, only one person has compelled me to use this technique, and you are the second. Your grandfather was the first." Wukong gasped in surprise, "What? You fought with my grandfather?" At this moment, Chenglong raised his palm with fingers spread apart, and suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared. The palm that conjured the lightning abruptly closed and thrust forward towards Wukong, exclaiming the formidable Wangwa Jingtiangzhong. Immediately, Wukong's body was displaced in midair, and Chenglong warned him, "Are you still unwilling to concede? If this continues, you shall perish." Wukong retorted defiantly, "I will not surrender," and stuck out his tongue at Master Rashi. Yu Deshuang and Yamucha, witnessing this, were taken aback and urged Wukong, "You must concede quickly, otherwise you will lose your life." Upon hearing this, Wukong displayed a look of reluctance, declaring, "I refuse to yield." He then gazed skyward, his eyes suddenly devoid of color. In that instant, Wukong's body began to swell, transforming into a colossal ape, leaving Master Rashi utterly astonished. The host, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Ah, Wukong has transformed into a giant ape. What kind of technique is this?" Yu Deshuang, startled by Wukong's transformation, recalled that previously, due to his own influence, Wukong had not undergone this metamorphosis when confronting the Baira Fu gang. Unbeknownst to the others, only Yu Deshuang, having read the original Dragon Ball, understood that this transformation was a manifestation of Wukong's Scion heritage. Realizing this, Yu Deshuang summoned all his strength, causing his muscles to bulge, and unleashed the Kamehameha towards the sky. While the spectators believed Wukong's transformation to be a mere technique, they were astounded to see the giant ape break free from Chunlong's grip, wreaking havoc around him. An air of panic ensued as the onlookers feared that Wukong had lost control. As the rampaging giant ape intensified its destruction, the audience turned to flee. Just as they were about to escape, a beam of light shot towards the moon, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. The giant ape then began to shrink. Observing Chunlong and Yamucha's perplexity, Yu Deshuang cautioned, "Do not reveal to Wukong that he can transform into a giant ape." They both nodded. Recalling the tragic fate of Wukong's grandfather, Gohan, the host, gazing at the vanished moon, lamented, "This is outrageous. How can this be allowed? From now on, we shall no longer enjoy moon gazing or mooncakes, and the werewolves can no longer transform. All our romantic traditions are lost." The others stood speechless at his outburst. Chunlong then reminded the host to start the countdown. Unlike the original tale, where Wukong was presumed dead, he revived after the host counted down to 10 seconds. Upon awakening, Wukong, oblivious to the destruction he had caused, turned to Chunlong and asked, "Did you win?" Only then did he sense a chill in his body. Earlier, Yu Deshuang's shirt had been blown apart by Yamucha's energy blast, prompting Bulma and Oolong to venture to a nearby street to buy new clothes. Spotting an array of garments suitable for Yu Deshuang, Bulma had purchased several. Grateful for Bulma's foresight, Yu Deshuang handed one of the shirts to Wukong. However, the oversized shirt fit Wukong like a cumbersome onesie, leaving him feeling quite awkward. Due to the severe damage inflicted upon the venue, numerous monks from the martial arts temple began to tidy up the area. This provided a much-needed respite for Chunlong, who had just competed, and the two individuals employing their energy techniques. Aside from the destruction of the venue, the sky had darkened, prompting the abbot of the martial arts temple to consider postponing the event. However, upon hearing Udess Wong's suggestion to allow the two competitors to battle after the cleanup, he acquiesced. The reason behind this decision was that both Chunlong and Udess Wong had exhausted their energies during Wukong's transformation into a giant ape. Udess Wong proposed to conclude the match swiftly, stating that if he failed to defeat Chunlong within the stipulated time, then Chunlong would be declared the victor. This infuriated the turtle sage, who had donned a guise of Chunlong, nearly leading to an outburst, but out of curiosity regarding Udess Wong's abilities, he ultimately agreed to the proposal. Consequently, Chunlong chose to ignore Udess Wong until the cleanup was truly complete. Once the area was restored, many curious spectators, eager to witness the duel between Udess Wong and Chunlong, joined in the effort to clear the arena, which had turned into ruins. This collaboration expedited the process significantly. Although the arena lay in ruins, it did not hinder the professional host's commentary. At this moment, standing upon the stage were Chunlong and Udess Wong, both of whom had exhibited remarkable prowess during the competition. Due to time constraints, Udess Wong proposed that he must defeat Chunlong within 30 minutes. Should he fail, the victor would be Chunlong. Conversely, if he succeeded, he would claim victory. The host then called for both competitors to prepare for the match. Let the competition begin. As the host's words echoed, both Udess Wong and Chunlong surged toward each other. They engaged in a fierce exchange of strikes, with Udess Wong using his arms to block Chunlong's punches while countering with knee strikes against Chunlong's incoming kicks. Seizing the opportunity amidst their clash, he began to retaliate against Chunlong. The two fighters, caught in a heated battle, retreated slightly, eyeing each other with intensity. They then unleashed a series of attacks, landing blows upon one another, resulting in visible bruising and a trickle of blood at the corners of their mouths. At this juncture, Udess Wong warned Chunlong, "Be cautious, for I shall now unleash my full power." He removed his shirt and cast it aside, revealing a sculpted physique that caused Bulma, watching from below the stage, to blush and shyly glance at him. Chunlong, with a serious demeanor, adopted a bow stance, preparing to engage Udess Wong. Meanwhile, Udess Wong spread his legs apart, clenched his fists tightly, and formed a V shape with his shoulders as he began to concentrate. With a loud shout, "Hi!" he started to channel his energy, causing his muscles to swell and emanate a faint aura. Long, witnessing this transformation, was taken aback in astonishment. How could one possibly keep their eyes wide open to gaze upon Udess Wong? As the voice faded, Udess Wong gradually rose to his feet, locking his gaze onto Long, his eyes beginning to glimmer with a hint of coldness. He addressed Long, "Are you prepared? This is my current state of utmost power, a technique I have developed through my own research, which temporarily enhances my combat abilities. If I cannot defeat you with this, then I shall concede." At that moment, Long, upon witnessing this, shed his clothing and tossed it aside, his physique swiftly expanding from that of a frail old man to a muscular figure. However, there was a discernible difference. While Udess Wong emanated a faint warmth, Long did not. The duel between the two was about to commence. As their combat ensued, the two exchanged blows, each targeting the other's openings while simultaneously defending against incoming attacks with their legs. As time passed, it appeared that Long began to falter, with Udess Wong gaining the upper hand. In a decisive moment, Yu Deshuang's fist struck Long's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. The once muscular Long now lay there, resembling his former frail self, clutching his stomach. Rising to his feet, he smiled at Udess Wong and declared, "I concede. You must not have exerted your full strength yet." Udess Wong nodded slightly, the muscles on his body receding as he retrieved his clothing from a short distance and donned it. Observing this, Long comprehended that Yu Deshuang's martial spirit would not swell with pride from defeating an opponent. Long recognized that he had achieved his objective and felt no concern for Udess Wong, especially since Wukong and Yamucha were clearly trailing behind Udess Wong, alleviating any worries. He then leaped off the stage, picked up his discarded clothes, and dressed himself. With a playful tap on his back, he placed his hands on his hips, bending slightly as he addressed Udess Wong. "The time has come for you young ones to take the stage. I may no longer attend the martial arts tournaments. I hope you can carve out a perfect path ahead." Long then pondered aloud. What was that technique you just employed? It seemed far from a mere simple maneuver. A smile graced Yu Deshuang's lips as he replied, "This is a method I discovered through regular training, a technique that stimulates my muscles without causing harm, allowing me to control them with precision. By merging my energy with my muscles, I can enhance my physical strength and significantly boost my combat prowess. Unlike your approach, Master, which relies on energy to inflate your muscles for maximum capacity. Am I correct, Master?" Listening intently to Yu Deshuang's words, Long instinctively responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Suddenly startled, "You knew all along." Udess Wong laughed heartily. "Master, your disguise was too simplistic. I'm not Wukong. Yamucha had long suspected you were masquerading as a teacher, but I kept thwarting his suspicions." Then, in a hushed tone, he confided, "But do not disclose this to those two. And you certainly struck hard." Udess Wong, slightly embarrassed, admitted, "I wanted to give it my all and measure myself against the master." As Long observed Wukong and Yamucha approaching, he turned to Udess Wong and said, "I must take my leave now. Remember what those two have said." After Udess Wong nodded, Long turned and departed. Wukong and Yamucha, now drawing nearer, looked at Udess Wong with curiosity, having waited until Long and Udess Wong concluded their conversation before approaching. They congratulated Udess Wong, who responded with a faint smile. At that moment, the host's voice resonated. "The champion of this martial arts tournament has emerged. It is none other than contestant Udess Wong." Following the host's announcement, the audience erupted in a chorus of cheers, joined by Bulma, Oolong, and Wooir from the stands. The host then presented the prize money to Udess Wong, microphone in hand, proclaiming, "This is the champion's prize of 500,000 yuan. Congratulations." Udess Wong graciously accepted the championship prize, expressing his gratitude. Thus, the first martial arts tournament concluded in this manner. In the sky, the absence of the moon rendered the night darker than usual. Yet the stars shone with an intensified brilliance. In a brightly lit restaurant, numerous patrons occupied the tables. At that moment, a child clutched a roasted pig with his left hand while using chopsticks to eat noodles from a bowl with his right, a small mountain of bowls stacked before him. All the diners gazed in astonishment at the child. Upon finishing his meal, the child looked at the now awestruck owner and asked, "Is there more?" Regaining his composure, the owner replied to Wukong, All the restaurant's ingredients have been thoroughly consumed. This is the last of it. Wukong patted his belly and exhaled, saying, "Eating until I'm 80% full will suffice." This remark left the assembled crowd in shock. Udess Wong, witnessing the scene, smiled lightly, having already made preparations. After settling the bill at the service counter, the group stood beneath the night sky, while Master Rashi animatedly spoke to Udess Wong, Wukong, and Yamucha, his gaze filled with anticipation. Wukong was the first to speak. "I plan to search for my grandfather's Dragon Balls first." Master Rashi nodded in agreement and turned his attention to the other two. Udess Wong stated, "I intend to return to West City." He then looked towards Bulma, asking, "Is everything I requested ready?" Bulma joyfully nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, Yamucha lowered his head, a faint blush on his face as he addressed Master Rashi. "I feel unprepared. So I plan to return to the Kame house for a while," rubbing his hands together nervously. Wooir looked at Yamucha and declared, "Wherever Master Yamucha goes, I shall follow. I cannot bear to be separated from him any longer." Tears welled in his eyes as he leaned against Yamucha's shoulder. Yamucha gazed back at Wooir with gratitude. Only Udess Wong observed Yamucha with a peculiar expression, seemingly lost in thought. Master Rashi, exasperated, exclaimed, "Nonsense. I have taught you all I can. Now it is time for you to forge your own paths." Yamucha replied, "I understand, Master. But I feel I have yet to attain the strength of Wukong and Udess Wong, so I intend to stay by your side for a while longer." Upon hearing this, Udess Wong was instantly struck by a sense of foreboding. The combat prowess of Yamucha seemed far superior to what he had claimed, although he could not yet rival Goku. He could certainly contend with him for a considerable duration. Undoubtedly, something was amiss. Master Rashi contemplated silently, having initially intended to spend some private time with Lanchi. At that moment, Goku gazed skyward and called out, "Kintown." Leaping onto the Nimbus, he took the dragon radar from Bulma, waved farewell to the group, and vanished into the night sky. Meanwhile, Udess Wong tossed a capsule to Yamucha, then threw another capsule to the ground, which with a resounding pop, revealed an aircraft. He addressed Yamucha, saying, "You and the teacher should take the plane and the capsule back to Kame House. For now, we must part ways here. But I look forward to our next thrilling battle." Yamucha nodded, his determined gaze speaking volumes. Subsequently, Udess Wong, Bulma, and Oolong boarded the aircraft, waving goodbye to Yamucha. Master Rashi and Wooir, who were already seated, each took to the skies, disappearing into the vastness as a new chapter began. As they soared through the night, Udess Wong expressed his remorse to Bulma, saying, "This time, I wish to seek someone, which may take a few days." Observing Bulma's sudden look of disappointment, he added, "We shall go together. First, we will return Oolong." Bulma nodded with delight. However, Oolong protested, feeling unjustly excluded, and voiced his objections to Udess Wong. In turn, Udess Wong warned Oolong, "We are venturing into a perilous location, and with my strength, I can protect only one person. Should you accompany us, I cannot guarantee your safety." Oolong trembled, shaking his head in refusal, clearly unwilling to join. At that moment, Udess Wong and Bulma exchanged knowing smiles, and the aircraft accelerated through the night sky. In a nearby town, the atmosphere was suffused with happiness. People bustled about, street vendors called out their wares, and pedestrians hurried along, some stopping to inquire about prices. Suddenly, two monks, their bald heads gleaming and adorned with 6 dot-like scars, appeared ahead. They were indeed monks from the Dulan Temple, tasked with procuring food for the temple. These monks enjoyed the protection of the temple's martial artists, which kept marauders at bay, earning them the respect of every townsfolk. Upon entering a shop to purchase rice and oil, the monks addressed the shopkeeper, "As you know, our usual requirements are quite minimal. So please ensure these are delivered to the mountain promptly. We would prefer not to repeat last time's delay, which left us punished for arriving after dark. If you cannot comply, we shall take our business elsewhere." The shopkeeper, in a flurry, nodded vigorously, wiping the sweat from his brow as he assured them. Subsequently, the two individuals vanished before the grocer, at which point 2 young men and women appeared before him. The shopkeeper advised them, insisting that they deliver supplies to the Doran Temple before turning to attend to his own affairs. The pair was none other than Udess Wong and Bulma, curiously clad in matching blue uniforms, prepared by the grocer for their journey to the temple with provisions. It turned out that Udess Wong had come in search of Klin, but the vastness of the temple made it daunting to enter without causing unnecessary disturbances. Udess Wong located the transport driver at the grocery store and exchanged a sum of money for the vehicle keys, with the driver willingly claiming to the grocer that he was a relative taking his place for the day. Udess Wong hoped to either find Klin or abandon the quest, reasoning that Klin had likely returned to the Doran Temple, a place he had frequented for many years, due to the inability to locate the Turtle Hermit. As the truck approached the temple's rear entrance, Udess Wong noticed a few monks approaching. He opened the back doors of the truck, signaling for them to unload. Seizing the opportunity, Udess Wong inquired about the location of the restroom, awkwardly gesturing to his stomach. The monk understood and pointed in the appropriate direction before joining the others in unloading the cargo. In the main hall of the temple, a small monk was tidying up the stairs, revealing himself to be a boy without a nose. This unfortunate little monk furrowed his brow, his expression bleak as he swept away the dust accumulating on the steps. At that moment, two monks, one stout and the other slender, approached. The lanky monk, tall and narrow-faced, bore a mischievous grin, while the shorter, round-headed monk sported two exaggerated whiskers inappropriate for his age. They sneered at the small monk, exclaiming, "Isn't this Klin? Still cleaning, are we? Have you finished our share?" They then kicked him in the stomach, causing Klin to collapse. Anger flared in his eyes as he clenched his fists, but soon he relaxed, lowering his gaze and murmuring, "I haven't finished yet." The two monks, amused by Klin's timidity, laughed heartily before disappearing from his sight. After they had gone, Klin stood up, picking up the broom to continue his task. However, after only a few strokes, he threw the broom down and ran towards the back mountain. Not long after, he collided with a young man, who extended his hand toward Klin. The sight of the young man evoked a sense of compassion in Klin, prompting him to instinctively grasp the outstretched hand. The young man was indeed Udess Wong, who upon seeing the little monk without a nose, confirmed that this was the Klin he had been searching for. Udess Wong spoke. "You seem rather unhappy. Is there something troubling you? Perhaps I could assist you if you are willing to share." Subsequently, with a gentle smile, Udess Wong remarked to Klin that expressing oneself is far better than bottling up emotions. Upon hearing this, Klin sought a quiet place to converse with the benevolent young man. Perhaps it was because Udess Wong was the first person, apart from the temple master, who did not display a malicious expression due to his peculiar appearance. It was the first time someone was willing to engage him in conversation, and Klin seemed to have much to share. After listening to Klin's experiences, Udess Wong couldn't help but reflect on the butterfly effect caused by his own actions, which had led to Klin missing his anticipated encounter with Master Rashi, resulting in his disappointment. Yet, it appeared that Klin had undergone significant transformation, compared to the cunning nature he exhibited during his first meeting with Goku in the original narrative. He now seemed to possess hope and resilience, having experienced despair that matured his character. With this thought in mind, Udess Wong addressed Klin, stating that he would be staying in a small town at the foot of the mountain for a while. If Klin wished, he could find him at the hotel there. Udess Wong mentioned he would be waiting around 4 in the afternoon, and if Klin did not arrive by then, he would leave the town, encouraging him to think carefully before seeking him out. Klin, though puzzled, nodded in agreement, saying, "Tomorrow? All right, I will come to find you." Udess Wong smiled in response, offering no further words as he vanished from Klin's sight. Upon returning to the truck, Udess Wong discovered that the cargo had already been unloaded. Bulma, curious about his prolonged absence, inquired why he had taken so long. Udess Wong replied, "I encountered an interesting person and engaged in conversation for a while. Let us go?" Bulma nodded in understanding. The following day, Klin arrived at the hotel as promised. Upon seeing him, Udess Wong remained silent, leading Klin to a thicket on the outskirts of the town. Klin observed Udess Wong with curiosity, who, with a subtle smile, remained quiet. Suddenly, a vibrant energy surged within Udess Wong, and he raised his palm skyward, conjuring a spherical radiance which he hurled toward a distant boulder. Upon contact, the boulder shattered explosively, sending a gust of wind that swayed the surrounding flora. Astonished, Klin exclaimed, "What is this?" Udess Wong, smiling, replied, "This is called a wave bomb. Would you like to learn?" Klin hesitated, asking, "Is that possible?" "Yes, but to master it, your physical strength must reach a certain level, allowing you to sense the energy required to execute such an attack," Udess Wong explained. Klin, puzzled, inquired, "Energy?" Udess Wong elaborated, "Energy exists in all things. To harness it, one must attain a specific level of martial prowess to perceive it, which may be a bit premature for you at this stage." Klin then asked, "How will you teach me?" "I possess a martial art that can enhance your physical strength, consisting of 36 movements. If you can learn and fluidly execute all 36 movements, you will be able to sense the energy, Yu Deshuang responded. Really? Qlin's eyes lit up with excitement, but soon a look of confusion crossed his face as he queried. Why would you share such techniques with me? Yu Deshuang remarked. I perceive a resemblance between you and myself. He casually continued. These 36 movements cannot be practiced by just anyone. They require immense perseverance. Each movement is accompanied by suffering. Do you still wish to continue? After a moment of hesitation, reflecting on his aimless and despairing life, Qlin nodded with newfound determination. Subsequently, Yu Deshuang demonstrated the 36 movements before Qlin, who only grasped them by the 5th repetition. Yu Deshuang instructed Qlin to perform each movement in sequence. Beginning with the first, Qlin soon felt an absence of sensation beyond the complexity of the movements. Having been raised in a martial arts temple, Qlin possessed a foundational strength, allowing him to proceed without pause. However, as he commenced the second movement, immense pain surged through him. He immediately curled up, resembling a cooked shrimp, and lay on the ground, taking a long time to recover. Embarrassed, he glanced at Yu Deshuang. Realizing he had not heeded the latter's advice, which had led to his fall, Yu Deshuang, unfazed, allowed Qlin to breathe a sigh of relief. Following Yu Deshuang's guidance, Qlin executed each movement with pauses until he completed the 36th. He then looked toward Yu Deshuang, who smiled and remarked, I have finished teaching you. I must take my leave now. Remember to master these 36 movements. With that, Yu Deshuang turned to depart. At that moment, Qlin knelt on the ground. Calling out to Yu Deshuang's retreating figure, please accept me as your disciple. Yu Deshuang paused briefly, replying, if you can complete these movements within 3 months, come to the West City Capsule Corporation and ask for someone named Bulma to find me. He then continued on his way, vanishing from Qlin's sight. Qlin, clenching his fists and murmuring, I will, also disappeared into the depths of the forest. Chapter 5. The storm approaches. Upon returning to the small town, Yu Deshuang smiled at Bulma and said, Bulma, let us go. It's time to return to West City. Bulma, intrigued, looked at Yu Deshuang and asked, are we leaving already? Didn't you say you were here to find someone? Have you found them? Yes, Yu Deshuang replied, I have met with him. I plan to return home first. Would you like to accompany me? It seems you have never visited my house. Bulma's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Are we really going to meet your parents? Yu Deshuang laughed heartily. You could say that. In Wooshir town, at the Yu family martial arts hall, a group of students listened intently as a middle-aged man boasted. This man was Yu Zhan. He animatedly addressed the students. You all know Yu Deshuang, right? He is my son. Are you familiar with the world's premier martial arts competition? My son was the champion of the 21st tournament. He held up a newspaper featuring Yu Deshuang, who had participated in the martial arts competition. Do you see? My son, Yu Deshuang, has triumphed as a martial arts champion. Who taught him, you ask? He hails from our esteemed Yu martial arts school, and he is indeed my son. Therefore, I urge you all to diligently practice your martial skills. Perhaps one day, you too may reach the heights of my son's accomplishments. What are you waiting for? Those with children at home might consider enrolling them. They could very well become the next Yu Deshuang. The crowd remained oblivious to the absurdity of the situation. Beside them, Yu Shan observed Yu Zhan's boastful demeanor with a look of incredulity, thinking to himself, did you actually teach your son? Realizing the irony, Yu Shan retorted, while it is true that he is your son, the foundational skills were imparted by me. He then assumed the stance of a martial arts master and addressed the students. Yu Deshuang is my protege. Do you understand? Your current efforts pale in comparison to even a fraction of his prowess. He then let out a dismissive grunt. Fuming, Yu Zhan exclaimed, you taught him? Nonsense. You merely laid the groundwork. It is my son's own diligence that has led to his success. Yu Shan, equally incensed, replied. What nonsense? Even if it is merely the basics, I taught them. What about you? Yu Zhan countered, what of it? I was occupied with matters elsewhere at the time. Otherwise, there would have been no need for your instruction. That was also my doing, Yu Shan retorted. It is simply because my son possesses remarkable genes. He is a genius, just like me. Yu Zhan shot back, I taught him. He is my son. A group of students looked on, bemused at the spectacle of the two instructors. At that moment, a young couple approached. The man wore a look of exasperation, while the woman stifled a laugh behind her hand. Suddenly, a student shouted, Yu Deshuang has returned. Instantly, the two instructors ceased their quarrel, their previous discord forgotten as they looked on with delight at Udess Wong, exclaiming, "You're back." Yu Zhan beamed with pride at his son, while Yu Shan addressed both Yu Zhan and Udess Wong, saying, "I shall fetch the old master. Please wait a moment." He turned and dashed towards the back of the martial arts school. It was then that Yu Zhan noticed the young woman beside Udess Wong, asking, "And who might this be?" Just as Udess Wong was about to respond, the young woman interjected, "Hello, uncle. My name is Bulma, and I am Udess Wong's girlfriend." Yu Zhan regarded Bulma with satisfaction, casting a knowing glance at Udess Wong, as if to say, "Well done, my boy, you resemble your father in his prime." He then turned to Bulma, saying, "Bulma, my son Udess Wong hasn't he been a nuisance to you, has he? If he dares to bully you, I shall take care of him." Blushing, Bulma responded, "Udess Wong treats me wonderfully. He would never bully me." Udess Wong remained silent, merely observing. At that moment, Yu Shan returned, accompanied by the elder Yu Tian, who patted Udess Wong on the shoulder, feeling the strength within. He remarked, "Very impressive." Then, turning to his two sons, he chastised, "Look at the two of you. Now observe my grandson Udess Wong. What a disappointment you both are." The students stifled their laughter, struggling to contain their amusement, while the disgruntled Yu Zhan and Yu Shan directed their ire at the students. "What are you all standing around for? Get back to your practice." The students could no longer contain their laughter, erupting in joyous mirth. Observing this, the elder Yu Tian felt a wave of frustration. What embarrassing antics had these two engaged in now? He glanced over at Udess Wong and nodded in satisfaction, realizing that his grandson was indeed commendable. At that moment, Yu Tian recalled something and addressed Udess Wong. "By the way, ever since you won the championship recently, I've noticed that Yu Jing and Yu Mo have been training diligently every morning, spurred by your achievement. Unlike you, who at such a young age has already attained the status of a martial arts champion." Udess Wong smiled at his grandfather, replying, "Grandfather, you must not say that. Not long ago, during my travels, I encountered the legendary master Wu Tian, the god of martial arts. I have now become his disciple, and my current prowess is largely due to his teachings." Yu Tian was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Master Wu Tian?" He then reflected, "It is indeed fortuitous that you have found such a mentor, yet this is also a testament to your innate talent in martial arts. Otherwise, you would not have achieved such remarkable results. Even as a child, you were more mature than your peers, and now you have grown so much. By the way, you should go find Yu Jing and Yu Mo. They are unaware of your return and might be having their meal. Go on." Udess Wong responded to his grandfather, "Understood. Grandfather, I shall speak with them shortly." He then proceeded to seek out Yu Jing, Yu Mo, and Yu at the back of the martial arts school. Meanwhile, Bulma accompanied his grandmother, Bai Tong, who had just arrived at the school, engaged in conversation in the resting area. Udess Wong chose not to invite Bulma along and ventured alone to find his friends. Arriving at the heart of the martial arts school, a place he had not visited in a long time, he was reminded that this was where they had practiced in their youth. Typically, the elder would practice Tai Chi at his residence, while Yu Zhan and Yu Shan trained directly in the school, having completed their breakfast and awaited the arrival of their students. This location had transformed into a cherished spot for Udess Wong, Yu Jing, Yu Mo, and Yu during their childhood. Standing in the center were two young men, while a young girl sat atop a massive rock, observing them. It was none other than Yu Jing, Yu Mo, and Yu. Although the morning training time had long passed, with age, Yu Jing and Yu Mo had ceased training alongside the students of the school. The young girl perched upon the rock suddenly spotted Udess Wong approaching, her face lighting up as she exclaimed, "Udess Wong, brother," and waved her hand. Hearing Yu's voice, Yu Jing and Yu Mo instinctively turned to see Udess Wong approaching, their faces alight with surprise. The two, who had been doing push-ups, sprang to their feet to greet him. At that moment, Udess Wong looked at the trio before him and reminisced about their previous training sessions together, marveling at how swiftly time had passed. The four soon engaged in animated chatter, having not seen each other in quite some time. Yu Jing regarded Udess Wong with a hint of frustration, saying, "Why is it that despite being the same age and putting in equal effort, I lag so far behind you? We practiced together." It was as if he lamented. "We agreed to be underachievers together, yet you suddenly transformed into an exemplary student." But his expression bore no trace of jealousy, only admiration. As Yu Mo, the younger brother of Udess Wong, often looked up to his elder brother with pride, he would boast to Yu Jing, "Of course, just look at who his brother is." He was quite pleased with himself, reminiscent of Yu Zhan, who had earlier been bragging. Yu Jing smirked, thinking to himself that it sounded as if he weren't part of the family, albeit not by blood. Yu also gazed adoringly at Udess Wong, as the once tiny child had blossomed into a vibrant young lady. Now Yu had begun her martial arts training, as the children of the Yu family, due to their family's martial arts school, typically started their foundational training at the age of 6. Although it wasn't a strict requirement, few would decline the opportunity, as martial arts training was beneficial for physical health. Observing the trio before him, Udess Wong felt a surge of emotion and addressed them. Do not be astonished in a moment. As the three nodded, Udess Wong directed his hand toward the rock that Yu had previously struck. Thanks to rigorous training, Udess Wong's control over his internal energy was remarkably smooth. A sphere of luminous energy manifested in his palm, and he proclaimed, "This is Qi, an essence that exists in all things. However, it can only be perceived when one's physical strength reaches a certain level. This is a fundamental condition for every martial arts master." He watched as the expressions of surprise gradually unfolded on their faces. Seeing their astonishment, Udess Wong continued, "Now, let me demonstrate the power of Qi." With that, he propelled the energy sphere towards the rock, which exploded upon contact, sending a gust of wind towards the trio. Yu Jing, Umo, and Yu stood agape, staring in disbelief. They then turned to look at Udess Wong, placing one hand on their heads and the other on their chins, pushing their jaws upward to close their mouths, which had dropped in shock. The sound of the explosion attracted others in the martial arts school, including their grandfather Yu Tian, grandmother Bai Tong, father Yu Zhan, uncle Yu Shan, and Bulma, who approached the site of the blast, dumbfounded by the absence of the giant rock and the crater left in its place. Udess Wong stuck out his tongue, realizing he had forgotten to take the three to the back mountain earlier. Resigned, he addressed his elders, saying, "I will share everything with you tonight when the whole family is gathered." Zhan Tian, observing his grandson, understood that Udess Wong had something significant to share with the family, and suppressing his curiosity, he nodded in response. As they gathered around the dining table, everyone looked at Udess Wong with serious expressions, awaiting his words. Having not tasted his family's home-cooked meals for a long time, Udess Wong indulged in several bowls of rice. His mother, noticing his ravenous appetite, urged him to eat slowly to avoid choking while serving him more vegetables. After finishing his last bowl, he leisurely placed a grain of rice into his mouth and chewed thoughtfully. As he swallowed that morsel, savoring the long-awaited taste of home, Udess Wong opened his eyes. He first introduced Bulma to everyone present, then proceeded to introduce each of his family members to her. After becoming acquainted with one another, the younger sister, Yu, remarked, "Brother Udess Wong, you are not being honest. It seems you have gone to the city to pursue romantic interests." Beside them, Umo gazed at his elder brother, Udess Wong, his eyes shimmering with a hint of gossip. Their father, Yu Zhan, exuded pride, while their mother, Linya, glanced at Udess Wong and then at Bulma, asking, "Little Bang, when do you plan to get married?" Bulma, blushing, looked towards Udess Wong, drawing the attention of everyone present, which left him momentarily speechless. Regaining his composure, Udess Wong responded, "It is still quite early for that. I have already discussed marriage with Bulma. We are still young and not in a hurry." Linya insisted, "You should act quickly. You must not do anything to wrong Bulma. Otherwise, even though you are my son, it will not be acceptable. Do you understand?" Yu Zhan concurred. Indeed. Following this, the family expressed their agreement one by one. Udess Wong forced a smile, reassuring them, "Do not worry, that will not happen. I have something to say to everyone." At this moment, Grandpa Yu Tian addressed Udess Wong, "Speak freely. We are all here waiting. You are not a child anymore. So share your thoughts. Our family is not bound by tradition. Although we are few in number, we will support whatever decision you make." Sensing Yu Deshuang's intentions, Yu Tian spoke earnestly. Udess Wong, with a serious expression, declared, "I plan to open a martial arts school in the western capital and would like to invite the family to join me. Of course, the school in the town must continue. This is the place we have called home for many years, and we cannot simply abandon it. Therefore, I want to invite my second and third brothers to assist me." At this point, Uncle Yu Shan interjected, "That is a commendable idea. But you should understand that opening a martial arts school is not something to be taken lightly. Although you have won championships, your influence may not yet be at the level of universal acclaim." Their father, Yu Zhan, unusually stood in solidarity with Uncle Yu Shan, pausing before addressing Udess Wong. Even if you establish the martial arts school, the training we provide is merely basic martial arts designed to strengthen the body. It can yield decent results. But if a group of hopeful individuals arrives and sees no progress, it will be challenging to sustain the school. Udess Wong smiled. I have already considered these aspects. I simply need more hands. What I demonstrated today at the martial arena is only a fraction of my current abilities. My strength has surpassed the limits of the human body, and I have developed a martial arts system that allows individuals to reach and transcend their physical limits. However, results may vary from person to person. I am willing to share this system with anyone, but mastering it requires immense courage and perseverance. After all, there are no shortcuts on any path in this world, so if anyone is willing to learn, I can impart this technique to them. Both Yu Zhan and Yu Tian were astonished. Yu Tian began, you must understand that every martial art is an individual's unique skill. If you impart your secret techniques to others, what if an adversary learns them and uses them against you? At that moment, a formidable aura reminiscent of a martial arts master emanated from Yu Deshuang, while his grandfather, Yu Tian, a man of considerable wisdom, recognized that he could not sway Yu Deshuang. For Yu Deshuang was resolute. Once he set his mind on something, it would not waver. For instance, when he wished to attend school in the western capital, his family hesitated due to his tender age, fearing he might encounter unforeseen dangers alone. Yet, Yu Deshuang knelt, remaining there until his family, concerned for his well-being, acquiesced to sending him to study in the western capital. Moreover, Yu Tian sensed a distinctive transformation within Yu Deshuang. After pondering deeply, Yu Tian addressed Yu Deshuang. Very well, your decisions made in youth are seldom changed. Since you have resolved to pursue this path, embrace it wholeheartedly. While you are still young, strive for what you desire. To postpone such endeavors until old age is to invite regret. Observing his father's support for Yu Deshuang, Yu Zhan refrained from dissent, and the family fell into a contemplative silence. At this juncture, Bulma, feeling anxious, discreetly tugged at Yu Deshuang's clothing. He smiled at her and declared, "This is an opportune moment. I wish to demonstrate the martial arts I have developed. Come, let us step outside, and I shall showcase my techniques. Are you not curious how my martial skills transcend the limits of the human body?" The atmosphere lightened, and the group followed Yu Deshuang with eager eyes to an open space. Once there, Yu Deshuang addressed everyone. Now, I shall present to you a series of techniques I have named the 36 refinements of the body. Each movement is intricate, yet those with a decent level of physical strength can practice this set. However, performing all 36 movements consecutively will induce considerable pain in the body, so only those with perseverance can master them. Allow me to demonstrate. As his words faded, he began his display. The audience watched intently as he executed the 1st, 5th, 20th, and finally, the 36th movements, concluding his performance. Yu Tian observed Yu Deshuang with a grave expression, despite his own limited prowess. Years of experience allowed him to discern that if two individuals practiced martial arts, one mastering Yu Deshuang's 36 refinements and the other not, the disparity between them would only widen. Seeing the confidence radiating from Yu Deshuang, Yu Tian sighed, reflecting, the realm now belongs to the youth. Yu Deshuang responded, I will remain at home for a time. Once you and the others have mastered these techniques, I shall take Yujing and Yuma to the city to establish a martial arts school. At this moment, Yu pouted, exclaiming, how unfair. Just moments ago, I pondered why I wasn't invited along. At that moment, Udess Wong, with a hint of exasperation, explained that the initial phase of establishing a martial arts school was quite challenging. He intended to train Yujing and Umo to enhance their problem-solving abilities. As for our little princess, he assured me that in due time, he would take me to Shiji City. Yu turned away, ignoring Udess Wong with a huff. Meanwhile, Lu Si, Yujing and Yu's mother, gazed at Yu with frustration and remarked to Udess Wong, you should take her with you, otherwise. This period is bound to be tumultuous. Yu Deshuang's mother, Linya, chimed in, just take her along. With a wry smile, Udess Wong acquiesced, provided that Yu behaved. Otherwise, he would reconsider. Seeing Yu nod, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the ensuing days, Udess Wong would lead Yujing, Umo, Yu, his father, uncle, and grandfather in practicing the 36 techniques of body tempering each morning. Initially, grandfather Yu Tian was reluctant to participate due to his advanced age, but he eventually joined the others. The following day, Bulma shyly departed from Wusher town. That evening, their mother suggested that the two share a room. citing a lack of available space, though they had traveled together before. However, it felt different under the watchful eyes of their parents, rendering the situation somewhat awkward. Udess Wong silently questioned whether he was being overly sensitive, as there seemed to be ample guest rooms in the house. Soon, Bulma called Udess Wong, informing him that Wukong had arrived. She recalled that he had previously mentioned notifying him upon Wukong's arrival, so she did just that. "When will you be here?" she inquired. "I'll be there shortly. Please have Wukong wait for me," he replied. He then informed his family of his impending trip to Shiji City and urged Yu Jing and Yu Mo to diligently practice the techniques he had taught them. Yu, however, displayed a lackadaisical attitude, alternating between enthusiasm and indifference. Udess Wong held no expectations for her, understanding she was the cherished little princess of the family, free from worry and care. Afterward, he found a secluded spot and vanished. Indeed, it was Udess Wong utilizing his instantaneous movement. He had previously attempted to harness this ability upon sensing chi, but it had proven elusive due to the nascent nature of his energy. One day, after practicing the 36 techniques to the point where they no longer significantly impacted his physique, he decided to try using instantaneous movement again. To his delight, what he had not dared hope for had come to fruition. However, it appeared that his ability had certain limitations, preventing him from moving as freely as Wukong or Jebbet in the future. Nevertheless, the mere fact that he could use it brought him satisfaction. With the enhancement of his strength, he might one day move with the same ease as Wukong or Jebbet. Thus, in a flash, Udess Wong silently appeared before Bulma and Wukong. The suddenness of his arrival startled both Bulma and Wukong, prompting Wukong to draw his golden staff and swing it towards Yu Deshuang's head. As Udess Wong witnessed Wukong swinging the golden staff towards his head, he instinctively dodged to the side and exclaimed, "Wukong, it's me, Udess Wong." Only then did Wukong recognize Udess Wong and reproachfully say, "Why did you suddenly appear and startle both me and Bulma?" Udess Wong, speechless, thought to himself, "You might find yourself in a similar predicament someday." Turning to Bulma, he apologized, "I'm sorry, Bulma." Curiously, the two looked at Udess Wong and inquired, "What is going on? Why did you suddenly show up?" With a smile, Udess Wong replied, "Do you remember the wish I made to the dragon?" At that moment, Bulma and Wukong exchanged astonished glances and exclaimed, "Is it instant transmission?" Wukong placed his hands behind his head and mused, "So this is instant transmission? I thought it was some kind of food." Bulma added, "What a marvelous ability." Wukong then asked, "Do you want to join me in searching for the Dragon Balls?" Udess Wong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I have another wish I would like to make to the dragon." Wukong inquired, "What wish? Is it an endless supply of delicious food?" Bulma, exasperated, glanced at Wukong before turning her attention back to Udess Wong. Udess Wong clarified, "It's not about food. Recently, I plan to open a martial arts school, and I believe this wish will be beneficial." Bulma, seemingly understanding, remarked, "You wish to ask the dragon for a martial arts school? That is something I can help you with without needing the dragon." Udess Wong replied, "No, my wish needs to enhance my martial arts, and I already possess the funds to open the school. Before I met Master Wu Tian, I was making money by fighting in underground matches and apprenticing at prestigious martial arts schools." Bulma gasped, "Underground fights? You should avoid those in the future. If I had known you were doing that, I would have stopped you. That is a matter of life and death." Udess Wong gently reassured her, "I won't do that anymore. Besides, my strength has already surpassed many experts. There are hardly any capable of matching me in this world." Bulma responded, "That still doesn't sit well with me. I worry," her cheeks reddening. Udess Wong tenderly called her name, gazing at her with affection before pulling her into an embrace. Meanwhile, Wukong, oblivious to the moment, interjected, "Udess Wong, when are we setting off? I can't wait any longer. I still haven't found my grandpa's Dragon Ball." Udess Wong replied, "We can leave now, but we should prepare first." Wukong acknowledged, "Okay, Udess Wong." Soon after, Udess Wong and Wukong soared away on the Nimbus, leaving Bulma alone, gazing wistfully at the sky. Unintentionally, Udess Wong had gleaned from Wukong about the recent events he had encountered. From Wukong's words, Udess Wong inferred that the unfolding events closely mirrored those in the Dragon Ball saga, as Wukong had already come into contact with the Red Ribbon Army. This, of course, was inevitable, for Udess Wong was aware that the leader of the Red Ribbon, Commander Red, harbored a wish of his own to attain greater height. While it may appear rather absurd, for some affluent and powerful individuals, it is often the unattainable that holds the greatest significance. sometimes even surpassing the value of life itself. After all, when one possesses everything in this world, it is often the inconspicuous that captures their attention. Though ultimately met with demise at the hands of his own trusted commander, Yu Deshuang understood that viewing matters solely through a simplistic lens would be a grave mistake, one that could lead to his downfall. Despite being a formidable figure in this realm, he remained acutely aware of the underestimated dangers that lurked around him, thus consistently admonishing himself to never let his guard down in any situation. As Wukong and Udess Wong soared to the surface of the sea, Udess Wong turned to Wukong and suggested, "Wukong, let us pay a visit to the Turtle Hermit's abode and seek Yamucha. I believe his prowess will undoubtedly aid us in our quest for the Dragon Balls." Wukong nodded in agreement and promptly set off towards the direction of the Turtle Hermit's home. At that moment, the Turtle Hermit was engrossed in the television screen. Although he sat there, a closer inspection would reveal that his neck had elongated considerably. Were Yu Deshuang present, he would undoubtedly jest, remarking that the title Turtle Hermit was misleading. It was not merely the shell he carried, but rather the way he stretched his neck to watch television that earned him the moniker. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Master Rashi, I have returned with the goods." A young man appeared, one hand laden with groceries while the other held the hand of a girl with flowing blue hair. A doll perched upon his shoulder, Yamucha, Lanshi, and Pure. The Turtle Hermit, turning around, addressed Yamucha with a hint of irritation. Go tidy up the house." Yamucha, with a sheepish grin, replied, "Of course, Master Rashi." He then released Lanshi's hand and began to sweep near the entrance. Noticing his efforts, Lanshi offered, "Allow me to assist." Yamucha, shaking his head, insisted, "No need, you should rest." This was due to Yamucha's bold confession of feelings towards Lanshi upon his return, which had left her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, further inflaming the Turtle Hermit's ire. For days, the Turtle Hermit had been in a huff over Yamucha, who, aware of his master's displeasure, maintained a servile demeanor, readily attending to his master's whims, such as supplying toilet paper when it ran out, a ploy where Yamucha hid in the restroom, waiting to pounce with paper when the Turtle Hermit found himself in a predicament, or fetching water when his master grew parched while reading, though he was actually caught off guard while enjoying some rather risque literature. Strangely enough, these antics proved effective. The Turtle Hermit, having been unnerved by Yamucha's thoughtful gestures, reconsidered his lingering resentment. However, he still gritted his teeth, watching the two display their affections, a scenario concocted in his imagination. Although Lanshi had acquiesced to Yamucha, their interactions remained devoid of undue intimacy. At that moment, two figures entered, the esteemed Udess Wong and Wukong. Udess Wong observed the peculiar atmosphere between Yamucha and Master Rashi, sensing an odd tension, and glanced at Lanshi and Pure. Lanshi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, while Pure, incensed, exclaimed, "It's because young Master Yamucha confessed his feelings to Lanshi, and this old pervert got upset." Pure cared little for anyone besides Yamucha, though he acknowledged that if Lanshi were to marry Yamucha in the future, it might be a different story. Udess Wong understood at last. No wonder. Master Rashi, having overheard Pure's insult, was displeased. Swift as lightning, he grabbed a pillow and hurled it at Pure. In retaliation, Pure flew over and began playfully thumping Master Rashi's head, causing Udess Wong to chuckle at the antics of the two children. He then turned to Yamucha, who was tidying up, and said, "Goku and I plan to seek the Dragon Balls, but during our quest, Goku has already roused the Red Ribbon Army. While we are confident we can handle it, I wanted to ask if you would like to join us. After all, this is a rare opportunity for self-improvement. There may even be life-threatening situations, as there are formidable experts in this world that we are unaware of, and we might encounter them on this journey." Yamucha's eyes sparkled at the suggestion, then he glanced at Lanshi and replied, "Perhaps I should refrain from going." He lowered his head and resumed cleaning. Understanding his hesitation, Lanshi gently urged, "Don't be like that. If you wish to go, then go. I will wait for you." Udess Wong, as if struck by a thought, looked at Lanshi and inquired, "Have you noticed that your sneezing has decreased recently?" Lanshi responded, "It seems so. Ever since Yamucha confessed to me, I have transformed less frequently." "Ah, I see," Udess Wong remarked. "What do you mean?" Lanshi asked. Udess Wong continued, "I suspect that your rare transformations are due to your heightened focus on Yamucha since his confession. Perhaps your other persona may either merge with you or vanish entirely." Lanshi gasped, "Vanish?" "Indeed," Udess Wong affirmed. "This condition suggests you possess a dual personality, with the other persona emerging to protect you in times of danger. A manifestation of your own character. What? But if she disappears, I don't want that. Lan Shi exclaimed. Udess Wong laughed gently. You are, in essence, one individual. Your other self is a product of your consciousness, not a separate life form. Is that so? Lan Shi pondered. Yes, Udess Wong nodded. Meanwhile, Yamucha, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, worried about Lan Shi's safety and refrained from interrupting. Upon realizing that Lan Shi was fine, he felt relieved and turned to Udess Wong, saying, All right, if Lan Shi wants me to go, then I shall. As the three made their way out the door, Master Rashi finally ceased his playful banter with Wooir and called out to Yamucha, Don't die out there. Yamucha, touched by his teacher's concern, replied, Understood, Master. Wooir also remarked, Young Master, please exercise caution. Lan Shi approached Yamucha, tidying his seemingly disheveled attire as she gazed at him. Yamucha nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, the trio settled into the submarine prepared by Yu Deshuang, which began its descent. As the submarine submerged, the surrounding scenery began to transform dramatically. Wukong observed the fish gliding by, drooling in awe. Yamucha marveled at the underwater world, for as a sand thief, he had never fathomed the beauty that lay beneath the waves. Yu Deshuang, too, was captivated by the wonders of nature, reflecting on the fact that this was his first venture into the underwater realm across both of his lives. Guided by the information displayed on the Dragon Ball radar, the trio continued their descent into the depths of the ocean until the once vibrant underwater landscape grew dim. The aquatic creatures began to vanish from sight. At that moment, Yu Deshuang activated the submarine's headlights, illuminating the now shadowy seabed. Suddenly, a fearsome underwater creature appeared before them, eliciting a gasp. Yu Deshuang then remarked, What presents as beauty on the surface can be so fragile within. One must never be deceived by external appearances. Wukong looked at Yu Deshuang, puzzled. Can we eat it? Yu Deshuang felt a wave of embarrassment. After articulating a profound truth, he was misunderstood as suggesting a meal, causing Yamucha to feel quite uncomfortable beside him. It was only when Yu Deshuang shot a glance at Yamucha that the latter looked upwards and said, The weather is lovely today. Wukong replied, Where's their weather down here? Yamucha chuckled, Oh, it's nothing. At this juncture, the submarine began to approach a dark cave, where the Dragon Ball was suspected to reside according to the radar's readings. Yu Deshuang navigated cautiously until they neared the cave's entrance, when suddenly, a torpedo was launched towards the submarine. Since Yu Deshuang and Wukong had gone directly to Kame House without encountering the Red Ribbon Army, it was only upon submerging that they found themselves under attack, with torpedoes being fired at them. Seeing the torpedo hurtling towards them nearly resulted in an explosion, prompting Yu Deshuang to accelerate into the cave, thinking, Just wait until I get in there. I will deal with you. The Red Ribbon Army pursued closely behind, relentlessly bombarding the submarine with torpedoes. Yet, Yu Deshuang demonstrated remarkable skill as he evaded the explosive projectiles, despite being unable to retaliate in the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, at Kame House, Lan Shi was preparing a meal while Master Rashi lounged in a beach chair, basking in the sunlight. Suddenly, helicopters appeared overhead, and soldiers clad in military uniforms, armed with rifles, descended in front of Master Rashi. A portly officer approached him, stating, You must be the doctor who created that Dragon Ball radar for that little brat. We demand that you manufacture one for us. Subsequently, commanding his subordinates to press their guns against the turtle sage, he was met with a sudden elbow strike aimed at the individual who had a firearm poised at the sage's head, targeting the kidney area. In the ensuing chaos, the fallen personnel were swiftly retaliated against by the Red Ribbon Army, yet the turtle sage, with remarkable swiftness, caught the incoming bullets. Before the Red Ribbon Army could fully comprehend the situation, he launched an assault with astonishing speed, leaving several individuals bewilderingly sprawled on the ground. It was only then that the commanding officer realized the gravity of the situation, tremblingly aiming his weapon at the turtle sage before turning to flee towards the helicopter. The turtle sage, however, swiftly pursued him, delivering a decisive strike to the back of his head. At this moment, Lan Shi, wielding a kitchen knife while preparing a meal, instinctively glanced towards the fallen individuals. The turtle sage, with a resigned gesture, instructed her to retrieve some rope and bind the incapacitated foes. Together, they secured the Red Ribbon Army personnel to the helicopter, where the turtle sage took the pilot's seat. Placing a timed explosive device belonging to the Red Ribbon Army within the aircraft, a Ascending to a height of 100 meters, he leaped from the helicopter into the sea, watching as it exploded in the sky above. Reflecting on Yu Deshuang's earlier words, he recalled that Goku had previously encountered members of the Red Ribbon Army while searching for the Dragon Balls, which meant they would inevitably pursue Goku to the Turtle House. Master, I know you are accustomed to a carefree life, but when the moment calls for action, please do not hold back, Udess Wong had urged. Acknowledging Yu's bow with a nod, the turtle sage resolved to act, even without such prompting. Meanwhile, he observed that Lan Shi's transformation was gradually diminishing, and failing to act could pose a threat to her life. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that Lan Shi might eventually wed Yamcha, and thus, he could not allow her to be endangered. With a sigh, he wished for their safety before swimming back to the Turtle House. As for Udess Wong and his companions, they were under siege from the relentless bombardment of the Red Ribbon Army, prompting them to temporarily entrust the pilot's seat to Yamcha. With the cave at risk of collapse due to the ongoing attacks, Udess Wong utilized his ability to teleport. He reappeared at the helm of the Red Ribbon submarine, swiftly incapacitating the two pilots seated in the command positions before turning the vessel around. It was only when Udess Wong maneuvered the submarine to a position 500 meters away from the cave entrance that General Blue finally arrived at the command center. Upon spotting Udess Wong smiling at him, General Blue seemed to drift into a reverie. Pointing towards the underwater mountain range, Udess Wong inquired, "What do you see ahead?" He then waved goodbye to General Blue, vanishing from his sight. Yamcha noticed Yu Deshuang's return, sensing that he had something significant to convey. Udess Wong addressed Yamucha, urging him to move forward. Understanding the command, Yamucha noted that Udess Wong had dealt with the enemies behind them, while the sudden disappearance of Udess Wong was explained by Wukong. At that moment, the trio navigated their submarine into a tunnel, progressing cautiously. The dim environment rendered their movements slow as they groped their way through the darkness. It was then that Wukong appeared to spot a button, and with curiosity, he pressed it, illuminating the tunnel. Yamucha and Wukong were momentarily taken aback, glancing around in bewilderment. Udess Wong remarked that they had likely stumbled upon a base and advised them to proceed with caution. Despite their careful exploration, they inadvertently triggered a mechanism. However, the trio, being skilled fighters, were not defeated by the traps, which only heightened their vigilance. Eventually, they emerged from the tunnel to find themselves before a vast underwater port. Yamucha gazed in astonishment, exclaiming that this must have been a gathering place for pirates long ago, before the advent of capsules, where ships were moored on the water's surface. Udess Wong nodded in agreement, pointing out the thick layer of dust covering the vessels, a testament to the pirate stronghold that had once thrived in these waters decades prior. He speculated that treasures might be hidden here, recalling the skeleton they had encountered in the tunnel. Yamucha's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of treasure, while Wukong innocently inquired if it was edible, leaving Udess Wong and Yamucha speechless. They assured Wukong that if they acquired the treasure, they would share it with him when he was older. Wukong responded nonchalantly. As their conversation concluded, the trio resumed their exploration, only to be confronted by a colossal figure that Yamucha swiftly dispatched. Udess Wong, with a teasing glimmer in his eye, remarked on Yamucha's performance, questioning if he had become fatigued from his time with Lan Shi. Yamucha's face flushed a deep shade of purple, and they continued onward. Ultimately, they discovered the Dragon Balls and a treasure, encountering a gigantic octopus along the way, which Wukong intended to consume. However, Udess Wong promised Wukong a feast once they emerged, prompting Wukong to relinquish his claim on the deceased creature. The unfortunate octopus met its end, still lingering in Wukong's thoughts. Udess Wong stowed the Dragon Balls in his backpack, and the moment they grasped the treasure, a sudden tremor ensued. Udess Wong instructed Wukong and Yamucha to hold on to him, and in an instant, they vanished from the treasure's location, reappearing inside the submarine. Udess Wong quickly activated the submarine, propelling them swiftly towards the cave's exit. Upon emerging, he glanced back at the collapsing cavern, releasing a sigh of relief as they steered directly towards Kame House. Only upon arriving at their destination did the trio finally allow themselves to relax. The turtle hermit felt a sense of relief upon seeing Udess Wong and the others return. Meanwhile, Lan Shi, emerging from the kitchen, rushed to embrace Yamucha, causing him to laugh heartily while awkwardly scratching the back of his head. He cast an embarrassed glance at the others, prompting Lan Shi to regain her composure and shyly retreat to the kitchen. Udess Wong looked at Yamucha and said, "Are you still going? It won't be so easy from here on." Yamucha pondered for a moment before replying. While staying behind would undoubtedly be safer, I might regret it for the rest of my life. Thus, I have decided to go. With a smile, Udess Wong extended his palm, and Yamucha placed his hand atop Yu Deshuang's. Wukong, mimicking Yamucha, added his hand to the pile, and the three shared a knowing smile. The turtle hermit observed them with a sense of satisfaction, nodding thoughtfully, lost in his own musings. At that moment, the trio had already located 3 Dragon Balls and were heading towards a small western town, situated over 500 kilometers away, as indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. They arrived at an antique shop that specialized in collectibles. Udess Wong recalled the plot involving the Dragon Balls, remembering that ultimately, the shopkeeper had manufactured a batch to sell to adventurers seeking the Dragon Balls. This had led to a tragic fate when the Red Ribbon Army discovered the scheme, resulting in the shopkeeper's demise, while the fortunate Palaf gang obtained a Dragon Ball. The trio, relying on their luck and a device of their own invention, managed to conceal the Dragon Ball and evade both the Red Ribbon Army and Wukong's pursuit. However, Wukong eventually seized the Dragon Ball, and the unfortunate Ashio even found himself in an embarrassing situation. Fortunately, due to Yu Deshuang's presence, this sequence of events did not unfold. As they entered the shop, Yu Deshuang climbed up to the pigeon nest and retrieved a Dragon Ball to place in his backpack. His actions startled the pigeons within, alerting the shopkeeper, who emerged in a fit of rage upon seeing someone climbing atop his sign. He immediately unleashed a torrent of curses at Udess Wong. Just as Yamucha was about to retaliate, Udess Wong intervened, shaking his head and putting an arm around Yamucha's shoulders as they departed. Exiting the small town, the trio continued their journey by plane towards the location of another Dragon Ball. However, Udess Wong did not find it, for shortly after he turned away, a group of individuals approached the antique shop's owner. The owner, upon seeing them, wore an expression of delight akin to that of a butcher eyeing a prime cut of meat, oblivious to the presence of the people before him. Among them were members of the Red Ribbon Army, who, having purchased a counterfeit Dragon Ball from the shopkeeper, soon discovered the deception when they crushed the fake Dragon Ball in their hands. Ultimately, the last boss could not escape the grim fate of being gunned down. When Udess Wong, Yamucha, and Wukong arrived at the island above sea level in their aircraft, they were suddenly startled by a commotion. Udess Wong, piloting the plane, hastily maneuvered closer to investigate. To his astonishment, he witnessed several helicopters overhead firing upon the ground, emblazoned with the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. At that moment, Udess Wong signaled Wukong to take to the skies on his Nimbus cloud and bring down the helicopters ahead. Wukong nodded in agreement, brandishing his golden staff and striking the helicopters with formidable force. After one helicopter was obliterated by Wukong's mighty blow, the remaining aircraft concentrated their firepower upon him. Meanwhile, below, a father and son gazed curiously at the spectacle above, watching as the helicopters were systematically destroyed by Wukong wielding his staff. The child in the father's arms, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "Daddy, when I grow up, I want to be as powerful as that person up there." The father gently nodded at his child, assuring, "You will be, my dear." As Wukong continued to eliminate the helicopters, Udess Wong and his companions landed their aircraft in a nearby clearing. Upon disembarking, they approached the father and son, who expressed their gratitude towards the trio. Noticing the Dragon Ball in the man's hand, Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed over, exclaiming, "It's my grandpa's 4-star Dragon Ball. Could you please give it to me?" After a moment of hesitation, the man, moved by Wukong's enthusiasm, handed over the Dragon Ball. Wukong was elated, as he felt the presence of his long-lost grandfather returning to him. The man then introduced himself to Udess Wong, Wukong, and Yamucha, saying, "Greetings. I am Bra, the guardian of this sacred land, the Korin's sacred land, protecting it from disturbance through the generations. This is my son, named Upa," he said, pointing to the little boy who had just descended from him. Udess Wong smiled warmly at Bra and replied, "I am Udess Wong. And this beside me is Yamucha. The young boy who just took down the helicopters is son Wukong. We are martial artists. The reason you were targeted is due to the Dragon Ball you just entrusted to Wukong." "Dragon Ball?" Bra inquired, intrigued. Udess Wong chuckled softly, explaining, "Our journey is to seek the Dragon Balls, which have the power to grant wishes and possess unparalleled value. However, if they fall into the hands of malevolent beings, they can bring about calamity." Bra nodded thoughtfully, realizing the gravity of the situation. "So, you are not afraid of being pursued?" he asked. Udess Wong smiled again, responding, "As we seek the Dragon Balls, one of our purposes is to find them, while the other is to eliminate the Red Ribbon Army. In gratitude for your trust in entrusting the Dragon Ball to Goku, I intend to take your son as my disciple, if you permit." The man replied, "There is no need for that. I will teach my son to become a strong warrior myself. Nonetheless, I appreciate your assistance in vanquishing our foes. You may accept this Dragon Ball as a token of our gratitude." Udess Wong shook his head and said, "Do not be so hasty in your refusal. There is a disparity in strength among martial artists, and do you truly wish for your son to spend his entire life in the sacred land without venturing beyond? At such a tender age, he should explore the world, and upon gaining sufficient experience, return to fulfill his responsibilities. Keeping UPA confined to the sacred land will stifle his growth." Beulah remained silent for a moment before nodding and responding, "I will consider this carefully." Udess Wong chose not to press further. The discussion had reached a satisfactory conclusion, as it was a decision made on a whim. As they continued their conversation, they arrived at the tents of Beulah and UPA. Yamcha and Goku, upon noticing a towering pillar beside the tent, walked beneath it and gazed upwards. Yamcha, astonished, remarked to Beulah, "This must be what you are meant to protect." Beulah nodded and explained, "This is a pillar known as Karen Tower, from which the name of the Karen sacred land is derived. No one knows its true height. It is a treasure guarded by our ancestors. It is said that a sage resides at its summit, and if one can climb to the top through their own abilities and meet the sage, they will be granted sacred water. Drinking this water will significantly enhance one's power." After a brief pause, Beulah continued, "However, this is merely an ancient legend. Perhaps just a superstition." The group gazed up at the towering Karen Tower, and Yamcha clenched his fists, resolutely deciding to attempt the climb. Yet, Udess Wong advised, "Let us not rush. Once we have located the Dragon Balls, you may come and try." Yamcha nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Commander Reed of the Red Ribbon Army was on the phone, cursing vehemently. Having sent numerous individuals to search for the Dragon Balls, he was frustrated that they had been thwarted by mere children, none of whom had returned. Even his most capable subordinate, General Blue, had not reported back, leading him to fear the worst. In a fit of anger, Commander Reed exclaimed, "Useless. All of them." The table before him was in disarray. At that moment, Commander Balaku received a communication and nodded repeatedly, lowering his head as he informed Commander Reed, "We have contacted the world's #1 assassin, Taya Popai, who is currently en route." Commander Reed scoffed, "Humph. I am eager to see what this so-called world's #1 assassin is truly capable of." He then glared at the solitary Dragon Ball on his desk, cursing, "Bastards. All of them." He proceeded towards the reception area, with Commander Balaku trailing closely behind, his head bowed. At this moment, a young soldier reported to Commander Reed, "Sir, the assassin Tao Bai has arrived at the reception room." Commander Reed, taken aback, exclaimed, "So soon? Let me there at once. I wish to meet this renowned assassin and see if they are truly deserving of their reputation." With hastened steps, Commander Reed made his way to the reception room. Upon entering, he beheld a figure clad in a traditional Chinese chi pao by the window, adorned with a scorpion tail braid. Commander Reed, gazing at the figure, inquired, "Are you the legendary Tao Bai, the world's foremost assassin?" Tao Bai turned to face him, affirming, "Indeed, it is I." Commander Reed welcomed, "Welcome, esteemed Tao Bai," to which Tao Bai responded, "Let it be known, my fee for a single life is 100 million. Colonel Braca gasped, 100 million? Commander Reed, unfazed, declared, "As long as the task is accomplished, the cost is of no concern." Tao Bai continued, "However, you are in luck. This year, I am hosting a 20th anniversary promotional event for assassins, and my fee is halved. I shall take 50 million for one life." Commander Reed's eyes widened in gratitude. "Thank you." At that moment, Colonel Braku, perplexed, asked, "Are you truly the Tao Bai?" A playful smile graced Tao Bai's lips. "What? Would you like to test me?" Colonel Braku waved his hand dismissively. No, that will not be necessary." Recalling the artificial human #9 developed by Dr. Garo, Commander Reed turned to Colonel Braku, "Fetch Dr. Garo's artificial human #9. Let it compete with our esteemed Tao Bai." Colonel Braku responded, "Yes, Commander Reed," and retreated. Not long after, Colonel Braku returned, accompanied by a slender figure. He addressed Commander Reed, "Sir, I have brought artificial human #9. Bowing slightly, he gestured for No. 9 to stand in the open space. Tao Bai approached the artificial human and asked Commander Reed, If I were to eliminate this individual, would I also receive a reward? Absolutely, Commander Reed replied with a smile. As long as you demonstrate your prowess, such matters are inconsequential. Nodding, Tao Bai turned to number 9 and said, "Let us begin." In an instant, artificial human number 9 lunged toward Tao Bai. Commander Reed mused to himself. This number 9 is said to be the culmination of Dr. Garrow's extensive research, incorporating lessons learned from previous models. I wonder how effective it truly is. They say it possesses strength surpassing that of artificial human number 8. If Tao Bai can defeat this creation, they may very well have the capability to assist me in reclaiming the Dragon Balls. Then, my wish to grow taller might finally be realized. A smile crept onto Commander Reed's face as he contemplated this. Meanwhile, Colonel Braku, watching curiously, awaited the command from Commander Reed. Regaining his focus, Commander Reed clenched his fist, cleared his throat, and nodded at Colonel Braku. Colonel Braku acknowledged with a nod and commanded number 9, "Commence." As the words fell, Android No. 9 swiftly dashed before Tao Bai. At that moment, Tao Bai evaded the android and flashed a smile, pointing a finger towards the back of android number 9. Suddenly, android number 9 paused abruptly and collapsed to the ground, emitting a series of crackling sounds as a thick cloud of black smoke billowed forth. Witnessing the fallen android, Commander Reed and Commander Brack looked at Tao Bai with astonishment. Tao Bai struck a pose, believing himself to be quite impressive, placing his hands on his back and stepping towards the windowsill. His voice resonated. "Whom do you intend to kill?" The commander then produced a photograph and approached, handing it to Tao Bai. "It's this child in the picture. If you spot the beads on him, ensure you bring them all back." Upon seeing the child in the photograph, Tao Bai frowned, stating, "Such a small child, I certainly won't offer any concessions." Commander Reed responded, "Of course not." He pointed to the location on the screen, continuing, "It is precisely here. Do not underestimate this child, despite his young age. He has attacked numerous strongholds of our Red Ribbon Army. Thus, we had no choice but to invite Master Tao Bai here." Recognizing Tao Bai's prowess, Commander Reed had already conferred the title of Master upon him. This made Tao Bai chuckle. "Ha ha ha, in that case, I shall not provide any concessions either." He then exited the reception room, glancing at the pillar before him. Commander Reed remarked, "I have instructed my subordinates to prepare the aircraft. We can depart at any moment. Master Tao Bai, please proceed to the airport." Tao Bai shook his head. "No, that is far too slow. I have a swifter method." With a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, he suddenly leaped up, pointing at the top of the pillar and then at its base. He then twisted his hands around the pillar and shouted towards the heavens. Subsequently, he hurled the pillar into the sky, addressing Commander Reed and Commander Brack, "Rest assured. You must prepare the reward. Await my good news." He jumped onto the pillar and vanished into the sky. Commander Reed exclaimed to Commander Brack, "Ha ha, the Dragon Balls are undoubtedly mine now." Commander Brack murmured, "Truly remarkable." Meanwhile, Yu Deshuang, Goku, and Yamcha had yet to leave the Karen's sacred land. The three were watching a gigantic fish being grilled not far from the Bra family. Salivating at the sight of the fish, UPA approached them and said, "If you're hungry, we have more than enough grilled fish here to share." The three graciously accepted the offer, thanking UPA before diving into their meal. UPA watched them eat with great joy, smiling as he returned to his father's side. After the three had finished the food brought by UPA, the dishes on their own grill were also ready, and they began to indulge once more. Bra and UPA exchanged a smile. It had been a long time since the sacred land had buzzed with life, and the presence of these three brought joy to the father and son. After observing UPA's smile, Bra made a resolute decision and approached Yu Deshuang, saying, "I have reflected on your words, and I have decided to entrust UPA to you for the time being. When he matures, I hope he will return." Yu Deshuang responded with a smile, "You will certainly not regret your choice." Upon hearing his father's decision, UPA was filled with surprise, having been born in the sacred land. He was unaware of the world beyond. Curiously, he gazed at Yu Deshuang and then at his father, feeling a pang of reluctance as he said, "Father, I." Bra shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. Understanding his father's intent, UPA resolutely declared, "I will become a powerful man and return to protect the sacred land with you." Suddenly, a commotion captured their attention. As the smoke dissipated, they saw a figure standing atop a pillar, his face sinister, sporting stubble, and clad in a cheap how, with a scorpion tail braid falling to his chest. Tao Baibai scrutinized one of the five, comparing him to a photo for confirmation before looking at the others, finally locking his gaze on Wukong and announcing, "I am Tao Baibai, the world's #1 assassin." Bra interjected, "An assassin? What brings you to Karen's sacred land?" Tao Baibai replied, "Nothing much. Just looking for this little brat. I have a matter to discuss." Wukong, puzzled, responded, "You have business with me? I don't even know you." Yamucha chimed in, "You fool. He is here to kill you." Yu Deshuang encouraged Wukong, "Go on, Wukong. You have the strength to defeat him now." Tao Baibai laughed, "Haha. Defeat me? That's the funniest joke I've heard." With that, Tao Baibai leaped down from the pillar and launched an attack on Wukong. Seeing the assault, Wukong charged towards Tao Baibai in response. The battle was ignited, and as the two clashed, Bra observed the two vanish, instantly recognizing the extraordinary speed at which they moved. He realized how fortunate it was for UPA to become a disciple of Yu Deshuang. UPA watched the two disappear, initially astonished, then eagerly turned to Yu Deshuang, asking, "Master, will I be that formidable in the future?" Yu Deshuang nodded with a smile. UPA, filled with excitement, stared intently ahead, though unable to see anything. Meanwhile, Yamucha was equally astonished by the battle between Wukong and Tao Baibai, realizing how rapidly Wukong had improved. Determined, he looked towards Karen Tower, resolving that once the Dragon Balls were collected, he would strive to climb up. As Wukong and Tao Baibai exchanged blows, both were forced to retreat a few meters. Suddenly, Tao Baibai realized that he and Wukong were evenly matched, inwardly reflecting, "I underestimated this. 5 million is far too little. Upon returning, I must raise the stakes." He then tossed out a capsule, and with a loud bang, a blade materialized in his hand, which he wielded with ferocity. Wukong, noticing the knife hurtling towards him, deftly dodged, but the tree behind him was cleaved in two. Staring at the fallen tree in astonishment, Wukong swiftly drew his golden staff and charged at Tao Baibai. As their weapons clashed, Tao Baibai's knife shattered instantly, leaving him in disbelief as he gazed at the remnants of his weapon and then at Wukong's golden staff. Wukong, unperturbed by the unfolding drama, aimed to strike directly at Tao Baibai's head. In a moment of panic, Tao Baibai screamed, "Wait." He implored, "It's unfair for you to strike me with that staff. Let us duel one-on-one." Wukong agreed, retracting his staff. Nearby, Udess Wong and Yamucha, observing the confrontation, cradled their heads in confusion, muttering, "Who is this person? I don't recognize him." UPA, witnessing Wukong's decision to put away his staff, cautioned, "Wukong, don't fall for his tricks. He is here to kill you." Startled, Tao Baibai, with a runny nose, shouted at UPA, "Be quiet, brat. This is a matter between the two of us." Wukong chuckled reassuringly at UPA, "It's all right." At that moment, Bora patted UPA's head, saying, "Wukong will surely defeat him. Have faith." UPA glanced at Wukong, then turned to Bora and nodded with a smile. Chapter 6. A perilous situation with the golden staff secured on his back. Wukong transformed his hands into claws and launched an assault on Tao Baibai. After several intense exchanges, both combatants found themselves on the ground. "I will defeat you," Wukong declared. Tao Baibai retorted, "Do not jest. Your weapon is simply superior. You think you can conquer me with your bare hands?" He muttered under his breath, audible only to himself. "How dare you underestimate me? You will regret this." In that instant, Wukong unleashed a speed even greater than before. Tao Baibai, startled, barely managed to evade. Eyes wide in shock as Wukong pressed the attack. Tao Baibai retreated repeatedly, then, employing a feint, caught Wukong off guard. As Wukong instinctively turned to the right, Tao Baibai seized the opportunity to deliver a kick, sending Wukong soaring into the air. Following suit, Tao Baibai leapt as well, his fists clenched, raining blows upon Wukong's abdomen at a rapid pace. Wukong, wincing in pain, tightly shut his eyes as Tao Baibai's fist struck him down. Moments later, as if unaffected, Wukong stood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Wukong accelerated his assault, charging towards Tobai with a flurry of strikes to the latter's cheeks. Tobai, suddenly spitting out blood, found himself on the receiving end of Wukong's right foot aimed at his abdomen. Before Wukong leapt into the air, his fists clasped together, descending upon Tobai's head with a powerful blow, inscribing a character on the ground. In that moment, Tobai fell to his knees, pleading for mercy, exclaiming, "I sincerely apologize. Please spare me. I have realized my mistakes." Wukong, taken aback by the unexpected plea, momentarily hesitated. Seizing the opportunity, Tobai implored again, I beg of you. I shall never commit wrongdoing again. As Wukong stood in bewilderment, Tobai continued to beseech. At that juncture, Yu Deshuang dashed forward, fortuitously aligning with Tobai, and in a desperate attempt, hurled a bomb towards the vicinity of Yu Deshuang, Wukong, and others. To ensure safety, he shouted to the young Upa Dongdongbo. Yu Deshuang then warned Wukong, be cautious. With a swift kick, Wukong sent the bomb hurtling towards Tobai, while Yu Deshuang sprinted towards Upa's position, shielding his chest with his arms. Tobai, now airborne, widened his eyes in horror as the bomb approached. No, was the last sound uttered by Tobai before the explosion ensued. Meanwhile, Yu Deshuang shielded Upa, his hands raised in defense, absorbing the final brilliance of Tobai's Dongdongbo. As the light faded, Wukong, Yamucha, and Bra exhaled in relief upon witnessing Yu Deshuang standing unharmed before Upa. Yu Deshuang addressed Wukong, Yamucha, Bra, and Upa, stating, Today, I shall impart a lesson, follow my lead. The group, sensing Yu Deshuang's intent to seek something, regarded him with curiosity. Yet, given Yu Deshuang's consistently sound decisions, they followed him without question. Bra remained silent, observing the unwavering faith of Wukong and Yamucha in Yu Deshuang. Upa, viewing Yu Deshuang as both mentor and savior, gazed at him with admiration, aspiring to achieve similar prowess. Suddenly, Yu Deshuang exclaimed, I found it, and pointed in a direction. The group beheld a half-dismembered figure struggling to advance with its remaining arm. The figure, upon hearing the noise, turned in astonishment, desperately clawing at the earth. But to no avail, only stirring up a cloud of dust. They watched in shock as the once arrogant Tobai, now reduced to a pitiful state, sat helplessly. Realizing his futile efforts, Yu Deshuang addressed the group. This is the lesson I wish to impart. Consider what would become of us if we were a powerless group at his mercy. There is no need for speculation. Certainly, one is destined to perish. To be recognized as the foremost assassin in the realm, one's reputation is built upon a mountain of corpses. The infamy, arrogance, and murderous aura of such an individual are derived from the lives of countless innocent souls, a notion that eludes mere contemplation. Thus, this task is one of total eradication, to eliminate any future threats. With that, Udess Wong, radiating an aura of lethal intent, cast a fierce gaze upon Tao Bai. Yet, Tao Bai, desperate for survival, pleaded with Wukong and the diminutive Upa, having reached this state, will you not spare me? Tears streamed from his eyes. Witnessing this, Wukong and Upa felt a pang of compassion for Udess Wong, seemingly inclined to intercede on his behalf. Wukong spoke, Udess Wong, look at him. He can no longer harm anyone. Upa nodded in agreement. Udess Wong, with a smirk, inquired, are you familiar with the concept of cyborgs? Wukong responded, cyborgs? Like the artificial beings similar to Old Eight? Udess Wong replied, quite so, but cyborgs are modifications made upon a living body. He then turned to the still pleading Tao Bai. Am I to become a cyborg to continue inflicting harm? Huh. Yamucha, this task falls to you. Wukong and Upa are still too young for this. It is your duty. He covered Upa's eyes as he spoke. Yamucha, nodding in understanding, approached Tao Bai. Having lived as a desert bandit, he wholeheartedly concurred with Yu Deshuang's perspective and reminded himself not to leave any chance for the adversary. As Yamucha advanced, he swiftly attacked, his fingers forming claws as they plunged towards Tao Bai's heart, resulting in a piercing scream as life faded from him. Udess Wong shook his head, Yamucha, your actions lack finality. Such scum, who regard life as mere weeds, deserve no mercy. He gestured for Yamucha to step aside, extending his palm towards the lifeless body, unleashing a ki blast that startled them with a collective gasp. The human heart is not solely confined to the left side. It may also reside on the right. Thus, total annihilation of the evidence is imperative. A chill ran down their spines at the thought of how fortunate they were that Udess Wong was an ally. Had he been an enemy, they would be in dire straits. Nevertheless, Yu Deshuang's efforts bore fruit. He exchanged nods with Wukong, Yamucha, and the now uncovered Upa. Bra looked on with relief at Upa and Udess Wong, reassured that Udess Wong would mold Upa into a formidable warrior, relinquishing any lingering doubts he harbored about him. The trio of Udess Wong temporarily departed from the Karen sacred land. As for Upa, Udess Wong did not take him directly, but instead addressed Upa and his father, Bra. We must head to the base of the Red Ribbon Army. We cannot take UPA with us just yet. However, rest assured, we will return here once we have gathered the Dragon Balls. Moreover, they intended to ascend the fabled Karen Tower to uncover whether celestial beings resided above. UPA was reminded that true strength requires not only absolute martial prowess, but also unwavering faith and courageous spirit. These qualities are the hallmark of a true warrior. Yupa nodded in understanding. Yu Deshuang smiled and said, "It's all right. You will naturally comprehend these truths as you mature." Subsequently, Yu Deshuang and his companions boarded the aircraft, waving goodbye to Bra and Yupa. In turn, Bra and Yupa waved back at Yu Deshuang and his companions. As they watched the plane vanish into the sky, Yupa shouted, "Master, I await your return." Bra smiled gently at Yupa. At this moment, at the base of the Red Ribbon Army, a guard at the entrance saluted a woman with violet hair, addressing her as Colonel Violet. As Colonel Violet entered the base, she moved forward silently, her mind racing with thoughts. Damn it. The Dragon Balls remain unfound. The strength of the army is overwhelming. If I attempt to flee, I will surely be captured. With a grim expression, Colonel Violet approached the room of Commander Red, just in time to hear a jubilant voice. Relieved, she stepped inside to report. Commander Red looked at Violet and exclaimed, "How dare you return? What happened to the Dragon Balls I instructed you to find?" Violet, feeling helpless, replied, "We searched diligently for the Dragon Balls at the designated location, as per your orders. However, the radar indicated a disappearance the following day. Initially, we thought it was a malfunction, and when we called in the repair personnel, the radar still did not display anything. Reluctantly, I informed the commander, not anticipating your ire. I sincerely apologize." Commander Red, seemingly in a somewhat jovial mood today, declared, "Very well, I shall let this pass. However, while you may escape death, you cannot evade punishment. You are to be confined. Guards, take Colonel Violet to the prison. Remember, she is to have nothing on her except her clothing. I recall that Colonel Violet has a particular skill upon joining the Red Ribbon Army. To avoid complications, I trust you will cooperate. Don't you think, Colonel Violet?" With gritted teeth, Colonel Violet nodded, and was subsequently escorted away by the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army. Laughter soon echoed from Commander Red's office. As for the missing Dragon Balls, Commander Red paid them no mind, believing merely that the radar system had malfunctioned, confident that Dr. Gero could rectify the issue. Looking at the 5 Dragon Balls heading toward the base, Commander Red was oblivious to the fact that they were actually Yu Deshuang and his companions. Thinking instead that Tao Pai Pai had successfully completed his mission, filled with confidence from having witnessed Tao Pai Pai's prowess. At this moment, Yu Deshuang and his companions were drawing ever closer to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. The 3 piloted their aircraft to the army's perimeter. At that moment, a drone approached their plane. In the monitoring command center of the Red Ribbon Army's security forces, the operators, upon spotting the aircraft, immediately directed the drone to open fire on Yu Deshuang's plane. Evading the attack, Yu Deshuang maneuvered the aircraft deftly, and after dodging the drone's fire, began the descent toward the ground. At that moment, the Crimson Ribbon observed the descending aircraft, mistakenly believing it to be an intruder, prompting several soldiers in the monitoring command center to exchange knowing smiles. One soldier remotely controlled the drone, continuing to fire upon Udess Wong and his companions. As they maneuvered their aircraft while descending, Udess Wong exclaimed to Wukong, "Wukong, destroy that drone." Wukong nodded, brandished his golden staff, and shouted, "Lengthen," as he thrust it directly towards the drone. The soldiers in the monitoring command center suddenly witnessed a young boy standing above the aircraft, piercing the drone. The signal was immediately lost. Exchanging glances, one soldier, bearing a wolf insignia, suddenly cried out, "That boy seems to be the one we were ordered to hunt down." The soldiers were taken aback. Then, a fox-like soldier was the first to dash out of the command center, sprinting towards Commander Reed's location. At that moment, Commander Reed was in high spirits, intently watching the 5 Dragon Balls on the radar screen moving towards him. As he focused on the display, a fox soldier, panting from his quick run, half-kneeled before Reed to report, "Sir, we have discovered that the boy we were pursuing is rapidly approaching our base." Reed, astonished, held up a photo of Wukong and asked the fox soldier, "Is this the boy you mean?" Doubting, Reed sought confirmation. The fox soldier scrutinized the photo and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I would not mistake him. It is this child." Hearing the fox soldier's unwavering assurance, Reed sank into his chair, muttering, "How could this be?" He then shouted at the fox soldier, "Get out." Startled, the fox soldier hurriedly fled. Reed, speaking softly to himself, became increasingly agitated and swept his hand across the items on his desk, expressing his frustration by hurling them one by one against the wall. The driver, Officer Blocko, respectfully bowed his head and addressed Commander Reed. Sir, we should prepare our soldiers for defense. Our numbers are substantial. Surely he cannot outlast us. Upon hearing this, Reed's eyes lit up. Yes, indeed. Let us proceed. He commanded Officer Blocko, notify all soldiers to be on high alert. Officer Blocko solemnly replied, Yes, Commander Reed. He then bowed his head respectfully as he retreated to the door, turning once more to instruct the soldiers to be vigilant. Meanwhile, Udess Wong, having stowed away his capsule, turned to Wukong and Yamucha, saying, Hold my hand. Wukong and Yamucha nodded gravely, placing their hands in Yu Deshuang's palm and clasping them tightly. In an instant, they vanished from their location, directly teleporting to the base of the Crimson Ribbon. Upon arriving at the entrance of the base, Udess Wong instructed Wukong and Yamucha, Handle these soldiers. I will go directly to find the Dragon Balls. As the three individuals leaped over the wall, each ventured in a distinct direction. Observing the location indicated on the Dragon Ball radar, Udess Wong executed a direct assault. Along the way, he encountered soldiers, and with a lethal strike, he advanced towards a towering edifice. The area above was ensnared with electric grids, and as Udess Wong intended to leap directly upwards, he instead delivered a powerful kick to the imposing gate before him. To preserve his strength for unforeseen circumstances, Udess Wong opted to eliminate his adversaries with singular, decisive blows. At that moment, Red observed on the screen that an assault was unfolding towards his location. Frustrated, he pounded his fists upon the table, exclaiming, Cursed, cursed, cursed. I was so close to realizing my long-held aspirations. Commander Braku, intrigued, gazed at Red and inquired, Leader, we have often wondered what kind of ambition you seek to fulfill. With the might and authority of our Red Ribbon Army, we could obtain anything you desire. Unifying the world is within our grasp. Red, seething with anger, retorted, What do you understand? What gives you the right to question me? Do I need your consent to pursue my ambitions? You towering figures cannot comprehend the sentiments of those of us who are inherently shorter. Do you know why I brought you to my side? It is because I envy your height. I am consumed by jealousy. Subsequently, Red pressed a button, causing the Dragon Ball to rise from the table's recess. Holding the Dragon Ball, he murmured, In my youth, I was always shorter than my peers, which severely impacted my self-esteem. Coupled with a more mature visage, I faced mockery not only for my height, but also for my appearance during romantic pursuits. Gritting his teeth, Red declared, I want women, I crave power. And I possess an abundance of wealth. The sole deficiency lies in my stature. I cannot allow them to obtain this Dragon Ball. I must rise again. Commander Braca shouted. What of the soldiers? Shall we disregard the lives lost for the sake of the Dragon Ball? Red furiously snapped back. You have no authority to command me. I am the leader. He then turned and pressed the elevator button behind him. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and a gaping wound appeared in Red's head, blood trickling down. Facing Commander Braku, he gasped, You dare? Red collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Commander Braku then proclaimed, From this moment forth, I am the leader. Commander Braku. He cast aside his weapon and removed his jacket. A loud crash echoed as the door fell to the ground. Filled with newfound confidence, Commander Braku regarded Udess Wong, picked up the Dragon Ball from the floor, and tossed it towards him, stating, You and your companions possess formidable strength. How about considering working under my command? No. Let us collaborate. I believe that with the Red Ribbon Army alongside your and your allies' might, we can dominate the world. Udess Wong chuckled as he shook his head, saying, You indeed. Blocko felt as though he were experiencing a delusion and questioned, What did you say? Udess Wong repeated, You indeed. Blocko glared at him in fury, exclaiming, Very well. Udess Wong smiled. Is that your opinion as well? Enraged, Blocko charged towards Udess Wong, attempting to strike him, oblivious to the futility of his strength. Amused, Udess Wong allowed himself to be hit by Blocko's punch. Staring in disbelief at Yu Deshuang's lack of reaction, Blocko exclaimed, How is this possible? My punch is at a championship level. Why are you unharmed? Udess Wong theatrically cried out, Are you satisfied now? In a fluster, Blocko tossed out a capsule, declaring, If you dare, give me time, and we shall fight again. Udess Wong replied with a grin, No problem. The capsule exploded with a loud bang, revealing a towering robot before Udess Wong. In a panic, Blocko climbed into the robot's cockpit, laughing maniacally. You are finished. This is a combat model. How could a mere human defeat it? Blocko maneuvered the robot's fist towards Udess Wong, who effortlessly caught it, gripping tightly and letting out a powerful shout. Suddenly, the robot's arm was in Yu Deshuang's hands. Amused, he observed Blocko, curious about his next move. With tears running down his face, Blocko piloted the robot through the wall behind him and soared into the sky, while Udess Wong shook his head and unleashed a ki blast towards the robot. The robot was pierced through, along with Blocko's chest. In disbelief, Blocko stared at his own chest and, in despair, shouted, "I can't believe I lasted as commander for less than an hour." Instantly, the robot he piloted, along with Blocko, exploded. On the ground, Goku and Yamcha, engaged in battle with the soldiers, heard the commotion and gazed skyward in astonishment, realizing that the Red Ribbon Army had met its end. They promptly discarded their weapons and fled. Recalling Yu Deshuang's words, Yamcha shouted into the sky, "Those on the ground who lay down their arms shall not be harmed, otherwise face death." The remaining Red Ribbon soldiers dropped to their knees in submission. A few attempted to escape, but were swiftly incapacitated by Yamcha and Goku. At this moment, Udess Wong emerged from the hole created by Blocko and addressed the remaining soldiers. "Crouch down and cover your heads, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Who among you knows where the Red Ribbon Army's treasury is? Take me there." A woman with short purple hair stood up, raising her hands. "I know where it is. However, if I lead you, you must let me go." Udess Wong regarded the purple-haired woman with amusement, replying, "A captive has no right to negotiate terms with me." The woman with purple short hair, initially brimming with confidence, suddenly transformed into a state of panic and exclaimed, "What must you do to spare me?" Yu Deshuang's gaze scrutinized her intently, his eyes scanning her from top to bottom. At that moment, the purple-haired woman crossed her arms defiantly and demanded, "What do you intend to do?" Her teeth clenched. She glared at Udess Wong. Beside her, Yamucha shared her sentiments, grinning lewdly at Udess Wong. Udess Wong, wearing a knowing smile that only a man could understand, was incensed. He raised his fist and delivered a powerful blow to Yamucha's forehead. Instantly, a bright red bump formed atop Yamucha's head, and he looked at Udess Wong with a mournful expression. "You've knocked me silly. Who will be your henchman now?" Udess Wong retorted, "If you're foolish enough, I'll find you a job cleaning toilets and shoveling dung." He stared seriously at Yamucha, causing him to shiver and fall silent. Then, turning to the purple-haired girl, he inquired, "What is your name?" She replied, "I am called Violet." Internally, Violet felt a deep sense of frustration. She had escaped from the confines of the Red Ribbon Army's internal prison using a wire from her undergarments. Initially contemplating flight, she abandoned the idea upon witnessing soldiers being swiftly incapacitated. At that moment, Udess Wong asked, "Do you know where Dr. Gero is?" Violet was taken aback. Dr. Gero. This was a top-secret matter of the Red Ribbon. How could he possibly know about him? Udess Wong continued, "If you can tell me Dr. Gero's whereabouts, I might consider letting you go." Upon hearing this, Violet looked up and asked, "What do you want with Dr. Gero?" Udess Wong replied, "That is none of your concern. Just guide me to him." Violet responded, "All right, but will you truly release me?" She gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Udess Wong stated, "You don't have the standing to negotiate. I could easily end your life right now. Finding Dr. Gero is merely a matter of time. Besides, those people on the ground are watching you closely. Do you wish to take their place?" Violet scoffed. "Their ranks are far too low to even approach Dr. Gero. He is the highest secret of the Red Ribbon." Udess Wong replied, "That may be so, but I see potential in you. If possible, I would like you to stay by my side and work for me. As for your release, that will not happen in the short term. Have you thought this through?" Violet took a deep breath, saying, "I hope you will not break your promise. Dr. Gero is not far from the base. In the mountains where there is a hidden research facility. He has lived there for years. I can take you to him." She then cast a glance at the soldiers and added, "As for these soldiers, you might as well let them go." Udess Wong scrutinized Violet, as if trying to discern her true intentions, then smiled. "Very well, but first, lead me to the vault, and after we find Dr. Gero, you may do as you wish with the soldiers." "All right," Violet agreed, leading Udess Wong toward the direction of the presidential office. Udess Wong shook his head, exclaiming, "Too slow." He then embraced Oolong and leaped towards the wall hole created by Baraku. Upon setting Oolong down, the colonel remained composed, unaffected by such a gesture. Approaching the presidential desk, she took a seat in the office chair and pressed a lever on the armrest, causing a nearby bookshelf to shift, revealing an entrance. Upon seeing the opening, Udess Wong gestured towards Oolong. Without uttering a word, she turned and descended, initially intending to escape amidst the chaos by detonating explosives to access the vault's riches. Now, not only was she apprehended, but she also had to accompany him to procure the delightful funds. As the two entered the vault, Udess Wong beheld the vast chamber and tossed a capsule, which summoned a truck before his eyes. Oolong remarked to herself, "The preparations are quite ample." Subsequently, Udess Wong began loading the safes into the vehicle, opting for a forceful method of opening them. The martial arts school would require substantial funds, and these treasures were essential for rapid development. Once all the money was secured in the truck, Udess Wong addressed Oolong. "Let us go. Take me to Dr. Gero." High above, a towering mountain loomed, its summit perpetually capped with snow due to the frigid, thin air. Atop this mountain lay a grand circular entrance, leading to one of Dr. Gero's secret laboratories. Originally, Dr. Gero had fled upon realizing that the Earth government had discovered his clandestine research following Goku's annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army, which fueled a deep-seated hatred towards Goku. He vowed revenge and successfully created androids numbered 16 through 20, culminating in the creation of Cell. The vast circular entrance delved deep, revealing a dense tropical jungle inhabited by various creatures. This once dormant volcano, protected by natural barriers, was devoid of any signal transmission, resulting in soldiers regularly entering to report on external conditions. At that moment, an elderly man with long white hair and a frail appearance, clad in a jacket adorned with the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army, emerged. This was Dr. Gero. Currently, he was engrossed in developing a new model of android. Despite being a scientist for the nefarious Red Ribbon Army, his expertise was undeniably among the pinnacle of technological prowess on Earth. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, breathlessly informing Dr. Gero, "It's bad. We've received word that the Red Ribbon Army has been obliterated. What shall we do?" Upon hearing this news, Dr. Gero, who had been leisurely absorbed in his work, was taken aback, dropping the object he held. Meanwhile, as explosions erupted outside, Dr. Gero, realizing his escape was futile, calmly returned to his research, undeterred by the chaos surrounding him. At that moment, the door to the laboratory swung open, and Dr. Gero paused briefly before resuming his research. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Dr. Gero." He turned around in astonishment and exclaimed, "How do you know my name?" Yu Deshuang replied, "I have been observing you for quite some time, Dr. Gero. Ever since your disappearance, I have been searching for your whereabouts." Dr. Gero, with a hint of self-mockery, remarked, "Oh, so my reputation has not faded into obscurity after all." Yu Deshuang shook his head and inquired, "Dr. Gero, what is your dream?" Dr. Gero responded, "A dream? To unify the world with the Red Ribbon Army, and to gain the world's attention, so that history may remember me." Yu Deshuang continued, "You must know that the Red Ribbon Army is in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Do you have any idea what Commander Red wishes to accomplish?" Dr. Gero replied, "Of course, to unify the world." Violet, who was nearby, nodded in agreement, curious as to why Yu Deshuang was asking such questions. Could he be foolish? She regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Yu Deshuang, however, paid no heed and burst into laughter. At that moment, Dr. Gero felt as though he had been played for a fool and glared at Yu Deshuang in irritation. Yu Deshuang remarked, "The power of the Red Ribbon Army is renowned worldwide. Do you really think that for them? The ability of the Dragon Balls to grant wishes is of any significance in their quest for world domination?" Dr. Gero, taken aback, contemplated this. Indeed, he understood that the Red Ribbon Army possessed that strength. The Dragon Balls merely expedited their plans, yet no one dared question Commander Red, hence no one speculated. After a moment, Dr. Gero asked, "What kind of wish do you believe Commander Red seeks to fulfill?" Yu Deshuang did not pursue that topic further. Instead, he asked, "Do you know about Commander Red's childhood and youth?" Dr. Gero nodded. "I do. It is said that before he became commander, he was ridiculed for his short stature and aged appearance, which made him extremely insecure. He once had a girlfriend in his youth." Dr. Gero paused, astonished as he looked at Yu Deshuang. Violet was equally shocked, unable to believe that the leader of the Red Ribbon Army had such a past. Yu Deshuang then nodded. "If your assumptions are correct, then yes." Dr. Gero gazed at Yu Deshuang in disbelief. "How do you know this?" Yu Deshuang thought to himself, "Should I admit that I learned this from a comic?" He replied to Dr. Gero, "I have investigated Commander Red's previous school." Dr. Jero was momentarily stunned by his own speculation, realizing that a mere small wish had led to his son's demise on the battlefield. And his entire life had been devoted to fulfilling that wish, one that Commander Red had not even achieved before his death. Dr. Jero lowered his head in silence. At that moment, Yu Deshuang addressed Dr. Jero once more. What if I could fulfill your lifelong dream? What? Dr. Jero raised his head to look at Yu Deshuang. Are you planning to unify the world? If so, I am willing. Dr. Jero spoke without hesitation. Udess Wong shook his head and replied, It is not to unite the world. Dr. Jero inquired, Then what is it? Udess Wong smiled. It is a more grandiose ambition. Very well, I am willing to join. Dr. Jero responded. Udess Wong chuckled, Aren't you curious? Perhaps it is as ludicrous as the ideas of Commander Reed? Dr. Jero shook his head. No. I can discern the ambition in your eyes. It is a different ambition than that of Commander Reed in his youth, though perhaps triggered by his own desires. Udess Wong extended his palm toward Dr. Jero, saying, Then let us toast to the realization of our future goals. Dr. Gero's lips curved into a slight smile as he reciprocated the gesture. Violet looked at the two with curiosity. Udess Wong and Dr. Jero exchanged smiles. With their collaboration, Udess Wong felt his aspirations had advanced a small step forward. After retrieving his important documents, Dr. Jero dismissed the soldiers around him. Finally, he pressed a button on a remote control, and with a flick of his finger, an explosion reverberated through the secret research facility. As Udess Wong and Dr. Jero flew in the aircraft, gazing down at the vanishing research center, they headed directly towards the base of the Crimson Ribbon Legion. Wukong and Yamucha stood up. Watching Udess Wong return, they remained standing until the aircraft landed. As they looked at Udess Wong, who stepped out alongside Dr. Jero and an elderly man, Violet curiously wondered, Is this the Dr. Jero Udess Wong was seeking? Wukong and Yamucha smiled as Udess Wong introduced, This is Dr. Jero, a genius in scientific research, particularly adept in the field of android studies. Wukong, understanding, remarked to Udess Wong, Androids must be like that old 8, right? Yamucha, bewildered, stared at Wukong. Old 8? What on earth? Dr. Jero interjected, The old 8 you mentioned must refer to Android 8. Wukong replied, Oh, yes, Old 8 seems to be his name. But it was too long for me to remember, so I called him Old 8, and he seems to like that name. Dr. Jero attempted to display a serene smile, but instead revealed a sinister expression as he addressed Wukong. The Old 8 you speak of is one that I created. Udess Wong inwardly scoffed, thinking a smile would have been better left unexpressed. Wukong, astonished, asked, Did you force Old 8 to heed the words of villains? Why would you do such a thing? Udess Wong reassured Wukong, Old 8 is no longer under anyone's coercion. Trust me, Wukong. Wukong smiled, All right. Udess Wong glanced at the Crimson Ribbon Legion soldiers, who were still on the ground, and waved, You may leave now. However, you must behave yourselves and refrain from engaging in any wrongdoing. Otherwise, he released an energy blast toward a nearby building, causing it to explode. The soldiers fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. We will certainly behave ourselves in the future. Under Yu Deshuang's gesture, they fled in a panic. At this moment, Udess Wong retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, observing the display, which indicated that only 6 Dragon Balls had gathered together. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he pondered the situation. Just then, Dr. Jero approached, gazing at the Dragon Ball radar in Yu Deshuang's hand, astonished. Such a diminutive Dragon Ball radar? Is this how you locate the Dragon Balls? He seemed eager to learn about its inventor. Udess Wong smiled and replied, This Dragon Ball radar was crafted by Dr. Brief's daughter from Capsule Corporation. We have relied on it to find the Dragon Balls. Dr. Jero inquired, May I take a look? Udess Wong responded, Of course. But could you please check if it is malfunctioning? Why is there still one Dragon Ball that is not displayed? Dr. Jero nodded and took the radar from Udess Wong, producing tools from his pocket to disassemble and examine it. What a remarkably precise radar. I never anticipated such ingenuity, he exclaimed. After his inspection, he stated, This radar is functioning properly. Udess Wong was instantly perplexed, given that the Palaf gang was currently at Capsule Corporation. It seemed impossible for them to search for the Dragon Balls. What could be the reason? Dr. Jero suggested. There are 2 possibilities. Either someone has created a device that can shield the Dragon Ball's energy waves, or a living being has swallowed one, which is why it is not appearing. Udess Wong gazed intently, recalling a certain individual. However, he could not remember the precise location. With this thought, he resolved to seek guidance from his master, Master Rashi. Despite their tumultuous first encounters, he had no better option. He needed to consult Master Rashi, especially since the fortune-telling Baba was his masteress sister. Turning to Dr. Garo, Udess Wong said, I know of a method to find the Dragon Balls, but I am unsure of their location. I need to ask my teacher. Would you be willing to accompany us? Or should I first take you somewhere to settle temporarily until I find the Dragon Balls, and then seek you out? Dr. Garo replied, I have spent too much time at the research facility. Since you've suggested it, I will accompany you. Violetta interjected. Why didn't you ask if I wanted to go? Udess Wong looked at Violetta and asked, What? You're not going? She shook her head vehemently, declaring, Not going? Impossible. I will go. Subsequently, the five boarded the aircraft, with Udess Wong and the others piloting it towards Master Rashi's home. Since learning that Udess Wong, Yamcha, and Goku were confronting the Red Ribbon Army, launch, Master Rashi and Puar had been anxiously awaiting news of their safety, restless with concern. Finally, upon hearing a commotion outside and seeing several figures appear, Master Rashi and the others initially rejoiced, but soon their expressions turned to confusion as they noticed Dr. Garo and Violetta following behind the trio. Upon returning, Udess Wong first introduced Dr. Garo to Master Rashi, Lanchi, and Puar. Subsequently, he introduced the esteemed Doctor and Violet to Master Rashi. When Master Rashi learned that the trio had vanquished the Red Ribbon Army, he was taken aback. What? You have already eradicated the Red Ribbon Army? He exclaimed. Observing the affirmative nods from the three, Master Rashi began to comprehend their growth, and then inquired, Have you gathered all the Dragon Balls? Udess Wong shook his head, replying, No, Master. For some unknown reason, the last Dragon Ball has vanished, and I have been unable to locate it. Thus, I returned to seek your guidance regarding a certain individual. Oh, Master Rashi responded. You do not mean to seek the fortune-telling old woman, do you? Udess Wong nodded earnestly. Indeed, Master. When one cannot find something, it is wise to consult the fortune-teller. I have heard rumors that she can locate anything that is lost, regardless of its whereabouts. Moreover, I suspect that the last Dragon Ball has either been concealed within a device that masks its energy or has been swallowed by some creature. Therefore, I wish to ask you where I might find the fortune-teller. Master Rashi seemed to drift into a reverie and, with a hint of resignation, said, I indeed know where she resides, but she does not assist others without a price. Udess Wong smiled. That is of no concern, Master. I simply wish to know. There is a wish I long to fulfill, which would greatly facilitate my path in martial arts. I seek the dragon to aid me in realizing this wish. He then unfurled a map, pointing to a specific location within the eastern desert. This is the place, he said. Once you see a palace atop an oasis, you will know you have found the fortune-teller's location. Master Rashi paused for a moment before adding, However, seeking her assistance is not a simple task, so you must choose wisely. Udess Wong, Goku, and Yamcha nodded solemnly in agreement. Master Rashi gazed upon the three with a sense of pride, appreciating their development. After spending some time at Rashi's abode, the trio, along with Dr. Garo and Violet, embarked on a journey northward by airplane. As he watched them ascend into the sky, Master Rashi sighed, I hope they will succeed. Judging by Yu Deshuang's confidence, he seems aware of the challenges that lie ahead. A smile crept upon Master Rashi's lips, as if he were anticipating something remarkable. Meanwhile, Lanchi and Puar exchanged curious glances at Master Rashi's back before returning to their respective tasks. In a vast expanse of golden desert, the sun's rays intensified the heat. As the perspective shifted, an oasis emerged amidst the desolate sands, its vegetation seemingly untouched by the encroaching desert. At the center of the oasis lay a grand lake, bordered by several imposing structures. Before the building stood a lengthy queue, as if the individuals were eagerly awaiting something, their curious gazes fixed upon the palace ahead. It appeared they were yearning to unveil some mystery. Suddenly, a peculiar, ghostly creature, adorned with a conical hat and devoid of a body, floated forth from within, calling out to the person at the front of the line, Step inside. It is your turn. The individual hesitated for a moment before entering. Shortly thereafter, they emerged, their face bruised and battered, walking past with a defeated demeanor. The conical-hatted entity then shouted, Next, come in. At that moment, a wealthy individual, resplendent in gold and silver finery, stepped inside and soon emerged, laughing heartily. At the end of the line, Yamucha, Goku, and Violet exchanged puzzled glances at the departing figure. As they observed, a pattern began to emerge. Those adorned in opulence entered and soon exited with laughter, while others, though seemingly unremarkable, either returned or did not emerge at all, hinting at something sinister afoot. Udess Wong, contemplating the situation, advised, "Do not let your minds wander. We shall understand the truth once we enter." The procession continued, and soon another individual exited. Upon hearing the ghostly call, Udess Wong and the others stepped inside. They followed the specter into a chamber. Their curiosity piqued as they surveyed their surroundings. Towering skeleton warriors stood guard, weapons in hand. Were it not for the spectral flames flickering in their hollow eyes, one might mistake them for mere decorative specimens. At that moment, a wizened witch, dressed in black attire and wearing a matching hat, appeared before them. Seated atop a floating crystal ball, her age was evident, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, so pronounced that they could easily ensnare a few mosquitoes. Udess Wong addressed her directly. "You are the fortune-telling witch, are you not? I seek your assistance in locating a certain item." The witch responded, "Those who desire my services typically seek valuable treasures. If you wish for me to procure what you desire, it will cost you $1 million. The group displayed no signs of shock, for Yamucha and Violet were aware of Yu Deshuang's substantial wealth. In contrast, Goku and Dr. Gero were unfamiliar with the concept of money. The former had scarcely encountered it, while the latter's research funding was entirely provided by the Red Ribbon Army. However, Udess Wong did not present any money. Instead, he gazed intently at the fortune-telling witch and remarked, "Surely there exists another stipulation. I have observed that the affluent individuals clad in finery paid $1 million to acquire their items. Meanwhile, those who are robust and possess some martial prowess seem to adhere to another of your rules. I am merely curious. Why have some individuals not returned? Could you provide an explanation?" The fortune teller chuckled, "An interesting little spirit, your words ring true. However, there exists another rule here. To seek the items you desire, you must first defeat 5 formidable opponents. The regulations bear similarities to those of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Yet here, there are no restrictions on mortality. Do you wish to accept the challenge?" Udess Wong replied with fervor, "Absolutely. As a martial artist, I wholeheartedly embrace any challenge presented to me. It is the very essence that drives my martial journey forward. Therefore, I shall accept the challenge." Oolong gasped, "Have you lost your mind? I know you are not short on funds." Udess Wong laughed. "If I were to lose a battle and forfeit $1 million, it would signify the end of my martial career. Money cannot resolve my path in martial arts, and should I sustain severe injuries, wouldn't that provide you the opportunity to escape?" Oolong turned her head aside, huffing, "Well, that might be true." With a smile, Udess Wong addressed the fortune teller. "I choose to challenge." Beside him, Yamucha and Goku were already stirred with excitement upon hearing Yu Deshuang's declaration. Indeed, true martial artists do not fear any challenge. Realizing that there were masters to contend with, and sensing Yu Deshuang's implication that they were formidable foes, the two exchanged glances and said, "We wish to challenge as well." Udess Wong responded, "This time, I intend for both of you to partake in the competition." He then turned to the fortune teller and stated, "I would like my 2 junior disciples to participate in this contest. Should they falter, I shall present $10 million, and additionally, I will submit another $10 million to seek the items I desire." Oolong shot a glance at Udess Wong. "You spoke so vividly, yet you will not participate yourself." "Humph." She raised her middle finger towards him. Udess Wong remarked, "My current prowess holds no significance in this contest. I have no need to partake in this match. However, Goku and Yamucha require further training, and their skills must be honed. Thus, I am stepping in on their behalf, hoping they can recognize their shortcomings through this battle." Yamucha and Goku solemnly declared, "We shall give our utmost effort in this contest." The fortune teller, seemingly perceiving that Udess Wong underestimated her champions, looked at him with a mix of amusement and indignation, saying, "Congratulations. Due to your decision, I intend to elevate the difficulty of this bout. The opponents you will face will be beyond your wildest imagination. Should you regret your choice, it will be too late. I eagerly anticipate the influx of that easy $10 million into my purse." Udess Wong smirked and replied, "No problem. But I must state a condition. I hope you will agree to one request." The fortune teller furrowed her brow in contemplation. As she did not respond immediately, Udess Wong felt a pang of anxiety. After a moment of deliberation, the fortune teller's gaze sharpened, as if attempting to penetrate Yu Deshuang's thoughts. The atmosphere grew tense, and the others instinctively became wary of their surroundings. Suddenly, the fortune teller let out a hearty laugh. seemingly intent on dispelling the chilling atmosphere that surrounded them. At that moment, she regarded Udess Wong with an appreciative gaze, exclaiming, "In all my years, you are the first to negotiate terms with me. Do you realize that securing my agreement is not a matter of merely 1,000,000 yuan? You possess quite the charm, young one." After a prolonged pause, she squinted at Udess Wong and declared, "I accept your terms." Udess Wong secretly exhaled in relief, as the conditions he had proposed appeared to be remarkably simple for the fortune-teller. Indeed, even the deities of Earth could accomplish such feats, albeit with the distinction that their positions within the realm of Dragon Ball are deemed the lowest tier of existence. In the original narrative, when the deity escorted Goku to the King of Hell, it was done in a manner that was almost subservient, revealing the disparity in status. Nonetheless, Goku, having saved Earth, received a unique treatment in the afterlife, possessing a corporeal existence denied to other souls. Unlike the likes of Raditz, Frieza, and Cell, whose forms were manifestations of resentment due to their malevolent natures, Goku's strength, honed in the afterlife, persisted even after resurrection. The fortune-teller, however, was a different entity entirely. She could roam the underworld at will, summoning its most formidable beings to the mortal realm for a day, engaging in casual discourse with figures such as King Yama and the Kais. The mere ability to summon powerful beings from the underworld is not a feat everyone can achieve. Certainly, deities would find it beyond their reach. This fact alone underscores the fortune-teller's exceptional nature. Thus, Yu Deshuang's requests were not whimsically conceived, but rather the product of extensive contemplation, as he understood that, as a mere earthling, surpassing the Scion's training pace in the future was an essential element of his growth. He had not anticipated the fortune-teller's acquiescence, as he believed he had less than a 10% chance of success. It was not a matter of lacking confidence in facing the potential consequences. Rather, he was acutely aware of the fortune-teller's reputation for being exceedingly miserly and spiteful, holding grudges against her brother, Master Rashi, for decades without reconciliation. Her character was notably harsh, having only appeared during Earth's crises, subsequently retreating to the netherworld to mingle with peculiar beings. Although she had aided Goku on several occasions, her appearances were rare, yet always served an irreplaceable purpose, indirectly saving Earth. As Udess Wong pondered these thoughts, he sensed the fortune-teller's gaze scrutinizing him, as if she could see through to the very bones within him, which made him feel somewhat awkward. He dismissed the thoughts swirling in his mind and stood there, attempting to appear nonchalant. The fortune-teller seemed unaware of the image she held in Yu Deshuang's heart and curiously inquired, "I am quite intrigued. What are the conditions you propose? It appears that this old witch has little to offer you." Despite being aware of their purpose for visiting, the fortune-teller could not claim to delve into the depths of one's soul. She could merely foresee fragments of the future. Yu Deshuang chuckled and replied, "Do not worry, dear fortune-teller. My conditions are exceedingly simple for you. It would be futile to mention them now. Let us first triumph over the martial artists under your command." The fortune-teller nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the outcome remains uncertain. However, should you be willing to pay a certain price, I might be persuaded to assist you without the need for a contest. You, my dear, do not appear to be as straightforward as you seem." Udess Wong requested, "Please lead us to the arena." The fortune-teller agreed, adding, "I hope you can conquer the martial artists I have under my wing." Despite her words, her expression radiated confidence in her fighters. The fortune-teller then turned and floated ahead, her crystal ball in tow, while the group followed closely behind. Udess Wong turned to Yamucha and declared, "You shall be the first to step into the arena, Yamucha. I sense that you must approach this opponent with utmost caution. If the situation becomes insurmountable, it would be wise to concede. Our purpose here is to identify our weaknesses during the competition." Yamucha responded, "Understood," and clenched his fist with excitement. Soon, the group arrived at a circular arena situated in the heart of a lake. As they approached the stage, the fortune-teller fixed her gaze upon Udess Wong and his companions, revealing a smile that showcased her jagged teeth. "Who among you shall take the first step?" she asked. Yamucha stepped forward with determination and declared, "I shall be the first to compete. Please send forth the guardian of the arena." The fortune-teller smiled once more, saying, "I hope you can secure victory in this match. You should extend your gratitude to the one named Udess Wong, for it is because of him that I have decided to raise the stakes." Yamucha shook his head, replying, "It matters not who it is." The fortune-teller's provocation seemed to have little effect as she announced, "Let the match begin." Yamucha hesitated for a moment, seemingly assessing the competitors. Meanwhile, Udess Wong mused. It appears the difficulty has indeed been heightened. I recall that the vampire bat fighter was supposed to be the first. Yet now it seems we are facing an invisible opponent. The challenge has undeniably escalated. I only wonder how Yamucha will respond. Yamucha, at that moment, was unable to sense the presence of his opponent's aura, but prior to participating in the martial arts tournament, he had often sparred with Udess Wong and Wukong. At times, Udess Wong would resort to somewhat underhanded tactics to ambush both Wukong and Yamucha, methods he had previously acquired during his time in underground fighting. Although these tactics might not align with the principles of martial artists, Udess Wong believed that the essence of a technique transcended the practitioner. It was merely a matter of who wielded it. Thanks to Yu Deshuang's rigorous training, Yamucha instinctively evaded the attack, though he still sustained a minor abrasion on his shoulder. Glancing at the trickle of blood on his arm, Yamucha immediately perceived that his opponent was akin to a phantom. In that moment, Yamucha closed his eyes, seemingly attuning himself to the presence of his adversary. Standing still for what felt like an eternity, he appeared to sense something and dodged just in time. As the phantom's assaults intensified, a faint smile graced Yamucha's lips. Subsequently, in a provocative manner, he retrieved a silk scarf from beneath his clothing. Blindfolding himself and tying it around his head, addressing the empty air, he proclaimed, "This scarf was gifted to me by my lucky goddess." A palpable ripple surged through the atmosphere, and in an instant, both combatants accelerated. Yamucha deftly evaded the onslaught, then shouted, "Now is the moment." He then spread his fingers, forming a claw-like shape, assuming a combative stance as he bellowed, "Beast form fist, leopard strike." With exaggerated swiftness, he lunged at the air, causing it to tremble as if struck by his force. As Yamucha's assault unfolded, a faint metallic scent permeated the air. He quickly transformed his claw into an open palm and pushed backward, then surged forward with great speed. The air seemed to part under pressure, rushing toward the water's surface, which erupted with a resounding splash. At that moment, the fortune teller stared at Yamucha, her mouth agape in astonishment, before inquiring, "How did you discover that?" Yamucha chuckled, "Intuition." The fortune teller regarded him earnestly and said, "If possible, I would like to offer you a position here. I can provide you with a generous salary." Yamucha shook his head, replying, "No, thank you. Please, let us move on to the next opponent." The fortune teller acquiesced, "Very well." Excitedly, Wukong approached Yamucha, exclaiming, "You were incredible. When did you learn that technique?" Yamucha burst into hearty laughter and replied, "Since the last martial arts tournament, I realized my wolf fang fist needed refinement. So, every day, I swim to the island where we once stayed to observe the island's creatures, using them as inspiration for my techniques." Udess Wong remarked, "Well done. It seems you have embarked on your own path." Yamucha nodded, affirming, "Indeed." Wukong, puzzled, asked, "Then why do you still reside at your grandfather's house?" At this, Yamucha shyly fell silent. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero sighed, reflecting, "It seems this visit was not in vain. No wonder the Red Ribbon Army was vanquished. There must be a reason." At that moment, Dr. Gero's inner thoughts began to shift, while Violet gazed at Udess Wong with a glimmer of desire in her eyes. Udess Wong remarked, "As long as you follow us, I shall consider entrusting you with the task." At that moment, Oolong turned her head away haughtily, gazing at the lake. Another contender approached, diminutive in stature, her eyes glinting with a fierce intensity, as if she were confronting a sworn enemy. The fortune teller announced, "This is our second contestant. She is named Abio." Both Yamuti and the individual named Abio locked eyes, and simultaneously launched their respective assaults. Abo's fingers were tightly coiled as she lunged at Yamuti's face, but Yamuti swiftly evaded, lowering his head to deliver a punch to Abo's midsection. However, as if sensing the impending strike, Abo's other hand rose defensively, thwarting Yamuti's attack. The two fighters separated once more, each retreating with agility. Udess Wong and his companions observed the invisible clash in the air, fist against fist, foot against foot. At that moment, Yamuti retreated rapidly, his fingers curling into claws as his legs moved swiftly towards the now stationary Abio, shouting, "Beast form fist, wolf fist." A phantom in the shape of a wolf seemed to manifest behind him. Seeing this, Udess Wong nodded. It appears that Yamuti has integrated the wolf fang wind fist into a new technique, significantly enhancing its power. As Yamuti launched his attack, The petite Abo suddenly appeared startled, repeatedly defending against his strikes. In a moment of vulnerability, Yamucha seized the opportunity and struck Abo's waist, catching her unawares. Abo, now pushed back, quickly called out, "I concede." Yamucha ceased his assault and turned to the fortune teller. She shook her head in resignation. "You have won this round. Now, we shall proceed to a different arena." The fortune teller, riding her crystal, moved deeper into the surroundings, and Udess Wong and his companions followed her. Engaged in light-hearted banter, seemingly devoid of any sense of foreboding, they arrived at a structure where they curiously examined the surroundings near a spiral staircase. The fortune teller declared, "The next competition will take place above, but be cautious. Negligence could cost you your lives." As they ascended the spiral staircase, they reached the top after a few minutes. Goku, filled with curiosity, rushed to the edge and peered outside, exclaiming, "What is this?" The fortune teller chuckled, "This is the devil's restroom." Casually tossing a meat chicken handed to her by the pink ghost over the edge, Yamucha, Goku, Oolong, and Gero leaned over to watch, only to witness the chicken transform into white bones mid-fall before vanishing entirely. The sight left them all astounded. The fortune teller, still smiling, explained, "This is one of the origins of the devil's restroom. If any of you wish to withdraw from the fight, you may do so now." Yamucha, steadfast in his resolve, replied, "I wish to continue." The fortune teller scoffed, "Fearless, aren't you?" She then called out to the opposing demon passage, "Come forth, my warrior." At this moment, a towering figure resembling a demon adorned with horns emerged before the onlookers. Yamucha regarded his opponent with earnestness. The fortune teller proclaimed, "This is the demon Dopa, a formidable adversary whose prowess far surpasses that of the previous two." Yamucha then addressed the fortune teller, "Let the battle commence. I shall certainly defeat him." The fortune teller chuckled, "Let us hope so." Yamucha then proceeded towards an entrance, appearing above the demon's lair. There, two figures stood atop the tongue of a demon statue. One was the true demon, exhibiting immense physical prowess, while the other was Yamucha, whose eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Dopa. The two exchanged gestures, and thus, the battle was ignited. Their fists collided with one another, causing both to stagger back simultaneously. They then leapt onto the ceiling of the demon's lair, propelling themselves forward once more to clash. Dopa seemed to sense something, opening his mouth wide as he called out to Yamucha, "Be careful." His mouth emitted a beam of light resembling a laser cannon. In response, Yamucha, undeterred, readied his own attack, shouting, "Kamehameha." The resulting collision of their attacks created a tremendous shockwave. As they unleashed their strikes, the figures of Dopa and Yamucha were once again in motion, their assaults colliding anew. At this moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Yamucha's mouth as he looked at Dopa. "Now you must be cautious. I shall unleash my most powerful attack," he warned the demon. Dopa replied, "Let me witness the true might of your strongest move," his gaze fixed intently upon Yamucha. Yamucha then positioned himself upon the tongue of the demon statue and declared, "Beast Fist. Wolf form. Tempest Wolf manifest." In that instant, he charged at Dopa with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf. Dopa, too, surged forward, his figure swelling with power as he raced towards Yamucha. In this chapter of Divinity, Yamucha appeared as a solitary alpha wolf, an aura swirling around his hands. He launched an attack at Dopa with the energy enveloping his fists, while Dopa responded with his own strike, their blows clashing fiercely. The intensity of their battle surged with each exchange. Yamucha's claws grazed Dopa's chest, tearing through his garments and leaving behind crimson marks. Dopa let out a pained cry and staggered back, clutching his chest. Yamucha halted before him, only for Dopa to bellow once more. Suddenly, Dopa's height began to fluctuate. With each surge, his clothes tightened, and as he tore at them, he leaned back, expanding his stature from 2 meters to approximately 2.5. Dopa, having leaned back, now began to tilt forward, standing upright and launching an intense assault on Yamucha. At that moment, Yamucha felt a shift in the atmosphere, sensing the escalation of Dopa's power. The clash of their attacks sent shockwaves rippling outward, brushing against the faces of Udess Wong and others nearby. Observing the fierce confrontation, Dr. Gero and Violet felt as if their horizons had broadened. Dr. Gero's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he scrutinized the battle ahead, contemplating how he could further perfect his android creations. Violet, resolute in her determination, aspired to attain strength akin to Yamucha's, so she would no longer be at the mercy of others. As the intensity of their exchanges heightened, Yamucha seemed to have made a firm resolution, amplifying his energy output dramatically. Doppa, taken aback by Yamucha's unexpected prowess, found himself astonished. As their strikes collided, Doppa felt his strength waning and was forced to retreat a few steps, addressing Yamucha with a challenge. Let us settle this with a single decisive blow. Yamucha, aware that his remaining energy was dwindling after several encounters, replied gravely, Very well, let us determine the victor with our strongest strike. With renewed vigor, both combatants unleashed their might, their attacks crashing against one another with tremendous force. The ensuing impact sent them sprawling toward the exits of the demon head, rendering them unconscious and leaving the onlookers, Madame Fortune, Dr. Gero, and Violet, utterly astonished. Dr. Gero and Violet marveled at the extraordinary capabilities of humanity, realizing the potential that lay within. Madame Fortune, however, was taken aback by the unexpected stalemate between her demon Doppa and Yamucha. Watching the fallen warriors, Madame Fortune sighed, It appears we have a draw. Yet, you have but one fighter remaining. I shall ask you once more, are you certain you wish for that little imp beside you to participate? Yu Deshuang nodded affirmatively, declaring, I am certain. Even in defeat, I am willing to pay the price. Madame Fortune regarded Yu Deshuang with a thoughtful gaze, choosing not to respond further. After all, she had merely provided him with an opportunity, the acceptance of which was beyond her concern. One more participant mattered little, as her chosen champion was guaranteed to triumph. Very well, the next contender is a demon known as Ceci. Let us have this little imp switch places with the one called Yamucha, she proclaimed, evidently impressed by Yamucha's performance. As Yamucha and Doppa rose from the ground, they exchanged a profound glance before emerging from the demon's lair. Once outside, Yamucha turned to Goku and cautioned, Be careful. The opponents ahead are likely to grow increasingly formidable. Goku nodded in acknowledgement and approached the demon's lair, stepping inside and curiously observing the entrance opposite him. At that moment, a tall and alluring female demon with blue skin and pointed ears emerged from the visage of a demon. She cast a provocative glance at Goku, but upon noticing a mere child before her, she felt a sense of being underestimated. The fortune-telling elder looked helplessly at Ceci and warned her, You should not underestimate this little one. His strength is formidable. The elder continued, Ceci is a succubus. She emanates a potent allure that can sway any creature. This little brat you sent may pose a danger. In the original tale, the demon envoy's purifying light could stir even the faintest desire hidden deep within a person's heart, leading them to reveal themselves. However, Goku's pure heart devoid of any desire rendered it ineffective, allowing him to vanquish his opponent. What, then, is this newfound allure? At that moment, the succubus Ceci playfully tapped her enticing red lips, conjuring a crimson heart. With a gesture reminiscent of drawing an arrow, she directed it toward Goku, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Concerned about the potential effects of the allure on Goku, the elder watched him anxiously. The elder then scoffed. The allure incites inner desires, ensnaring the target and rendering them immobile. This is Ceci's signature technique. Every human harbors desires. Yuta was taken aback internally, realizing that there seemed to be little difference, and he needed to remain composed. At that moment, Goku was struck by Ceci's attack, enveloped in a radiant pink glow. He gazed at the surrounding light, attempting to touch it, yet finding nothing to grasp. Once the glow subsided, he turned to the attacking succubus and inquired, What did you just do to me? Ceci widened her eyes in astonishment, while the fortune-telling elder watched Goku in disbelief. Goku's voice rang out. Do you still want to continue? Ceci, snapping back to reality, replied, Let us begin. The two then assumed their stances, gazing intently at one another. Suddenly, Ceci shouted, Here it comes, and charged at Goku. Goku, seeing Ceci's assault approaching, met her attack head-on. After a brief exchange of blows, they both retreated and leapt into the air, continuing to strike at one another with their hands. As the exchanges intensified, Ceci shouted, Take this, landing a hit on Goku's cheek, while Goku, with his short limbs, failed to strike Ceci in return. Reeling backward, Goku performed a backflip, kicking the top of the demon statue's head, and then propelled himself towards the airborne Ceci on one foot. Ceci gasped in surprise, dodging just in time, allowing Goku to kick the floating skateboard beneath her. He then delivered a swift punch to Ceci, who was unable to evade. The impact sent her crashing against the tongue of the demon statue before she rebounded and fell to the ground, demonstrating that Goku's blow, aided by the skateboard, was indeed significant. Ceci gradually rose to her feet, clutching her head where she had been struck, and looked at Goku, saying, "You certainly strike hard." Two individuals stood firmly in their respective positions, then leapt backward a step, their toes barely touching the ground, before charging towards each other. Udess Wong observed the succubus. Nodding discreetly, she was undeniably stronger than the demon emissary depicted in the original narrative. Yamucha's gaze was fixed intently on Goku, fervently praying for his victory. Garo Violet, and the fortune teller also looked on in astonishment at Goku, unable to fathom how this seemingly young lad possessed such extraordinary strength. As the battle unfolded, Goku suddenly quickened his pace, leaving the succubus Ceci astonished. Goku declared, "It is time to conclude this fight." Ceci retorted with a huff, "Do not underestimate me. Taking me lightly will lead to dire consequences." At that moment, Goku, brimming with confidence, charged towards Ceci. Caught off guard, she was struck in the abdomen, bent over in pain, and collapsed to the ground. Goku then turned to the fortune teller, stating, "Now it is time for the next match." The fortune teller replied, "The final contender I present is an unparalleled master. You stand no chance of victory." At that moment, a mysterious masked figure emerged from the demon's visage, greeting Goku. Goku instinctively returned the greeting. The masked figure addressed the fortune teller, "Dear Elder, I have a request. The current arena may not be suitable for the forthcoming battle. We must return to the original tournament platform." Goku nodded affirmatively, asserting, "It matters not where we fight. I shall emerge victorious." The fortune teller admonished, "Do not be so arrogant, young one. The upcoming master will surely astonish you." She turned to Yu Deshuang, proclaiming, "Your luck ends here." Yu Deshuang shook his head, retorting, "How can we know we cannot defeat your warrior without a trial? Our strength is formidable as well. I hope your chosen opponent does not disappoint us." The fortune teller replied, "Let us see if you can maintain such a mindset when the time comes." Shaking her head, she directed the crystal ball to return to their previous location. The group arrived at the arena, and Yu Deshuang cautioned Goku, "Be careful. Do not underestimate the forthcoming opponent. Do not let a single victory make you complacent." Goku smiled, "Rest assured, Yu Deshuang. I have always remembered your words. I will win." Yamucha urged Goku, "You must prevail." Goku nodded in agreement. The three exchanged knowing glances, placing one hand atop another, and laughed together. The mysterious masked figure and the fortune teller conversed from a distance. Upon hearing the masked figure, the fortune teller suddenly realized, "So that is how it is. I eagerly anticipate the upcoming contest." Goku and the masked figure stood upon the arena stage, and the fortune teller proclaimed, "Very well, this is the final match. The fight continues until one side surrenders. Though I doubt your chances of victory, should you triumph, I will assist you with items at no cost and agree to the conditions you proposed, young one." Goku then addressed the masked figure, "All right, let us begin." Subsequently, he assumed a poised stance directed at the masked figure, ever ready to launch an assault. The masked man suddenly remarked, "Shouldn't we first pay our respects before engaging in combat?" Wukong paused momentarily, then replied, "Ah, indeed." He then brought his hands together and bowed deeply to the enigmatic figure. Yu Deshuang and the others observed the stage where Wukong faced the masked man. And at that moment, the fortune-telling elder exclaimed, "Let the competition begin." Wukong mused to himself, "This peculiar masked man seems entirely different from my previous opponent." He then surged forward, fingers aligned to form a knife hand as he aimed an attack at the masked figure. In an unexpected move, the masked man lunged at the approaching Wukong, prompting him to instinctively evade. In a swift motion, he tightened his fist, striking at the masked man's head. The masked figure, evidently well acquainted with Wukong's techniques, opened his fingers and grasped Wukong's fist. He then shifted his footing backward, pulling Wukong's arm while simultaneously delivering a rapid punch to Wukong's abdomen. Wukong's other hand shot out, grasping the masked man's fist. Realizing his initial strike had failed, the masked man hurled Wukong skyward. As Wukong soared through the air, he executed a flip before landing gracefully on the ground. With a swift push from his toes, he dashed toward the masked man once more, his fists clenched for a flurry of attacks. The masked man, with arms outstretched, adeptly parried Wukong's blows. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Wukong unleashed a powerful strike aimed at the masked man's chin. As the masked figure was propelled backward, he began to dissipate Wukong's energy, weakening the force of his punch. He then tilted his body downward, flipping over and charging back at Wukong. Seeing the masked man rushing towards him, Wukong also advanced, engaging in a fierce exchange of strikes. Suddenly, Wukong lifted his left leg, delivering a kick toward the masked man, who performed a backflip, momentarily suspended in the air. Wukong gazed upward, then leaped into the sky as the two resumed their intense battle. In midair, the masked man landed a kick to Wukong's abdomen, sending him plummeting down. The masked figure, eyeing the descending Wukong, seized the opportunity to sprint towards his position. At that moment, Wukong sprang forth from the crater created by the masked man's earlier kick, realizing he could not evade the incoming attack. He stood firm, limbs extended in a resolute stance. As the masked man's blow connected with Wukong, he engaged every muscle in his body to absorb the force of the attack. Stabilizing himself in place, the masked man, upon landing from a backflip not far from Wukong, was taken aback, reflecting, has this boy's growth reached such heights? Wukong smiled at the masked figure and declared, it's time to end this. The masked man then extended his legs and brought his hands together in a familiar stance, astonishing both Wukong and Yamucha, who observed from below the stage. In that moment, the masked man shouted, Kamehameha. At that moment, the Kamehameha surged towards Goku, who initially anticipated being struck, only to find the attack passing right through him. The masked figure, taken aback, exclaimed, Afterimage fist, secretly astonished by Goku's prowess. At that instant, Goku had already soared into the air, his hands converging as he proclaimed, Kamehameha. The masked individual, glancing upward at Goku in shock, shouted, how is this possible? The Kamehameha had now reached the masked figure, detonating upon impact and sending forth a violent explosion. As the smoke cleared, the masked figure lay defeated on the ground. Seizing the moment, Goku launched a follow-up attack, driving his knee into the masked figure's abdomen, eliciting a muffled cry as the figure succumbed to unconsciousness. Goku turned to the fortune teller and declared, I have won this match. However, the fortune teller remained motionless, fixated on the spot where Goku and the masked figure stood, leaving Goku perplexed. Suddenly, the masked figure let out a chuckle and reached toward Goku's tail, catching him off guard. Goku, unable to evade, felt the grip tighten around his vulnerable spot. A wave of weakness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling as he questioned, how did you know my weakness? The masked figure merely smiled, offering no response. Below the stage, Yamcha was astonished to discover Goku's hidden vulnerability, intrigued by how the masked figure had discerned it. The masked figure addressed Goku, surrender, for I have your weakness firmly in my grasp. Victory is beyond your reach. Goku, with a feeble voice, retorted, you will never compel me to concede. Abandon that thought. The masked figure then yanked Goku's tail, lifting him into the air and slamming him down onto the ground once more, demanding, will you yield? Goku, still resolute, replied, I will not surrender. With each brutal impact against the ground, the masked figure repeated the question time and again, until finally asking, if you refuse to concede, you will perish. Goku shook his head defiantly, declaring, I will not give in. Yamcha, witnessing the relentless assault, began to waver and shouted, Goku, please concede. He then turned to Yu Deshuang, who, though aware of Goku's lineage, could not bear to watch his relentless punishment and urged, Goku, surrender. We can settle this with money. His voice carried an air of confidence. Goku offered a weak smile to Yu Deshuang and Yamcha, stating, I can hold on a little longer. He then turned back to the masked figure, asserting, I will not yield. The masked figure warned, if you do not concede, your life hangs in the balance. Yet, despite the words, he showed no mercy in his actions. As he swung once more, he suddenly noticed a significant decrease in weight. Looking down, he realized that Goku's tail had been severed. At that moment, Wukong clutched his rear and cried out in agony. It hurts so much. He began to run around the arena until the pain at the broken spot seemed to diminish, allowing him to finally come to a halt. Covering his backside, he glared at the masked man and exclaimed, you dare to sever my tail. It infuriates me. He then prepared to launch an attack on the masked figure. The masked man raised both hands and declared, I concede. A collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers below the platform as they said, at last, victory is ours. The fortune teller shook her head and remarked, such circumstances were unavoidable. The masked man then addressed Wukong. I did not expect your strength to be so formidable. Wukong, astonished, inquired, how do you know my name? The masked man did not respond, instead lifting Wukong's tail and saying, "But you have neglected to train it. You must pay attention in the future." Wukong, taken aback, pondered, could it be? The masked man removed his mask and said, "You are truly dim-witted. Only now do you realize." Tears welled in Wukong's eyes as he recognized the mysterious figure, exclaiming, "Grandfather." Yamucha, standing below the arena, gasped, "Isn't Wukong's grandfather, Sun Wufan, already deceased?" Yu Deshuang shook his head and explained, "Indeed, he has passed. But the fortune teller possesses a unique ability to bring the deceased back to the mortal realm for a day." Dr. Gallo and Violet exchanged astonished glances, gazing at the fortune teller who sat atop the crystal ball. The reunited grandfather and grandson began to converse, sharing laughter upon learning that Wukong had become a disciple of Master Rashi. Wukong was filled with countless thoughts he wished to share with his grandfather. And although some of his words were muddled, Sun Wufan listened intently to his grandson's ramblings. Meanwhile, the fortune teller floated over to Yu Deshuang and said, "You have won this time. I now know what the item you seek is." Wukong inadvertently overheard the fortune teller and his eyes lit up. He picked up a Dragon Ball and asked his grandfather, "Grandfather, do you know what this is?" Sun Wufan looked at the 4-star ball in Wukong's hand and replied, "Isn't this the ball I found in the mountains?" Wukong, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "This is a Dragon Ball. It can grant any wish." Sun Wufan, astonished, responded, "How marvelous." Wukong continued, "Indeed. Grandfather, I intend to ask Yu Deshuang to revive you." Wukong shouted towards Yu Deshuang, "Yu Deshuang, can you use the Dragon Ball to bring my grandfather back to life?" Yu Deshuang nodded and replied, "Most of these Dragon Balls are yours, so if you wish, feel free to use them." Overjoyed, Wukong exclaimed, "Thank you, Yu Deshuang." He turned to gaze expectantly at his grandfather. However, Sun Wufan shook his head, saying, "No, I have been dead for a long time. I have no desire for revival." Wukong, hearing his grandfather's words, exclaimed, "How can that be? Grandfather, I do not want to lose you." Son Gohan addressed Goku, saying, "I have achieved the purpose of my existence in this world. I have witnessed your growth, Goku. And for that, I am profoundly satisfied. The journey that lies ahead for you is still long, and I, your grandfather, cannot always be by your side. Even if I were to be resurrected, there will come a day when I shall age and pass once more. Therefore, Goku, during the times I am absent, you must strive to face challenges on your own. When the day arrives that we reunite, share your experiences with me, will you?" Goku, tears streaming down his face, replied to his grandfather, "Son Gohan, I will. I shall devote myself to my training." Son Gohan then turned to Yu Deshuang and expressed gratitude. "Thank you for taking such good care of Goku. He has shared this with me, although I feel it may not be appropriate to say." He then whispered, "By the way, has Goku transformed into a great ape?" Yu Deshuang reassured him softly, "Fear not, the moon has vanished." Son Gohan let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Goku approached from behind, curious, "Grandpa, what were you two discussing?" Startled, Yu Deshuang and Son Gohan shook their heads. And Yu Deshuang seized the opportunity to change the subject. "Your grandfather hopes I can look after you for him." "Ha." Goku responded, "I see. Grandpa, you need not worry about me. I am doing well." Son Gohan laughed heartily. "Is that so? Then I can depart with peace of mind." At that moment, Lunch turned to the fortune-telling old lady and inquired, "How much time do I have left?" The old lady replied, "Not much remains. Are you preparing to return?" Son Gohan nodded. "I have completed what I needed to do. It is time for me to go." He stood before Goku and the others, declaring, "I must return to the afterlife now, Goku." Tears welled in Goku's eyes as he said to his grandfather, "Grandpa, go ahead. I will take good care of myself." Son Gohan then floated into the sky, calling out to Yu Deshuang and the others, "I hope we meet again in the afterlife. Farewell." The group was left bewildered, pondering the oddity of his parting words. Although there seemed to be nothing wrong with what he said, it sounded quite strange. Goku shouted towards the direction of his grandfather's Son Gohan's disappearance, "Grandpa, I will train my tail diligently." With Son Gohan's departure, the group turned to the fortune-telling old lady. She said, "Now, let us begin searching for the Dragon Balls." As she recited her incantation, her hands moved in intricate patterns, and suddenly, the crystal ball illuminated. The glowing crystal revealed the location of a Western-style castle. At that moment, a beautiful princess, crowned, was captured by a person with an unusual skin tone, leading her towards a grand entrance flanked by swords. As the scene shifted, It became clear that the Dragon Ball rested upon the neck of the princess. The fortune-telling old lady gasped. There is indeed an entrance to the demon realm here. Goku, Yamcha, Dr. Gero, and Violet exclaimed in unison, the demon realm. Goku then queried, wasn't the seductive demonicessy also from the demon realm? The fortune-telling elder nodded and said, indeed, however, from the imagery. It appears that the entrance to the demon realm in this kingdom has existed for quite some time. The sword embedded at the entrance likely serves as a seal against the demon realm. Udess Wong spoke gravely. No wonder the dragon radar did not indicate the location of the Dragon Balls earlier. They must have traversed into another world. The others looked at Udess Wong. And Yamucha and Goku inquired, what shall we do? Udess Wong shook his head and replied, we must retrieve the Dragon Balls. Turning to the fortune-telling elder, he added, I wish to know the exact location of this place. The elder responded, this area belongs to the West, where the nation still adheres to a feudal system. Approximately 3,000 kilometers from here. Udess Wong nodded in acknowledgement to the fortune-telling elder, then turned to the others, stating, let us journey to the West and reclaim the Dragon Balls. He then addressed Dr. Gero. For the time being, Dr. Gero, it would be arduous for you to accompany us to the demon realm to obtain the Dragon Balls, but I will make arrangements in the kingdom. As their princess has been captured, it may prove advantageous for us to visit. Nearby, Violet let out a huff, clearly feeling overlooked. Udess Wong smiled at Violet, saying, once we have located the Dragon Balls, I will find time to train with you, provided you do not regret it later. Violet muttered, why would I regret it? Udess Wong chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself that he would not disclose the arduous nature of training for someone without a foundation. Do not blame me then, he mused. At that moment, Udess Wong tossed out a capsule, and following this, the group boarded the aircraft. Standing at the aircraft's entrance, Udess Wong turned to the fortune-telling elder and said, remember our agreement. I will seek you out when the time comes. The elder replied, youngster, you can come to me any time, as long as I am able to assist. Udess Wong bid farewell with a wave goodbye as the cabin closed. The aircraft soared into the western skies, eventually vanishing from sight. The elder murmured, what an extraordinary young lad, before she and the delicate spirit beside her entered the dwelling. In a place known as the Kingdom of Saddam in the west, the king and queen occupied the throne, their expressions filled with despair. The king, visibly agitated, berated, a bunch of useless fools. Have the warriors we dispatched vanished without a trace? A minister standing at the forefront respectfully lowered his head and informed the king. In recent days, the warriors we sent out have not returned. It seems they have encountered misfortune. As per your command, we have posted notices throughout the kingdom in hopes of finding a brave individual to rescue the princess. The king slumped on his throne, murmuring, is there truly no one in our kingdom capable of rescuing the princess? The weeping queen beside him said, the princess has been captured in the demon realm for quite some time. If we cannot find someone to rescue her soon, she may be in grave danger. The irate king exclaimed, how could I possibly be unaware of what you just stated? Cry, cry, cry. All you do is weep. I too am contemplating how to rescue the princess. In a fit of rage, the king berated his ministers, you bicker over trivial matters. Yet now that the princess has vanished, you fall silent. A bunch of useless fools. Terrified, the ministers knelt in silence on the ground. At that moment, a figure clad in gleaming silver armor appeared in the palace, half kneeling before the king. Your Majesty, a group of individuals has arrived at the city gates, claiming they wish to meet you and assert that they can rescue the princess. The king, already disillusioned with these so-called heroes, furrowed his brow and waved dismissively. I shall not meet them. Just as the soldiers were about to retreat at the king's gesture, a voice interjected, my liege. Let us at least grant these so-called heroes an audience. Perhaps they may indeed be able to rescue the princess? The weeping queen looked at the king. With a sigh, the king replied, it seems these so-called heroes are not very reliable. However, since you have spoken, my queen, I shall grant this one opportunity. He then instructed the soldiers. Go fetch these individuals you mentioned. He waved his hand at the soldiers. The soldier, bowing respectfully, responded, yes, your Majesty. Meanwhile, Udess Wong and the others had been waiting at the entrance for some time. Violet remarked, why is it taking so long? Perhaps the king has already rescued the princess. She then suggested to Udess Wong, let us consider other options. Udess Wong shook his head, let us wait a little longer. They should be coming out soon. Just then, a soldier ran out, addressing Udess Wong and the others, The king has issued a command. Please, brave warriors, follow me to meet his majesty. Udess Wong, glancing at Violet with amusement, said, "See, I told you they would come, didn't I?" Violet, irritated, turned away from him. The group followed the soldier, quietly observing their surroundings with curiosity. Upon entering the grand hall of the kingdom, they finally turned their attention to the king, who had transformed from his earlier furious demeanor to a more amiable expression. He addressed them. "Which among you is the warrior destined for the demon realm?" Yu Deshuang replied, "It is I, along with the two beside me. As for the two behind, I would request your majesty to kindly watch over them until we return." The king frowned. "Oh, you have great confidence in your abilities, do you? We have already dispatched many warriors into the demon realm to search for the princess, yet none have returned successfully." Yu Deshuang responded, "Your majesty, my confidence is indeed well-founded. Should you deem it necessary, I am willing to demonstrate my abilities." The king suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "It seems you possess a high opinion of yourself. However, that will not be required. After all, the warriors before you acted similarly, yet none escaped unscathed. Therefore, I hold great hope that your rescue of the princess will serve as the finest demonstration." Yu Deshuang chuckled and replied, "As you wish. I shall retrieve Her Highness the Princess." At that moment, Yu Deshuang arranged for Dr. Garo and Violet to await their return within the palace, while he, along with Wukong and Yamucha, prepared to venture into the demon realm. Standing before the entrance to the demon realm, the king and his knights awaited outside. Yu Deshuang addressed the king. "Thank you, your majesty, for bringing us here. We are determined to rescue the princess." The king gazed at the dark portal with a complex expression and responded, "Let us hope so." Yu Deshuang nodded respectfully, and the three entered the portal. Upon stepping into the demon realm, they found themselves enveloped in darkness, yet able to perceive their surroundings. Curiously, the trio surveyed their environment and proceeded along the path ahead. Suddenly, a towering demon accompanied by a striking demoness emerged before them. The imposing demon spoke. "Do you possess the demon realm pass issued by the King of Hell and the Grim Reaper? Without it, you cannot enter." Yu Deshuang shook his head. "We do not have it." The tall demon retorted, "Then you cannot enter." To which Yu Deshuang boldly replied, "What if we insist on entering?" The demon growled angrily. "Then you shall not blame me for my lack of courtesy." He raised his massive club and swung it towards the trio. Yu Deshuang shook his head and called to Wukong. "Wukong, go!" Unfazed by the enormous club, Wukong pushed against it with his hand, exerting his strength. The colossal demon felt an overwhelming force surging from the club and intensified his effort against Wukong. In response, Wukong shouted, "Hey!" And with a powerful shove, he propelled both the club and the massive demon backward. The demoness, observing from the sidelines, gasped, "This kid's strength surpasses even that of the demon realm's mightiest warrior, Gora." She then inquired, "Wait a moment, are you here in the demon realm seeking the princess?" Yu Deshuang nodded. "Indeed. That is our purpose for entering." The demoness introduced herself. "Hello, I am Mira. If you wish to enter the demon realm, I can assist you." Yu Deshuang responded, "Oh really? Are you planning to help us?" Mira graciously affirmed, "Indeed. If you succeed in rescuing the princess, I ask that you extract the sword from the demon realm's gate, allowing it to close once more." Yu Deshuang replied earnestly, "You need not express this request. I intend to do so regardless." As the sudden opening of the demon realm poses significant disruption to the residents nearby, Mira laughed heartily, stating, "In truth, it is not as simple as you suggest. First, you must defeat the Azura of the demon realm to rescue the princess." Gora gasped in astonishment, "Mira, if you proceed this way, the Azura might become enraged." Mira retorted with a huff, "The demon realm is in disarray. If the Azura continues unchecked, calamity is inevitable. That is not your concern." Gora stood silently by. At that moment, Yu Deshuang interjected with a smile, "Then we are indeed fortunate. Once we rescue the princess, we shall ensure the gates of the demon realm are sealed." Mira replied, "You are fortunate, for the Azura's wedding is approaching, and competitions have been held during this time. If one among you can vanquish the many skilled fighters and challenge the Azura, perhaps you can seize the opportunity to rescue your human princess." Yu Deshuang expressed gratitude. "Thank you for sharing this information. Now, please lead the way. The rest we can manage on our own." Mira remarked, "I hope you remain this confident when the time comes. Gora, it seems no one will come now. Let's proceed." Gora nodded in agreement and turned to Yu Deshuang and his companions, saying, "Stay close. If you lose me, it is not my concern." Humph. Yu Deshuang smiled. Thank you for leading the way. Within a palace of the demon realm, an individual with unusual skin color sat upon a throne, observing two demons engaged in combat below. He then turned to a girl in pajamas beside him, saying, "My princess, our wedding will commence in a few days, and you will soon become my wife. This is an unalterable truth. You ought to be a bit more cheerful, my princess." The princess, clad in her nightwear, absent-mindedly acknowledged the Azura's words with a chuckle, before falling silent, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, a young man clad in an orange martial arts uniform ascended the stage, launching an attack against the demons. Within moments, the demon lay sprawled on the ground. The young man then boldly declared, "Is there no one here who can put up a fight?" He casually dug at his ear. It was none other than Yu Deshuang. The assembled demons erupted in anger, and the expressions of Mira and Gora, who accompanied Yu Deshuang, began to twitch in response. Gora brandished his staff, ready to charge, but was restrained by Mira. Gora furiously exclaimed, "This brat is too arrogant." Mira shook her head, "Patience. Let us observe first." At that moment, a massive demon stepped onto the stage and addressed Yu Deshuang. "You, young man, are far too arrogant. Witness as I send you flying from the stage with a single punch." Yu Deshuang scoffed, "A big brute who lacks substance. Watch how I kick you off the stage." The demon, enraged, launched a punch at Yu Deshuang, who swiftly leaped and delivered a single-legged kick in return. The demon, receiving the blow, staggered and retreated repeatedly until he tumbled off the stage. Gora, witnessing from a distance, cursed the demon as a worthless fool. Indeed, all show and no substance. Yu Deshuang remarked, "Let us find a stronger opponent. This one is too weak to pique my interest." With a flick of his pinky finger against his nostril, Udess Wong directed a sudden motion towards the host, who was still agape in astonishment. The host felt an unusual object enter his mouth and exclaimed with indignation, "You scoundrel! What did you just throw into my mouth?" Maintaining his hold on his nostril, Udess Wong nonchalantly replied, "Nothing." The host, now fully grasping the situation, opened his mouth in a fit of rage to articulate his thoughts, only to find something else unexpectedly entering, rendering him speechless, though his expression spoke volumes. This elicited hearty laughter from Wukong and Yamucha in the crowd, and soon, the surrounding demons could no longer contain their amusement after the first chuckle resonated through the air. On the stage, Azura observed this spectacle and remarked, "How delightful. It has been ages since I encountered something that piqued my interest. You seem rather arrogant, young man." To which Udess Wong casually retorted, "Is it necessary for you to point out my obvious arrogance?" Incensed by this exchange, Azura arose from his throne, utilizing his energy to levitate and dart towards Udess Wong. As Udess Wong perceived the impending collision, he deftly sidestepped Azura's charge, bringing the latter to a halt as he landed on the arena. Azura declared, "How about a match, boy?" Udess Wong, with a smirk, replied, "I would be delighted. Though I wonder about the strength of your abilities." Azura sneered, "We'll find out soon enough." Assuming a martial stance, Azura's muscles rippled as he summoned energy that surged through his arms, launching an attack towards Udess Wong. Sensing Azura's furious initiation of his ultimate technique, Udess Wong signaled before counterattacking. Yamucha, noticing Yu Deshuang's gesture, whispered something to Wukong, prompting the two to begin their gradual maneuver through the crowd. As Udess Wong deftly evaded Azura's punch, he targeted the latter's abdomen. Startled, Azura quickly shifted his approach, levitating midair, and unleashed a barrage of energy from his arms towards Udess Wong. However, Udess Wong nimbly dodged the onslaught. Realizing his attack had failed, Azura concentrated again, his energy coalescing as he prepared for another strike while suspended in the air. Seizing the opportune moment, Udess Wong charged at Azura's midsection, delivering a decisive blow that forced Azura to double over, clutching his abdomen while eyeing Udess Wong with disdain. Wiping away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Azura grinned and remarked, "You truly are impressive." He then renewed his assault against Udess Wong, who, witnessing Azura's approach, concentrated his energy into a sphere, proclaiming, "This ends now." Azura and the gathered demons shielded their eyes as the energy sphere radiated a blinding light. At that moment, Udess Wong called out to the two individuals who were now perilously close to the princess, "Hurry and take action." Yamucha nodded and swiftly approached the princess, saying, "Your Highness, we have come to rescue you on the king's orders." He crouched down to speak to the princess. At that moment, The princess had already begun to trust the words of this individual, and she nodded in agreement, leaning against Yamucha. She then leaped over to Goku, with one carrying the princess on his back, while the other stood guard against any attacks as they fled the palace. Upon seeing the three of them escape the palace, Yu Deshuang launched an attack on the blinded Azura, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. This caused the previously blinded Azura to curl up and collapse onto the ground. Seizing the moment when the numerous demons had yet to open their eyes, Udess Wong promptly dashed out of the palace. Moments later, the curled-up Azura rose to his feet and, observing the many demons still covering their eyes, shouted in frustration, "You fools, hurry and pursue them." The demons, realizing the absence of light, all rushed out of the palace. Meanwhile, Goku and Yamucha, who had already reached the exit, noticed Udess Wong emerging as well. Goku unsheathed his sword at the gateway to the demon realm, and just as the demons were about to burst forth, Udess Wong unleashed a powerful energy blast towards them, forcing the demons to cover their eyes once more. At that moment, Goku had drawn his sword and stood at the entrance of the demon realm, where Mela expressed her gratitude to Udess Wong, saying, "Thank you." The gateway to the demon realm began to close slowly. Watching the gate close gradually, the king, who had been waiting anxiously, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The looks he cast upon Udess Wong and his companions transformed immediately. The king spoke warmly. "I am grateful that you have rescued our princess from the clutches of the demon king Azura. In appreciation, I would like to cordially invite you to our banquet. Should you desire gold, silver, or jewels, I shall gladly provide them for you." Udess Wong shook his head with a smile, saying, "We will certainly attend the banquet, but there is no need for gold or jewels. However, I would appreciate it if the princess could part with the orb around her neck." The princess looked down at the dragon orb adorning her neck, a gift from a villager who believed it could ward off evil due to its faint glow at night. The king had given it to her out of love for his daughter, but recalling her recent capture, she felt it had served little purpose and, without a second thought, removed the orb and handed it to Udess Wong. Seeing the princess relinquish the orb, the king felt a sense of relief, though he mused that the orb seemed trivial compared to the princess herself. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, "There are indeed treasures within my palace. If you wish, you may take a few from our treasury." Udess Wong replied earnestly, "I truly need nothing else. This orb is already of great significance to me." Recognizing Yu Deshuang's sincere demeanor, the king ceased his insistence and declared, "It is getting late. I invite Master Yu and his companions to join me. For tonight, I shall host a grand banquet to honor you for saving the princess." Upon finishing his words, the king gestured to the soldiers to return to the palace. At that moment, Udess Wong and his companions followed the king and the troops back to the royal palace. Inside the palace, the queen awaited the king's return with great anxiety, hoping that Udess Wong and his companions would succeed in rescuing the princess. The queen discerned that Udess Wong and his companions possessed an extraordinary aura, distinct from that of the previous warriors, instilling her with considerable confidence in their ability to rescue the princess. Just then, a soldier hurried over. Kneeling respectfully before the queen, he reported, "Your Majesty, the king has returned to the palace, and the princess has been rescued. The king requests your presence in the palace for a meeting." The queen, filled with joy upon hearing this, quickly made her way to the palace accompanied by her maidens. At this juncture, Udess Wong and his companions had already arrived at the palace, where Dr. Garo and Violet awaited them. Upon seeing Udess Wong, they instinctively exhaled in relief. Although they held great respect for the trio's abilities, there was always a lingering fear of potential failure. Therefore, their tension eased only upon witnessing Udess Wong and his companion's safe return. The king, in high spirits, sat upon his throne and instructed the maidens to prepare for a banquet. He then inquired, "What are your plans, Master Yu?" Udess Wong courteously replied, "I have been away for quite some time, and I intend to return to my residence." The king expressed disappointment, saying, "Oh, how does Master Yu find my palace?" Sensing the king's intention, Udess Wong felt quite pleased, especially since the Dragon Balls had been gathered. He responded, "It is indeed splendid. However, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I cannot linger." The king laughed heartily, "If Master Yu has the time, I hope you will visit often." He produced a token and handed it to a nearby maiden, whispering instructions to her. The maiden, holding the token, approached Udess Wong. The king continued, "I hope you will accept this token, which serves as a pass to my palace. Should any soldier encounter this token, they will promptly inform me, allowing me to know of your arrival. Yu Deshuang graciously accepted it, saying, "Thank you." At that moment, the queen entered the palace, and upon seeing her daughter returned, her eyes glistened with tears. Ignoring her surroundings, she rushed to embrace the princess, who, with tears in her eyes, reciprocated the embrace. The king observed this scene with a slight sigh, then resumed a stern demeanor, for as king, he must not freely display his emotions to maintain his authority. After a while, a maiden approached quietly, announcing to the king and queen, "The banquet is ready." The queen then invited Udess Wong and his companions, saying, "Shall we proceed?" Udess Wong nodded politely. Together, they followed the king to the banquet venue. That evening, after the banquet, everyone retired to their guest chambers. The following morning, they boarded an aircraft bound for the sacred land of Karen. Meanwhile, in the sacred land, the father and son duo, Bra and his father, were busy setting up a grill to roast the freshly caught game. As Bra observed his son Upa gazing up at the sky, he asked, "Will master return today?" Bra smiled at his son and replied, "Once your master has completed his quest for the Dragon Balls, he will undoubtedly return for you. Patience is a virtue, Upa. It is part of your training." Upa nodded earnestly. "Yes, master will surely come back for me." At that moment, a gust of wind swept through the air, and upon looking up, they saw the aircraft piloted by Udess Wong and his companions descending gracefully. Upa, filled with excitement, exclaimed to his father, "They have returned," and waved enthusiastically at the sky. Bra, too, smiled at the sight of the approaching plane. As the aircraft touched down, the 5 individuals disembarked, and Upa rushed towards Udess Wong, hugging his leg. "Master, you are finally back." Udess Wong chuckled, "Were you that eager?" Upa bashfully scratched the back of his head and replied, "Yes." At this juncture, Bra approached Udess Wong, saying, "I have prepared lunch. Please join us." Udess Wong replied, "That would be rather embarrassing, especially since we have quite the hearty eater among us. We may need to catch more food." Bra waved off his concern. "There are plenty of creatures nearby. I can hunt some more later." Udess Wong shook his head. "I'll let Goku handle that. Goku, go catch some game nearby. And remember to bring back plenty." Goku, having caught sight of the delicacies on the grill, was already salivating with anticipation. He nodded and dashed into the forest. Udess Wong turned to Bra. "No need to worry. Goku has quite the appetite. What he consumed earlier was merely a snack. Once you witness his voraciousness, you'll understand I wasn't being polite." Bra nodded in puzzlement. As Bra finished grilling the game, they all began to eat. Just then, Goku returned, dragging a massive wild boar. Seeing that the others had already finished, he complained, "You didn't wait for me." Udess Wong replied, "We were full. Now you should prepare the boar for roasting since you eat the most, and that's why we sent you to hunt." Goku nodded, quickly setting up the grill before roasting the boar with great enthusiasm. Once Goku had finished his meal, Udess Wong produced the Dragon Balls, placing them on the ground as he called out, "Arise, Shenron, and grant my wish." The Dragon Balls began to glow, and the sky darkened ominously. With a series of crackling lightning strikes, the Dragon Balls transformed into the magnificent Shenron. The remaining onlookers, aside from Udess Wong, Goku, and Yamcha, stood in awe of the colossal dragon, its immense form causing even Udess Wong to momentarily falter. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Shenron, "Dragon, I wish for immortality." Shenron paused, his eyes flashing red before responding, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." At that moment, Udess Wong gazed at the sky and leapt towards the Dragon Ball soaring above. To the astonishment of those watching, he managed to grasp one of the Dragon Balls just before it vanished. Upon landing, he handed the stone-like Dragon Ball to Goku, explaining, "This is your grandfather's 4-star ball, which I have retrieved. It will return to its normal state in a year, so you need not search for the Dragon Balls anymore." Goku grinned and replied, "Thank you, Udess Wong." Curiosity filled the air as the others looked at Udess Wong, wondering why he had made such a wish. He elaborated, "The purpose of my wish is to forge an unprecedented path in martial arts. I already have some ideas in mind. However, due to the considerable risks involved, it is not easy to establish. Thus, I thought to enlist the aid of the dragon. With this indestructible body, my journey in martial arts can advance significantly." The crowd gazed at Udess Wong in astonishment. To forge a path in martial arts, he affirmed. Indeed, the essence of practicing martial arts lies in comprehending the truths of life and nature. This is a profound realization I have attained. The initial training invigorates the body until a certain limit is reached, at which point the presence of energy manifests. The physique and energy of an individual create a fundamental distinction in combat capability. Yet, if both the flesh and energy reach their limits, what then? Therefore, I aspire to create a third force beyond the two. This will broaden the path of martial arts. Martial arts are inherently a creation of our predecessors, and I firmly believe I can carve out an unprecedented road. The others pondered his words, though only Goku and UPA looked on with confusion. Udess Wong addressed them, saying, "This is not something you can comprehend at present, but I trust you will each find your own path." Upon hearing Yu Deshuang's words, Goku and UPA dismissed their previous thoughts and nodded in agreement. Udess Wong then turned his gaze towards the towering Karin Tower and apologized to UPA and Dr. Gero. "Please wait a moment. I wish to ascend Karin Tower to meet the sage above." Dr. Gero shook his head, replying, "No need to apologize. Focus on the task at hand. I am eager to join you in realizing your ambitions, as you promised me." UPA exclaimed, "Master, I will wait for your return." He then turned to Goku and Yamcha, asking, "Would you like to join me?" Noticing Goku and Yamcha nodding, Udess Wong did not hesitate. He crouched down and leapt skyward. Goku and Yamcha followed suit, mimicking his movements as they set off towards Karin Tower. As their jumps diminished, Udess Wong grasped the immense pillar before him and called down to Goku and Yamcha, "Stay close." He then swiftly began to climb upward. Goku and Yamcha exchanged glances before also starting their ascent. A cat with a cane observed them from above, its serious gaze seemingly waiting for something. Muttering to itself, it remarked, "It has been an eternity since a guest last graced my presence. The last visitor was a mere 3 centuries ago. I sincerely hope that these 3 newcomers will bring me a delightful surprise, and please, let them not be as unscrupulous as that fellow." The cat raised its paw and exhaled towards its mouth, saying, "It is still early. Perhaps I shall indulge in a brief slumber." In the blink of an eye, Udess Wong had distanced himself from Wukong and Yamucha, climbing towards the lofty heights of Corinta. Upon seeing the semicircular structure standing majestically in the air, Udess Wong realized he had reached his destination, and with a leap, he propelled himself towards the entrance. Ascending the staircase, Udess Wong soon beheld 4 large jars reminiscent of those in an anime. Curiosity piqued, he approached to lift the lid and inspect them. Each jar possessed a wondrous ability, revealing scenes from the past, the present, and the future. Additionally, there existed a unique jar that led to an extraordinary realm where one could acquire the fabled super divine water. This super divine water was not merely the exaggerated elixir of the cat sage. One portion was a potent toxin that, if endured, would grant a significant enhancement in power, while the other was simply ordinary water. As Udess Wong contemplated opening the jar, he hesitated and ultimately withdrew his hand, muttering, "Never mind." Turning his gaze towards the staircase adjacent to him, he proceeded upward. Upon reaching the upper level, he encountered a cat, leaning on a cane, who regarded him with a knowing look, exclaiming, "You have finally arrived." Udess Wong glanced at the feline and remarked, "You must be the sage, the cat sage." To be precise, the cat sage chuckled heartily and replied, "No need for introductions. Indeed, I am the cat sage. However," the sage continued, "your strength, along with that of your companions, is quite formidable. Even my super divine water would hold little sway over you now." Udess Wong chose not to expose the truth about the false divine water and continued, "I am aware of the sacred grounds of Corinta and know that you possess a unique food known as senza beans. I wish to procure some from you, if you are willing." The cat sage responded, "Senza beans, you say? I have an abundance. Take as many as you desire." Udess Wong shook his head, stating, "I shall not take them without compensation. After some time, I will return with food to trade, perhaps fish." The cat sage's eyes sparkled with excitement as he licked his paw, purring, "Meow? Excellent. Should you wish to exchange, I have 100,000 senza beans at your disposal. How many do you require?" Hearing this staggering number, Yu Deshuang's mouth twitched. How could a Kakarot consume so much? In 3 years, he had exhausted 100,000 senza beans. Udess Wong replied, "I shall take them all." After a moment's deliberation, he added, "I would like 80,000 beans, in exchange for 1 pound of fish each. If that is agreeable." The cat sage's squinted eyes seemed to gleam with delight. "It is settled." The thought that these seemingly inconsequential beans, merely capable of filling one's belly, could be traded for such an abundance of fish filled the cat sage with joy. I shall set off now to fetch the fish. As Udess Wong prepared to depart, the cat sage called out, "Wait a moment." Udess Wong looked back at the cat sage, puzzled. The cat immortal appeared somewhat anxious, though he did not show it outwardly. As he called out to the sky, "Magic cloud." Upon witnessing the emergence of the magic cloud, Udess Wong understood. At that moment, the cat immortal addressed Udess Wong. "Select a cloud for yourself as a gift." Nodding in agreement, Udess Wong leaped onto the vast magic cloud, casually taking a portion and proclaiming to the cat immortal, "This one will do. I shall set off now." With that, Udess Wong soared into the skies. In the southern continent, there existed a renowned fish market, bustling with merchants seeking to purchase fish daily. A young woman rested her head on the counter, weary, when a young man approached her, inquiring, "Do you sell fish here?" The young woman replied, her voice lacking energy, "How much do you want?" The man responded, 80,000? "No, let us make it an even 100,000 pounds of fish." Startled, the young woman's hand slipped as she exclaimed, "How many pounds?" 100 pounds? She seemed to be verifying, as it was currently the off-season, and it was unlikely anyone would wish to buy so much fish. The man, with a confirming tone, insisted, 100,000 pounds, is that not possible? He frowned at her. The woman shook her head, then nodded and replied, 100,000 pounds? Yes, we have that. But the price? The man waved his hand dismissively. I won't haggle over the price. Just be ready to provide it. And remember, they must be alive. The woman's eyes brightened, sensing a significant customer. She quickly responded, all right, I will prepare it right away. Please hold on. After a while, the woman handed him a capsule, stating, I have packed all the fish in this special capsule. The man produced a card and handed it to her. After she processed it and returned the card, she respectfully bowed her head, saying, we welcome you to come again. As she raised her head to see the man vanish from sight, she was momentarily perplexed, pondering if she had just dreamt the encounter. She then glanced at the computer data and smiled. Meanwhile, in Corinta, the cat immortal looked at Wukong and Yamucha, stating, Udess Wong has just departed, but he will return shortly. However, the super divine water no longer holds any effect on you. You may await his return. Disappointment washed over Wukong and Yamucha, yet they remained silent, settling down to wait for Udess Wong. Time passed, and Wukong, spotting a cloud approaching from the distance, exclaimed to Yamucha, look, what is that? As the cloud drew nearer, they saw Udess Wong standing atop it. Wukong, puzzled, remarked to Udess Wong, strange. Did you not give me the magic cloud? Leaping down from the cloud, Udess Wong explained. This was given to me by the cat immortal. Yamucha, eyes gleaming, chimed in, I want one too. The cat immortal shook his head. You cannot. You are incapable of riding the magic cloud. Hearing this, Yamucha felt a twinge of disappointment. Udess Wong chuckled. Do not be disheartened. As long as one cultivates their energy to a certain level, flight becomes possible. Yamucha's eyes lit up. Is that true? Udess Wong nodded earnestly. At that moment, Udess Wong produced a capsule and addressed the cat sage. All the fish are contained within this capsule, totaling 100,000 pounds. I shall gift you 20,000 pounds as a token of appreciation for the Nimbus. The cat sage shook his head, saying no, I cannot take advantage of you. He pointed in a direction and said, there are 10 jars there, each containing 10,000 beans. You may take 9 of them. Udess Wong walked over, threw out a capsule to transform it into a small container, and moved 8 jars into it before turning it back into a capsule. Although the cat sage did not voice any objections, Udess Wong understood that these were valuable resources for cultivation. How could Goku manage to train from 10 times to 100 times gravity in such a short span? The contribution of the sacred beans accounted for a significant portion. Otherwise, even Goku's formidable scion physique would not suffice. In the original narrative, the sacred beans were consumed by Yachirobe. Thus Udess Wong took the initiative to secure most of them to prevent them from becoming scarce in the future. The cat sage nodded in acknowledgement, but said nothing further. At this point, Udess Wong declared, Cat sage, I actually have another purpose for coming here. Having acquired the fish he desired, the cat sage cheerfully responded, what is it? Speak up, as long as I can assist you. Udess Wong stated earnestly, I wish to meet the divine. The cat sage halted his grooming, gazing at Udess Wong with a serious expression. To meet the divine? The atmosphere grew heavy, the earlier topic seemingly suspended in silence. Noticing the cat sage's prolonged silence, Udess Wong felt his hopes dwindling. The cat sage finally spoke, your strength does indeed qualify you to meet the divine, However, Udess Wong interjected, however what? 300 years ago, a staff that supported the tower was taken by one known as Wu Tian, as no one had visited here for a long time. Perhaps if you speak with Wu Tian, you might find a way to reach the divine realm, he said. Udess Wong pointed at Goku, saying, the staff is behind him. The cat sage exclaimed, oh, I truly did not notice that before. He then produced a bell and handed it to Udess Wong. Chapter 8. Meeting the Divine. The cat sage, having retrieved the bell, stated, this is the token for meeting the divine. He paused before continuing. Your strength meets the criteria to encounter the divine. However, whether you can actually meet them remains uncertain. Goku, handing over the golden staff from his back, asked, do you need the staff? Udess Wong shook his head, replying, the staff is unnecessary. Have you forgotten? I possess the ability of instant transmission. He smiled at Goku. Goku's eyes brightened. That ability sounds remarkably convenient. The cat sage, puzzled, inquired, instant transmission? Goku excitedly responded, I know about that. It's when you disappear and suddenly reappear, and everything around you changes. Although Goku's explanation was somewhat vague, the cat sage seemed to grasp the concept, nodding in agreement. Indeed, that is quite an impressive ability. Udess Wong replied with a smile, this ability currently has its limitations. However, I believe that as my skills improve, these constraints will diminish. The cat sage did not interject, while the feline paw handed a bell to Udess Wong, saying, I hope you succeed in meeting the immortal. Beside them, Yamucha and Wukong exchanged puzzled glances. Does the deity often not reside at home? Udess Wong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I will surely succeed. He then addressed Wukong and Yamucha, you both hold my hand. With expectation in their eyes, Wukong and Yamucha stepped closer and grasped Yu Deshuang's hand. Subsequently, Udess Wong turned to the cat sage. Well then, cat sage, I shall take my leave for now, but I will return to visit you. The cat sage nodded, and in an instant, Udess Wong vanished before the cat sage, who marveled, what a remarkable skill. In the divine realm, a figure clad in a cloak adorned with a divine emblem, wielding a staff and possessing green skin with two antennae atop their head, stood at the temple's exit, addressing a slightly portly individual of darker complexion. Bobo, shortly. Guests will arrive. Please attend to them in my stead. Bobo replied, certainly, my lord. Having teleported from Corinta, Udess Wong and his companions curiously surveyed their surroundings, noting the path lined with coconut trees leading to the temple. As Wukong and Yamucha approached the edge, they instinctively recoiled upon gazing down into the seemingly bottomless expanse of the temple. Udess Wong chuckled at their reaction. Let us proceed. We are on our way to meet the immortal. Wukong and Yamucha exchanged glances and followed closely behind Udess Wong. As they passed the coconut trees, a man of African descent stood before them and inquired, do you possess a token? Udess Wong slapped his forehead. I nearly forgot. He retrieved a bell from his pocket and handed it to Bobo, saying, I hope you can facilitate our audience with the deity. Bobo replied, as long as you pass my test, you shall indeed meet the deity. Udess Wong looked at Bobo earnestly. Then please, Mr. Bobo, enlighten us. Wukong, Yamucha, please step aside. Upon hearing this, Wukong and Yamucha retreated several meters. Udess Wong regarded Bobo with solemnity. I shall muster all my strength. Please guide me. To which Bobo responded, feel free to strike. In an instant, Udess Wong dashed towards Bobo, launching an attack aimed at his head. Bobo effortlessly evaded the strike and appeared behind Udess Wong, delivering a swift blow to his neck. Caught off guard by Bobo's sudden assault, Udess Wong collapsed to the ground. Realizing he could not best Bobo, Udess Wong summoned his utmost power. He assumed a horse stance, drawing his hands close to his chest, and unleashed a mighty roar. Instantly, his muscles began to swell, and an aura of energy enveloped him. As Udess Wong stood, the muscles on his body subtly contracted, rendering his physique appear more slender and elongated. This transformation was a manifestation of the energy cultivated from the initially bloated state of his muscles, gradually refining his physical form. Unlike the previous state of muscular inflation, this condition represented Yu Deshuang's most optimal configuration. Although his muscles exhibited an enhancement in stature, any shortcomings in speed would become apparent if he were not significantly superior to his opponent. The current state was more conducive to combat for Udess Wong, bearing a slight resemblance to the King Kai fist, yet without the drastic increase in combat power or the accompanying physical toll. This allowed Yu Deshuang's condition to be more enduring. Addressing Bobo, he declared, Thank you for your patience. This is my strongest state, a fusion of body and energy. I refer to this energy as essence energy. However, it is not the pinnacle of my potential. There remains considerable room for improvement. At that moment, Bobo's mouth slightly agape. Felt a stir within. He then responded, "Come on, let me witness the full extent of your power." Udess Wong was aware he was no match for Bobo, yet he refused to concede. In the original narrative, Bobo's official power level is 1030, akin to an angel, representing a neutral force. Unable to engage in unwarranted aggression, he addressed Bobo, "I seek your guidance once more." No sooner had he spoken than Udess Wong charged at Bobo, launching another assault. Clenching his fist tightly, he then spread his fingers wide and shouted, unleashing a powerful energy blast. Bobo astonished. Sensed that Yu Deshuang's strength had seemingly increased by nearly 50%, a formidable level by human standards. However, Bobo's speed was not to be underestimated, and he deftly evaded Yu Deshuang's attack. Not surprised by Bobo's evasion, Yu Deshuang pressed on. At that moment, a voice resonated from the depths of the temple. "Bobo, cease." Bobo halted his movements, turning towards the temple and bowing. "Yes, deity." Observing Bobo's pause, Udess Wong too came to a stop, respectfully addressing the temple, "Deity, I hope to have the honor of your presence." From within emerged a figure holding a staff, adorned with the character for deity across his chest and draped in a cloak. To all present, this was indeed the deity. Yamucha exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed, deities are truly remarkable." Goku, curious, turned to Yamucha and inquired, "Why can't I see it?" Yamucha, his face lined with exasperation, thought to himself, "Am I merely flattering the deity?" This only served to heighten the sense of reverence. Udess Wong cleared his throat, signaling for the two to refrain from distractions and address the deity. "Let us begin with introductions. I am Udess Wong, and this youngest one is son Wukong. While this is Yamucha, it is our profound honor to meet you, deity." The deity nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Indeed, over countless ages, I have long forgotten my name. You may refer to me simply as deity. As for this one, he is a servant of the temple, known as Bobo." Thus, the deity introduced himself. Udess Wong expressed his gratitude for the opportunity to connect with the divine beings, stating that his purpose in visiting the temple was quite straightforward. He sought knowledge regarding the cultivation of mental strength. The celestial being responded in astonishment, "Oh, you are aware of mental strength. It seems you have come here well prepared." Udess Wong nodded and remarked, "In my opinion, a true martial artist should not solely focus on the cultivation of the body and chi. There exists another crucial element: perception." What is perception? In my understanding, it is an observation made not with the eyes, but with the heart. However, at this moment, I seem unable to achieve this, which is why I have come to seek knowledge about mental strength. Mental strength, distinct from the physical body and chi, can be perceived as a person's willpower or cognitive ability. Yet, in daily life, one cannot manifest this mental strength. Apart from a few naturally gifted individuals, there appears to be no developed method for harnessing mental strength among mortals. Therefore, I wish to inquire if you, as a celestial being, could provide me with the techniques for cultivating this essential mental strength. The celestial being was deeply astonished by Yu Deshuang's words, realizing that there were still individuals in this world contemplating mental strength in such a manner. Even if someone were aware, it was rare for anyone to connect the body, chi, and mental strength. The celestial being himself had only discovered the methods of cultivating mental strength upon arriving at the temple, as 3 centuries ago. He had used mental strength to expel the malevolent forces within himself. Reflecting on this, the celestial being sighed, recognizing that the calamities afflicting the mortal realm originated from himself. To this day, he felt remorse, contemplating that had he not been unable to act or take his own life, perhaps those disasters would not have claimed so many innocent lives. The celestial being then spoke, "I do possess the methods you seek for cultivating mental strength." However, Udess Wong interjected, "However, what?" The celestial being continued, "The path to cultivating mental strength is fraught with inhuman suffering. Most individuals may find themselves reduced to a state of madness, or worse, face self-destruction due to the toll of this practice. While I am aware of your wish to the divine dragon for an immortal body, not everyone is suited for this cultivation. The weaker one's mental strength, the more intense the suffering during the practice will be." Udess Wong gazed earnestly at the celestial being and declared, "My life's ambition is the path of martial arts. If I were to abandon it now, I would surely regret it in the future when it is too late. Therefore, I must cultivate. I implore you to grant me this opportunity." His resolve was unwavering. The celestial being pondered this matter silently, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Even the usually lively Wukong fell into a contemplative stillness. Finally, the celestial being spoke, "Since you are so determined, very well." Upon hearing this, Yu Deshuang's heart soared with joy as he exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed celestial being." Chapter 9, True Deity? Udess Wong felt an overwhelming elation as the celestial being expressed willingness to impart the methods for cultivating mental strength. At this moment, the celestial being raised his index and ring fingers before his lips, reciting an enigmatic incantation. A luminous glow emanated from his fingertips as he gently tapped Yu Deshuang's forehead. However, Yu Deshuang appeared to be engulfed in an excruciating pain, a torment that consumed him. Even the thought of fainting eluded him. He recalled the celestial's words about the necessity of enduring such inhuman suffering in the pursuit of spiritual cultivation, fully aware that this was a path he had to traverse. Thus, gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists, trembling with intensity, which caused great concern for Wukong and Yamucha, who watched anxiously from the side. They pondered the agony he was enduring even before his training had commenced. What would become of him once he truly began to cultivate? Exchanging glances, Wukong and Yamucha felt their teeth chattering, mentally assuring themselves that they would never partake in such spiritual practices. True masculinity lay in the tangible, in the thrill of physical combat. Sensing each other's thoughts, they nodded in unison, casting worried glances at Yu Deshuang, silently praying for his safety. The celestial, observing Yu Deshuang's remarkable endurance, couldn't help but smile, deeply impressed by his fortitude. The prerequisite for cultivating spiritual energy involved creating a mental space within one's consciousness, commonly referred to as a spiritual seed. Should one fail to maintain control, the risk of developing multiple personalities, akin to schizophrenia, loomed dangerously close. 3 centuries prior, the former celestial had not only recognized the current celestial's potential, but also noted a crucial aspect. The young celestial had been touched by the mortal world, allowing a dark force to take root within him. It was this very darkness that enabled him to practice the spiritual cultivation method, driving out his inner malevolence. Little did he anticipate that Yu Deshuang would endure far longer than he had in his own trials, as the former celestial had succumbed to unconsciousness at that stage. Finally, the celestial released his hold on Yu Deshuang's head. The activation of spiritual energy within Yu Deshuang's mind had pushed him to the limits of his endurance. And as the pain subsided, he unexpectedly lost consciousness. Upon witnessing Yu Deshuang collapse, Yamucha rushed to his side, supporting him with concern etched across his face. "Is he going to be all right?" he queried anxiously, directing his worry towards the celestial. Wukong also turned his gaze towards the celestial, who smiled reassuringly. Yu Deshuang has successfully navigated the most arduous challenge. As long as he diligently practices the spiritual cultivation method I have imparted to him, he will inevitably achieve the results he desires. At that moment, the celestial could not help but regard Yu Deshuang, internally remarking, "What a remarkable individual. It seems I may have found someone worthy of inheriting my position." Had Yu Deshuang been privy to the celestial's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly shaken his head, asserting that the celestial's existence brought him no sense of ease. Let others assume such roles if they wished. Half an hour later, Yu Deshuang opened his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the ground, focusing intently on the spiritual energy within his mind. At that moment, the area of his spiritual space was exceedingly limited. If one were to describe it, it was approximately the size of a mere square meter. At this moment, Udess Wong felt a stirring within and began to extend his mental energy outward, approximately a radius of 1 meter around himself. He realized the vastness of the mental space within his mind. Thus, the extent of his mental energy could reach as far. Although the area was limited, Udess Wong found himself quite content, having made a beginning, and from here on, he would rely on his own efforts. As he glanced around at the curious eyes observing him, Wukong could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Udess Wong, how do you feel?" Udess Wong replied, "This sensation is truly marvelous, quite satisfactory. Aside from the initial, unbearable pain, my condition has never been better." The deity addressed Udess Wong, stating, "Your mental space has been opened, yet it appears rather exceptionally small. Therefore, I advise you to refrain from exceeding your limits while cultivating your mental energy. Otherwise, Your mind may collapse. Udess Wong nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Thank you for your warning, esteemed deity. I will heed your advice and avoid recklessness." The deity then smiled, perhaps relieved by the rarity of visitors to the divine realm, feeling an unusual lightness. At this juncture, Udess Wong had accomplished his purpose and turned to the deity, saying, "My objective here has been fulfilled. I hope you can permit Wukong to remain in the divine realm for 3 years of cultivation. I earnestly request your consent. For both Yamucha and I have already embarked on our respective paths. Given Wukong's innocent nature and extraordinary constitution, Udess Wong aspired for the deity to allow Wukong to cultivate here until the Grand Martial Arts Tournament 3 years hence, at which point he could be set free." The deity, having regarded Udess Wong as a successor, nodded in agreement. "Very well. Since you express it thus, I shall grant your request. Moreover, it has been quite some time since anyone has visited the divine realm. Having another soul here will surely enliven the atmosphere, and I gladly welcome Wukong to cultivate by my side." Udess Wong then recalled the path he had instructed Bulma to create and produced a capsule, which revealed a toolbox. He opened the toolbox and retrieved a bracelet, presenting it to Wukong. "This is a gravity bracelet, akin to the effects of carrying the turtle shell during your training with Master Wutian. However, as it is a portable item, it can only enhance gravity by a maximum of 5 times. For instance, if your weight is around 100 pounds, the 5-fold gravity will increase your total weight to 500 pounds. Naturally, I suggest you begin your training with double gravity, as a gradual approach yields the best results." Lastly, he produced another item and handed it to Yamucha, saying, "Our purpose for this outing has been successfully accomplished. Upon returning to Kame House, Yamucha, you and Launch must exercise restraint and not neglect your martial arts training." Yamucha retorted through clenched teeth, "I will only hold her hand at most. You and Bulma should practice a bit more restraint." At this moment, Yamucha, holding the bracelet, scoffed and said, "Rest assured, I will eventually carve my own path. However, what about you? Since your time with Bulma has dwindled before the last training session, she may not voice her concerns, but deep down, she might feel that you are indifferent towards her." With sincerity, Yamucha continued, "Perhaps you should plan a date, a leisurely outing together. Such gestures could strengthen the bond between you two." Yu Deshuang did not retort, but fell into contemplative silence. Indeed, he had merely told Bulma that he would marry her upon her graduation from university, yet aside from their time together before going to Master Roshi's for training, their relationship lacked intimacy. The World Martial Arts Tournament was pursued solely for his own ambitions, and he had never engaged Bulma in activities that couples typically enjoyed. Despite his initial ulterior motives, over the years, his perspective had shifted, and genuine feelings for Bulma had begun to blossom. At this juncture, Yu Deshuang met Yamucha's gaze, causing Yamucha to feel slightly uneasy. He thought to himself, "Had I spoken out of turn?" Then Yu Deshuang broke the silence, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Yamucha. I hadn't anticipated needing your reminder." Yamucha, fearing a potential reprimand, raised his hands defensively, only to feel a wave of awkwardness wash over him upon hearing Yu Deshuang's words. In an attempt to shift the mood, Yamucha burst into laughter, exclaiming, By the way, Goku, remember to train diligently. I wouldn't want to surpass you in 3 years." Yu Deshuang then turned to Goku with earnestness. "Goku, make sure to learn well from the celestial beings. It will undoubtedly benefit you in the future. Among us 3, your physical aptitude is the finest, and only through this can your potential be fully realized." Goku, meeting Yu Deshuang's serious expression, nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, Yu Deshuang addressed the celestial being, "My apologies for the hurried visit. I must take my leave now, as others await me, and I cannot keep them anxious." The celestial being nodded and suddenly said, "Wait a moment, before you depart. Allow me to bestow upon you a gift. Extend your hands." The celestial being touched both Yu Deshuang's and Yamucha's hands, and instantly, a set of garments materialized, causing both to stagger. Yu Deshuang and Yamucha exchanged puzzled glances. The celestial being explained, "I have altered the material of your clothing. It weighs approximately 100 kilograms, though your strength may be affected by the weight. Combining it with the gravity bracelets you possess will yield far greater results than relying on either alone." At this revelation, Yu Deshuang's eyes lit up as he thought, "Indeed, how did I not consider that Goku and Piccolo often wore similar gear?" He expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, divine being, for your assistance. I shall remember this always." The celestial being shook his head gently and remarked, Devote yourself to your cultivation. Perhaps your future achievements will far surpass those of others. I have great faith in you. Yu Deshuang nodded and said, then let us depart now. Once again, I express my gratitude to the celestial being. Turning to Wukong, he added, remember my words. Make sure to learn diligently beside the celestial being. Wukong, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes, replied, I will. Before leaving, Udess Wong leaned in and whispered to the celestial being, could you kindly remove Wukong's tail permanently? And is it possible to restore the moon that has vanished? The celestial being nodded, and seeing this, Udess Wong felt reassured. At that moment, Udess Wong gestured for Yamucha to lead him away. Before departing, he waved goodbye to the celestial being, Wukong, and Mr. Popo, saying, farewell. After Udess Wong and Yamucha disappeared from the temple, the celestial beings waved in return. After a while, the celestial being said to Wukong, let us begin. From today onward, Mr. Popo will teach you how to harness your power. Recalling Mr. Popo's prior performance, Wukong nodded enthusiastically, declaring, I will learn diligently from Mr. Popo. Once the three entered the temple, the entire realm of the gods began to fall into a tranquil silence. Meanwhile, Udess Wong and Yamucha appeared in the Karen Tower, where they recounted their encounter with the celestial being to the cat sage. Upon hearing this, the cat sage remarked, it seems the celestial being holds you in high regard, Udess Wong. Perhaps one day, the celestial position will be bestowed upon you. To this, Udess Wong waved his hand dismissively, saying, do not jest. My aspirations lie solely in martial arts. I have no interest in the position of the celestial being. The cat sage replied, I am merely speaking hypothetically. The thoughts of celestial beings are not easily comprehended by ordinary folk. Udess Wong then said, it is getting late. I must take my leave. Next time I visit, I shall bring you some fish. The cat sage's eyes lit up. Excellent. Do not forget. Udess Wong responded, very well. Let us go, Yamucha. At this moment in the Karen's sacred land, UPA sat on a rock gazing at the sky, occasionally observing small birds flying by, with his hands cradling his head. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero was examining data while tossing capsules, and Violet stood behind him, overwhelmed by a plethora of figures. Covering her head as she thought, indeed, I am not suited for research, before retreating to a tree where she drew a military knife to sharpen. Bulma had already ventured into the forest to prepare dinner for the evening. Thus, each individual engaged in their respective tasks, remaining unperturbed by one another. Although UPA wished to approach, he hesitated, intimidated by Dr. Gero's expression, while Violet dismissed the idea of conversing with a child. Bulma, observing UPA with kindness, softly remarked, still just a child, before stepping into the thicket. Despite the absence of conversation among the four, they maintained a harmonious and tranquil atmosphere, only reconvening during meal times to discuss matters of daily life. As time gradually settles, the sun begins its descent, and at this moment, Udess Wong and Yamati descend from Kalinta. The two exchange a glance, contemplating the unusual tranquility surrounding them. Violet, who is polishing her military blade, senses their approach and raises her head to look in their direction, uncertainly inquiring, have you two made it up? And what about that little brat? Violet's voice captures attention, prompting Dr. Gero and UPA to glance at her before turning their gaze towards Udess Wong. Dr. Gero closes his laptop, transforming it back into a capsule. Violet sheathes her blade, rising to walk toward Udess Wong. UPA, upon seeing Yu Deshuang's return, feels a surge of joy, eager for the opportunity to learn from him and hastens to his side. At this moment, Udess Wong addresses the trio, we have ascended. Wukong remains above and will not accompany us. Turning to UPA, he inquires, where is your father? UPA replies, Master, my father has gone to hunt for our dinner. Udess Wong nods, stating, our objective has been fulfilled. It is time to return to the Western capital. UPA's eyes spark with excitement. Really? I can learn martial arts right away? Yay. Udess Wong responds, first, send your father my regards, and we shall depart immediately. UPA, suddenly realizing the impending departure, expresses reluctance. Are we leaving so soon? Udess Wong shakes his head, seemingly understanding UPA's thoughts. Once you have sufficiently honed your skills, you may return to see your father anytime. This is merely a brief separation. Moreover, with today's advanced technology and communication tools, we can have Dr. Gero install a device here before we leave, enabling you and your father to stay in contact, regardless of distance. Really? UPA exclaims, excitement radiating from him. Udess Wong nods affirmatively and turns to Dr. Garo. Doctor, please create a communication device for UPA's father, Bra, preferably solar-powered. Dr. Garo responds, certainly, but it will take some time. Udess Wong inquires, when will it be ready? Dr. Garo replies, if all goes well, it should be completed by 6 or 7 this evening, as I have sufficient materials on hand. Udess Wong nods, thank you, Dr. Garo. Dr. Garo adds, it's no trouble. I am eager to research in the Western capital. Observing your battles has inspired many ideas. Udess Wong acknowledges him with a hum. At that moment, Bra approaches, joyfully exclaiming, today has been a bountiful harvest. Noticing Udess Wong and Yamati looking curiously behind him, he asks, where's Wukong? Udess Wong smiles. We left Wukong with the sage to study martial arts. Thus, it is just the two of us who have come down. Bra beams, how wonderful. We caught a great prey today. Let us eat and chat. Udess Wong chuckled. Well, that sounds good. In the capital of the West, a blue-haired woman sat by the window, sighing. It was Bulma. Holding a drink in her hand, she incessantly complained, that despicable Udess Wong. He promised not to leave. Yet it's been days since he went out, leaving me here to fret. Mrs. Brief approached Bulma, carrying a plate. There's a new snack shop nearby. I think the flavors are delightful. Would you care to try some? Bulma shot a displeased glance at Mrs. Brief. Mom, I'm not in the mood to eat. Mrs. Brief responded with curiosity, what's wrong? Who has upset our dear Bulma so much? Let me guess. A flicker of Udess Wong's image crossed her mind. How strange, I haven't seen him around lately. Have you two broken up? Bulma retorted angrily, that's not true. Stop making wild guesses. All right, Mrs. Brief replied. I see. Bulma turned away. What do you see? Mrs. Brief continued. Did Udess Wong offend you? At that moment, Bulma stood up, approached Mrs. Brief, and gently pushed her outside. Closing the door behind her, Bulma leaned against it. Mom, I need some quiet. Please don't disturb me. Just then, a knocking sound echoed from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Bulma, exasperated, opened the door. Mom, could you please stop bothering me? A voice responded, oh, it seems I've come at an inopportune moment. I shall take my leave. Bulma recognized the familiar voice and paused, raising her gaze to the figure before her. Tears welled up in her eyes as she rushed into the figure's embrace, pounding her fists against his chest. You're terrible. It's always like this. The figure was Udess Wong, who embraced Bulma and said, I'm sorry, let us go on a date. Bulma wiped her tears and her eyes brightened. Really? This time? You must make me happy, or else. Udess Wong replied, of course, Your Highness. It turned out that Udess Wong had been at the Karen Sacred Land, discussing matters concerning the celestial beings on the Karen Tower with Bra during dinner, much to the amazement of those present. It was revealed that not only was there a celestial being, but also a legendary god. Shortly after dinner, Dr. Garo installed a communication device in Bra's tent, allowing UPA to contact his father anytime. With reluctant gazes exchanged between Bra and UPA, they departed from the Karen's sacred land. Yamcha tossed out a capsule and waved at Udess Wong before leaving, his thoughts lingering on returning to sea launch. Udess Wong also tossed out a capsule and boarded the plane with the others, departing the Karen's sacred land. Meanwhile, Bra watched the plane disappear into the distance, glancing around at the serene surroundings. Even as a strong man, he couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy as he contemplated the communication tools within the tent. A subtle smile graced his lips. Indeed, UPA's departure was merely temporary, and communication remained possible. With these thoughts in mind, Bra returned to his tent, pulled up the zipper, extinguished the light, and was enveloped in darkness. At that moment, Udess Wong, piloting the aircraft, gazed at the suddenly illuminated moonlit sky and murmured, it seems the celestial beings have severed Wukong's tail. The somewhat melancholic UPA, sensing his master's murmurs, inquired with curiosity, Master, what is it? Udess Wong shook his head and replied, it's nothing, look, the moon tonight is truly full. UPA shook his head, saying the moon? Master, don't jest, the moon has vanished. At that point, Violet and Dr. Garo turned their gaze skyward, with Violet exclaiming, hasn't the moon been absent for quite some time? How has it returned? UPA observed the sky and exclaimed, oh, indeed. I had thought a monster had devoured the moon. Udess Wong chuckled. Perhaps the moon took a leave of absence to rest at home, and now that the holiday is over, it has reappeared. UPA, with innocent wonder, asked, is that true? Does the moon need rest as well? Yu Deshuang's playful banter elicited laughter from Dr. Garo and Violet behind him. UPA, delighted by their mirth. Felt the bond among them deepen. The aircraft glided through the enchanting moonlit scenery of the night, while the wolves on the cliffs began to howl and transform into human forms. Udess Wong mused privately. Has the Rabbit Brigade also vanished along with the moon? On the eve of his return to Shiji City, he first returned to the small town of Wushan, arranging for Dr. Garo, Violet, and UPA to temporarily reside within the martial arts hall until a suitable dojo could be found in Shiji City for their relocation. This posed no issue for Dr. Garo and Violet, as they had nowhere else to go at present. Moreover, Dr. Garo's research equipment had long been packed into capsules, making the location of his work inconsequential. For the time being, UPA would be looked after by Yujing and Umo, who, upon hearing UPA address them as uncle, felt a surge of pride and assured each other of their commitment to care for her. After arranging for the three, Udess Wong planned to seek out Bulma in Shiji City the following day. Meanwhile, Bulma nestled in Yu Deshuang's embrace, her heart fluttering at the prospect of a date he proposed. Although they had been together for a considerable time, they had yet to experience a proper date. And with their separation lasting 6 months, Bulma felt a sense of anticipation at Yu Deshuang's invitation. Udess Wong said, "Then shall we go now?" Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately sprang from his arms, puffing her cheeks in protest. "But this is our first date. Why the rush?" "No way," with her arms crossed. Her expression was irresistibly adorable. Udess Wong paused momentarily, pondering, first date? Then, addressing Bulma, he remarked, "Haven't we often gone out together before? Doesn't that count?" Bulma retorted, "Of course it doesn't count." Clearly, Bulma recalled something Udess Wong had said, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. "Well, regardless, I don't care. This date is my first, so you must prepare accordingly." After pondering for a moment, Bulma continued, "Tomorrow happens to be the Qixi festival. I hope we can each prepare something, as that would add significance." Udess Wong pondered privately. "Valentine's Day? Qixi? Prepare? How should I prepare?" Bulma pushed Udess Wong out the door, shutting it firmly behind him, and called from the other side, "You should go back and prepare today. Let's not meet again until the Qixi festival arrives." After hearing Bulma's words, Udess Wong contemplated briefly, and then spoke to the closed door. "All right, Bulma. Rest assured. I will prepare well. I'll give you a surprise." Upon hearing Yu Deshuang's words from behind the door, Bulma stifled a laugh, covering her mouth, and did not respond. Udess Wong stood at the door for a while, and seeing that Bulma did not reply, he called out, "Then I'll take my leave. I'll come to find you before 9 tomorrow morning." After confirming that Udess Wong had left, Bulma opened the door slightly to peek outside. And seeing that he had truly departed, she muttered, "Fool. When I said not to meet, couldn't you have at least pretended?" At that moment, Udess Wong was musing over a question: what constitutes a date between a man and a woman? As he walked, he found himself in a bustling environment, his head bowed in contemplation, completely oblivious to his surroundings, until suddenly, he collided with someone. Looking up, he saw a fashionable young lady in his line of sight. Apologetically, he said, "I'm so sorry. I didn't notice you were in front of me while I was deep in thought." The girl stood up, looking at Udess Wong in surprise. "Huh? Udess Wong?" Perplexed, he responded, "How? Who are you?" The young lady remarked, "What's wrong? We are classmates after all. It's only been a little over 6 months since we last met, and you don't recognize me?" Udess Wong scrutinized her familiar face, recalling with uncertainty, "Are you Sia?" The girl clicked her tongue. Some people only have Bulma in their eyes and can't even remember a classmate's name correctly. "I'm Ning. Sia is the one with glasses. Besides, we don't even look alike, do we?" And Ning brushed off the dust from her backside and circled around Udess Wong, exclaiming, "Wow, where have you been for over half a year? Bulma mentioned you had taken a leave of absence. You seem preoccupied. Coincidentally, I'm looking for that girl Sia. Would you like to join me?" Upon hearing this, Yu Deshuang's eyes brightened as he said, "I have something I need your help with." And Ning, astonished by Yu Deshuang's revelation, asked, "When did you two get together?" Udess Wong, feeling somewhat apologetic, remarked, "We have been together for 6 months now." And Ning gazed at him with an unusual expression and replied, "In half a year, you haven't gone on a single date? You truly are a man of steel. If I were in your shoes, I would have ended it long ago. Although you are quite handsome, you are not my type. However, I am willing to assist you, provided you accompany me to find Sia first. We plan to go shopping, and you will have to carry the clothes we purchase. In exchange for your assistance, I will help you." Udess Wong shrugged nonchalantly. "All right, just tell me how to date her." As he followed in Ning, and soon encountered Sia. He nearly sparked an unnecessary misunderstanding. Upon hearing about the affair between Bulma and Udess Wong, her gaze transformed, reminiscent of a journalist encountering a sensational scoop. Thus began Yu Deshuang's journey of carrying bags behind the two young ladies, while Bulma was trying on various outfits, evidently on a quest to find the perfect attire. Although she usually donned different beautiful garments daily, at this moment, she found herself at a loss for what to wear, testing one piece after another, grappling with the dilemma of choice. Just then, Madame Briff entered, observing her daughter's distress with curiosity. "What troubles my dear Bulma?" Bulma looked up at her mother and confessed, "I have a date with Udess Wong tomorrow, but I am unsure of what to wear." Madame Briff shook her head. "My daughter, the most crucial aspect of a couple's relationship is their mutual feelings. If you focus too much on external appearances, it may affect your bond." Bulma, feeling disheartened, asked, "Then what should I do?" Madame Briff advised, "Simply maintain your usual demeanor. When you go on a date with Udess Wong, do not overthink it. The more you dwell on it, the more the focus will shift to trivial concerns." Bulma murmured, "Is that so?" Madame Briff, holding a glass of milk, encouraged her. "Drink this and go to bed early. Do not overthink things." With that, she exited Bulma's room, closing the door behind her with a gentle goodnight. Upon hearing her mother's words, Bulma felt a wave of relief, realizing she had been overthinking. Anticipating her date the following day, she quietly lay in bed after finishing her milk, soon drifting off to sleep, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if she were dreaming of something delightful. Meanwhile, Udess Wong had returned to Wushan town. Since it was not far, and having received the nimbus from the cat sage, he sprawled across his bed, limbs outstretched in the shape of a large character. After a long day of carrying bags, he finally extracted all the essential details about dating from Sia and Ning. For instance, the ideal location for their date would be an amusement park, where they could truly let loose and enjoy themselves. Secondly, every girl meticulously adorns herself before embarking on a journey, with a keen awareness of the male gaze. When the eyes of men do not linger upon them or offer compliments, a sense of doubt may arise within the girl's heart, leading her to ponder whether her attire lacks appeal. Thirdly, the essence of chivalry comes into play, considerations such as the possibility of rain today and the appropriate course of action should it occur. Should one declare their feelings in secluded spaces or amidst throngs of people? Fourthly, providing a sense of security for the girl is paramount in crowded areas. One must shield their partner from being jostled, and in precarious situations, such as a haunted house, protection is essential. In summary, each point weighed heavily on Udess Wong's mind. Gazing out at the moon, his heart quieted as thoughts of his impending date with Bulma filled his mind. The memory of Bulma's playful and endearing expressions from earlier that day brought an involuntary smile to his face. Gradually, fatigue from the day's exertions lulled him into a gentle slumber, while the moon cast its soft glow upon the otherwise dark night. The renowned songster, the cricket, serenaded the bright night sky with a symphony, infusing the tranquil evening with a hint of joy. Thus, the following day dawned with the moon setting and the sun rising. After exchanging pleasantries with his family and Dr. Gero, the prepared Udess Wong set off on his nimbus cloud towards Bulma's residence. Meanwhile, Bulma awaited his arrival in her home garden. Upon the ringing of the doorbell, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she made her way to the entrance. Chapter 10. The Martial Arts Hall. On the day of the Qixi Festival, the sky radiated with brilliance. By 8 o'clock, Udess Wong stood at the entrance of Bulma's home, eagerly anticipating her appearance. He scrutinized his attire with satisfaction, feeling no cause for concern. Just then, he heard someone calling his name. Looking up, he saw Bulma, her hands clasped behind her back, bashfully exclaiming, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Udess Wong shook his head, replying, "Not at all, I just arrived. Let us go. Today, we shall visit the amusement park." Bulma nodded in agreement, replying, "Sounds great. Let us go." Taking her hand, Udess Wong led her to the car he had driven, and together they set off for the amusement park. The West City Amusement Park was particularly lively that day. Hand in hand, Udess Wong and Bulma entered the park. Upon spotting the roller coaster, Bulma eagerly pulled Udess Wong towards the ticket booth to purchase their entry. As they boarded the roller coaster, Bulma excitedly exclaimed, "This is exhilarating. It's my first time on a roller coaster." Udess Wong inquired, "Have you never been on one before?" Bulma replied, "No, I've always been focused on inventing, rarely engaging in such activities." Udess Wong marveled, "Bulma, you are truly a genius. Despite not studying, you still achieve top grades in the entire school. Bulma, with a hint of pride, responded, "Oh, it's merely that I have encountered a variety of things while inventing." As the roller coaster plunged thrillingly from great heights, Bulma and Udess Wong screamed in unison, reveling in the exhilarating experience. The two individuals spent an entire day at the amusement park. During their visit to the haunted house, Bulma clutched Yu Deshuang tightly, enveloping him in a soft embrace that left him breathless. As she shrieked at the sudden appearance of ghouls around them, she leapt onto Yu Deshuang, nearly suffocating him with her grip. They then enjoyed rides on the pirate ship and carousel, before finally ascending the Ferris wheel. Seated high above, Yu Deshuang gazed affectionately at Bulma, producing a small box and kneeling before her as he opened it. Bulma's cheeks flushed as she accepted the contents, a necklace. Yu Deshuang explained that he had purchased it at a jewelry store after shopping at the mall with two classmates the previous day. "I apologize, Bulma," he said sincerely. "I have overlooked your feelings for far too long. Though this necklace may not signify much, I hope you will accept it." Bulma, admiring the necklace, looked gently at Yu Deshuang and asked, "Could you place it around my neck?" With a nod, he obliged, draping the necklace around her neck, bringing her immense joy. In turn, Bulma revealed, "I have a gift for you as well, and you must accept it." Curiosity piqued, Yu Deshuang asked, "What is it?" With a playful flick of her tongue, she teased, "You'll find out tomorrow." As they descended from the Ferris wheel, it suddenly creaked ominously and floated in midair, capturing the attention of onlookers who had intended to ride it. Abruptly, the Ferris wheel lurched towards Yu Deshuang's position. Sensing danger, he urged Bulma to distance herself and find a safe place to hide. Drawing upon his energy, he concentrated it in his palms, preparing to unleash the Kamehameha. The spectators gasped as the Ferris wheel vanished from sight. Just then, as Yu Deshuang scanned for any attackers, a figure cloaked in black approached. Their voice raspy as they clapped mockingly. "You truly are impressive for someone who has caused me such distress." Confused, Yu Deshuang asked, "Who are you?" The figure paused, then burst into laughter. "You dare to ask who I am?" Lifting their hood, the malevolent visage of General Blue was revealed, causing Yu Deshuang's pupils to constrict in shock. "General Blue," Yu Deshuang declared gravely, "I did not expect to see you alive after our encounter in the underwater cave." General Blue laughed heartily. "Indeed, I am not dead. It is you who ruined my handsome visage, leaving me in a state worse than death. I was meant to perish with the battleship beneath the ocean. But when the ship collided with the underwater mountains, it exploded, and I was swept out by the currents amidst the chaos. Initially, I believed my demise was inevitable. Yet unexpectedly, I was swept ashore by the currents. Do you see the scars etched upon my visage? They are a testament to your actions." Udess Wong shook his head and remarked, "Had it not been for your tormented thrashing beneath the waves, I would not have resorted to such measures." "I care not," Bruce shouted with a hoarse voice. "Today, it is either your demise or mine." Udess Wong replied, "If that is the case, do not blame me for being unmerciful." With that, he lunged forward, delivering a blow to Bruce's abdomen, causing him immense pain. In that moment, Udess Wong conjured a wave of energy and unleashed it towards Bruce's midsection, sending him soaring through the air, culminating in an explosive eruption. Thus, Bruce vanished from this realm. Subsequently, Udess Wong contacted Bulma via his communicator. Upon meeting her, Bulma looked at him with concern and asked, "Are you all right?" Udess Wong shook his head, assuring her, "I'm fine, it has been resolved." Bulma, visibly anxious, urged him, "The police are likely on their way, we should leave. Let them handle this matter." Udess Wong nodded. Then, feeling remorseful, said to Bulma, "I apologize, Bulma. Our date has been interrupted." Bulma shook her head, replying, "No worries, we can always reschedule our date. But if trouble arises, we cannot continue. Let us go. I shall escort you home," Udess Wong offered. Bulma nodded, then thought, "I had intended to save the surprise for tomorrow, yet it is still early. I shall take you to see the surprise I have prepared for you." Udess Wong, intrigued, inquired, "Might you share what it is?" Bulma shook her head, producing a black blindfold, and approached him, gesturing, "Could you bend down a bit? I cannot reach otherwise." Complying with her request, Udess Wong felt the fabric cover his eyes as Bulma secured it around his head. She then released a capsule, guiding him into the vehicle, and instructed, "In a moment, you must give this to me. Do not move. We shall remove the blindfold once we arrive." Thus, Udess Wong felt the gentle breeze caress his face, patiently awaiting their destination. After a while, Bulma brought the vehicle to a halt, took his hand, and positioned him in a particular direction, stating, "You may uncover your eyes now." As Udess Wong removed the blindfold, he gazed at the structure before him, perplexed. "What is this?" Bulma, with a mysterious smile, replied, "Come, let us enter." As they approached, Udess Wong began to comprehend Bulma's recent endeavors. A martial arts dojo? Bulma stuck out her tongue and explained, "This was originally a fitness center. All the equipment remains intact. I thought it quite nice, but I feared you might not accept it, so I hesitated. The proprietor, facing financial difficulties, intended to sell it, and I wish to seek your opinion." Udess Wong surveyed the surroundings, feeling quite satisfied, and resolved to purchase the establishment. Facing Bulma, he inquired, "Where's the owner of the gym?" Bulma, accompanied by Yu Deshuang, led him to the residence of the gym's proprietor. Observing the robust figure of the owner, Bulma introduced him to Yu Deshuang, saying, "This is the owner of the gym." The gym owner then turned to Yu Deshuang and asked, "Are you the one interested in purchasing my gym?" Yu Deshuang nodded affirmatively, "Indeed. Shall we discuss the details inside?" After several hours of negotiation, Yu Deshuang successfully acquired the entire gym, financing the purchase effortlessly with funds obtained from an underwater cavern and the Red Ribbon Army, without a hint of remorse. Initially, Bulma intended to cover the expenses herself, but her astonishment grew when Yu Deshuang produced a stack of bills from a capsule, prompting her to curiously inquire, "Where did you acquire such a fortune?" With a smile, Yu Deshuang replied, "This is the treasure I unearthed during my quest." Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that true? Please take me along on your next treasure hunt." Yu Deshuang cautioned, "Treasure hunting is not as simple as it seems. I stumbled upon this treasure while searching for the Dragon Balls." Bulma expressed her curiosity, "Is that so? I am quite intrigued by the adventures you encountered while seeking the Dragon Balls." Yu Deshuang chuckled, "Come, let us find a restaurant to celebrate, and I will regale you with my tales over dinner." Subsequently, they found a restaurant where Yu Deshuang recounted his experiences in search of the Dragon Balls. Bulma was particularly captivated by tales of battling the Red Ribbon Army, seeking the fortune teller, Goku's reunion with his grandfather, and the Dragon Ball's escapades in the Demon Realm, which ignited her desire for travel. She looked at Yu Deshuang with a hint of reproach. "Honestly, why didn't you bring me along?" Yu Deshuang reassured her. "The perils encountered while seeking the Dragon Balls are numerous. Worry not. For now, I will remain in West City, as you are aware. I am about to open a martial arts school, and it would be impractical for me to leave at this time. You can visit me anytime. You know where to find me." At this, Bulma huffed, her eyes glimmering with nostalgia. "I truly miss the days we embarked on our quests for the Dragon Balls together." The gym Yu Deshuang acquired featured 3 levels. He intended to utilize the first floor as a training hall for ordinary disciples, the second floor for advanced disciples, known as inner disciples, and the third floor, he planned to request Bulma's assistance in constructing a gravity chamber for his martial arts practice. Yu Deshuang envisioned branding his disciples as martial arts stars or boxing champions to elevate the gym's reputation, akin to the character Mr. Satan from Dragon Ball. However, unlike Mr. Satan, who initially exploited Goku and others' victory over Cell to deceive the nation and amass wealth and fame, Goku and his companions, who truly saved the world, were labeled fools. In Yu Deshuang's perspective, this was a mockery of the populace. Eventually, Goku, consumed by his martial pursuits, earned no income, entrusting all responsibilities to Chi-Chi, earning him the moniker of a scoundrel. Although he had saved the world, no one recognized the contributions of Goku's family. In Yu Deshuang's view, the notions of hidden achievements and retreating to the mountains are nothing but frivolous talk. Ultimately, Satan wields the fame and fortune earned by Wukong's family, rendering gratitude towards them unnecessary. Consequently, Udess Wong intends to cultivate his 2 younger brothers and UPA, engaging them in various competitions, thereby attracting martial arts enthusiasts to join the dojo, from which he hopes to select those genuinely aspiring to become martial artists. With this thought in mind, Udess Wong, along with Yu Jing, Umo, Yu, UPA, Dr. Jero, and Violet, journeyed to the western city to transform the dojo. A month later, bolstered by the support of the Capsule Corporation, Udess Wong swiftly established the dojo. The local residents, having noticed the renovations at the fitness center from a month ago, gradually gathered to witness the grand opening of the dojo. Concurrently, flyers had been distributed in the vicinity, and a fighting arena was erected in front of the dojo. The establishment of the arena was prompted by challenges issued 3 days prior from various nearby dojos. demanding that Yu Deshuang's new dojo earn their recognition before he could truly establish his presence there. Reflecting on the challengers, Udess Wong mused, truly benevolent souls. The dojo's inauguration was scheduled for Saturday morning around 8 o'clock, just as Udess Wong and his companions prepared to commence the event. A group of individuals arrived at the dojo, clad in uniform attire. Among them was Master Ma, one of the initiators of the challenge. Renowned as a master of yin-yang martial arts, his technique of soft overcoming hard had garnered significant public attention. Recently, however, Master Ma faced severe scrutiny regarding his prowess. In response, he solemnly declared, "Martial arts are not meant for fighting. What if someone were to be killed?" To demonstrate his abilities, Master Ma came to, reluctantly, validate himself at Yu Deshuang's dojo. Udess Wong inquired, "Is it just your dojo that has come today?" Master Ma shook his head, then nodded, stating, "They were all supposed to come, but, with my skills, I require no one else. I am sufficient on my own." As Master Ma finished speaking, his disciples erupted in cheers, exclaiming how impressive their master was. Satisfied, Master Ma gestured for his disciples to quiet down. Udess Wong regarded this martial arts master with curiosity. Based on his perception, he appeared to be an ordinary individual. Could it be that he was indeed a formidable figure? Udess Wong pondered. In the world of Dragon Ball, aside from Master Rashi and Master Shun, Goku had indeed encountered numerous skilled fighters. However, these experts, despite their initial mystique, proved ineffective in the later stages when it came to obliterating the planet with a single punch. Determined, Udess Wong earnestly looked at Master Ma and said, "Then please, Master Ma, ascend the arena." Following this, Udess Wong leapt into the air, soaring several meters high, executing a flawless 360-degree flip before landing on the arena, prompting the surrounding residents to erupt in cheers, exclaiming how incredible it was and urging him on. Standing atop the arena, Udess Wong gestured invitingly towards Master Ma. The latter, however, remained expressionless, rooted in place, until a group of disciples behind him shouted, "Master, go for it. We believe in your strength." At that moment, Master Ma was internally astonished by Yu Deshuang's prowess, thinking to himself, "Oh dear, it seems I have encountered a formidable opponent." Meanwhile, Udess Wong quietly awaited Master Ma's ascent to the platform. Master Ma, snapping back to reality, glanced at his disciples and thought, "I must devise a strategy." He shook his head and declared, "A dazzling exterior, yet utterly futile in essence. Disciples, witness the grand display of your master today." Calmly, he approached the towering arena. Observing that there appeared to be no ladder in sight, addressing Udess Wong, he inquired, "Why is there no ladder for the platform?" "The essence of martial arts lies in self-cultivation. Your actions undermine the principles of a martial artist." Just then, someone called out from the crowd, "We have a ladder here." Master Ma turned towards the source of the voice, realizing it was Udess Wong signaling to Yu Jing, who immediately responded by shouting, "We just finished renovations a few days ago. Some tools are still around. Master Ma, please hold on. I will fetch it right away." Hearing this, Master Ma grew anxious, while his disciples clamored, "Hurry, don't delay our master's duel." Master Ma, turning to his disciples, bellowed, "Nonsense. A martial artist must learn to cultivate oneself. Do not forget the principles of our practice." The disciples promptly fell silent, gazing up at their master. Subsequently, Yu Jing propped the ladder against the platform and gestured invitingly to Master Ma. "Please, Master Ma." Master Ma nodded, feeling a sense of despair, thinking, "It seems the wall cannot be breached. I must think of a way." Udess Wong, observing Master Ma, made an offensive gesture and said, "Master Ma, please enlighten me." In a state of urgency, Master Ma exclaimed, "Wait a moment." Udess Wong queried, "Is there something else, Master Ma?" To which Master Ma replied, "As martial artists, we cultivate our minds and spirits. During a duel, we must not lower our guard and injure one another. Do you understand?" Udess Wong was left bewildered. What on earth? At that moment, a voice from the audience shouted, "The master is right. How can we act recklessly during a duel? What if someone gets killed? Who will take responsibility? If the police come, one could end up in prison for life." Master Ma regarded the disciple with admiration, saying, "Well said, Satan. You truly are my prized disciple. It seems you will soon be ready to venture forth on your own." Satan, feeling bashful, scratched his head and replied, "I am but a fraction of my master. You flatter me." He then burst into a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, Udess Wong stood in astonishment. "Who? Satan? That's Satan?" Addressing Satan, he asked, "Is your name truly Satan?" With great pride, Satan responded, "Indeed. Have you heard of my name, Master Yu? To my astonishment, I find myself quite renowned." Udess Wong stared blankly at Master Ma and Satan, realizing that these two were merely jesters. He mused to himself, so it is that Satan is a disciple of Master Ma. Though it seems he has yet to grasp the true essence of Master Ma's deceptive mastery. Suddenly inspired, Udess Wong inquired of Master Ma, "Pray tell, how shall we engage in this contest?" Master Ma replied, "As practitioners of martial arts, when we reach a profound level, striking one another may appear inconsequential, yet it can indeed inflict harm upon the internal organs. Thus, we shall keep it light." Udess Wong responded, "Very well. I await your guidance, Master." Master Ma, overjoyed, approached Udess Wong, instructing, "Extend your hand, that you may feel the true internal energy of a martial artist." With that, he attempted to grasp Yu Deshuang's arm. In a swift motion, Udess Wong raised his palm, aligning his thumb and middle finger to strike Master Ma's forehead gently. Master Ma was sent reeling backward until he halted at the edge of the ring, clutching his forehead. Although he felt an intense pain within, he dared not show it. Mindful of the onlookers behind him, suppressing his discomfort, Master Ma addressed Udess Wong. "Might you be practicing the legendary one-finger Zen?" Udess Wong internally scoffed. "What nonsense. It is merely a tap to the forehead." He replied outwardly, "No, Master Ma, you have mistaken it. This is the martial art of forehead tapping." The spectators, including Bulma and Yu Jing, could easily discern that Master Ma was nothing but a charlatan. They stifled laughter, their bodies trembling with amusement. This left Master Ma feeling quite embarrassed, as the young man showed him no respect. Master Ma conceded, "I may have misremembered, it is not the one-finger Zen." Udess Wong, his mind clouded with exasperation, wished to see what other tricks this so-called master would attempt. Master Ma approached Udess Wong once more. Your previous action was incorrect. Let us try again, first do this." As Master Ma readied himself, Udess Wong tensed his muscles, resolutely remaining still, rendering Master Ma unable to pull at his arm. The audience began to understand. They realized the great Master Ma fancied himself a martial arts expert. "How can you remain so immovable?" Master Ma exclaimed. "Logically, with my yielding strength, you should have been propelled away by now." Udess Wong feigned a slight movement, and Master Ma was sent flying outside the ring. Meanwhile, Master Ma's disciples stood by, their faces flushed with embarrassment, as if they did not recognize him. Letting out a cry, Master Ma called to his disciples, "Come and assist me." However, seeing their downcast expressions, he understood their reluctance. Regaining his composure, he stood tall, adopting a demeanor of a grandmaster. He addressed Udess Wong, "Young man, it appears your composure is somewhat lacking. As martial artists, we emphasize." In exasperation, Udess Wong raised his hand skyward, channeling his energy into a wave of power. Master Ma gazed curiously at the luminous orb released by Udess Wong, which ascended into the sky. The orb halted several meters above the ground, and suddenly, with a resounding boom, Master Ma's once diminutive eyes widened to a size surpassing that of a cow's, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The surrounding crowd stared in astonishment at the spectacle above. Meanwhile, Master Ma's disciples trembled in place. One of them, noticing their master sitting helplessly, exclaimed with a glimmer of excitement, "Master, look at the formidable prowess of President Yu. Did you not mention that one should refrain from recklessly using inner strength? I believe President Yu could be your match." Udess Wong, standing on the arena, was rendered speechless by the naivety of Master Ma's disciples, nearly losing his footing. The eyes of Master Ma's disciples sparkled with anticipation, eager to witness the full extent of their master's abilities. Recognizing that retreat was no longer an option, Master Ma devised a plan, and inspiration struck him anew. Rising to his feet, he assumed a grandiose demeanor and began to boast, "Your strength is commendable, but still insufficient. Now, I shall unleash my true power." The crowd, momentarily taken aback, pondered, what? He still has secret techniques left? As they observed the fervor of Master Ma's disciples, their excitement grew, anticipating a grand duel between the two masters, making their wait worthwhile. Master Ma then began to stride forward, leaving Udess Wong speechless. Pretending not to notice, Udess Wong readied his stance and declared, "Since Master Ma has not yet exerted his full strength, I shall do my utmost as well. Until now, I have only utilized half of my power. It is time to unleash my full potential." Master Ma, I seek your guidance. The crowd and Master Ma's disciples erupted with enthusiasm upon hearing that Udess Wong had only exerted half of his strength, urging, Master Ma, hurry. At that moment, Master Ma found himself in a predicament. Just as he was about to ascend the platform, he grasped his head and lamented, Oh dear, this is not good. My old ailment is acting up. My head is starting to spin. He then turned to Udess Wong and suggested, How about we postpone our duel? I acknowledge the strength of your martial arts school. The crowd, displeased by this sudden change, protested vehemently. You have already stirred the pot. You cannot simply walk away now. A chorus of voices clamored, Hurry up. At that juncture, one disciple, attempting to flatter his master, exclaimed, Master, I noticed you often suffer from headaches. So I brought some painkillers just in case. Let this ordinary crowd witness your true prowess and leave them speechless. Unbeknownst to this sycophantic disciple, his flattery had struck a nerve with Master Ma, inciting a desire to kick him. However, for the sake of maintaining his esteemed demeanor, Master Ma chose to endure. Thus, he made a fateful decision and fainted. As the crowd observed Master Ma fainting, an air of tedium enveloped them. The disciple holding the medicine stood anxiously, pondering how to administer it. In that moment, Udess Wong declared, Rest assured, I possess a miraculous remedy that will take effect instantly. This proclamation rekindled the crowd's anticipation, which had begun to dissipate. Meanwhile, Master Ma, unconscious, felt a sense of smug satisfaction, convinced that no remedy could awaken him. Udess Wong gestured for Bulma, who approached with a look of curiosity. The onlookers, perplexed by the purpose of calling Bulma for the miraculous medicine, followed closely behind her. As Bulma neared, Udess Wong whispered something in her ear, causing her eyes to sparkle with understanding. She produced a vial of medicine, which she handed to Udess Wong. After he poured out a single pill and returned the vial to her, he made his way to Master Ma. Upon arriving at the motionless form of Master Ma, a mischievous grin spread across Yu Deshuang's face. Bulma, playfully, shared a jest with Yu Jing and the others, drawing bemused glances from the crowd. After a lengthy absence, Oolong, having overheard the exchange, approached Udess Wong with a sly smile, to which Udess Wong paid no heed. He then placed the pill at Master Ma's lips. Initially, Master Ma resolutely refused to open his mouth, but as Udess Wong pinched his thigh, the sudden pain forced him to part his lips and swallow the medicine. Master Ma inwardly cursed, questioning what sort of nonsense he had just ingested. However, as the sweetness of the pill graced his tongue, he found it oddly pleasant. After consuming the sweet remedy, the crowd grew restless, calling out in dissatisfaction, Is it working? Why isn't he awake yet? Master Ma, lying on the ground, reveled in his secret triumph. Udess Wong then spoke. The medicine should be nearly dissolved by now. Turning to the eagerly awaiting Oolong, he added, This matter is now in your hands. Oolong's grin widened, nearly reaching his ears as he began to engage with the prostrate Master Ma. Suddenly, Master Ma sprang to his feet, confronting Udess Wong with fervor. What did you make me ingest? The crowd, along with Master Ma's disciples, watched with bated breath as he finally regained consciousness, their anticipation palpable. Udess Wong responded, It is the 7-day heartbreak powder, a pain relief medicine. Master Ma, bewildered, retorted, 7-day heartbreak powder? That sounds like poison. You have fed me poison. You are finished. The onlookers turned their gaze towards Udess Wong, eager for an explanation. While Master Ma's disciples glared at him with indignation, their restraint barely holding as they contemplated rushing at him. Udess Wong, shaking his head, clarified, This is a specially formulated headache remedy. Naturally, it would be poison to someone without any issues. Bulma and the others, witnessing Yu Deshuang's playful deception, turned away, struggling to suppress their laughter. Master Ma, still clutching his backside, looked at Udess Wong with hopeful expectation. What? Is there an antidote? Udess Wong shook his head and said, No, what is it, Master Ma? Weren't you complaining of a headache? This could be the perfect remedy. Master Ma retorted angrily, Nonsense. I do not have a headache at all. Puzzled, Udess Wong inquired, If you have no headache, then why did you faint? Master Ma, disregarding the question, replied, It's obvious. As a mere pretender in martial arts, how could I possibly stand a chance against you? I had to feign it. His disciples looked at him in disbelief. At that moment, the crowd let out a collective gasp. Master Ma, clutching his backside, exclaimed, Is there truly no antidote? Udess Wong shook his head, responding, None. But what you ingested was merely a laxative. It will react upon hearing certain special words. Master Ma asked, What words? Nearby, Oolong shouted, "It's beep beep beep." Unable to contain himself, Master Ma instinctively covered his rear and searched frantically for a place to alleviate his discomfort. However, confronted by the throng of onlookers, he dashed into the crowd. The pungent odor wafted through the air, prompting the spectators to part ways for him. Oolong, reveling in the moment, followed closely behind, shouting beep beep beep. The commotion crescendoed, and soon, the cacophony of sounds filled the air, accompanied by the unmistakable stench that made everyone cover their noses. As Master Ma felt a sudden warmth and dampness at his rear, his face flushed with embarrassment, propelling him to sprint at an astonishing speed. Oolong, relentless, trailed him, continuing the chant of beep beep beep. Thus, the two vanished from the crowd's view. Observing Oolong's exuberance, Udess Wong could only shake his head. The disciples who had accompanied Master Ma wore expressions of mixed emotions. One disciple, with unwavering determination, gazed at Udess Wong and declared, "I hope, Master, you will accept us as disciples. We initially sought to learn martial arts, only to discover that he is a fraud." Seeing their earnestness, Udess Wong shook his head, stating, "I do not accept disciples lightly." Disappointment washed over the faces of Master Ma's disciples, quickly replaced by indignation as they cursed their master for deceiving them for so long without their realization. At that juncture, Udess Wong interjected, "However, you may start as outer disciples at our martial arts academy." This revelation perplexed not only Master Ma's disciples, but also the crowd, who wondered, "What is an outer disciple? We have never heard of such a thing." Udess Wong beckoned to Yu Jing, who understood the signal. As Yu Jing ascended the stage, Udess Wong addressed the audience. "Our academy comprises outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. The strength of an outer disciple is approximately as follows." He gestured for Yu Jing to begin, and Yu Jing commenced his demonstration. Having practiced the 36 body refining techniques for several months, he had made some progress, albeit at a slow pace. As the 36 techniques of quenching were developed by Udess Wong through his own physical experiences, their adaptability is unparalleled by others. The audience watched in wide-eyed amazement as Yu Jing demonstrated his prowess in the arena, marveling, "Is this truly an outer disciple? So formidable?" The original disciples of Master Ma, having witnessed true skill before their eyes, paid little heed to distinctions between inner and outer disciples. This was authentic martial art. Having spent so long beside the so-called Master Ma, without mastering even a single move, the disparity was stark. Noticing the crowd's rapt attention on the stage, Udess Wong signaled to Umo, who immediately retrieved a massive boulder he had prepared earlier. Udess Wong addressed the spectators. "What comes next is the true essence of martial arts." As his words echoed, the audience beheld Umo hurling the boulder towards Yu Jing, prompting many to shield their eyes in instinctive dread. Some daring souls peeked through their fingers. To the spectators, the stone, initially perceived to serve a different purpose, had taken an unexpected role. The enormous rock loomed above Yu Jing, who, smiling, leapt into the air. A resounding crash followed as the boulder shattered into fragments that rained down, eliciting applause from the onlookers. At that moment, the martial arts school truly came into being. Udess Wong, witnessing the vibrant atmosphere, allowed a faint smile to surface while maintaining his composure, gesturing for silence among the crowd. He then called out, "For those wishing to enroll as disciples, please remain patient. The inauguration ceremony of our martial arts school has yet to commence, so I kindly ask for your forbearance." A man from the crowd remarked, "Indeed, Master Yu is correct. Only after the ribbon cutting can the school be considered officially established." The surrounding audience nodded in agreement. Two women clad in red kipayos held a long piece of red silk, while Udess Wong and Bulma prepared to cut the ribbon in the center. Yu Jing and Umo sprang into action, pulling away the red veil that concealed the plaque, revealing the four bold characters, Extreme Martial Arts School. Subsequently, Udess Wong took the microphone handed to him by one of the women in red and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, our Extreme Martial Arts School officially opens today." The crowd erupted into applause at his declaration. Udess Wong pointed towards the front desk within the school, stating, "For those interested in enrollment, please proceed to the front desk. There, you will find dedicated registration forms. After completing the forms and settling the tuition fees, classes will commence in 2 days. Rest assured, we have highly skilled instructors ready to guide you." Amidst the crowd, a voice called out, "We have witnessed Master Yu's strength. We are very much at ease with this." The surrounding throng nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. As Udess Wong surveyed the scene before him, he nodded in satisfaction, entrusting the matters at hand to Violet. One might wonder why Violet was chosen for this task. The reason lies in her recent request for Udess Wong to teach her martial arts. Although he had declined, she had since eagerly taken on responsibilities, keen to impress him. The possibility of Udess Wong agreeing to her request was not something that occupied Violet's thoughts. Meanwhile, Dr. Garrow, observing the establishment of the martial arts hall, informed Udess Wong, "I have research to attend to and shall not remain here," before making his way into the hall. Dr. Garrow's laboratory had been situated on the third floor, where the martial arts hall spanned approximately 5,000 square feet. Thus, aside from the gravity chamber and Dr. Garrow's lab, the third floor also housed the dormitories for the students. After assigning the registration duties of the martial arts hall to Yu Jing, Umo, Yu, and Violet, Udess Wong took Bulma on a tour of the facility. Young UPA, being too small, was given simpler tasks to attend to. Beginning their exploration from the first floor, Udess Wong noted that Bulma had not thoroughly observed the hall since her last visit. As they admired the layout, Bulma exclaimed, "So this is what the martial arts hall looks like. I had imagined it would resemble a gym filled with exercise equipment." Udess Wong shook his head, replying, "The hall does indeed possess training apparatus, but after becoming a disciple of Master Wu Tian, I decided to alter that notion. While the space may seem vacant, I have other preparations in place." He then led Bulma to a storage room, retrieving a weighted leg bag, originally filled with sand. "I have replaced the contents with iron blocks for my disciples' physical training." Bulma, tilting her head in curiosity, asked, "What distinguishes this from typical gym equipment?" Udess Wong clarified, "Each piece of fitness equipment targets only specific muscle groups, whereas if this leg bag is secured around the legs, waist, and arms, it can condition nearly the entire body, excluding the head." The turtle shell of Master Rashi served a similar purpose, but its appearance was rather unappealing, prompting me to modify the leg bag for the future disciples' use. Bulma stifled a giggle, remarking, "Hearing you explain this makes me quite curious about what you look like wearing that turtle shell." Udess Wong scratched his head, saying, "If you wish to see, I could demonstrate it for you." Bulma shot him a playful glare, saying, "I was merely jesting, and you took me seriously." Udess Wong replied, "As long as you find joy in it, that is all that matters." In that moment, with a blush adorning her cheeks, Bulma gazed at Udess Wong, and, seizing the opportunity in the absence of others, they embraced tenderly, sharing a kiss. At the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, a burly middle-aged man reviewed the reports from those below, striking the solid wooden table with his fist. The table trembled under the force, ultimately collapsing with a loud crash, causing those present to tremble in fear. The middle-aged man exclaimed, "What nonsense is this, Master Ma? He has truly brought shame upon our martial arts school in the West City. How could we allow an outsider to take root here?" The people below immediately knelt down, stating, "I never anticipated that Master Ma would be so inept." Previously, he boasted with great confidence that he could resolve everything single-handedly. The middle-aged man, dismissive of their words, felt his anger surging and cursed, "This scoundrel deceiver. I truly believed he was a master. I cannot let this go after being fooled for so many years." One of the kneeling individuals suddenly had a thought and addressed the middle-aged man. "That Master Ma is in quite a dire situation now. He is likely still holed up in the restroom." Intrigued, the middle-aged man inquired, "Oh, how dire?" The individual reflected for a moment before speaking. "That Master Ma originally pretended to faint on the ground, then was fed a pill by the awakened deputy master. It is said that he will suffer from diarrhea at the slightest sound. Later, it was reported that he was chased down the street by a little pig, which followed him, squealing incessantly. Master Ma has left a trail of devastation behind him, and the entire street now bears his scent. It is said he collapsed at his doorstep, and only then did the little pig relent." The middle-aged man chuckled, "He deserves it. After deceiving me for so many years, I was always cautious of his supposed prowess." The kneeling individual joined in the laughter. "Indeed, who told him to deceive so many? He truly deserves this fate. And even his disciples have abandoned him." At this moment, a thought struck the middle-aged man, and he commanded his subordinates, "I wonder if the effects of that pill have worn off. Go. Send some people to continue making noise at the home of that fraud Ma. If he doesn't collapse, let it continue." One of his subordinates respectfully acknowledged the order and withdrew. The middle-aged man remarked, "What an amusing character he is. Oh, by the way, what is the name of that martial arts school?" The kneeling person replied, "Extreme Martial Arts School." The middle-aged man mused. I shall pay them a visit in a couple of days. Didn't they say they would be holding classes then? Let us schedule it for that time. Meanwhile, various martial arts schools in the West City received word of the incident, and while they seethed with anger towards Master Ma, they also noted Deputy Master Yu Deshuang. However, they were skeptical, believing that Yu's explosive display was merely a trick, perhaps involving explosives. Some of the schools maintained a neutral stance. Others chose to remain uninvolved and avoid trouble, while a few planned to issue challenges. Of course, Yu Deshuang remained oblivious to this, even if he were aware. What could it change? Poor Master Ma, after being pursued down the street by the little pig, finally collapsed at home in tears. The little pig, seeing him lying on the ground, lost interest and walked away, gazing at his surroundings. Master Ma took a deep breath, please disregard the mess around him, and suddenly felt a strange sense of novelty. Here, at least, he would not be ridiculed or discriminated against. With this thought, Master Ma's eyes dimmed as he lamented, it is all that Deputy Master Yu's fault. He did not leave me a single way out. Master Ma clenched his fists tightly, only to let them fall weakly, for he was utterly out of breath. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds echoed, prompting Master Ma to clutch his stomach, urgently needing to visit the restroom. Just as he reached for the door, he felt another urge. Embarrassed, he covered his belly and cried out to the heavens, I beg you, spare me. Yet, the clamor around him only intensified. In that moment, Master Ma resigned himself to the situation, collapsing onto the ground as his stomach churned. His gaze became vacant, fixated on a blank white wall. As night descended, Udess Wong listened to reports from Yu Jing and others. Today, over 600 disciples had enrolled, with more than 300 aged between 8 and 12. 200 aged between 12 and 16, and the remainder being above 16. Udess Wong nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, this is quite satisfactory. Once we complete enrollment tomorrow and the day after, we shall commence formal instruction. For now, Yu Jing and Yu Mo will assume the roles of instructors. Adhering to the previous methods employed at the town's martial arts school, both Yu Jing and Yu Mo nodded in agreement. At this point, Yu pouted and asked, what about me, brother Udess Wong? He shook his head and replied, you shall serve as an assistant for the time being. Yu protested, I can do it too. Udess Wong admonished, be obedient. Do you not recall how you promised me back then? Yu lowered her head in silence. Udess Wong continued, after you have gained some experience, I will appoint you as a teacher. Yu then perked up, giggling, brother Udess Wong keeps his word. With that, she ceased her sulking. He then turned to Violet and instructed, you should practice alongside Yu Jing and the others for now. I will call for you when the time is right. Violet nodded enthusiastically. Udess Wong then addressed UPA apologetically, UPA, during this time, you should also train with Yu Jing and the others. When the moment is right, I will personally instruct you. UPA shook his head, saying, it's all right, master. I understand you have unfinished matters to attend to. Udess Wong nodded in appreciation, you are perceptive, UPA, unlike some immature girls. At this, Yu huffed in discontent. Bulma, overhearing Yu Deshuang's remarks about his sister, shot him a reproachful look, saying, Yu is still a young girl. Refrain from speaking of her that way. Yu chimed in, exactly. Bad brother. Yu Jing added, please don't drag me into this. To which Yu retorted, you're a bad brother too. You never speak up for me. Laughter erupted among the group. As Udess Wong gazed at the darkening sky, he addressed everyone, after a long day. I trust you are all quite hungry. Let us go. Today, I shall treat you all. With a cheeky grin, Yu proclaimed, everyone, eat to your heart's content. Let us see if we can make brother Udess Wong broke. The lively spirit of this delightful creature lifted everyone's mood. Thus, Udess Wong led the group to dinner. A day passed just like that. Chapter 11, Misfortunes Never Come Alone. The Extreme Martial Arts School welcomed over 400 disciples on the second day. By the third day, more than 300 disciples had joined, and on the fourth day, which marked the commencement of classes, Udess Wong surveyed the 1,400 disciples before him. Filled with anticipation. Due to the commendable performance on the first day, word of mouth had attracted a considerable number of eager learners. Udess Wong addressed the newly joined disciples, microphone in hand, proclaiming, esteemed disciples of the Extreme Martial Arts School, today marks the inaugural day of our classes and your first step into the realm of martial arts. From this moment on, the choice to persevere or to withdraw rests solely with you. Here, I would like to elucidate the very essence of our school's existence. It is to transcend the physical limits of the human body and to surpass the boundaries of human understanding. This, indeed, is the significance behind the creation of the Extreme Martial Arts School. As Udess Wong concluded his speech, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the students. Just as the disciples were settling down to listen to Yu Deshuang's address, a voice interjected, "Well said, Master Yu. Yet, I wonder if you truly possess the strength to fulfill such claims? I have my doubts." The newly joined disciples, incensed by this remark, turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. Udess Wong smiled and retorted, "Oh, I am curious as to why that furtive individual prefers to speak from the shadows rather than boldly stepping forward. Could it be that he is engaged in some nefarious dealings?" At this juncture, a voice, filled with indignation, emerged from the crowd. Stepping forward to confront the assembly, it was Niu Ben, the master of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School. Udess Wong remarked, "Ah, you are the one who delivered the challenge on that fateful day, Niu Ben. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Niu Ben, filled with pride, responded, "I am humbled, though my reputation does not yet extend far and wide." Udess Wong continued, "I happen to have a suggestion that could elevate Master Niu's notoriety." Niu Ben, intrigued, inquired, "What suggestion might that be?" "Simply change your name to Niu Bai, and you shall achieve instant fame." Udess Wong replied with a grin. "Niu Bai?" Niu Ben echoed, perplexed. "Indeed, it perfectly aligns with your name, much like the organs of a cow." The audience erupted into laughter, including Niu Ben's entourage, who could not contain their amusement. With a furious glare directed at those beside him, Niu Ben seethed, "You seek death," just as he was about to charge forward. A fellow martial arts master, who seemed equally important, restrained him, whispering something that quelled Niu Ben's fury. Udess Wong, maintaining his composure, turned to Niu Ben and inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here today, Master Niu?" Calming himself, Niu Ben replied, "I have come to make an appointment. Due to interference from that charlatan Ma, we were unable to issue a challenge. Thus, our martial arts schools do not recognize your newly established institution." Udess Wong asked, "How do your schools intend to proceed with the challenge?" Niu Ben Dao, "The various martial arts schools are challenging the head of the Yu school one-on-one. However, due to our overwhelming numbers, it is clear that we are employing a strategy of many against the few. The head of the Yu school can select one from among us." Udess Wong shook his head, yet remained silent. Niu Ben mocked, "What is the matter? Is the head of the Yu school afraid?" He turned to one of his disciples, signaling him to speak. The disciple, understanding his master's intent, echoed, "It's about breaking the limits of the human body and transcending human cognition." Niu Ben then looked at Udess Wong with a perplexed expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Udess Wong gazed at Niu Ben in silence, thinking, "Are you not just inviting a beating?" What I really wanted to convey was that Niu Ben and the other heads are nothing but spicy chicken. Niu Ben instinctively reacted, "Spicy chicken?" Udess Wong replied, "It means trash." This remark ignited the fury of the other heads accompanying Niu Ben, who glared at Udess Wong, unfazed by their glares. The disciples of the Extreme Martial Arts School gazed at Udess Wong in admiration. One disciple whispered to another, "I want to be like the head of the Yu school." "No, I mean impressive. Perhaps let that big fool take the spotlight." Niu Ben glared at Udess Wong in anger. "Does the head of the Yu school wish to take on all 6 of us?" Udess Wong nodded, "Exactly, let us do this together." Upon hearing Udess Wong's challenge to face them all, Niu Ben's lips curled into a peculiar smile. "The head of the Yu school knows that if you lose, you cannot establish your school here. Shouldn't you reconsider?" He then cast a provocative glance at Udess Wong. Udess Wong shook his head, "No need, let us go all out." This declaration sparked excitement among the disciples of the Extreme Martial Arts School, especially those who had witnessed Yu Deshuang's prowess that day. Niu Ben wore a triumphant expression as he addressed Udess Wong. "Then let us commence." Udess Wong interjected, "Wait a moment." Niu Ben asked, "Are you planning to faint on the ground like that horse trickster from before?" Udess Wong replied, "If you win, I shall withdraw from the Western capital and cannot establish my school here. However, if I win, you would suffer no losses. This deal seems rather one-sided." Niu Ben inquired, "Then what do you propose?" Udess Wong smiled, "If I lose, it would be a testament to your strength, and I shall withdraw. But what about you? If so many cannot defeat me, shouldn't you also consider withdrawing from the Western capital?" Just as Niu Ben was about to agree without hesitation, one of the other heads hesitated and suggested, "Shouldn't we discuss this further before agreeing, Niu Ben?" Niu Ben, furious, retorted, "Do you think we will lose?" The head immediately smiled and shook his head vigorously. "No, Niu Ben, how could you possibly lose?" Udess Wong observed closely. Realizing that Nyo Ben was undoubtedly the strongest among the 6 heads, as evidenced by the immediate panic provoked by a mere suggestion, the other heads remained silent. Thus, Nyo Ben verbally agreed, inquiring, "Can we commence now?" Udess Wong, however, shook his head and replied, "Not yet." Nyo Ben, filled with ire, retorted, "What? Are you intimidated? Weren't you quite boastful just moments ago?" Udess Wong responded, "Words alone hold no weight. We must draft a written agreement and record a video." Nyo Ben, dismissively, replied, "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." At this juncture, Udess Wong drafted a document while asking Yu Jing to record a video. He instructed Nyo Ben and the other masters, along with Udess Wong himself, to reaffirm their promises on camera. Nyo Ben then inquired, "Do you have any other matters, Master Yu? If not, let us hasten." Udess Wong nodded, "None." Nyo Ben urged, "Then let us proceed." "Wait a moment." Udess Wong interjected. Nyo Ben, exasperated, shouted at him, "What else is there? Speak all at once." Udess Wong suggested, "The arena in front of the martial arts hall is perfect for our duel. Shall we head there?" Nyo Ben, suppressing his fury, asked, "Is there anything else to add, Master Yu? If not, let us go to the arena." Udess Wong gestured towards Nyo Ben, saying, "After you, Master Nyo." At that moment, Nyo Ben was unexpectedly quiet. He nodded and proceeded forward, thinking to himself, "Just you wait. I shall defeat you so thoroughly that your own mother would recognize you." The onlookers, including Yu Jing, Umo, Yu, Upa, Violet, and numerous disciples of the martial arts hall, gazed at Udess Wong with admiration, astonished that not only was he skilled in martial arts, but he also possessed such eloquence. Particularly, Yu was taken aback by her brother Yu Deshuang's remarkable abilities. She thought that if he instructed her to walk east, she would certainly not venture west. Unbeknownst to Udess Wong, his thoughts were filled with disdain. A bunch of fools. I've been waiting for you all here for ages, while you conspired in the shadows. Now, I shall drive you away so I can have some peace. As the group arrived at the edge of the arena, Udess Wong gestured once more, inviting, "Now, let us have Master Nyo and the other masters join me on stage." A few of the masters, seemingly possessing some skill, were not merely all talk like the previous charlatan. They leapt onto the stage, executing several flips in midair before landing gracefully, challenging Udess Wong with their gaze. "Come on. We are already on the stage. It's your turn." Udess Wong smiled and shook his head, then leapt onto the stage, wearing a playful grin as he regarded Nyo Ben and the other masters. Meanwhile, the crowd along the roadside was not idle. They shouted, "Come and witness the match." At this, all the passers-by stirred, gathering around as the disciples of the martial arts hall emerged. Udess Wong, with a smile, declared, "Let us begin, esteemed masters." At that moment, the masters made attacking gestures towards Udess Wong, who provocatively extended a hand towards them, inciting their anger. Nyo Ben looked at Udess Wong and said with a smirk, "You are finished. Everyone, let us attack together." As the words left his lips, several masters simultaneously charged at Udess Wong. He effortlessly parried their attacks and addressed his disciples below, stating, "Students of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, today I shall impart to you the first lesson." He gestured towards the master clad in white, remarking, "Have you observed this individual? His onslaught appears formidable, yet it is merely for show. His footing is unstable." With that, Udess Wong executed a swift kick, sending the master in white sprawling to the ground. He continued, "To master martial arts, one must train every part of the body, enabling a comprehensive offensive." Turning to another master dressed in blue, he commented, "Now, behold this master, who possesses the greatest speed among the lot." The blue-clad master beamed with pride, unaware that Udess Wong had not even uttered his name. Udess Wong pressed on. Despite his swiftness, his offensive capabilities are lacking. He delivered a kick to the blue master's abdomen, causing him to collapse. Next, he addressed the master in red, stating, "This master is inferior to the preceding two," before flicking the forehead of the red-clad master with his hand. Instantly, the red master crouched down, cradling his head. At that moment, Udess Wong turned his gaze towards the other 3 masters, who shouted in unison, "Are you finished?" Udess Wong, with an apologetic demeanor, replied, "My apologies. I am merely instructing my disciples. After all, practical demonstrations are of utmost importance." Continuing with his instruction, Udess Wong said, "Now, let us examine this master in black. He is slightly stronger than the previous 3. The black-clad master, incensed, thought to himself, What does slightly stronger mean? His attacks became increasingly ferocious. Yu Deshuang deftly evaded and remarked, "The issue lies in his core strength, which prevents his punches from reaching their full potential." He then jabbed at the master's waist with a single finger, prompting a cry of agony from the black-clad master. Yu Deshuang quipped, "Perhaps this master has been too occupied at night, leading to his current frailty." He then shifted his attention to the master in purple and the bull-headed master, both of whom appeared somewhat intimidated under his scrutiny. Yu Deshuang calmly addressed the purple-clad master, saying, "Your lower body and waist are sound." The purple master exhaled a sigh of relief. However, as Yu Deshuang continued, the purple master's heart raced again when he heard, "Your physique, however, is rather weak." Shaking his head, Yu Deshuang vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. In an instant, he reappeared behind the purple-clad master and struck him at the neck, causing him to fall to the ground. Once again, the gaze shifted towards Master Neo, who at that moment felt a wave of regret wash over him. How foolish of him to have approached and slapped his own face. Was he dissatisfied with the size of his own visage? However, retreat was no longer an option. Observing the young Master Yu, it was evident that he would not easily let them off the hook, especially since he had never considered the possibility of defeat when he initiated the provocation. From another perspective, he too would not show leniency towards Yu Deshuang. With gritted teeth, he charged at Yu Deshuang, who, while instructing his disciples and evading attacks, remarked, "Look at Master Neo. His physique is quite formidable, his arm strength commendable, and his thigh muscles well developed. Even his waist boasts a few well-defined abdominal muscles." Hearing this, Neo Ben was taken aback, unaware of his own prowess. Yet, Yu Deshuang swiftly countered, "However, the speed of this master is lacking. Due to his muscular build, his agility pales in comparison to others of similar strength. Thus, one must not judge merely by appearances. A strong physique and large stature also come with their own shortcomings. To unlock the body's full potential, it must be honed uniformly." With that, Yu Deshuang dashed towards Neo Ben and delivered a punch, causing Neo Ben to clutch his abdomen and collapse to the ground. "If it were me," Yu Deshuang explained, "my heightened agility would allow me to evade such an attack. Do you understand?" The disciples of the martial arts school gazed at Yu Deshuang with admiration, yearning for even a fraction of his strength. Turning to the 6 fallen masters, Yu Deshuang stated, "In truth, considering your abilities, you are relatively competent among ordinary folk. Yet, your incessant pursuit of power has stunted your martial progress. Nonetheless, as per our agreement, I will fulfill my obligations. Now, I kindly ask you to depart from the Western capital." At that moment, Neo Ben and the others were too enraged to heed Yu Deshuang's words, glaring at him with indignation. Neo Ben urged the other masters, "Do not be afraid. We have not conceded yet. The competition is not over." From the audience, Yu shouted in protest, "You truly have no shame. It was you who instigated this. And now, despite Yu Deshuang's restraint, you still behave like this." This prompted a wave of disdain from the spectators, who witnessed how effortlessly Yu Deshuang had defeated them. It was evident he had been holding back, even having time to teach his disciples. Fuming, the masters retorted, "Nonsense. We simply did not perform to our full potential. Do not listen to their baseless claims. They are mere distractions." Yu triumphantly declared, "I have been recording since you entered the dojo, and I've just uploaded the footage online. Let us see what you have to say now." The crowd erupted in boos, leaving the masters to think, this is the end. After all, their recruitment resources stem from the populace. If word got out, their dojo would be rendered obsolete. With this thought, a fierce expression emerged in the eyes of Neo Ben and his companions. Yu Deshuang, observing the scene, shook his head and remarked, "Had I known this would be the case, why even begin? If you came here to spar, I would welcome you wholeheartedly. However, your immediate arrogance and disdain for us is unacceptable. Remember this as a lifelong lesson. Do not forget." Just as Yu Deshuang was about to step off the stage, the ferocity in Neo Ben intensified, and he launched an attack from behind. The audience and disciples gasped in shock, while Yu anxiously shouted for caution. Meanwhile, the disciples who accompanied Neo Ben hung their heads in shame. As Neo Ben prepared to strike Yu Deshuang, a triumphant grin spread across his face, accompanied by boisterous laughter. In that instant, Yu Deshuang suddenly pivoted and appeared before Neo Ben, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. Leaning close to Neo Ben's ear, Yu Deshuang whispered, "I never intended to let you off the hook. My earlier actions were deliberate. Individuals like you are bound to cause harm to others." With that, He extended a finger and began to tap erratically on Nyo Ben's body, a technique he had long studied regarding the human meridian system. Recently, he had perfected a martial skill known as the meridian interception hand. This technique obstructs the body's meridians, and even modern medical technology would fail to detect any anomaly in Nyo Ben's physique. Udess Wong released a combination of energy and mental focus into Nyo Ben's meridians. Thus, Nyo Ben, puzzled by Yu Deshuang's seemingly random tapping, felt nothing unusual. Yet, the moment he exerted himself, he would be overwhelmed by excruciating pain that would compromise his abilities. Upon completing the tapping, Udess Wong delivered a kick to Nyo Ben, signaling the end of the encounter. The other 5 dojo masters were already crumpled on the ground, utterly taken aback by Nyo Ben's sudden aggression. Udess Wong shook his head, choosing not to speak further. Even if he did not force these individuals to leave, they would inevitably depart, for Yu Yuli had already disseminated the footage online, sealing their fate. Descending from the ring, Udess Wong approached Yu Yuli and the others, who gazed at him in admiration. Aware that he had achieved his objective, Udess Wong recognized the importance of harnessing this momentum to train them diligently. The disciples of these dojos would undoubtedly progress rapidly. He planned to select a few with perseverance or immense potential as inner disciples, thereby initiating his star program. However, his aspirations extended beyond merely cultivating a handful of star disciples. His ultimate dream was to elevate martial arts to unprecedented heights, ensuring his disciples were widespread across the globe. If any of his gifted students were to forge their unique paths or ideas, it would be even more remarkable. Thus, one's martial arts journey will become broader and more expansive. Contemplating this, Yu gazed at her esteemed brother, Udess Wong, in admiration and exclaimed, "Brother Udess Wong, your prowess is truly magnificent." Amused, Udess Wong thought to himself, "Am I not usually impressive?" At this moment, he turned to the several masters on the platform and stated, "I will not impose difficulties upon you. Now, please take your leave and escort Master Nyo Ben with you." Upon hearing this, the masters hesitated no longer. They swiftly hoisted Nyo Ben and dashed away, disappearing into the distance. The disciples, originally under Nyo Ben's influence, now hung their heads in shame and fled in disarray. Udess Wong then waved his hand to his disciples, saying, "Let us return to the martial arts hall to continue our lessons." Meanwhile, Nyo Ben was carried by the other 5 masters into the Benlei martial arts hall. Gradually regaining consciousness, Nyo Ben felt no apparent discomfort and, with a fierce grin, declared, "You will regret this, Udess Wong." The other 5 masters cautioned him, "Master Nyo, perhaps it is best to let this go. Together we cannot hope to rival Master Udess Wong." Furious at their words, Nyo Ben retorted, "You worthless cowards. Are you already frightened? You are nothing but rubbish." The masters, filled with resentment, thought to themselves, "Had it not been for you, we would not be in this predicament. Is it not your greed that seeks to monopolize all the resources of the Western capital?" Frowning, Nyo Ben demanded, "How dare you defy my orders? Do not forget, you cannot overcome me." At that moment, a master clad in white could no longer contain himself and boldly replied, "Fear not. We may never have another opportunity to confront him. Together, we shall prevail against him. Were it not for his overwhelming ambition, we would not be facing this situation." The white-clad master, resolute and emboldened, concluded that no matter how formidable Nyo Ben may be, he is no match for Master Udess Wong. Nyo Ben had been thoroughly defeated and resorted to despicable ambushes. As the other masters regarded Nyo Ben with newfound resolve, their gazes hardened with determination. Nyo Ben, sensing their defiance, clenched his fists and prepared to strike the master in black before him. Yet, as he extended his fist, a surge of excruciating pain coursed through his body, eliciting a cry of agony. The master in black, initially bracing for an attack, remained oblivious to the unfolding turmoil. Upon lifting his head, he beheld Nyo Ben convulsing, resembling a boiled lobster. He shouted to the other masters still in defensive stances, "Nyo Ben is starting to falter. Let us all advance." Without hesitation, the master in black launched an assault on Nyo Ben, hurling derogatory remarks in the process. The other masters, noticing that the master in black remained unscathed, joined in to unleash a barrage of punches and kicks upon Nyo Ben. Listening to the anguished cries of the bull, the mood of several temple masters brightened considerably. In the early morning at Doran Temple, a bald young monk was struggling to perform various peculiar postures in his abode. evidently finding it quite challenging. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Upon completing a movement, the young monk began to perform a concluding gesture. Exhaling deeply, he murmured, "I have been practicing the 36 body tempering techniques for about 2 months now. Although I have not yet achieved the fluidity of my master, I am able to complete the entire sequence." With that, Clint excitedly clenched his fists, secretly contemplating, "There remains but a month until the time my master spoke of. After bidding farewell to the abbot today, I shall set off for the western capital tomorrow." As Clint wiped the sweat from his brow and equipped himself with a broom and dustpan to attend to his daily chores in the main hall, he encountered 2 monks, one stout and the other lean, who often bullied him. They greeted him with feigned exuberance. "Ah, Clint, what a coincidence. We didn't expect to run into you here." At that moment, Clint was solely focused on completing his tasks and reporting to the abbot, completely oblivious to their salutation. Seeing Clint pass by without acknowledging them ignited a fury within the 2 monks. How dare he disregard their presence? Remembering his ill fortune at the gambling house the previous day, they decided it was time to teach Clint a lesson to dispel their bad luck before trying their fortunes again. Exchanging glances, the 2 monks displayed a sinister smile. The lean monk stepped in front of Clint, blocking his path. However, Clint, intent on finishing his cleaning, failed to notice the obstruction and collided directly with the lean monk, sending him flying several meters away. Realizing he had bumped into something, Clint looked up and was astonished to see the lean monk sprawled on the ground. Immediately, he rushed to apologize. "I'm so sorry. Brother, it was unintentional." The lean monk, surprised by the impact, reflected that although he had not exerted himself, he had been knocked over by Clint. Could it be that his recent lack of sleep had left him somewhat weakened? Yet, witnessing Clint's panicked demeanor made him consider that perhaps he truly was feeling a bit feeble. Rising from the ground, he dusted himself off. The stout monk, seeing his companion on the ground, mocked him. "What's wrong? Can't withstand a little bump? Allow me to handle this." Then, standing before Clint, the stout monk inquired, "Clint, we haven't seen much of you these past few months. Are you hiding something from us?" Clint, flustered, replied, "No, brother. I've been diligently completing all your tasks these past few days. After finishing, I was simply too exhausted and needed to rest." The portly monk exclaimed with indignation, "It is a privilege to assist your senior brother. He acts in your best interest. Given your frail constitution, you ought to engage in more labor. How can you claim to be fatigued already?" Internally, Clint cursed under his breath, realizing that his only intention was to descend the mountain for the sake of gambling and amusement. The elder monk's words sounded as if they bore truth. "But were it not for my inability to best you, humph." Clenching his fists in restraint, he replied, "I appreciate your good intentions, senior brother, but my stamina may indeed be lacking. I sincerely apologize for not meeting your expectations." As he spoke, Clint feigned wiping away non-existent tears. At that moment, the portly monk appeared to have an epiphany and turned to Clint, saying, "Clint, it has been 2 months since we last met, has it not?" A foreboding feeling stirred within Clint, yet he responded, "Yes, yes, senior brother." The monk continued, "Since it is still early, we, your senior brothers, have decided to assess whether your skills have improved." Clint protested, "Must we? Besides, I still need to clean the front hall. I am already behind schedule." Before he could finish, the monk waved dismissively. "It's merely a sparring match. It won't take long." Clint surmised that perhaps the monk had lost at gambling the previous day and sought to take it out on him. Resigned to his fate, he thought to himself that even if he were to be beaten today, he would not simply stand idle. With newfound determination, he declared, "You 2 rascals. You're merely seeking trouble because you lost your wager. Do you think I fear you? Come at me." The portly monk, enraged, retorted, "How dare you call me father when mine has long since passed, and I do not even know where he lies? You are courting death." The lean monk's eyes glinted menacingly. "Clint, you exhibit quite the audacity today, speaking to us in such a manner." Though Clint felt a twinge of fear from years of oppression by the 2 monks, he resolutely stated, "Today, I shall strive to ensure that you both suffer." The 2 monks exchanged perplexed glances, astonished that the usually timid Clint dared to confront them so boldly. They lunged at him simultaneously, but Clint instinctively shielded his head, narrowly evading their assault. Initially surprised by their failure to land a hit, the monks soon noticed Clint cowering and covering his head, which elicited sinister smiles from them as they taunted, "Be careful. We are coming for your head." As the portly and lean monks raised their fists to strike the crouched Clint, fear surged within him. In a moment of desperation, he attempted to stand and flee, only to have his gleaming head collide with the chin of the portly monk. Both monks fell to the ground, clutching their aching jaws, staring incredulously at Klin. Ignoring their plight, Klin focused solely on escaping. Yet, as he took a half-step forward, he realized that presenting himself in such a manner before his master would jeopardize his aspirations of becoming a renowned martial artist. Remembering that his master had imparted skills to foster his independence, Klin turned to face the two monks and declared, "Come at me. I am not afraid." Two monks, one fat and one thin, stood up, their chins cradled in their hands, gazing at Kellen. They recalled the moment when Kellen had collided with them, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated. In that instant, both monks charged at Kellen. Calmly preparing to endure the impending blows, Kellen suddenly perceived that their movements appeared remarkably sluggish. Instinctively, he evaded their attacks, astonished as he exclaimed, "Why have your speed suddenly diminished?" The two monks, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation, summoned all their strength to strike at Kellen. It was then that Kellen recognized the truth. They had indeed slowed down. Reminded of Yu Deshuang's words about the martial technique that could elevate one's physical prowess to the pinnacle, Kellen's excitement surged within him. "It seems my body has genuinely grown stronger," he thought. As the fat and thin monks watched Kellen evade their strikes once more, astonishment etched across their faces. The thin monk recalled being sent flying by Kellen and realized that it was not merely a fluke. Kellen had indeed become stronger. He warned the fat monk, "Be cautious. This lad is rather peculiar. His strength seems to have increased." The fat monk, skeptical, retorted, "How can this be? It has only been a short while. It must be a coincidence." At that moment, Kellen, brimming with excitement, swung his fist towards the fat monk's abdomen. To the astonishment of the two monks, Kellen seemed to vanish from their sight, leaving them in a state of panic as they scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, Kellen reappeared before the fat monk, a devilish grin on his face, and landed a powerful blow to the fat monk's belly. Despite his hefty frame, the fat monk was sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground. The thin monk, witnessing Kellen's extraordinary feat of strength, widened his eyes to the size of eggs in disbelief. Kneeling in supplication, he pleaded with Kellen, "I'm sorry. Spare me. I promise I won't dare again." Kellen shook his head, declaring, "You have tormented me for so long. It is time you paid the price." The thin monk, realizing he could not escape, shouted in desperation, "Kellen, after all, I am your senior brother. I was merely trying to train you." Kellen, incensed, retorted, "To hell with that. Since childhood, you've bossed me around, losing your temper and treating me like a punching bag." Then, Kellen had a revelation. "Oh wait, senior brother. With my skills surging lately, I would like to request your guidance. Please, impart your wisdom upon me." Amipa. With that, he performed a gesture of respect towards the thin monk and charged at him. The thin monk, overwhelmed by Kellen's onslaught, cried out in agony. Just then, the fat monk regained consciousness and clambered to his feet, witnessing the thin monk's plight and attempting to sneak away. However, Kellen had long been attentive to the fat monk's movements and called out, "Senior brother, where are you off to? Your junior brother has yet to seek your guidance." The stout monk turned around unsteadily, revealing a bitter smile. "There is no need for Master Klin to offer guidance. We shall meet again another day," he said, attempting to flee. However, Klin would not let the stout monk escape. All the past grievances surged forth at that moment. In an instant, he dashed in front of the stout monk, a sinister grin on his face as he proclaimed, "Please, Master Brother, bestow your teachings upon me." With that, he began to strike the stout monk with fists and feet. At this moment, the thin monk awoke, and, upon witnessing the stout monk being beaten, displayed a look of fear. Yet, Klin, seeing the thin monk was awake, lunged toward him, seized him, and tossed him beside the stout monk. Addressing both monks, he said, "Once again, I implore you, my esteemed brothers, to enlighten me." A cacophony of shouts ensued. After an indeterminate period, Klin finally ceased his assault. Observing the bruised and battered countenances of both monks, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. "My dear brothers, I have noticed you have not been faring well these past few days. You've lost weight. Especially you, thin brother, you are but skin and bones. It has truly been a challenge for me to help you gain a couple of pounds." The thin monk quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Thank you, Master Brother, for your concern, but I wouldn't want to trouble you again in helping us gain weight." The stout monk chimed in, "I am currently on a diet. So there is no need for your assistance, Master Brother. Clint immediately furrowed his brow, casting an unhappy glance at both monks. What is this? Do you not wish to grant your younger brother the opportunity to express his filial piety? The stout and thin monks hurriedly shook their heads in denial. Clint was greatly pleased by their response, and then contemplated something. Brothers, I have been feeling somewhat fatigued lately. Would you kindly sweep the main hall? Remember, I will be checking. If I am not satisfied, I shall require you both to continue your teachings. Having said this, Clint handed the broom and dustpan to the stout and thin monks before turning on his heel and heading toward the abbotess' quarters. The stout and thin monks regarded Clint as if he were a demon, perplexed by the sudden increase in his strength. At that moment, Clint turned back unexpectedly, startling the two, who hurriedly grabbed the broom and dashed toward the main hall. Clint shook his head, remarking, I merely wish to convey that you should refrain from bullying others indiscriminately in the future. Is that too much to ask? In the abbotess' quarters, an elderly monk sat cross-legged on the floor, holding prayer beads in his left hand while striking a wooden fish with his right, reciting scriptures. This was the abbot of Duolin Temple. Each morning, he would diligently chant in the abbot's quarters. Due to his advanced age, he was no longer fit to partake in meals with the other disciples. Thus, after finishing his recitation, a monk would bring him vegetarian food. After completing his scriptures, the abbot sat patiently, awaiting his meal. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Recognizing it as the monk delivering his meal, he called out, Come in. A young monk entered, carrying a tray of food. Abbot, I have brought your meal, he announced. Though the old abbot had aged, his memory remained sharp. And he replied to the young monk, Clint, I thought you were supposed to be cleaning the main hall. Clint, with a hint of embarrassment, chuckled and said, Abbot, I have finished cleaning the main hall. I have matters to attend to today. The old abbot shook his head and replied, No need to elaborate. I understand. Clint gazed at the old abbot in astonishment and said, But, the old abbot interjected, Do you remember what I told you when you sought Master Wu Tian? Clint responded, I do. The old abbot then requested, Repeat it for me. Clint recited, If you are weary that day, return to Doran Temple. The old abbot nodded, affirming, Then you may go. Clint placed the meal he had prepared before the old abbot, respectfully bowed, and turned to depart. The old abbot watched Clint leave, reminiscing about the day he had found a nameless infant abandoned at the gates of Doran Temple, and how he had taken Clint in. Now, after many years, that once helpless infant had aspirations of his own. Thus, the old abbot felt a bittersweet sorrow at Clint's departure, recognizing that fledglings must learn to soar independently. With that thought, he smiled contentedly as he watched Clint's silhouette fade away. Upon exiting the abbot's quarters, Clint had not anticipated the change in plans that would prompt his departure a day earlier than intended. In confiding with the old abbot, Clint had indeed harbored a sense of farewell, for the old abbot was his only kin at Doran Temple. Returning to his dwelling, Clint began to gather his belongings. Observing the few possessions he owned, he carefully packed several garments into his bundle and shouldered it as he left Doran Temple. It was not until Clint was several kilometers away that a thought crossed his mind. Had he forgotten something? Shrugging it off, he continued his journey westward. When fatigue struck, he would rest on the ground, and when thirst beckoned, he would return to the nearby stream for water. 2 days later, while traversing the path, Clint witnessed a young girl being pursued by a saber-toothed tiger. The girl, in a state of panic, cried out and fled in Clint's direction, only to stumble over a stone. Observing her fall, Clint rushed to her side. The girl, seeing a small monk before her, shouted in alarm, Run. Don't worry about me. Clint, facing the oncoming saber-toothed tiger, reassured her, Do not fear. Leave it to me. With a serious demeanor, Clint leapt, delivering a kick to the tiger's head, causing it to tumble to the ground. The saber-toothed tiger, realizing that this small monk was no easy adversary, turned and fled in disarray. The girl, witnessing Clint's bravery, immediately ran to him, grasping his hands and exclaiming, It's you. I've been searching for you. Clint, taken aback by the girl's excitement, pondered with a hint of mischief. Could this be the fabled essence of love? Just as a sly grin began to form on his face, the girl beseeched him earnestly, Please, you must help us. Clint paused momentarily, realizing that he had misinterpreted the situation. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and asked, Help with what? The young girl then explained to Clint, In a village, there stood a lean man with green hair and a burly fellow sporting a redcock comb hairstyle. The two of them were perched on a slope, watching the farmers toil in the fields, grinning malevolently, Work diligently. If you dare to slack off, you know what will happen." As he spoke, the burly man tossed the gourd in his hand, causing a flurry of panic among the farmers. Despite their exhaustion, they dared not relax their efforts. Meanwhile, the young girl led Clin back to the village and to the home of the elderly village chief. Upon seeing the young monk brought by the girl, the chief's expression turned to one of confusion, and he addressed her. "Did you not explain clearly?" The young girl shook her head. "I have told him everything correctly, and he is quite formidable. He single-handedly drove off a saber-toothed tiger." Hearing this, the village chief regarded Clin with solemnity and knelt down, pleading, "Please, you must save us." Clin nodded and helped the elder to his feet, saying, "There is no need for such formality. I have already promised Miss Fong Fong. But I've heard they possess a powerful gourd. Is that true?" The village chief affirmed, "Indeed, the lean one with green hair is the elder brother, King Golden Horn, while the burly man with the red comb is his younger brother, King Silver Horn. They possess a gourd that can capture individuals. But one must know the person's name and call it out to ensnare them. If Golden Horn or Silver Horn calls out a name and the person does not respond, they will be captured by the gourd and turned into wine." Clin listened intently and nodded. "As long as I am not known by them, I should be safe." The village chief confirmed, "That is correct." Clin smiled. "Then this is quite simple. As long as no one knows my name, that gourd will be of no use to them. Now, I shall confront them." Just then, the village chief anxiously pulled Clin aside, warning, "Their martial skills are exceptionally high. Exercise caution." Clin reassured him, "Do not worry, village chief." With that, Clin ventured outside. Following the young girl's earlier description, he climbed a tree to observe the two unusual figures on the slope. At that moment, Silver Horn, holding the gourd, said to Golden Horn, "Brother, I am feeling a bit weary. Let us switch places." Golden Horn, with impatience, replied, "What is the rush?" Nevertheless, he stood up. Seizing the opportunity, Clin thought to himself, "What a perfect chance." He dashed towards Golden Horn and Silver Horn, swiftly snatching the gourd from their grasp. The two brothers stood in stunned silence as they watched the gourd vanish from their hands. Hearing someone call their names, they turned to see Clin grinning malevolently, which made them realize the peril they were in. In a swift motion, both were successfully captured within the gourd. The villagers, witnessing the capture of Golden Horn and Silver Horn, were first taken aback, then erupted into cheers of joy. The old village chief approached as he observed Clin placing the golden and silver coins into his gourd, a smile gracing his face. With a hint of hesitation, he said to Clin, "Brave young warrior, might you consider entrusting the gourd to me and releasing the golden and silver brothers? Surely, with all of us supervising, they would be inclined to reform their ways." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Clin recalled the visage of Yu Deshuang and felt that this gourd could serve as an appropriate gift for their first meeting. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he replied to the village chief, "I am afraid this gourd still holds significance for me and cannot be relinquished. As for the golden and silver brothers, they may have already caused untold mischief prior to your arrival, hence they cannot be freed." The chief, somewhat disheartened, then spoke, "In gratitude for your assistance, would you do us the honor of attending our evening celebration tonight?" Clin, apologetic, responded, "I regret to disappoint you, but I have pressing matters to attend to and must depart." He then assured the chief, "The troubles here have been resolved, and the villagers are now rejoicing. I believe it will not be long before life returns to this place." Nodding in acknowledgement, the chief replied, "Then take care on your journey, young warrior." With that, Clin continued onward, heading toward the city of the West. As for the golden and silver brothers, they may very well have turned into mere remnants of spirits long gone. As Clin gazed upon the city of the West, a surge of excitement welled within him. He then approached a traffic officer, inquiring, "Excuse me, may I ask if you are familiar with Bulma from the Capsule Company?" The officer, taken aback, responded, "The Capsule Company? That is quite renowned. Allow me to verify who this Bulma is." Clin patiently awaited the outcome. The officer's astonishment piqued Clin's curiosity, prompting him to ask, "What is it?" With solemnity, the officer replied, "Do you truly know who Bulma is?" Clin, somewhat flustered, confessed, "I must admit, I do not know who Bulma is. However, my master instructed me to seek her out, and I would know her whereabouts upon finding her." The officer nodded, communicating with his device before addressing Clin, "Follow me. As for whether you will meet Miss Bulma, that remains uncertain." Clin agreed, "Very well, lead the way. I must inquire about my master from Bulma." The officer gestured for Clin to get in the vehicle, and without hesitation, Clint took his place on the motorcycle's rear seat. Meanwhile, at a school in the city of the West, Bulma exited the gates, bidding farewell to her classmates before tossing her backpack aside as a motorcycle materialized before her. At that moment, Bulma was eager to return home and meet Udess Wong, for he had been exceedingly busy of late, seemingly absent both day and night. Immersed in the gravity chamber honing his martial skills. Contemplating these matters, Bulma puffed her cheeks and rode her motorcycle in the direction of home. Upon arriving at her doorstep, she was met by a police officer and a shaven-headed young monk. Curiously, Bulma halted her motorcycle and inquired of the officer, "Good day. May I ask what the matter is?" The traffic officer gestured towards Krillin and replied, "This young monk seems to be looking for you. He claims to know your master." Bulma pondered to herself, could he be a disciple of Yu Deshuang? How could I be unaware of this? It seems there's only one UPA, right? At that moment, her suspicion led her to question Krillin. "Whom are you seeking?" Krillin, bashfully gazing at the striking young woman, responded, "I am searching for my master, whom I believe is named Yu Deshuang. I encountered him at Duolin Temple some time ago, where he taught me a set of martial techniques before vanishing. He instructed me to find him within 3 months if I mastered the techniques." As the young monk spoke, Bulma recalled that Yu Deshuang had mentioned a search for someone during his visit to Duolin Temple. Could it possibly be this monk? Yet, he is rather unremarkable in appearance, lacking even a proper nose. Shaking her head to dispel these thoughts, she mused, "What am I thinking? If he is indeed Yu Deshuang's disciple, he must possess some extraordinary qualities. I suppose I shall take him to find his master after I put my things away." Turning to Krillin, Bulma affirmed, "Indeed, I know Yu Deshuang, and I happen to be his girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Krillin immediately bowed respectfully and exclaimed, "Greetings, Master's wife." The nearby traffic officer, realizing they were family, no longer harbored doubts and bid farewell to Bulma and Krillin before riding away on his motorcycle. As they watched the officer disappear into the distance, Bulma instructed Krillin, "Please wait a moment. I will return my belongings and then take you to find your master." At this moment, outside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the outer disciples were diligently sweating as they trained, their enthusiasm for the hall palpable. Recent events had enlightened the students to the existence of inner and core disciples above the outer disciples. The previous instructor had been evaluated by the hall's master as possessing the strength of a core disciple, a notion the students accepted without question. For although the hall had a considerable number of disciples, it was still in its infancy. Previously, Master Yu had astounded the disciples with his ability to face 6 opponents simultaneously. Each disciple aspired to attain strength akin to that of Yu Deshuang. Meanwhile, Yu Deshuang himself was currently in the gravity chamber, pushing his physical limits. Despite making significant progress under the chamber's pressure, he remained unsatisfied. As he struggled to find a method to harmonize the essence of his physical body, vitality, and mental energy. In Yu Deshuang's view, while the amalgamation of physical essence and vitality would undoubtedly enhance combat prowess, it felt as though something crucial was missing. It was only when he encountered General Blue in an underwater cavern that he contemplated the existence of psychic energy as a form of extraordinary power. In the end, Yu Deshuang wished for immortality from Dragon Ball and also requested a method to cultivate his mental power, enhancing the spiritual space within his mind. He reflected, "Truly remarkable. This immortal body, whenever my physical form approaches collapse, it automatically repairs itself. As long as I possess the willpower to endure the piercing sensation in my mind, my mental strength will swiftly progress." He no longer had to worry, as Goku did, about the dangers of training under immense gravity, which had led to a toxic heart condition. However, Yu Deshuang's new energy had yet to manifest successfully. According to his thoughts, the essence of energy lies in the harmonious integration of spirit, vitality, and consciousness. Yet, he struggled to discover the method for successful fusion. Currently, he could only attempt to combine vitality with primordial energy or primordial energy with mental power, and even that was a forced outcome under the condition of his immortality. However, the fusion of vitality and mental power had not succeeded, resulting in his body repeatedly approaching a state of collapse with each experiment. Therefore, Yu Deshuang could only diligently practice the 36 forms of exercise, observing the display of 5 times gravity. He had nearly adapted and considered attempting to adjust to 6 times gravity for his training. As he moved, he suddenly recalled that he hadn't ventured out in several days. Thinking of Bulma's expression upon not seeing him, he shook his head. Perhaps it's best to hold off on that for now. I'll visit Bulma later. With that, he shed the special attire bestowed upon him by the celestial beings, exposing his upper body as he exited the gravity chamber. Stepping into the cold night, Yu Deshuang entered the bathing room, humming as he washed. Meanwhile, Bulma arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in a small vehicle, introducing it to Krillin. This is the martial arts hall where your master, Yu Deshuang, resides. It just opened here recently. Krillin, surprised by the hall, had initially dismissed Bulma's mention of Yu Deshuang establishing a dojo, but upon arrival, he realized it must have required considerable investment, even for someone who had spent time at Korin Tower. Following Bulma into the hall, he listened as she recounted Yu Deshuang's impressive feats during competitions, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Once inside, Krillin observed the numerous students training and felt that his master's dojo was truly distinct from others. Look at these disciples, he noted, though they are drenched in sweat. Each of their gazes radiates brilliance, as if inspired by something. Swallowing hard, he remarked, "Is this truly my master's dojo?" He then turned to Bulma, asking, "Are all these students your master's disciples?" Bulma shook her head, replying, "No, these are merely ordinary outer disciples." Krillin, puzzled, questioned, "Outer disciples? When I was at Korin Tower, the monks were all uniform, with no distinction of outer disciples." Bulma addressed Krillin, saying, in order to motivate his disciples, Yu Deshuang has categorized them into 3 ranks: outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. The outer disciples are akin to those training on the first floor. The inner disciples are on the second, while only those accepted by Yu Deshuang may be considered core disciples. At present, there are no inner disciples, and aside from you, the only known outer disciple is a young boy named Upa. Krillin, filled with excitement, thought to himself how surprising it was that he seemed to hold a high status upon his arrival, imagining the thrill of being called senior brother by a group of people. At that moment, Bulma called out to the busy young girl beside her, "You, has your brother not come out yet?" Yu, busy with her tasks, looked up and realized it was Bulma. She replied, "I'm not quite sure if Yu Deshuang has come out yet. Sister-in-law, would you like to go check?" Bulma gazed at her future sister-in-law with satisfaction and said, "Yes, I'll head up shortly." She turned to Krillin and introduced, "Did you see that girl? She is your master's sister, named Yu. The 2 in the front are also your master's younger brothers. The elder one is named Yu Jing, and the younger one is Umo. By lineage, they are all your uncles." Bulma giggled, covering her mouth. Krillin nodded and then asked Bulma, "When will we be able to see Master? I haven't seen him in quite a while." Bulma replied, "There's no rush. I'll go check on him first. When your master is training, he loses track of time. I can't be certain if he has come out yet." Bulma huffed in annoyance. Just as she was about to head upstairs, Yu Deshuang had finished his bath and was descending in a set of training attire, meeting Bulma's gaze. Yu Deshuang awkwardly looked at Bulma and said, "Bulma, please forgive me this once. I will be more mindful of the time next time. Perhaps you could install a communication device at my place so I can be prepared to meet you whenever you arrive." Bulma huffed, "Your attitude in admitting fault is acceptable. I'll go install it shortly. I always have the tools ready." She then slapped her forehead and added, "Oh, your disciple came looking for you." She pointed at Krillin for Yu Deshuang to see. Yu Deshuang smiled at Krillin, saying, "You can now perform the 36 forms in succession, can't you?" Krillin, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and replied, "Yes, master, but I can only manage it for a short while before collapsing. After I finish practicing, I came straight to see you." Observing Krillin's expression, Yu Deshuang nodded without further comment. Suddenly, it seemed Krillin remembered something and said to Yu Deshuang, "Master, I have something for you." Yu Deshuang smiled and replied, "Oh, what is it?" He did not pay it much mind, but it was nonetheless a gesture of goodwill. Klin retrieved the package from behind him and, upon opening it, drew out a gourd. Udess Wong gazed at Klin with curiosity and inquired, "Is this a wine gourd?" "Very well, I shall accept it." As he extended his hand toward the gourd Klin held, Klin shook his head and replied, "Master, this is no ordinary gourd. It possesses the power to capture individuals. Simply call out a person's name, and if they do not respond, they will be ensnared within this gourd and eventually transformed into wine. This gourd was acquired by me in a village." At that moment, Udess Wong recalled the duo known as Golden Horn and Silver Horn, addressing Klin. "But what about Golden Horn and Silver Horn?" Klin looked at Udess Wong in astonishment, asking, "Master, how do you know of them?" Udess Wong explained, "I have heard tales of these two, rumored to commit numerous misdeeds. They have harmed many with their gourd. Yet it seems you have eradicated them." Clint lowered his head, feeling somewhat bashful, and remarked, "It was merely luck that allowed me to vanquish Golden Horn and Silver Horn." Udess Wong shook his head, affirming, "Regardless, your accomplishments are commendable." Clint's face brightened as he expressed, "Thank you for your praise, Master." He then handed the gourd to Udess Wong. Udess Wong, holding the gourd, passed it to Yu, saying, "Please hold on to this for me. I will take it back later." Yu nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Brother Udess Wong, I will take good care of it." Udess Wong, satisfied, remarked, "Xiao Yu, you have been performing admirably. Keep it up." Yu responded joyfully, "I will not disappoint you, Brother Udess Wong," and made an okay gesture with his hand. At that moment, Udess Wong said to Clint, "Let us proceed. It has been 2 months since we last met. Allow me to witness your progress." Clint nodded solemnly, affirming, "I will not let you down, Master." They then made their way to an empty space beside the martial arts hall, where Udess Wong instructed Clint, "Now, unleash your full strength against me." Clint was taken aback, exclaiming, "Master." However, Udess Wong shook his head, silencing Clint, "I have only taught you the 36 body tempering techniques. Beyond that, I trust you have merely learned some foundational skills at the Dueling Temple. Physical prowess is one aspect. Even brute strength can overcome many techniques. Yet, when pitted against an equally matched opponent, if their skills surpass yours, you will already be at a disadvantage from the outset. Martial arts emphasize the cultivation of body and health. Technique refers to the ability of an individual to fully utilize and express every part of their body. This is my understanding of martial arts." After absorbing this wisdom, Clint looked earnestly at Udess Wong and declared, "Then I shall not hold back, Master." Udess Wong turned to Yu and instructed, "Go inform Yu Jing and Umo to pause the disciples' training for now." Upon hearing this, Yu dashed off toward Yu Jing and Umo. As Yu Jing and Umo were instructing their disciples in physical training, they noticed their younger sister rushing towards them, seemingly with something to convey. They signaled the disciples to halt their exercises. Yu approached Yu Jing and Umo, addressing them, "Please pause for a moment, as Brother Udess Wong wishes to guide his disciples in martial arts." At that moment, the eager disciple Yupa, standing at the front, raised his hand in inquiry, "Is the master going to instruct me?" Yu shook her head, clarifying, "No. It is another disciple who has just arrived today. According to Sister Bulma, he has been training a student from outside, seemingly having recruited him some time before you." Yupa, undeterred, responded cheerfully, "So, he is my senior brother? How wonderful. I thought I was the only disciple." Yu, puzzled, asked, "Are you not worried that having a senior brother might lead to competition for the master's attention?" Yupa quickly replied, "Not at all. Having an additional senior brother means more affection directed towards me." Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Yu Jing and Umo, inquiring, "When will you both find a sister-in-law like Brother Udess Wong?" The disciples present erupted in laughter. Yu Jing, covering his head, remarked, "Let's clear the area. Everyone surely wishes to hear Master Yu's guidance." Upon hearing Yu Jing's words, the disciples were filled with a surge of enthusiasm. In the distance, Udess Wong, noticing the disciples vacating the center of the martial arts hall, signaled for Kellen to follow him. They approached the center stage, where Kellen felt a surge of nervousness under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Observing Kellen's demeanor, Udess Wong remarked, "For a warrior, physical prowess and skill are paramount. Yet the state of mind holds equal importance. One must remain unflinching in the face of any crisis." Hearing these words, Kellen respectfully joined his hands and bowed. "Yes, Master. I understand." At that moment, a transformation began to take place in Kellen's gaze. Udess Wong nodded with satisfaction. "Very well. Now, let us commence your attack on me." Kellen assumed a stance and lunged towards Udess Wong. As Kellen charged, Udess Wong evaded while offering guidance. He deftly redirected Kellen's punch, explaining, "When striking, harness the power of your core muscles to empower your fist. Only then can you achieve maximum impact." After picking himself up from the ground, Kellen attempted a kick towards Udess Wong. Udess Wong caught Kellen's leg with his left hand, pulling him forward. "Your footwork is decent, but a warrior's attack should not be executed whimsically. Such predictability can easily be deciphered by an opponent. One must learn to adapt." Kellen then performed a roll, rising to continue his assault on Udess Wong. Observing Kellen's approach, Udess Wong sidestepped, stating, "Your current offensive stance places you at a disadvantage, acting in accordance with your opponent's expectations." With that, Udess Wong delivered a swift hand strike to Kellen's neck. Clinton, struck with such force, widened his eyes in shock, spitting out a mouthful of saliva as he fell to the ground. Udess Wong addressed Clinton, stating, "There is much for you to learn. Do not become complacent simply because you have defeated a few opponents. In this world, there exist hidden masters whose prowess remains unknown to anyone." Clinton, with his right hand clutching his throat and his left hand supporting himself on the ground, rose to his feet and replied, "Yes, master. I will steadfastly remember every word you have imparted." Yu Deshuang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, one should not abandon their journey due to minor mistakes or shortcomings. However, there is still much for you to learn. Starting from Tian, you shall train alongside Yu Jing and the others. After a while, I will reassess your progress. He then called out to Yu Jing and the others, "UPA, come here." Upon hearing his master's call, UPA hurriedly approached Yu Deshuang and inquired, "Master, is there something you need?" Yu Deshuang solemnly addressed the disciples of the martial arts school. "Today, I would like to introduce someone. This is our first core disciple, whom I took under my wing over 2 months ago, named Clinton. He will henceforth be your senior brother. Do not be misled by his youth. His abilities are on par with those of 2 seasoned practitioners." The crowd regarded Clinton with a mix of astonishment, pondering how someone so young could possess such strength. They contemplated the implications of having a disciple who had reached such heights in only 2 months. What might he achieve in 1 or 2 years? Their thoughts ignited a fervent desire to earn Yu Guanju's recognition and seek him as their mentor. At that moment, all the disciples of the martial arts school earnestly greeted Clinton. "Greetings, senior brother." Clinton, slightly embarrassed by the chorus of voices addressing him, scratched his head and humbly replied, "I look forward to your guidance in the future." The disciples began to regard Clinton with a newfound respect, for they all trained under Yu Guanju. What right did he have to stand above them? Yet, observing the charming little bald figure, they found him rather endearing. Yu Deshuang, nodding in approval, continued, "I trust you have also noticed the other individual beside me, named UPA. Having spent considerable time training together, you should be well acquainted with him. He is another of my disciples, and though you are already aware of this, I wish to formally introduce him in front of everyone today. I hope you all embrace the spirit of a martial artist and diligently strive to enhance your abilities. I believe every one of you possesses the potential for extraordinary strength." The disciples erupted into enthusiastic applause. At that moment, Yu Deshuang addressed UPA and Clinton, saying, "UPA, your primary task now is to strengthen your physique. Once you meet my standards, I will pass on the techniques of body refinement to you. Clinton, your foundational strength is improving significantly. I am confident that within a month, you will harness your inner vitality. However, your martial skills must be honed from the very beginning. Starting today, you shall train alongside the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy, engaging in mutual sparring with Yu Jing and Umo in the evenings, for only thus can you achieve substantial progress." Krillin and UPA solemnly nodded, exchanging a knowing smile. After all, their age difference was minimal, and they believed they would soon bond seamlessly. Yu Deshuang looked on with satisfaction at his 2 disciples, then signaled for Yu Jing and Umo to continue training the others as he approached Bulma. Bulma, observing Yu Deshuang's departure, refrained from speaking before the numerous disciples, merely exchanging a glance with him, leaving Yu Deshuang both amused and exasperated. Meanwhile, Krillin joined the other disciples in orderly formation to commence a new round of practice. Chapter 12. Fortune or misfortune, one cannot escape fate. As the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy began their training, Yu Deshuang turned to Bulma with an apologetic tone. "Let us proceed." Bulma huffed, turning her back and ascending to the upper floors of the academy. Yu Deshuang, with a helpless expression, addressed Yu. "Please hand me the gourd." Yu, stifling a laugh, replied, "Sister Bulma's huff signifies that she has already forgiven you. Brother Yu Deshuang, you should hurry." She then passed the gourd, which she had been holding, to Yu Deshuang. Subsequently, he ascended to the 3rd floor, where, apart from Dr. Gero in his laboratory, no one else was present. Observing Bulma waiting for him, Yu Deshuang awkwardly chuckled. "Haha, Bulma, I promise to be more attentive during this period." Bulma cut him off. "It seems I should install a communication device with you, so it would be more convenient for me to reach you." Yu Deshuang replied, "Well, all right then." At that moment, he was far removed from the confident demeanor he had exhibited while instructing Krillin and the others on the 1st floor. Now, facing Bulma, he resembled a child who had erred. Bulma chuckled lightly. "Do you think that's why I like you? Never mind. Girls who dwell too much on such matters tend to grow old. At this, Yu Deshuang's mind sparked with an idea. Bulma, would you like to enhance your physique a bit more? I mean, he faltered, as Bulma regarded him with a dangerous glare, leading to an internal chuckle from him. Seeing Yu Deshuang's flustered state, Bulma sighed. Udess Wong, what on earth are you trying to say? He replied, I merely wanted to inquire if you would like to practice martial arts with me. Bulma, puzzled, asked, practice martial arts? Why? I have no desire to become a muscular woman. Unable to articulate his thoughts, Udess Wong removed his shirt and said, Do I look like a burly man to you? Originally, when Bulma saw Yu Deshuang undressing, she assumed he was about to engage in some activity and shyly leaned against the wall, closing her eyes in anticipation of a fantasy. However, what followed was Yu Deshuang inquiring about her physique. With a hint of annoyance, Bulma replied, It's all right. There aren't excessive muscles on display. She wished to express that martial arts serve the purpose of cultivating one's character, maintaining physical form, and delaying the aging process. Initially indifferent, Bulma's eyes sparkled with interest upon hearing the prospect of preserving her figure and staving off aging. This made Yu Deshuang inwardly acknowledge the stark reality. Bulma, feeling impatient, urged, What are we waiting for? Teach me quickly. Yu Deshuang cautioned, Patience is essential. To practice martial arts, one must endure physical refinement, which can be quite painful. Bulma pressed on, But what about? Yu Deshuang continued, I am currently developing a set of exercises suitable for women, akin to yoga, as my own practice leans towards a more vigorous style, which may not be appropriate for female practitioners. Anxiously, Bulma interjected, Then you should get to work on that. I'll go check the communication device. Understanding that he had achieved his aim, Yu Deshuang nodded. All right, Bulma. I will make sure to share my findings with you once they are complete. Bulma, visibly pleased, agreed. Great. As Yu Deshuang made his way towards the bedroom, Bulma felt a twinge of melancholy watching his retreating figure. She realized she could not force Yu Deshuang into any decision, as doing so might lead to differences and potential separation in the near future. However, upon hearing about Yu Deshuang's research into a suitable form of exercise for her, Bulma began to contemplate that perhaps this could facilitate more frequent meetings with him. Thus, she eagerly anticipated the realization of her fantasies and began to prepare a device. Retrieving a capsule and tools to install a communication device in Yu Deshuang's gravity chamber. This was not only to see him, but also to ensure she could reach him for any significant matters in the future. Meanwhile, Yu Deshuang pondered the purpose of the gourd in his hand. He understood that this gourd had the capability to engulf a person and transform them into liquid over time. It could be considered a double-edged sword of sorts. It required knowledge of the individual's name to function effectively. Without that knowledge, its utility was markedly diminished. While it was indeed sinister to convert a person into liquid, the miraculous nature of the gourd could not be dismissed, as it could turn flesh and blood into a beverage. As for consumption, Yu Deshuang chuckled at the absurdity, realizing that anyone capable of speech would likely be either human or a humanoid beast. And there would surely be limitations, such as a powerful individual being able to shatter the gourd with sheer physical strength. As Yu Deshuang pondered, it occurred to him that this gourd might possess yet another function, one that eluded his memory. Reflecting on the narrative, he recalled that Wukong had survived within the gourd due to the golden cudgel, and suddenly he remembered that Wukong had seemingly employed the Kamehameha technique while inside. At that moment, Udess Wong awakened to the realization that this gourd had the ability to assimilate energy. He wondered what would happen if he were to enter the gourd and attempt to channel his mental energy, vital energy, and spiritual essence to attack it. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, he contemplated the possibility of becoming the pioneer of a new martial path should he succeed. He decided to invite Krillin over the next day for assistance, keeping this endeavor a secret from Bulma and the others. Although they were aware of his immortality, the gourd's capacity to transform a person into liquid posed a potential risk. Should his immortality become ineffective, they would undoubtedly prevent him from entering. With these thoughts, Udess Wong placed the gourd back in the cabinet beside his bed and, in good spirits, made his way to the gravity chamber. Upon arriving, he noticed Bulma installing communication devices and felt a surge of affection, approaching her from behind to embrace her. Startled by the sudden embrace, Bulma initially reacted with surprise. But as the familiar scent enveloped her, she relaxed into his arms, enjoying the moment. Udess Wong gazed down at Bulma, tenderly proposing, Bulma, shall we go out for a date this evening? Upon hearing his words, Bulma's heart leaped with joy, thinking that this foolish boy had finally come to his senses. She replied, "Have you decided where we should go?" Udess Wong suggested, "Let us visit the mall. I wish to buy you a few outfits. And perhaps we can catch a movie and have dinner as well." Bulma nodded in agreement, saying, "That sounds wonderful, but I would like to finish my current tasks first." Udess Wong responded affirmatively, "Very well, I shall wait nearby." The following morning, as Udess Wong reminisced about his delightful outing with Bulma at the mall, watching a movie, and dining together, a smile graced his lips. He proceeded with his usual morning exercises, and when breakfast time arrived, he called to Krillin, "Krillin, please come to the third floor in a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Without swallowing his food, Krillin responded to Udess Wong, and Udess Wong, holding his head, advised, "Swallow your food before speaking." A bit embarrassed, Krillin complied and then asked, "Master, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Udess Wong, not concealing anything from those present, replied directly, "It pertains to the gourd. After breakfast, join me on the third floor." Krillin nodded, not pondering further, and continued eating. The others paid little attention, as Yu Deshuang's imaginative ideas often surpassed their comprehension, leaving no one to suspect that he intended to enter the gourd for cultivation. Standing in the gravity chamber on the third floor, Udess Wong solemnly regarded Klin and said, "For a while, do not speak of our conversation here to anyone. If questioned, simply state that I forbade you from disclosing it." Klin nodded in understanding. At that moment, Udess Wong retrieved a gourd from behind him and addressed Klin. "When the time comes, call my name, do you understand?" Klin, startled, exclaimed, "Master, that gourd can turn people into liquid. It is far too perilous." Udess Wong reassured him, "Do not worry. I possess an immortal body and shall encounter no mishap." He then urged Klin to proceed quickly. Left with no choice, Klin regretted having unleashed such a dangerous artifact. With that, Klin closed his eyes and called out, "Udess Wong." The gourd began to draw him in. Udess Wong, devoid of emotion, was absorbed within the confines of the gourd. From inside, he instructed Klin, "Seal the lid, and only open it when I call for you." Hearing his master's voice emanating from within, Klin took a deep breath and blocked the gourd's opening. Inside, Udess Wong gazed at the gourd and began to unleash a Kamehameha wave. As the energy struck the gourd, it rebounded off its walls and diffused outward like ripples on water. Observing the spreading energy, Udess Wong employed not only his mental force, but also his vital essence to bolster the attack. At that moment, he began to sense whether any signs of fusion among the three abilities were emerging. Just as contact seemed imminent, the energy dissipated. Watching the visibility fade, Udess Wong initiated a barrage of vital energy and mental force alternately against the gourd's interior, step by step, as the ripples continued to expand. When he deemed it appropriate, he focused his vital essence toward the merging energies. As he scrutinized the confluence of the three energies, he realized that the original mental force and vital energy appeared to have been disrupted by the outward diffusion, rendering them somewhat superficial. Although they remained as mental force and vital energy, their energetic constituents seemed diminished. In that instant, Udess Wong understood. The amalgamation of his three energies had led to compression and subsequent collapse, which had hindered his progress. However, if he could control his output and allow the three energies to disperse under his guidance, he could achieve their fusion. Consequently, Udess Wong levitated into the air, having mastered a skill akin to aerial dance, owing to his enhanced ability to manipulate vital energy. As Udess Wong observed, the three forms of energy in his hands began to disperse. Gradually, he melded these three energies together. Witnessing their convergence filled his heart with joy. The energies, Qi, red, Yuan Qi, blue, and spiritual power, purple, merged to form a deep, almost blackish purple energy. This union of energies illuminated a path to greater strength for Udess Wong. From what he understood, aside from deities and destroyers who required successors, entities like the King of Hell, the King of Worlds, the God of Worlds, and the Omni King were all born into their divine roles. At this moment, Udess Wong contemplated a daring experiment. Would the energy in his grasp become more formidable if it were imbued with the essence of a god? This remained a mystery to him. However, the deep purple energy had achieved an initial fusion. If he could integrate the 36 body refinement techniques with the spiritual power training method over the next period, his strength would undoubtedly escalate steadily. As for the potential for success, Udess Wong felt no doubt. With his immortal body, he could rely on practice and time to cultivate a new martial art. With this thought, Udess Wong called out to Clin outside, "Let me out." Clin, tense and anxious, gazed at the gourd with a mix of concern and fear. He worried that opening the gourd might provoke his master and feared that his master had already transformed into wine within it. Remembering the fate of the two golden and silver horns, who had long been reduced to mere liquid, he found himself ensnared by conflicting emotions, unable to make a decision. Upon hearing his master Yu Deshuang's voice, Clin realized it was not an illusion and, filled with surprise, promptly opened the gourd. In an instant, Udess Wong emerged from the gourd, expanding rapidly. Clin, gazing at him with a sense of grievance, exclaimed, "Master." Udess Wong smiled and reassured him, "I am quite well inside." "Ah, Clin, from now on, please come here daily to assist me into the gourd. My objectives have yet to be fulfilled, so I must impose on you for a while longer. However, to compensate you, during this time, you shall spend an hour each day training in the gravity room, which will accelerate your progress significantly." Initially, Clin intended to refuse this task, fearing unforeseen accidents, but upon hearing of the benefits, he immediately patted his chest and declared, "Rest assured, Master, I shall take care of this." Udess Wong looked at Clin and said, "Let us go. I will now explain the usage of the gravity room. It is best for you to start with double gravity, as excessive weight may overwhelm your heart, leading to complications." Clin nodded eagerly in response. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, Goku was seated on the ground, while the deities and Bobo observed him, bemused by his restlessness. At that moment, Goku was not meditating to enhance his spiritual power. Rather, he was focused on calming his mind and sensing the presence of Chi through his seated posture. It is evident that Wukong is utterly uncooperative with the guidance provided by the celestial beings and Bobo. He oscillates between expressing a desire to relieve himself and complaining of hunger, often scratching his head or other parts of his body. Bobo, observing this, remarks that Wukong resembles nothing more than a monkey. At that moment, the celestial being senses a fleeting aura and murmurs to himself, pondering the sudden wave of dread that has now vanished. Bobo inquires about the celestial being's condition, to which he shakes his head and replies that it is likely a powerful individual from the mortal realm, whose presence is palpable even from their location. Bobo nods thoughtfully and turns to Wukong, asking if they should intervene. The celestial being suggests waiting a while longer, should the situation remain unchanged. They may proceed with further action. In the gravity chamber, Udess Wong explains the operational methods of the chamber to Krillin, emphasizing that under doubled gravity, the pain associated with the 36 techniques will be significantly amplified. He cautions Krillin to refrain from employing the techniques as he normally would. Krillin solemnly acknowledges the advice, assuring Udess Wong that he comprehends the instruction. Once Udess Wong is confident that Krillin understands, he exits the gravity chamber. Meanwhile, Krillin begins to familiarize himself with his surroundings. As for Udess Wong, he busies himself with a new energy form in his hands. Time passes swiftly, and 3 months later, through diligent effort, Udess Wong successfully merges the 36 techniques of body refinement with a method for cultivating mental strength, subsequently naming this unique practice Divine Forging. Following the cultivation of Divine Forging, Udess Wong experiences continuous enhancement in his physical form, vitality, and mental acuity, transforming his initial trepidation regarding the later arcs of the Dragon Ball narrative into eager anticipation. With the aid of his immortal physique, Udess Wong is now capable of training under gravitational forces exceeding 10 times normal. Over the course of the 3 months, he also studies the techniques practiced by Bulma and others, integrating yoga into the original 36 techniques to create a regimen suitable for women. Naming this new practice slimming exercises, he entrusts the naming rights to Violet, as she was the inspiration behind its creation. Violet chooses this name because the routine closely resembles the slimming exercises frequently shown on television, humorously noting that she had previously underestimated the diversity of martial arts. She then proceeds to introduce the slimming exercises to Yu and Bulma, whose expressions reveal their thoughts without the need for words. In response, Udess Wong reluctantly enumerates the benefits of the slimming exercises. Udess Wong addressed the 3 young ladies, stating that the slimming exercises he proposed were significantly more advanced than those broadcast on television. Not only do they promise an enhancement of strength, but they also sculpt the body and whiten the skin. This technique is exclusively designed for women. However, should men partake, they may inadvertently cultivate a more feminine disposition. gradually developing traits associated with women. Upon hearing this, Bulma, Violet, and Yu felt an overwhelming desire to immediately commence their practice of the slimming exercises. Unlike the 36 body refinement techniques, which require a certain physical condition for mastery, the slimming exercises can be performed by any girl possessing sufficient flexibility. Should this method be disseminated widely, it would undoubtedly lead to the bankruptcy of beauty salons and skincare product industries, driving women everywhere into a frenzy. Currently, Bulma, Violet, and Yu, having engaged in the slimming exercises, successfully bypassed the first level of the martial arts academy and progressed to the second tier for their training. The allure of their transformed physiques, a result of the slimming exercises, attracted attention from many, leading to the second level becoming an exclusive training ground for the three girls to avoid unwanted distractions. As for Yu Jing, Umo, and Klin, they had reached their limits with the 36 body refinement techniques, which had incited a surge of energy within them. Klin had also transitioned from a student to a practitioner. Consequently, Udess Wong permitted the trio to train in the gravity chamber, enduring double the gravity for an hour each day, which filled them with joy, particularly for Klin, who had previously experienced the accelerated training pace provided by the gravity chamber, reducing a month's worth of training to just 15 days, a remarkable enhancement indeed. Meanwhile, UPA had also begun learning the 36 body refinement techniques. Although the youngest in the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, his level of effort ranked among the top 10, much to Udess Wong's satisfaction. On this particular day, the disciples of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy were engaged in their usual training in the center of the first level when a deep voice resonated from the entrance. "Is this the Extreme Martial Arts Academy? Junior brother?" Another voice, sounding somewhat obsequious, responded, "Indeed, senior brother. The people of this academy are utterly detestable. When I competed against their master, I was inexplicably rendered incapacitated with excruciating pain upon exerting myself." With gritted teeth, the voice expressed its resentment. "Huh, junior brother. I doubt you are as innocent as you claim. Most likely, you provoked this academy's boundaries, prompting their master to employ some mysterious technique, leaving you unfit for combat. Senior brother, you must assist me. I do not wish to become a useless individual." The voice exclaimed in anger. "I am not your senior brother. Have you forgotten the reckless deeds you've committed over the years?" At that moment, Yu, serving as an assistant, spotted two figures at the entrance, one of whom was Nyo Ben, the master of the Thunderbolt Academy from several months prior. Yu, recognizing Nyo Ben, exclaimed, "Nyo Ben." At that moment, the disciples of the martial arts school, who were engaged in their physical training, instinctively turned towards the entrance upon hearing Yu's shout. Simultaneously, Yu Jing, Umo, and the newly initiated Kellen all cast their gazes toward the door. Among them, upon seeing a figure, Yu Jing and Umo exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible." To which the individual at the entrance, Comrade Nyo Ben, retorted, "I am called Nyo Bai. Ba. I am Nyo Ben." This provoked laughter from everyone present, though a few who were not in the know gazed in confusion at the merriment surrounding them. Kellen, perplexed, inquired of Yu Jing and Umo, "Isn't Nyo Bai a term of admiration for someone's prowess? Why is everyone laughing?" In response, Umo, still chuckling, recounted the tale of how the master of Nyo Ben had come to provoke them and had his name altered by Udess Wong. After hearing this, Kellen doubled over in laughter, exclaiming, "Your master is truly remarkable." Meanwhile, a figure clad in the traditional attire of a southern nation turned to Nyo Ben and asked, "What is happening?" Nyo Ben, feeling the weight of his brother's inquiry, clutched his chest in anguish and lamented, "This is truly too much to bear." He then exaggeratedly recounted the events, spinning them into a different narrative. "I originally came to challenge the esteemed Yu Guanzhu of the Extreme Martial Arts School under the pretense of friendly sparring. But to my surprise, he dismissed me with disdain and insulted my honor. In the end, I was coerced into signing an agreement stipulating that the losing party must vacate the West City." As he continued, tears welled in his eyes as he bemoaned the injustices he had suffered. During the contest, not only did they treat us masters like fools, but they also employed some unknown means to render me powerless. The gathering disciples, along with Kellen and Yu Jing, grew incensed upon hearing Nyo Ben's fabrications. Yu then shouted, "You old scoundrel. It was your arrogance that dismissed our newly established martial arts school." Nyo Ben's face darkened as he replied, "Who can prove that? Besides, you are all my compatriots. I cannot speak ill of you." Yu, brimming with pride, declared, "There is video evidence, and I have kept it. I watch it daily." With that, he stuck out his tongue at Niu Ben, making a face. Niu Ben, in a fit of anger, retorted, "With today's technology, creating such videos is hardly a challenge. That is not evidence." At this juncture, Yu Jing signaled to Yu and the disciples of the martial arts school. Addressing Niu Ben, "Regardless of the circumstances, you have lost to our master, and your presence here cannot alter that fact." Niu Ben cursed, "To hell with it. Your master must have employed some trickery. Now, whenever I exert myself, I am plagued by excruciating pain. Just lifting something weighing 3 to 5 kilograms causes me agony." Unable to contain himself, Umo interjected, "You deserve it. Who was it that came here, brimming with arrogance, intending to see our martial arts school fail?" At that moment, the man beside Niu Ben spoke up. "There's no need for further discussion. Continuing like this is merely a waste of time. I am well aware of my junior's character. If it weren't for the debt I owe him, I wouldn't even consider meeting him." Niu Ben, feeling stifled, silently cursed, realizing that his elaborate performance had been in vain. Seizing the opportunity, Yu remarked, "It seems your character has always been lacking. Even your senior brother is reluctant to acknowledge you as his disciple." Niu Ben, no longer willing to pretend, reflected on the events following his duel with Udess Wong. He had discovered that he was unable to summon any strength, and even former subordinates had bested him to the point of bewilderment. After visiting the hospital for an examination that revealed no issues, he had no choice but to seek out his senior brother. After all, during his time training in the South, he had inadvertently assisted him, thereby incurring a debt of gratitude. With this thought, a slight smile graced Niu Ben's lips as he addressed the crowd at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. "I know that your master would be reluctant to lift the restrictions placed upon me, so I have invited my senior brother here. I trust you will not regret this decision." He then turned to his senior brother, saying, "As long as you assist me this once, I promise never to trouble you again." The man nodded and replied, "I hope you keep your word. But let this be our final meeting. Should you seek me out again, it will be of no concern to me." He then addressed Yu Jing and the others. "I am Chaba Wong, a martial artist, and I have come to challenge your master. If I emerge victorious, I ask that you remove the restrictions placed upon my junior brother." With that, Chaba Wong joined his hands and bowed respectfully to Yu Jing and the others. At this moment, Yu Jing exchanged glances with Kellen, stepping forward to shake his head. "Our master is currently in seclusion and will not meet anyone unless it is of utmost importance." Chaba Wong, with a serious expression, fixed his gaze on Yu Jing. "I will not leave today without seeing your master." Noticing the silence among Yu Jing and his companions, Niu Ben could not resist taunting. "Your master isn't hiding in fear of the renowned Chaba Wong, is he?" Yu chimed in mockingly. "Chaba Wong? Niu Ben, you haven't even brushed the hem of our master's robe and dare to boast here." Fuming, Niu Ben retorted, "Young lady, I shall not stoop to your level." "Humph." Yu Jing turned to Chaba Wong, saying, "Are you truly the renowned Chaba Wong of the martial arts world? It is an honor. I have heard my father mention you long ago." Chaba Wong replied, "Ah, indeed. If there is no other Chaba Wong in the martial arts community, then it must be me." He then looked at Yu Jing and asked, "Young brother, have you made your decision?" Yu Jing pondered the implications of relying solely on Udess Wong for the future of the martial arts hall. With unwavering determination, he met Chaba Wong's gaze and declared, "A martial artist must face any challenge head-on. I will compete with you." King Chaba gazed at Yu Jing's resolute eyes and suddenly erupted into laughter. "Whether it's one or two, it's all the same." Following this, King Chaba regarded Yu Jing with an indifferent expression and remarked, "I hope that when you lose, you will summon your master." Yu Jing retorted, "I firmly believe I am not inferior to anyone. The outcome of our contest remains uncertain. I have no reason to believe I will be bested by you." Niu Ben interjected, "You think you can compete with my senior brother? Don't be surprised if you end up wailing like a child." At that moment, Umo could no longer restrain himself and said, "I reckon you, Niu Bai, lack even the strength to arm wrestle a 3-year-old. What are you boasting about here? You are merely riding on the coattails of your soft-hearted master." The disciples of the martial arts school cast scornful glances at Niu Ben. Unable to contain his rage, Niu Ben shouted, "My name is Niu Bai. Apologies, I meant Niu Ben." King Chaba, exasperated with Niu Ben, admonished, "If you can't speak properly, then spare us the embarrassment." Frustrated, Niu Ben could only simmer in silence, vowing to himself that once he regained his strength, he would not let any of those mocking him go unpunished. King Chaba then turned to Yu Jing and proposed, "If you are ready, let us commence our duel." Yu Jing nodded and replied, "Your Highness Chaba, I will give my all in this battle, and I hope you will not hold back." King Chaba regarded Yu Jing with admiration and said, "Rest assured. If it weren't for this fool, I wouldn't have come to challenge you. However, encountering a young brother like you here is indeed a pleasant experience." At this moment, Yu Jing gestured to the numerous disciples to retreat to the periphery, clearing the center for their duel. Clin could not help but say, "Why don't I take up the challenge? My strength is second only to my master among those present." Yu Jing shook his head. "No. This is my path in martial arts. Having accepted it, I must confront it myself. Let us keep this matter from your master for now. If it truly proves insurmountable, we can arrange for another time." With that, Yu Jing approached the waiting King Chaba and apologized. "I apologize for the delay." As both Yu Jing and King Chaba exchanged formalities, the battle officially commenced. Yu Jing focused intently on King Chaba and stated, "Please guide me." He aligned his fingers. One hand extended forward while the other was drawn back towards King Chaba. King Chaba raised his hands and urged, "Feel free to strike." In an instant, both rushed toward one another, launching simultaneous attacks. Yu Jing lifted his left knee to collide with King Chaba, who responded by raising his right knee to block the impact. As Yu Jing extended his hands to grasp King Chaba's shoulders, King Chaba reached out to seize Yu Jing's hands. The two became entangled, exerting force in opposing directions. Yet neither could budge the other even an inch. Simultaneously separating his hands, he took a step back. At this moment, King Chaba addressed Yu Jing, saying, "You possess commendable strength, young man." However, he abruptly charged at Yu Jing, adding, "You still have a long way to go." Observing King Chaba's advance, Yu Jing promptly planted his feet and engaged in combat once more. This spectacle left Niu Bin with eyes wide open, realizing he had perhaps antagonized the wrong individual. Even a practice session at a martial arts school seemed to surpass his own capabilities. Niu Bin, with sweaty palms and a racing heart, silently urged his senior brother, "You must not lose." Meanwhile, Yu cheered for Yu Jing, exclaiming, "Go, brother. You are the best." The disciples of the martial arts school began to echo Yu Yu's encouragement, shouting support for Yu Jing as he battled King Chaba. The two opponents displayed nearly equal prowess at this stage. As the voices of the disciples filled the air, it seemed Yu Jing gradually began to overpower King Chaba. Witnessing this shift, Niu Bin shouted, "King Chaba, rally." Yu, noticing Niu Bin's outburst, retorted, "You should have consulted me, Yu," before shouting. She then called out to the disciples, "Let your voices drown out this boastful sound." In response, the disciples rallied together, chanting, "Yu Jing, go." At this moment, Yu Jing responded to their fervor with a powerful strike aimed at King Chaba's abdomen, causing him to stagger backward, clutching his stomach. King Chaba, his countenance darkening, remarked, "Young man, your strength is impressive. Had I not made a promise to that scoundrel, this duel might have forged a bond between us. Alas, victory is mine." At that moment, a palpable change enveloped King Chaba, his demeanor shifting dramatically. With hands slowly intertwining, he declared to Yu Jing, "Now, allow me to demonstrate the might of my eight-handed fist." As he spoke, King Chaba lunged at Yu Jing, who met the assault, engaging with the illusory 8 hands in a fierce struggle. Before long, Yu Jing found himself overwhelmed, succumbing to King Chaba's barrage and collapsing to the ground. Clutching his chest, he rose and admitted, "King Chaba, your reputation is well-deserved. This 8-handed fist is truly formidable." Yu, Umo, Kellen, and the other disciples watched anxiously. Yu, filled with concern, asked, "Brother, are you all right?" Yu Jing shook his head, releasing his grip on his chest, and proclaimed to King Chaba, "You are not the only one with a unique skill. I possess one as well." At that moment, Yu Jing clenched his fists tightly, then unleashed a powerful roar. Forming his fists into an eagle's claw, raising one horn in a pose that suggested he was about to soar into the air. Yu Jingdao remarked, "Our esteemed master often states that a martial artist must not only maintain a robust physical condition at all times, but also learn to self-regulate their shortcomings. Only such a martial artist stands a chance of reaching the pinnacle." Upon hearing these words, King Chaba expressed his admiration. "Your words have stirred within me an even greater desire to meet your mysterious master." Continuing to gesticulate dramatically, King Chaba declared, "Therefore, in order to catch a glimpse of your enigmatic master, I must triumph over you in this battle." From that moment, King Chaba truly regarded Yu Jing as a worthy opponent. The disciples of the martial arts school, upon hearing Yu Jing's words, felt a surge of fervor. Meanwhile, Yu Jing's younger sister, Yu, whispered softly, realizing that her brother could indeed be quite dashing at times. Beside her, Yu scoffed, asserting, "My brother is the greatest." Though Yu Jing isn't too shabby either. Clint also expressed his admiration. Although he was not participating in the duel, he had learned a great deal. Yu Jing addressed King Chaba. "Now, prepare for my ultimate move, the Eagle Strike, which relies primarily on speed. You must be cautious." With that, he launched himself towards King Chaba at an extraordinary velocity, leaving the latter astonished by Yu Jing's prowess. However, King Chaba's reflexes were swift. He immediately countered with the eight-handed fist, launching an onslaught against Yu Jing. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their strikes landing on each other's faces, both panting and smiling at one another as if savoring the moment. Eventually, they withdrew their attacking stances, gazing at one another, prompting a wave of intrigue among the spectators as they pondered the intentions of the two combatants. King Chaba suddenly inquired, "May I ask how formidable your master truly is?" Yu Jing responded with a contemplative tone, "Frankly, I am unsure. However, every time I encounter him, it feels akin to standing before an abyss. My own strength only amplifies the sensation." Astonished, King Chaba remarked, "It appears that such extraordinary masters exist in this world. I have truly been gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well. I once believed my strength to be unrivaled, yet this encounter has humbled my martial spirit." Rubbing his chin in disbelief, King Chaba continued to express his astonishment. Yu Jing smiled knowingly at King Chaba. "Indeed, this world harbors many masters beyond our ken. Perhaps they reside in distant cities or hidden mountains, far beyond our imagination. Our master often conveys, when you believe you occupy the highest position in the world, convinced of your unparalleled strength, you remain blissfully unaware that there are beings among the distant stars who may stand even higher than you." King Chaba, filled with admiration, replied, "Indeed, this must be the existence we cannot fathom. True masters possess a broader vision. It seems I must return to my training with renewed dedication." Yu nodded and said, "I look forward to your next display of strength, King Chaba. I eagerly anticipate our next duel." King Chaba responded to Yu's words, "I too am greatly looking forward to our contest." Meanwhile, Niu Bin anxiously gazed at King Chaba, realizing that this was his sole hope of reclaiming his strength. How could he simply allow King Chaba to depart? He urgently called out, casting aside his usual trepidation, "Senior brother, you cannot leave like this. You promised me that you would help me regain my strength, did you not?" King Chaba shook his head and replied, "I'm afraid that is no longer possible. Did you not see how closely matched we are? Continuing to fight could lead to mutual destruction." At this moment, the disciples of the martial arts school understood that the two had already gauged each other's abilities during their sparring, truly befitting of you, the practitioner, and King Chaba, the master of eight-handed fist. From their conversation, it seemed that Master Yu's prowess surpassed theirs, which solidified the disciples' resolve to train even more diligently. King Chaba turned to Yu and asked, "Will you be participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament?" Yu nodded. "That event is the first step towards my martial ambitions. I wish to witness the skills of more masters." King Chaba laughed heartily. "Then I look forward to crossing paths with you in the finals." Yu replied, "I too eagerly await that day." Just as King Chaba was about to leave the martial arts school, Niu Bin grasped his arm with both hands, tears streaming down his face as he implored, "This is my only hope of regaining my strength. Senior brother, you cannot abandon me. For old time's sake." At that moment, King Chaba, increasingly repulsed by Niu Bin's display, struck the back of his head, causing him to faint. Quick to react, King Chaba caught Niu Bin as he collapsed. He bowed to the people of the extreme martial arts school, saying, "I sincerely apologize for the trouble. Rest assured, I will take good care of him. My junior brother has indeed caused quite a stir over the years. This time, I will take him home for some well-needed self-cultivation." Observing the once proud Niu Bin now reduced to this state, the onlookers couldn't help but reflect, without strength, this is the outcome one must face. They then returned the gesture of respect to King Chaba. After bidding farewell to Yu and the others, King Chaba exited the field, carrying his junior brother out of sight. Yu then called to the disciples, "Why are you still standing around? Get back to your training." The disciples, finally snapping out of their reverie, hurried back to their designated spots to resume their exercises. All of this transpired without Yu Deshuang's knowledge, even if he were aware. He likely wouldn't have time to concern himself with them. At that moment, Yu Deshuang emerged from the gravity chamber and descended to the first floor, where he was taken aback by the unprecedented diligence of the martial arts disciples. Contemplating the recent exuberance of his disciples, he found himself puzzled. Unbeknownst to him, prior to his descent, Niobin had visited this place with Chaba Wang, and they had even engaged in a competition with Yu Jing. Yu Deshuang observed his disciples and thought to himself that he ought to apologize to Bulma once more, as he had previously promised her. Alas, it was truly a headache. At that moment, Yu approached him, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Brother Yu Deshuang, you missed an incredible display of my brother's prowess just now." Yu Deshuang, momentarily taken aback, inquired with a smile, "Oh, how remarkable was it?" Yu responded earnestly, "Do you remember Niobin?" "Niobin?" Yu Deshuang mused, then asked Yu, "Who is he?" Yu lightly tapped her forehead and replied, "He is the one who caused a ruckus during the opening days, and you even nicknamed him Yobai." At that moment, Yu Deshuang realized, it's him. But hasn't he lost his strength? How could he possibly cause trouble again? Yu, astonished, said, "Brother Yu Deshuang, you truly took measures to inhibit his power." Yu Deshuang nodded. "Indeed, this individual is excessively arrogant and cunning. If I did not take such precautions, how would I protect those around me?" Yu then remarked, "You were right to do so, Brother Yu Deshuang. However, it is not he himself, but rather his senior brother, Chaba Wang." Yu Deshuang was taken aback. "What? Chaba Wang? Surely, he is not someone you can contend with. But that rascal Klin might stand a chance." Yu pouted and retorted, "Brother Yu Deshuang, you underestimate us. Although my brother fought him to a standstill, Chaba Wang agreed to meet my brother at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament before departing." At this revelation, Yu Deshuang felt a surge of astonishment. He hadn't anticipated Yu Jing's rapid enhancement in strength. Suddenly, an idea crossed Yu Deshuang's mind, and he cast an awkward glance at Yu, silently seeking her assistance. Noticing his expression, Yu instantly understood that he must have a favor to ask of her. Otherwise, he would not be looking at her in such a manner. Most likely, it pertained to matters concerning Bulma, she thought to herself. At that moment, Yu spoke to Yu Deshuang, "Brother Yu Deshuang, I believe it would be best for you to speak directly with Sister Bulma. It would come across as more sincere." Yu Deshuang was taken aback. "How did you know?" Yu rolled her eyes. "Brother Yu Deshuang, have you become so dull from training? It's quite obvious. Soon, Sister Bulma will emerge from school to practice aerobics with us. Sincerity is key. Rest assured, Sister Bulma has always been an understanding person." Yu Deshuang, both amused and exasperated, replied, "It seems you know her better than I do." Yu, filled with pride, declared, "Of course. We are both girls, so we naturally understand each other better. Since Sister Bulma has been practicing aerobics, her mood has improved immensely. I think you should definitely approach her. What do you wish to convey to Sister Bulma, Brother Yu Deshuang? Why do you hesitate to speak?" Yu Deshuang, "Go away, little child. Do not ponder matters beyond your years." Yu, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "Stinky brother, you just praised me. And now that I cannot be of assistance, you say I am too young." Yu Deshuang chuckled. "Thank you, Princess Yu." Yu lifted her chin with pride. "Now that sounds more like it." At that moment, Bulma's voice floated over. "What are you two discussing? You seem quite cheerful." Yu made a face at Yu Deshuang, and then addressed Bulma. "Sister Bulma, my brother has something to say to you. He fears you may be upset." With that, she dashed away in the blink of an eye. Yu Deshuang awkwardly glanced at Bulma. Surprisingly, Bulma appeared unbothered, smiling gently at Yu Deshuang. "What could it be that makes you fear my displeasure?" After collecting his thoughts, Yu Deshuang replied, "I may need to leave for a considerable time to a distant place." Bulma responded, "Go ahead. During this time, I plan to practice slimming exercises with Yu Violet and hope to achieve some results. I probably won't have time to spare." Yu Deshuang cautiously remarked, "I might be gone for at least 2 years." Bulma was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yu Deshuang in astonishment. "That long? What do you intend to do? Travel? I could join you." Yu Deshuang shook his head. "If I tell you, you might think I'm jesting." Bulma replied, "If you don't share, I will truly think you're just pulling my leg." After a moment's hesitation, Yu Deshuang disclosed, "I plan to visit the underworld." Bulma laughed, then exclaimed in surprise, "The underworld?" Yu Deshuang nodded. "Yes, the realm beyond death." Bulma looked at him, puzzled. "So you intend to commit suicide?" Yu Deshuang burst into laughter. Nonsense. It's not that easy to die. Have you forgotten I mentioned my immortality? Bulma was taken aback. Pondering. Setting aside whether the underworld exists, how can you go if you cannot die? Are you merely amusing yourself at my expense? After a moment's contemplation, Bulma sighed. Never mind. You have your own thoughts. If you do not wish to share, then so be it. No need to jest with me. Yu Deshuang offered. Allow me to take you to a place where you might discern the existence of the underworld. With that, he placed his hand on Bulma's shoulder. And they vanished from the dojo, unnoticed by those who were diligently training. In the desert, at the home of the fortune-telling old woman, Yu Deshuang brought Bulma to the dwelling of the soothsayer. At that moment, a delicate spirit spotted Yu Deshuang and hurriedly ran back, calling out to the direction of the fortune-teller, Grandma, that person is here again. Bulma stared at the peculiar creature, momentarily stunned, and exclaimed to Yu Deshuang, is this a ghost? Yu Deshuang nodded affirmatively. Indeed. As we venture further, we may encounter moving skeletons and demons as well. Bulma, filled with curiosity, entered alongside Yu Deshuang. The fortune-teller, seated before her crystal, addressed Yu Deshuang. Ah, you've come. Are you here to make a request? Yu Deshuang nodded affirmatively, replying, indeed, dear fortune-teller. I wish for you to transport me to the underworld to meet King Yen. And I hope you can assist me in persuading him to allow me to traverse the serpent path. The fortune-teller's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know that King Yen has an acquaintance along the serpent path? Yu Deshuang explained, I learned of it by mere chance. I now seek to meet the one at the end of the serpent path to seek clarity. The fortune-teller scrutinized Yu Deshuang deeply and remarked, very well. You are indeed fortunate. When do you plan to depart for the underworld? Yu Deshuang replied, immediately, but I first need to return my girlfriend. Once I come back to find you, we shall set off without delay. At that moment, Yu Deshuang placed his hand gently on Bulma's shoulder, and they vanished. They reappeared in the martial arts hall, where Yu Deshuang said to Bulma, now you must believe I haven't deceived you. Bulma nodded, recalling the rows of skeletal soldiers she had seen with the fortune-teller, which made her uneasy. With a reluctant look, Bulma asked, do you truly have to go? Yu Deshuang affirmed, I must. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Bulma sighed. Then you must return as soon as possible. Yu Deshuang reassured her. It's not as if I will linger in the underworld for years. If my skills reach a certain level, I can return at will through teleportation. Bulma, astonished, inquired. Really? Can teleportation allow travel between the underworld and the human realm? Yu Deshuang nodded. However, without the requisite strength, it remains unattainable. Without hesitation, Bulma urged, then go. Yu Deshuang observed Bulma's sudden shift in demeanor and paused momentarily. He asked, aren't you afraid I might fail? Bulma smiled. Having hope is better than despair. Moreover, I can only delay you briefly. Can I really stop you for a lifetime? Moved, Yu Deshuang embraced Bulma tenderly and then kissed her lips, causing Bulma to blush and scold. There are so many people here. Don't you consider the circumstances? Yu Deshuang grinned at her, assuring, don't worry. I believe I will soon master teleportation. After sharing a warm moment, Yu Deshuang and Bulma set off towards the desert, where the fortune-teller resided. Upon Yu Deshuang's arrival, the fortune-teller regarded him solemnly, asking, are you prepared? Yu Deshuang nodded, indicating, yes, dear fortune-teller, it is time to send me to King Yan's hall in the underworld. Together, the fortune-teller and Yu Deshuang stood side by side, and in an instant, they vanished from the sandy expanse. In the realm of the underworld, Yu Deshuang gazed at the lengthy queue before him and turned to the fortune-telling grandmother, stating, Grandmother, I wish to see King Yen immediately, so that I may obtain his consent to embark on the path of serpents. The fortune-telling grandmother nodded and replied, very well. Let us proceed to inquire with King Yen at once. Chapter 13. His Majesty the King of Hell? Following the fortune-telling grandmother, Yu Deshuang arrived at the hall of King Yen, where he beheld an imposing table towering several meters high, behind which a robust man diligently attended to his affairs. The formidable figure bellowed, who approaches? At that moment, the fortune-telling grandmother nonchalantly declared, it is I, the fortune-telling grandmother. She positioned her crystal ball so that it floated beneath the table, within the king's line of sight. Upon recognizing her, King Yen exclaimed, ah, it is you. It has been quite a while since our last encounter. The fortune-telling grandmother replied, I have been living a carefree life, unlike you, King Yen, who is perpetually burdened with official duties and scarcely finds time to rest. King Yen laughed heartily. Alas, I cannot entrust matters to my subordinates. I find it difficult to place my faith in them. I once had to return midway during my journey on the Path of Serpents due to an incident at the Hall of Yin. With a hint of pride, he added, "Thus far, I am the only one who has successfully traversed the Path of Serpents." After a brief pause, King Yin inquired, "Fortune-telling grandmother, have you summoned me for a particular reason?" The grandmother glanced at Udess Wong before turning back to King Yin, saying, "Indeed. There is a matter for which I seek your assistance." King Yin responded, "What is it? Please, do not hesitate to speak. I shall take on the earthly matters." The fortune-telling grandmother pointed at Udess Wong. "This young man is my protege. He aspires to traverse the Path of Serpents, and I hope you will grant your approval." King Yin chuckled heartily. "Is that so? However, the Path of Serpents is not a journey for the faint-hearted. Are you certain you wish to allow your protege to undertake this endeavor?" The fortune-telling grandmother sighed. "This is his own decision. I cannot alter his resolve." King Yin then turned to Udess Wong, asking, "What is your name?" Udess Wong calmly replied, "I am Udess Wong, your majesty." With that, he respectfully bowed before King Yin. Upon hearing Yu Deshuang's name, King Yin began to peruse the death ledger in his hands, muttering, "Udess Wong has made no contribution to the earth during his lifetime," furrowing his brow in contemplation. Yet, when King Yin glanced at the fortune-telling grandmother, he appeared to have made a decision. Udess Wong, observing this, silently thought to himself, "As expected, it is indeed quite challenging to traverse the Path of Serpents without having contributed to the earth." Notably, Yamchu, Tian Shinhan, Dumpling, and Dend could only reach King Kai's planet under the latter's guidance. This connection is what allowed Goku and King Kai to cultivate their bond, granting opportunities for individuals like Yamcha to journey to King Kai's planet. King Yin addressed the fortune-telling grandmother, "Very well, in light of our acquaintance, I shall grant this request." Subsequently, the King of Hell addressed Udess Wong, saying, "Be cautious while traversing the serpent path, young man. Should you fall, you may find yourself forever ensnared in the depths of hell." Udess Wong glanced appreciatively at the fortune-telling matron and replied, "Thank you, Lord King of Hell. For your sage advice, I shall heed it." The king then commanded one of his subordinates, "You shall guide him along the serpent path." At that moment, a refined scribe stepped forward and said, "Follow me. I shall lead you to the serpent path." After nodding in acknowledgement, Udess Wong turned to the fortune-telling matron and the king, stating, "Matron, Lord King, I shall proceed to the serpent path now, until we meet again." With a wave of his hand to both, he followed the scribe out of the Hall of Hell. Once Udess Wong vanished from sight, the fortune-telling matron spoke, "I cannot foresee this young man's future." The King of Hell, surprised, looked at her and remarked, "Oh, it seems the individual brought by the matron is indeed extraordinary." The matron smiled and said, "Let us not dwell on that. How about sharing a drink sometime?" The king sighed, "I cannot leave the Hall of Hell at my whim. Should the opportunity arise, I shall treat you." The matron chuckled, "It seems I shall not have that chance. I must attend to other matters. I will not hinder your duties any longer. Farewell." With that, she vanished from the spot. The King of Hell resumed his work, deeply engrossed in his tasks. Following closely behind the scribe, the latter suddenly introduced himself. "My name is Asan." Udess Wong acknowledged him with a nod. "Hello, I am Udess Wong." Asan gazed at Udess Wong with admiration, saying, "Did you know? Eons ago, the only one to successfully reach the end of the serpent path was the King of Hell himself." As he spoke of the king, Asan's eyes sparkled with reverence. Udess Wong remarked, "The King of Hell is indeed formidable. I have heard that the serpent path stretches for 1,000,000 kilometers." Asan responded in awe, "Indeed. For an ordinary person, traversing 1,000,000 kilometers would take an eternity." As they conversed, they arrived before a stone statue resembling a serpent's head. Asan turned to Udess Wong and said, "This is the serpent path, the sole route to the realm of kings. However, I must remind you once more to be exceedingly careful. Beneath lies hell itself, and should you fall, there will be no return." Udess Wong nodded in gratitude. "Thank you for your warning." Asan waved his hand dismissively. "No need to mention it. I have enjoyed our conversation. Farewell." With that, Asan retraced his steps back to the Hall of Hell. Udess Wong called out, "Goodbye." Just then, Asan paused, waved back at Udess Wong, and continued on his way to the hall. Once Udess Wong could no longer see Asan's figure, he leapt onto the serpent path. Originally, Udess Wong contemplated the possibility of using instantaneous teleportation. However, fearing that he might draw the attention of the king of the realm while traversing the serpentine path. He resolved to tread the path diligently. At that moment, Udess Wong harnessed the new energy he had integrated within himself, soaring into the air. And he aptly named this newfound energy True Qi. The rationale behind this nomenclature lies in the fact that True Qi is a synthesis of three distinct energies, surpassing any singular energy in terms of destructive power and endurance. In terms of total energy, it exceeds the potency of any single energy by more than threefold. At this juncture, it is impossible to ascertain Yu Deshuang's combat prowess through mere data. Only if he willingly unleashes his full strength can one truly gauge his capabilities. Thus, Udess Wong accelerated toward the boundless serpentine path leading to the king of the realm. Along the way, he expended 100 celestial beings, ultimately arriving at his destination after more than 3 months. He encountered serpentine demons during his journey but paid them no heed, hastening his pace and rendering the demons, who had intended to summon him to their domain, utterly powerless, left stomping in frustration. After all, Udess Wong had no desire to squander time unnecessarily. Upon reaching the terminus of the serpentine path and gazing upon a diminutive planet, his mood began to shift. A faint smile graced his lips as he crouched slightly and leaped toward the king of the realm's planet. As he approached ever closer, the gravitational pull of the planet ensnared him. Yet, Udess Wong remained unperturbed, for he understood that the gravity of this planet was tenfold that of Earth. In this scenario, he executed a somersault mid-air and plummeted directly to the surface, creating a substantial crater upon impact. At that moment, a gorilla approached him, its gaze fixed intently upon Udess Wong. The creature raised its arms and emitted a series of vocalizations. However, Udess Wong disregarded the gorilla, aware that it was merely toying with him. His quest was for the king, not the gorilla. Observing his surroundings, he, having spent considerable time in the gravity chamber, felt unfazed by the tenfold gravity of the king's planet. Spotting a building not far to his right, he made his way toward it, convinced that if the king was not before him, he was most likely within that structure. The gorilla, noticing Yu Deshuang's indifference, followed him closely, continuing its vocal antics. Upon arriving at the building, Udess Wong beheld the king of the realm reclining in a chair, soundly asleep. Rather than rousing the king immediately, he chose to sit cross-legged on the ground, commencing the practice of his self-crafted technique, the divine refinement method. As Udess Wong continued his cultivation, a wave of energy began to emanate from him, lifting him into the air. As the disturbance expanded, the king of the universe awoke from his slumber, curious yet finding nothing amiss. It wasn't until the nearby gorilla, Baburu, began to howl that the king inquired, "What troubles you, Baburu? What has transpired on Planet King?" Baburu responded with urgent calls, pointing skyward. Following Baburu's gesture, the king beheld Udess Wong suspended above and questioned, "Who is he?" Baburu gestured towards the serpent path. The king, realizing someone had traversed the serpent path to arrive there, remarked with intrigue, "How fascinating." As the waves of energy generated by Udess Wong intensified, the king sensed an impending crisis that could affect them both. He shouted to Udess Wong, "Cease at once." Upon hearing the urgent call to halt, Yu Deshuang's eyes flew open. Observing the king's anxious demeanor below, he gradually ceased his energy flow and began to descend. The king, relieved by Yu Deshuang's descent, thought to himself that had the latter continued, he and Baburu might have been swept into the air. Udess Wong then addressed the king. "Might I inquire if you are the esteemed king of the universe?" The king replied, "I am aware of your intentions. You seek to learn martial arts from me." Udess Wong nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I have come from the serpent path with the sole purpose of studying martial arts under your guidance. I humbly ask for your instruction." With that, he clasped his hands and bowed respectfully to the king. The king, seemingly unfazed by the earlier events, smiled and said, "To learn martial arts from me, you must first tell me a joke. If you fail to amuse me, you may as well leave." He then gazed skyward, commenting, "What splendid weather we have today. The sun shines brightly." He chuckled, "Yet it appears there is no sun at all." Noticing Yu Deshuang's stunned silence, the king furrowed his brow and suggested, "Perhaps you should return. It seems you lack a sense of humor." Deep within, Udess Wong felt a tempest of divine beasts stirring, but he quickly regained composure and burst into laughter. The king, seeing Udess Wong laugh, remarked, "Indeed, you find it amusing as well?" As the king grew serious, he addressed Udess Wong. "Now then." Udess Wong, sensing the king's intent to speak, ceased his laughter, swallowing hard as he thought, "Is this where it begins?" The king continued, "Now, please share a joke with me. However, I must clarify that I am not easily amused. I am renowned in the realm of humor as a master of jest. To elicit a laugh from me is no simple task." As Udess Wong contemplated the king's perspective, he instinctively began. The chair took a step forward and ran. The dialogue of the king of the world was not yet complete when he heard Udess Wong exclaim. The chair actually, the king suppressed a smile that he had been holding back. Seizing the opportunity, Udess Wong continued. The plate carrying the dishes came rushing over. At that moment, the king could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Truly, it is exceedingly amusing." Unable to resist, Udess Wong joined in the laughter, replying, "Is it? I find it quite hilarious too." Meanwhile, Babulu scratched his head with his index finger, utterly bewildered by the antics of the two before him. As the laughter of the king and Udess Wong subsided, the king turned to Udess Wong and said, "You are quite remarkable, possessing a gift for humor. I have decided that you shall be the master of jokes in the realm." With that, the king wiped away the tears of laughter that had streamed from behind his sunglasses and continued, "Thus, I shall bestow upon you my treasured compendium of jokes." Internally, Udess Wong cursed, thinking, "Who would want that ridiculous compendium? I came here to learn the king's fist, and if possible, I would also like to learn the spirit bomb." Once his thoughts were organized, Udess Wong addressed the king. "I have come to learn martial arts. Please teach me." "Your Majesty." The king paused, recalling that Udess Wong had indeed mentioned this before, and with a hint of embarrassment said, "Ahem. You are from Earth, correct? Then please, jump for me here on Planet King." Following the king's instruction, Udess Wong bent his legs slightly and leaped from the ground. At that moment, the king was taken aback to see Udess Wong soaring through the air, pondering how a human from Earth could manage such a feat in tenfold gravity. A smile crept across the king's lips. "Interesting. It seems the days ahead will not be dull." Upon Udess Wong's return to the ground, the king stated, "Now, your first task is Babulu." Just then, a gorilla named Babulu approached. The king instructed Udess Wong, "Your current mission is to catch Babulu. Let us commence." He gestured for Udess Wong to begin. 20 days later, Udess Wong appeared before the king, having successfully captured Babulu. The king gazed in astonishment at how effortlessly Udess Wong had managed to seize Babulu. Internally, he was unsettled. This lad had caught Babulu so swiftly. Perhaps he was the one capable of realizing the full potential of the king's fist. The king looked at Udess Wong and remarked, "You have done remarkably well. You have indeed surprised me. Now, let us proceed to the second task, Girigiri." At that moment, a luminous orb zipped around the king and Udess Wong before coming to a halt. The king of the realm presented a hammer to Udess Wong, saying, "Your next task is to strike Gu Ligally with this." He tossed the hammer into Yu Deshuang's hands, who brandished it toward Gu Ligally, declaring, "I shall show no mercy." With that, he pursued Gu Ligally. 2 months elapsed, and Udess Wong finally struck Gu Ligally, returning to the king of the realm. The king marveled at Yu Deshuang's remarkable progress and resolved to impart the intricacies of martial arts to him. Approximately a year later, the king, who had initially dominated Udess Wong for 4 months, found himself evenly matched with him, and 8 months later, Udess Wong began to gain the upper hand. Throughout this journey, Udess Wong had insisted that the king enhance his training with weighted garments. Initially set at 100 kilograms, the weight increased to 200 kilograms. Consequently, Yu Deshuang's combat prowess surged significantly over the course of 1 year and 3 months spent under the king's tutelage, during which he received substantial guidance. This experience sparked a plethora of new ideas in Udess Wong. After mastering the king's fist, he finally grasped its underlying principles. Utilizing the unique trait of his immortality, he frequently engaged in reckless behavior. Upon discovering that Udess Wong possessed the gift of immortality, the king deemed it an astute decision for him to learn the king's fist. This technique involves condensing and compressing one's internal energy, unleashing it in a powerful explosion that enhances combat strength, with its efficacy determined by the individual's energy and physical resilience. This technique became Yu Deshuang's most formidable move. However, he was aware of a similar technique that, while also effective, offered a lesser increase in strength. Currently, the king's fist provided a 3-fold enhancement, whereas the alternative offered only a 2-fold increase. Udess Wong contemplated merging these two techniques, both of which promised amplification yet imposed no burden on his physique. He understood that even immortality had its drawbacks. Should his energy be depleted, immortality would be rendered ineffective. Thus, Udess Wong endeavored to fuse the two techniques. After approximately 6 months, he finally succeeded in this endeavor, retaining the name King's Fist for his newly formed technique. Compared to the original technique, which possessed significant side effects, Udess Wong's fusion diminished these repercussions considerably, albeit they remained formidable. The enhanced King's Fist, now a 4-fold increase, boasted side effects akin to the original 2-fold version, effectively having the adverse effects. Demonstrating his technique before the king, Udess Wong received praise as the king remarked, "This technique suits you perfectly." Udess Wong refrained from elaborating, as he had merely fused his pre-existing move with the King's Fist. In honor of this new creation, he named it the Jade Golden Body. This technique was initially developed by Udess Wong during an encounter with bees under the tutelage of Master Wu Tian. However, its potential is capped at a mere double enhancement, beyond which it cannot progress, rendering its capacity exhausted. While Udess Wong feels a sense of regret, he understands that a technique capable of exponentially amplifying combat prowess without any side effects would be utterly disruptive to the established order. Therefore, he resolves to wield the Jade Golden Body in confrontations unless faced with an adversary of significantly greater strength, in which case he would resort to the King of Worlds Fist. A month passed, and Udess Wong approached the King of Worlds, stating, "King of Worlds." Noticing Udess Wong had something to convey, the king set aside his book and inquired, "What is it, Udess Wong?" Udess Wong replied, "I plan to return to Earth." The king fell silent for a moment before responding, "Is that so? Then go back." Deep down, Udess Wong recognized that the king, having eagerly awaited someone's arrival and having spent considerable time with him, had grown somewhat attached. Nevertheless, Udess Wong reassured him, "Fear not, king. I shall return to visit you when the opportunity arises." The king chuckled heartily. "Do not speak as if this is a final farewell. There's plenty of time ahead. Are you leaving now?" Udess Wong nodded, saying, "Yes, my family may already be growing anxious, so I must return to see them." The king regarded Udess Wong and assured him, "I will speak to King Yen on your behalf. Should you wish to return, you are welcome at any time." Udess Wong smiled. "In the future, I might even be able to come directly from Earth to King Planet, without necessarily traversing the Snake Road." The king gazed at Udess Wong in astonishment. "Oh, could it be instantaneous movement?" Udess Wong praised the king, saying, "Indeed, it is instantaneous movement. While my current strength does not permit such feats, I am confident I will achieve it in the near future." As he spoke, Udess Wong clenched his fist resolutely. Noticing Yu Deshuang's determination, the king pondered and remarked, "Perhaps, the next time you visit, if your strength meets the required standards, I can introduce you to the great king." Upon hearing the mention of the great king, Udess Wong instinctively echoed the title. He was well aware that this great king was notorious for his pretentiousness, flaunting an invincible reputation while merely seeking to recruit a formidable disciple through a martial arts tournament held on Great King Planet. Nonetheless, many formidable opponents still resided there whom Udess Wong could not yet defeat. Thus he felt a surge of anticipation. Believing Yu Deshuang's repetition of the title indicated his curiosity about the great king, the king spoke of his admiration for this figure. "You must know that there is a deity on your earth, correct?" Udess Wong nodded in acknowledgement. The king, seeing this, elaborated, "Deities are merely the lowest tier of existence. Above them is King Yen, and above King Yen is the King of Worlds. There exist 5 kings of the realms: the East King, the West King, the South King, the North King, and above them all, the Grand King. Speaking of the Grand King, he is indeed the most formidable being in the cosmos. When you next visit, I shall escort you to the Grand King's planet, allowing you to witness the immense prowess of the universe's elite, all of whom aspire to become his disciples." As Udess Wong listened, he nodded in agreement. Truth be told, what intrigued him most was not the Grand King, but rather the tantalizing rib rice that accompanied the West King. Although Udess Wong was still quite distant from achieving that dish, it did not deter him from the desire to engage in a culinary duel. Noticing the glimmer of anticipation in Yu Deshuang's eyes, the Realm King perceived a disparity in their thoughts, inwardly acknowledging that this child displayed such eagerness to meet the Grand King without having encountered him before. The Realm King, satisfied, remarked, "Indeed, Udess Wong, you are quite impressive. Next time, I shall take you to the Grand King's planet and introduce you to him. Udess Wong understood the Realm King's misinterpretation, but chose not to clarify. At that moment, he addressed the Realm King. I would like to request your assistance in contacting the fortune-telling grandmother. The Realm King nodded, and, with antennae-like appendages atop his head, gestured in a specific direction. Following the Realm King's cue, Udess Wong placed his hand on the king's back. Meanwhile, in a desert oasis, the fortune-telling grandmother was engaged in divining for a wealthy individual seeking a lost treasure. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Is the fortune-telling grandmother present? The grandmother, taken aback, responded with uncertainty. Why, you are Udess Wong? The wealthy man, startled by the sudden voice, fell to the ground. The voice continued. Yes, I am Udess Wong. I would like to ask the fortune-telling grandmother to wait for me at the Yama Palace. I am returning shortly. Upon hearing Yu Deshuang's voice, the grandmother nodded, saying, Very well, but I am currently assisting someone in locating a valuable item. I shall come to find you shortly. After Yu Deshuang's voice faded, the grandmother reassured the now standing wealthy man. Do not be alarmed. Please wait. I shall immediately assist you in retrieving your lost treasure on the Realm King's planet. After Udess Wong concluded his conversation with the fortune-telling grandmother, he withdrew his hand from the king's back. Upon arriving at the Realm King's domain, Udess Wong had previously utilized this method to communicate with Bulma and others, relaying various matters. Initially, Bulma and Yu Jing were startled by the sudden voice. But upon recognizing it as Udess Wong, Bulma engaged him in conversation, marveling at the wonder of such a technique, which brought the Realm King much pride. However, the conversation extended too long, and the playful banter with Bulma incited the Realm King's irritation, rendering this ability unused for quite some time. Until today, the King of the Otherworld finally permitted Udess Wong to use his abilities. Previously, he had refrained from doing so out of concern that Yu Deshuang's training might be adversely affected. After all, conversing with Bulma could consume nearly an entire day. Thus, during their final conversation, Udess Wong explained the situation to Bulma and ceased further contact. This prompted Bulma, back on Earth, to scold the King of the Otherworld for his stinginess, which left him gritting his teeth in frustration. At that moment, Udess Wong turned to the king and said, My lord, may I share a joke with you before I depart? Ultimately, amidst the king's laughter, Udess Wong left King Kai's planet and leaped onto Snake Way. The king, still chuckling, remarked in the direction of Yu Deshuang's disappearance. That lad's jokes are becoming increasingly amusing. I have yet to share my joke compendium with him. Well, I shall wait until he visits again. With that, the king turned to Babaru and Gureguli and said, Let us depart. As Udess Wong soared along Snake Way, he mused that although he had acquired another extraordinary skill from the king, mastering the king's fist, which suited him best, was already a significant achievement. With a thought, Udess Wong activated the highest multiplier of the king's fist he could currently wield, fivefold, and, combining it with his utmost speed, raced towards the King Yama's palace. Initially, the journey had taken him over 3 months, but now, with his greatly enhanced strength, returning from King Kai's planet to the King Yama's palace took only a few hours. Upon witnessing a figure burst forth, King Yama was momentarily taken aback. Once he recognized the figure as Udess Wong, he compared him to the Udess Wong of a year and a half prior and noted the substantial transformation in his physique and demeanor. This left King Yama astonished. It had only been a brief time, yet the changes were remarkable. Observing this, King Yama addressed Udess Wong. It seems you have indeed met with the King of the Otherworld. Udess Wong replied, I owe my gratitude to you, King Yama. Without your permission, I might never have had the chance to meet him, let alone enhance my strength. King Yama, pleased by Yu Deshuang's subtle flattery, felt a surge of satisfaction. He laughed heartily. It's not as grand as you portray. It is primarily because you were introduced by the fortune teller. Oh, by the way, how is the King of the Otherworld faring? It has been quite some time since I last saw him. Udess Wong responded candidly. He is doing well on King Kai's planet and is quite humorous. King Yama burst into another fit of laughter, saying, Indeed, the King of the Otherworld possesses a delightful sense of humor, though most cannot withstand it. You truly are exceptional. With a thumbs up directed at Udess Wong, King Yama expressed his admiration. Udess Wong, maintaining his composure, remarked, It seems you hold a great fondness for the King of the Otherworld's humor. At this, King Yama chuckled awkwardly. Yes, indeed. Soon after, the fortune teller made her appearance in King Yama's palace. Upon seeing Udess Wong, who had undergone significant changes after a year and a half of absence. The fortune teller nodded and remarked, "It appears that your recent journey to the realm of kings has yielded remarkable rewards." Udess Wong, displaying his customary politeness, replied, "Indeed, I must express my gratitude to you, dear fortune teller, for guiding me to the underworld, which afforded me the opportunity to meet Lord of the Realm." As he spoke, he bowed deeply to both the King of Hell and the fortune teller, saying, "Thank you both for your assistance." The King of Hell, recognizing Yu Deshuang's sincerity, waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formalities. It is your own efforts that have brought you here. Furthermore, many have perilously fallen from the serpent path, and countless souls have descended into the depths of hell in pursuit of Lord of the Realm, never to return." The fortune teller added, "Indeed, your passage through the serpent path was merely a wager we made. It was my duty to fulfill that agreement." Udess Wong chose not to elaborate further, but continued to express his gratitude to both the King of Hell and the fortune teller. Approaching the fortune teller, he said, "Might I request your assistance in returning me to the mortal realm? It has been far too long since I last saw my family." The fortune teller inquired, "Are you prepared?" Udess Wong nodded, and as they set off back to the human world, he waved goodbye to the King of Hell. The king reciprocated the gesture, returning to his work once Udess Wong and the fortune teller had vanished. In the human realm, within the oasis home of the fortune teller, Udess Wong inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar environment he had long been away from. After bidding the fortune teller farewell, he disappeared from her abode. Watching him depart, the fortune teller mused, "This young man is becoming increasingly remarkable." Before instructing her delicate specter, "Go, summon the next client." At the Extreme Martial Arts School, Yu Jing, UMO, and Clin were training with a group of disciples on the first floor. It is noteworthy that the trio's strength had surged remarkably under the effects of the gravity chamber. While UPA had successfully mastered the 36 body tempering techniques and was experiencing a rapid enhancement in power. Meanwhile, Bulma, Yu, and Violet had commandeered the second floor, attracting hundreds of eager women to join them in their slimming exercises. Dr. Gero had also made significant strides in his research on androids, during which he had excitedly shouted, startling Yu Jing and the others who had just exited the gravity chamber, prompting them to hastily rush to his laboratory. Upon confirming that all was well with Dr. Gero, they breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Udess Wong appeared at the Extreme Martial Arts School, inhaling deeply once more before stepping inside. Chapter 14. The target of many arrows. As Udess Wong entered the Extreme Martial Arts School, he beheld the disciples, fervently pouring their youthful energy into their training, their eyes alight with determination. Yu Jing, UMO, and Clin stood before the disciples of the martial arts school, demonstrating their skills. At that moment, Udess Wong did not disturb the training of the disciples. As he made his way to the second floor, a female disciple spotted him and gasped in surprise. Clearly, she did not recognize Udess Wong, the head of the school. Her exclamation drew the attention of everyone on the second floor. Just as the crowd began to express their annoyance, several voices rang out. "Brother Udess Wong, called you Udess Wong," exclaimed Zi Luo Lan and Bulma in unison. The three of them quickly approached Udess Wong. Having just completed a body sculpting exercise, beads of sweat glistened on the figures of the female disciples. Instinctively, Udess Wong cast a glance at all the girls present. However, as the girls followed his gaze and caught a glimpse of their own silhouettes, they gasped once more, clutching their chests in shock. At that moment, Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly as she angrily sat in front of Udess Wong, tugging at his ear and leading him upstairs. It was only then that Udess Wong realized he might have seen something he shouldn't have. Feigning pain, he followed Bulma up to the third floor. As they ascended, Bulma chided him. "After a year apart, how have you become so lecherous?" Udess Wong chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "I don't know. Perhaps it's been too long since I saw you, and I was captivated, leading to this misunderstanding." With that, he stood before Bulma, embraced her waist, and spoke earnestly. "Bulma, I am truly sorry for the hardships you have endured these past years." He reached out to stroke her beautiful blue hair. Hearing his words, Bulma's face turned a shade of crimson as she replied, "Then you must make it up to me during the time to come." Udess Wong nodded affirmatively. At 8 o'clock that evening, after the disciples had left the martial arts school for dinner, several individuals convened for the first meeting in the conference room on the third floor, including Bulma, who did not return home. Udess Wong then turned to Yu Jing and said, Please update me on the situation during my absence. Yu Jing nodded and replied, currently, our martial arts school has 2,200 disciples, of which 200 are girls and the remaining 2,000 are boys. We have implemented the elite system you proposed, so we have not recruited many new disciples. However, each year, a considerable number of individuals express their desire to join the extreme martial arts school. As Udess Wong tapped the table, deep in thought, the others present watched him nervously, fearing he might be dissatisfied with the current state of affairs. Finally, he spoke. What about the promising disciples I asked you to monitor before I left? Yu Jing responded. There are currently 3 outstanding disciples. Furthermore, the ones you accepted, UPA, Satan, and a youth named Lapis, have joined the school since your departure. Due to his handsome appearance, he undoubtedly attracts the admiration of young women. Udess Wong nodded thoughtfully. Then, in astonishment, raised his head and inquired, Lapis? Does he have a sister named Laziri? A tumult of emotions surged within Udess Wong. What was happening? Logically, Dr. Garo should have ceased the creation of wicked androids under the enmity of the Red Ribbon Army. He was currently engrossed in research on androids in the laboratory on the 3rd floor. How could these 2 siblings have arrived here? Was it a case of delivering oneself to the jaws of danger? Initially, Udess Wong had estimated that, due to their own circumstances, Lapis and Laziri would not make an appearance. At that moment, everyone present was taken aback, their gazes towards Udess Wong laden with curiosity. Beside them, Bulma, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, Indeed, her name is Laziri, and you have been staring at her chest since you arrived. Humph. With a huff, Bulma turned her attention elsewhere, no longer wishing to engage with Udess Wong. Stunned by Bulma's words, Udess Wong recalled that upon his arrival on the 2nd floor, he had indeed seen a blonde girl who had been startled by his unintentional gaze, drawing the attention of the female disciples on that level. This was followed by the incident of Bulma tugging at his ear on the 2nd floor. At that moment, everyone present gazed at Udess Wong with an inquisitive fire of gossip flickering in their eyes. Unable to withstand their scrutiny, Udess Wong smiled wryly and said, Do you believe it was merely a coincidence? When I went to the 2nd floor, I chanced upon a girl drenched to the skin, and I had no idea who she was. He hadn't anticipated such a significant misunderstanding would arise. Bulma, you must believe me. I did not intend any offense. After all these years together, you still doubt me? Bulma turned to Udess Wong, contemplating. However, upon recalling his lingering gaze upon the girls' chests, she scoffed. Who knows what you have learned during your years in the underworld? At this moment, all present regarded Udess Wong with skeptical looks. Udess Wong found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Uemo chimed in to support him. Brother, you haven't finished inquiring about the martial arts school yet. With a wink at Udess Wong, he stirred feelings of gratitude within him, silently affirming that his younger brother was indeed the best. Looking at his youngest disciple, UPA, he thought, UPA has been led astray by them over the years. I must find an opportunity to guide him back. He also glanced at Krillin, noticing that despite the time that had passed, he had not changed much, prompting the need for stricter expectations. He discreetly observed the expressions of the others, making a mental note. Should the opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to address it. At this moment, the group seemed to shiver involuntarily, sitting up straight and refraining from looking at Udess Wong. He then asked, And what about the female disciples? At this, the gazes of the crowd turned peculiar once more. Bulma responded to Udess Wong, Considering how long you have been staring at their chests, what do you think? Udess Wong was taken aback by Bulma's words. Choking back tears as he exclaimed, I truly did not mean to. At that moment, the others stifled their laughter, eyes squinting as they trembled in their seats. Udess Wong then shifted the topic, saying, Do you know how I fared during my year and more in the underworld? As he spoke, a smile began to curl at the corners of his mouth, and the others looked on with curiosity. Observing their inquisitive gazes, Udess Wong playfully retorted, I shan't tell you. This elicited a collective sigh from Yu Jing and the others. Udess Wong waved his hand dismissively, adding, You will know in due time. However, after hearing about the state of the martial arts school, I believe it is time to initiate the plan to cultivate martial arts stars. This revelation piqued Bulma's interest, who had previously been irritated, and she turned her gaze toward Udess Wong. Satisfied by the attention of those around him, Udess Wong organized his thoughts and addressed everyone present, explaining, Martial arts stars are those who partake in films, professional boxing matches, and formal martial arts competitions. Yu Jing and the others furrowed their brows, questioning, Martial arts stars? Why pursue such a path? As martial artists, must we showcase our skills as mere performances before the public? Internally, Udess Wong pondered the plight of the Dragon Ball warriors, who had tirelessly saved the world, only for Satan to reap all the benefits. In the future, some Dragon Ball warriors might become wanderers, some police officers, and others might pursue professional baseball. The most unfortunate was Goku, who, despite occasionally saving the Earth, possessed no skills to sustain himself, relegated to farming at home. Meanwhile, the illustrious Vegeta languished as a kept man in Bulma's household, inexplicably acquiring wealth. With these thoughts in mind, Udess Wong articulated, while the pursuit of cultivating martial arts stars for profit is indeed one reason, have any of you considered that if we all practice martial arts without a source of income, relying solely on the school, what will become of us as the number of martial artists continues to grow? Moreover, if technology renders martial arts obsolete in the future, what then? Each of you will eventually marry and have children. Would you not wish to provide a healthy and happy home for your offspring? At this point, Udess Wong felt he had perhaps strayed too far into the realm of absurdity. He contemplated the impending calamities facing Earth, where the levels and capabilities of future adversaries would far surpass imagination. If everyone devoted themselves to martial arts, life as they knew it would be unsustainable, as exemplified by Goku. Furthermore, everyone present had become utterly obsessed with martial arts over the past few years. If they were to work solely for financial gain in the future, would they then have to abandon their martial pursuits? Observing his companions deep in thought from their seats, Udess Wong sighed softly. He decided to grant them some time to ponder, feeling no urgency. With that, he quietly slipped outside, leaving them to reflect. In this narrative, the Bulma family stands as a wealthy entity, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Observing Yu Deshuang's departure, they quietly followed him outside. Upon reaching the balcony on the third floor, Udess Wong gazed into the starlit night sky, while Bulma approached him from behind and embraced him gently. The two were enveloped in the tranquility of the night, their thoughts preoccupied by the previous day's proposal, which had left everyone restless, particularly Violet, who harbored a keen interest in wealth. For her, the prospect of earning money while honing her martial skills was indeed an enticing one. At that moment, Yu Jing and a few others approached Udess Wong, having been steeped in the philosophy of martial arts since childhood. Both Yu Jing and Yu Mo found it challenging to accept the notion of placing martial practitioners on a pedestal. Yu Jing, with faint dark circles around his eyes, rubbed his weary orbs and addressed Udess Wong, saying, "I believe you are correct, brother. After contemplating your idea throughout the night, I think it is indeed feasible. However, I hope we, as martial artists, do not lose sight of our original intentions. The practice of martial arts is not solely for physical prowess, but also for cultivating our inner spirit, as our grandfather often emphasized." Udess Wong smiled at Yu Jing and replied, "I understand this principle. Nevertheless, the evolution of martial arts inevitably involves engaging with certain worldly matters. Without these, how could we practice with peace of mind?" Yu Jing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. "Thus, we have chosen to support you, perhaps under your guidance. Martial artists may forge a new path." Udess Wong chuckled, "You overestimate me. My only desire is to ensure that life's material demands do not hinder our pursuits." Bulma chimed in with a smile, "Come to my house, and I shall take care of you." This elicited laughter from the group. As morning broke at 8 o'clock, the martial arts hall opened its doors. Eager disciples, who had been waiting outside, streamed into the hall. Upon seeing the instructors gathered in the center, Udess Wong signaled to Yu Jing, who nodded in understanding and gestured for quiet among the disciples. Realizing the instructors had something to convey, the disciples focused their attention on Yu Jing. After organizing his thoughts, Yu Jing, with a serious expression, addressed the assembly. "Yesterday, the hall master and we instructors discussed the future direction of the martial arts hall, and I wish to share it with you." The disciples, sensing the gravity of the moment, grew anxious. "What? Is the martial arts hall closing?" An urgent voice pierced through the crowd, igniting a wave of panic among the attendees. Udess Wong, overwhelmed by the sudden commotion, placed a hand on his forehead, exasperated. He raised his voice to calm the crowd. "Everyone, please settle down. It is not as you fear." The disciples, taken aback by his commanding tone, fell silent, their gazes fixed on Udess Wong. This sudden revelation caused a wave of excitement among the disciples present. The esteemed Master Yu has returned. However, a small fraction of newer disciples, witnessing the fervor of their senior counterparts, felt a tinge of confusion. That confusion dissipated when the senior disciples uttered the name Master Yu, igniting a spark of enthusiasm among the newcomers. On that fateful day, Udess Wong had engaged in a fierce duel with the notorious horse trickster, showcasing a breathtaking 1 versus 6 battle captured in 2 videos uploaded by Yu to a website. The new disciples were undoubtedly drawn to the impressive prowess displayed by Udess Wong in those recordings. In one particular video, Udess Wong unleashed a powerful energy orb that inspired these aspirants to dream not only of becoming martial artists, but also of possessing extraordinary abilities akin to his own. Thus, the disciples who joined after Yu Deshuang's departure were primarily those who had traveled from far and wide, enticed by his legendary reputation. The limited recruitment of disciples stemmed from 2 factors: Yu Deshuang's elite selection policy, which favored quality over quantity, and the martial arts hall's modest size of 5,000 square meters, resulting in a rather cramped environment with an average space of merely 2.5 square meters per disciple. Therefore, until the hall could expand, Udess Wong and his colleagues would likely suspend the admission of new students for the foreseeable future. At this moment, a disciple with medium-length hair, adorned with a red triangular scarf around his neck, stepped forward to a prominent position among the crowd. With fervent eyes, he gazed at Udess Wong and inquired, "Master, are you considering the recruitment of inner disciples or core disciples?" The gathered disciples turned their attention to Udess Wong, filled with anticipation and wonder. Initially, he shook his head, disappointing them, but then nodded, leaving everyone perplexed by his intent. Udess Wong addressed the assembly, clarifying, "Indeed, we shall be recruiting disciples. However, these will not be inner or core disciples, but rather a distinct tier of disciples that exists independently of those classifications. Their status can be equated to that of inner disciples, with the potential to achieve even greater accomplishments than core disciples." This revelation rekindled hope in the previously disheartened disciples, prompting them to lift their heads in eager anticipation. Observing the expectant gazes of his disciples, Udess Wong continued, "Thus, our martial arts hall intends to select 10 among you for cultivation, determined through a martial competition. Importantly, the evaluation will not solely focus on individual strength. The essence lies in your performance. Your conduct throughout the contest will serve as a critical assessment criterion." At this juncture, Yu Jing and others were momentarily taken aback by Yu Deshuang's declaration. Subsequently, Yu Jing leaned closer to Udess Wong and whispered, "Aren't you going to inform them about the star disciples?" Udess Wong shook his head and remarked, "Curiosity often breeds anticipation, so let them witness the upcoming martial competition." After casting a final glance at the hopeful eyes of his disciples, Udess Wong swiftly transitioned their expectations from heavenly heights to the depths of uncertainty. Udess Wong, "Given the large number of disciples in the martial arts school, we shall select the top 100. Thus, the first task at hand is for Udess Wong to gesture towards Bulma, who nods and produces a capsule, tossing it onto the ground. The capsule transforms into a dynamometer, now standing before the disciples. Upon the appearance of the dynamometer, Udess Wong points to it and declares, "Your first challenge is to strike this dynamometer with all your might. Each participant is granted 3 attempts, from which their best score will be recorded. However, in the interest of fairness, we shall separate the male and female disciples for this competition. There will be 80 slots for male disciples and 20 for female disciples. The results will not be ranked. We will only consider those at the forefront, so I urge you to deliberate carefully before you strike the dynamometer. Those wishing to compete should queue up and refrain from crowding." As he speaks, Udess Wong signals to Yu Jing and the others to produce several more dynamometers, placing them before the disciples. There are 8 dynamometers in total, and upon seeing them positioned beside Udess Wong and his companions, the disciples eagerly line up. Finally, after more than 2 hours of testing, the evaluations conclude. Udess Wong stands before the expectant disciples and states, "Due to the large number of participants, we must compile the results. They will be announced tomorrow. Therefore, today, as well as tomorrow and the day after, until the competition concludes, the martial arts school will temporarily halt daily training. However, those who are not selected should not feel disheartened, as this does not imply inferiority. Once the slots are finalized, our master and instructors will select a few disciples as potential candidates for further evaluation, who may then become inner disciples. Thus, the testing at the martial arts school comes to an end for today. As you return home, do not neglect your training simply because you are away from the school. As martial artists, a single day without training may cause your body to rust, leading to lethargy and even thoughts of abandoning your practice. As a master, I remind you, on the path to excellence, there are no shortcuts presented before you. Do you understand? The disciples, stirred by Yu Deshuang's words, erupt into a resounding chorus. We remember. This response fills Udess Wong and Yu Jing with great satisfaction. As the group prepares to ascend to the third floor, a voice from outside the school calls out, "Wait." Instinctively, Udess Wong and his companions turn to the source of the sound. Udess Wong observes two young individuals, a boy and a girl. His gaze instinctively shifts to the young girl, who shyly hides behind the boy, casting a timid glance at Udess Wong. This left Udess Wong feeling quite embarrassed. Under the teasing gazes of Yu Jing and the others, along with the envious glances from Bulma, Udess Wong cleared his throat and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" A young boy replied, "I would like to ask Master Yu, if we secure a place in the competition and emerge among the final 10, would you accept us as your disciples?" The boy looked at Udess Wong with eager anticipation. Udess Wong paused momentarily before responding. "I believe you two must be Lapus and Lazuli, am I correct?" At this, Lapus nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed, that is us." Udess Wong acknowledged. "What you propose is not entirely impossible, but my selection of disciples hinges upon individual character. Other factors are of lesser importance to me." Lapus was instantly elated. "Thank you, Master Yu, for sharing this with me. I shall strive to do my utmost," he declared, clenching his fists in excitement. At that moment, Lazuli interjected. "If one does not wish to be a disciple, would there be any repercussions?" She cast a shy glance at Udess Wong. Udess Wong shook his head and replied, "Not at all. It is a matter of personal choice. If one is unwilling, I shall not impose." He continued, "The ultimate goal of a martial artist lies in comprehending life and nature. To act otherwise would contravene my principles." Lazuli thanked him for his clarity. Observing his sister and Master Yu, Lapus suddenly exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, I must take my leave." He turned and dashed away, while Lazuli, her cheeks flushed with shyness, followed suit. This sudden departure rendered the atmosphere palpably tense, and Udess Wong found himself both amused and bewildered as he watched the siblings flee. Bulma, however, remained composed. Udess Wong turned to Bulma. "Are you not jealous?" Bulma shook her head, stating, "Such matters are quite normal. If my boyfriend had no admirers, I would question my own judgment." At this, Udess Wong exhaled a sigh of relief and gazed tenderly at Bulma, saying, "Bulma, we have been together for quite some time. You should understand me well." Bulma, feeling his gaze, gracefully approached and embraced his waist. Udess Wong reciprocated, wrapping his arms around her shoulders. As the affectionate scene unfolded, the onlookers felt as though they were consuming a heavy dose of romantic sentiment, collectively expressing their inability to reconcile with reality and returning to their own pursuits. Once everyone had departed, Udess Wong turned to the bashful Bulma. "Pay them no mind. Those who possess the ability should seek their own partners. Otherwise, they will simply consume their fill of love as offerings until they are satiated." With that, Bulma and Udess Wong held each other tightly. The following day, the results of the competition were announced. Among the disciples present at the martial arts school, emotions ran the gamut from elation to disappointment. Some, aware of their own capabilities yet resigned, still wished to test their fortunes in hopes of securing a place. Udess Wong addressed the gathered disciples, urging those who did not achieve a coveted spot not to lose heart, but to persevere. He expressed his unwavering belief in the bright futures that lie ahead for each disciple studying at the school. Current achievements do not define one's potential. Diligent effort breeds hope, while lack of endeavor yields unsatisfactory results. The top contenders, those who ranked among the first 100, reaped the rewards of their commitment, likely training while others rested or played. Yu Deshuang's words rekindled a spark of confidence in some of the unsuccessful disciples. Observing the martial arts disciples emerge from their despondency, he nodded at Yu Jing. As Yu Deshuang stepped back, Yu Jing took a step forward. He silently vowed not to repeat yesterday's mistakes. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the disciples, announcing that the competition would be divided into male and female categories. The male competition would take place on the first floor with 4 platforms, while the female category would be held on the second floor, led by the instructors Violet and Yu Yu. The 2,000 male disciples erupted in howls of excitement, eager to witness the female combatants, perhaps expecting to see remarkable displays of prowess. However, their anticipation was swiftly dashed. The few female disciples in attendance grimaced at the lewd expressions exhibited by the males, turning away in disgust, leaving the male disciples momentarily dumbfounded. Yu continued, explaining that during the competition, regardless of victory or defeat, any disciple could still be selected, as the headmaster had emphasized the importance of performance during the matches. The contest would follow a lottery format, selecting 2 disciples for each platform, 8 males and 2 females. Remaining participants need not despair. The headmaster had also decided to choose several inner disciples from among them to impart his unique techniques. This included the 10 specially selected disciples, and the outcome would hinge on their performances. If they could capture the headmaster's attention, it was conceivable they could be accepted as core disciples of the martial arts school. As he concluded, Yu dropped a bombshell, igniting the eyes of the gathered disciples with excitement. Without a doubt, the mention of Klin and UPA stirred intrigue. In recent years, Klin's prowess had become well known since his arrival, while UPA's rapid progress had captivated the attention of all disciples, leading to burgeoning rumors. Whoever is fortunate enough to earn the admiration of Master Yu and be accepted as a disciple will find that even the slightest guidance can swiftly elevate them to the ranks of mastery. What? You doubt it? Are you aware of Master Yu's 2 disciples? Thus, this rumor, conveyed in various ways, has taken on different forms in each individual's retelling. Consequently, an obsession has developed among many to become a disciple of the master. Those who were not selected among the 100 disciples harbor feelings of envy, jealousy, and regret, pondering why they did not exert more effort initially and fell behind. Perhaps, with just a modicum of diligence, they too could have claimed a place among the 100. In this manner, the female disciples accompanied Zilyu Oolong and Yu to the 2nd floor, while Bulma whispered something in Yu Deshuang's ear before also ascending to watch. As for Udess Wong, he stood there momentarily stunned after hearing Bulma's voice. On the 1st floor, 80 disciples formed 4 rings under the watchful eyes of their peers. Each disciple was allocated to one of the platforms numbered 1 through 4 through a drawing of lots. Among the 80 disciples, the likes of Satan and Lapis, who were highly regarded by Yu and others, found themselves on platforms 2 and 3, respectively. Naturally, these 2 caught Yu Deshuang's attention. Consider Satan. Once he acquires formidable skills, how remarkable will his achievements be when combined with the persuasive techniques learned from Master Ma? And Lapis, having mastered powerful martial arts without being transformed into an entity of infinite energy by Dr. Gero, what changes might he undergo? As for Lazuli, will she also experience some transformation? Yet, Udess Wong remained uncertain. Through his observations over the past 2 days, he discerned that the personalities of these 2 differed significantly from their counterparts in the original Dragon Ball narrative. Take Lapis for instance. In Dragon Ball, he possesses a haughty demeanor, somewhat akin to Vegeta, marked by pride and an exterior that is cool yet passionate. However, the Lapis he encounters now exhibits only a mischievous and playful spirit, revealing a fundamentally kind heart. As for Lazuli, Udess Wong dared not approach her, fearing misinterpretation of their relationship as something ambiguous. Nevertheless, after several interactions, he recognized that Lazuli is a shy and reserved girl, devoid of the sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted nature of Android 18. Reflecting on this, Udess Wong mused, how ruthless was Dr. Gero towards Goku. He transformed 2 well-natured siblings into the ultimate human weapons, androids 17 and 18. Had it not been for Trunks traveling back from the future, they might have truly become mere playthings of Earth. Of course, this does not include the eventual emergence of Cell. Yet, the presence of these 2 led Udess Wong to ponder whether history would indeed be altered, and he could not help but question if Trunks from the future might truly appear here. His existence could very well have given rise to a parallel world. Thus, Udess Wong, who had initially relaxed, found himself once again burdened by new pressures. He mused internally, well, aside from Bick, the formidable early-stage boss, there is scarcely any threat. However, in the mid to late game, Frieza's power dwarfs that of Bick by several million times. This change is indeed monumental. I doubt I could even contend with Frieza's subordinates. At best, I might manage a bout with that Ba and the untransformed Vegeta. Based on my own estimation of my capabilities, I reckon my power hovers between 8,000 and 10,000. If I were to spar with Vegeta, I could potentially knock him out with a double KO Ken, but should he transform into a great ape, one strike would suffice to end me. Vegeta's transformation not only grants him clarity of mind, but also amplifies his strength tenfold. It seems that beyond Frieza, Only the captain of the Jinyu force, Jinyu, could possibly match a great ape Vegeta in combat. Of course, devising a strategy to defeat Vegeta using his tail would not present much difficulty. The real challenge lies ahead with Frieza. It is no wonder that Vegeta, despite being a lone wolf, remains so arrogantly confident. There are reasons for this. With all these uncertainties swirling, the weight of pressure on Yu Deshuang's heart was immense. He even pondered the possibility of Vegeta stealing his Bulma. Udess Wong certainly did not advocate for eliminating Vegeta at this early stage. Thus, he resolved to continue his training in the gravity chamber after selecting his star disciple. With a unique energy, dubbed True Energy by Udess Wong, alongside the abilities of instantaneous movement and immortality, he intended to relentlessly utilize the gravity chamber until his energy was wholly depleted. Furthermore, he planned to stockpile the exceedingly rare Senza beans, harboring no fear of personal peril. As Udess Wong contemplated future developments, his fingers rhythmically tapped against the armrest of his chair, leading Yu Jing, Umo, Krillin, and UPA beside him to mistakenly believe he was deliberating on the most suitable disciple. Unbeknownst to them, his attention had long been diverted by the arrival of Rabith and Razali, causing his focus to stray far from the arena. Meanwhile, as instructors of the dojo, Yu Jing, Umo, and Krillin were intently observing the stage, eager to discern which disciples might qualify for the prestigious Star Disciple title. After all, Udess Wong had previously shared the criteria for selection with them. At this moment, Udess Wong had just emerged from the vivid imagery in his mind, joining Yu Jing and the others in watching the unfolding spectacle on the arena. Only the youthful UPA scratched his head in confusion, wondering what his master had been contemplating. As his expressions shifted so dramatically, unable to fathom it, UPA eventually redirected his gaze to the competition, observing the duels among the dojo disciples. Udess Wong and the others remained fixated on the swift changes within the arena, as the temporary judges raised the hand of one disciple, signifying their victory after the bout concluded. As for the defeated party, they have not relinquished hope, perhaps believing that their performance should not be lacking. The selection criteria for the master are not solely determined by strength. Udess Wong observed the 4 arenas of the first match, nodding and shaking his head in contemplation. The contestants, who were secretly observing Yu Deshuang's expressions, were somewhat puzzled about the criteria for this competition. The reason for not disclosing this to them seemed to be another test set by the master. With this thought in mind, the contestants resolved to exert their utmost efforts in the match. Some planned to rely on their strength, hoping that even if they did not become the special disciples mentioned by the master, they could still attain the status of inner disciples. Others intended to employ clever tactics, believing that while strength was one standard, performance was of even greater significance. Thus, they aimed to showcase their unique characteristics during the competition. These two approaches divided into 2 factions. One, represented by Lapis, was conservative and focused on strength without any intent to specifically highlight themselves. The other, a pragmatic faction led by Satan, sought to capture the master's attention by adhering to his proposed methods. Interestingly, both Satan and Lapis were unknowingly included in Yu Deshuang's star program. Udess Wong was merely curious to observe the distinctive performances of these 2 individuals during the competition. Udess Wong rubbed his smooth chin, amused as he watched the displays of Lapis and Satan on the stage. Satan exaggeratedly exuded an air of bravado as he approached the arena, already engaging in attention-grabbing antics before the match commenced. Lapis, on the other hand, stood on the stage, stylishly tossing his hair. With his flowing locks and strikingly masculine features, he could easily be mistaken for a woman in disguise by the other disciples. However, it was evident that Lapis was not female, as demonstrated during clothing changes, visits to the restroom, and accidental brushes against certain areas during the match. This led the martial arts disciples to subject Lapis to various tests upon his arrival at the dojo, much to their relentless curiosity. Initially, Lapis did not mind, as they were all male and mutual curiosity was an inevitable reality. However, as the antics escalated, such as the flirtatious leg and dragon claw techniques, Lapis's patience wore thin, resulting in him retaliating against the disciples without their awareness. This ultimately steered Lapis's character down a path of cunning. Conversely, Yu Deshuang's attention was also focused on another individual, Satan. To Yu Deshuang, Satan was not as simple as he appeared. Those familiar with Dragon Ball understand that, aside from the Dragon Ball warriors, Satan was not the strongest on Earth. However, through his remarkable ability to deceive. He not only usurped the achievements of Goku and others, but also presented Goku with honors and wealth that should have been rightfully his, leaving Goku deeply grateful. Although Wukong himself is indifferent to it all, it ultimately turned out that Satan's daughter married into the family of the meal, becoming in-laws. However, the ability to deceive everyone in the Dragon Ball world, maintaining Satan's heroic status for centuries, transforming him into a legend, is a feat that perhaps only the underworld would truly understand. Moreover, he managed to tame the ruthless Majin Buu, turning him into his nominal subordinate and a close ally in secret. With such remarkable prowess, regardless of the outcome, Udess Wong would undoubtedly choose him. According to Yu Jing and others, while Satan may not be the strongest in the martial arts school, his skills in flattery and influence are undoubtedly unparalleled. Though not the top-tier fighter, Satan's strength is still considerable, otherwise, he would not have made it into the top 100 candidates. Curiously, despite not being the strongest, his prestige and interpersonal connections are unmatched within the martial arts school. While the specifics of his connections are not detailed, one must consider the source of Satan's influence. His remarkable ability to charm began with fostering relationships with the various instructors of the martial arts school and forging friendships with the strongest individuals among them. By leveraging his connections, he not only avoided offending any disciples, but also cultivated good relationships with each of them. It is likely that no instructor within the extreme martial arts school possesses his level of charisma. Only the legendary Yu Deshuang could surpass Satan's allure. After all, Yu Deshuang has always remained the most enigmatic presence in the martial arts school, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Thus, as long as Yu Deshuang remains absent, Satan stands as the most influential figure in the school. The fact that Satan was once a disciple of Master Ma does not seem strange to the onlookers. They can only marvel at the emergence of a successor who has surpassed his predecessor. While Master Ma's other disciples have been somewhat overshadowed and exhibit traces of his style, compared to Satan, they pale in comparison. One wonders how formidable Satan has become now that he possesses great strength coupled with his enchanting skills. Udess Wong, with a smile, turned his gaze to the arena, where the competition had reached about the halfway mark. Before long, Bulma, Violet, and Yu arrived with the female disciples. The three of them walked ahead, waving to the two female disciples behind them, indicating to Yu Deshuang, "These are the ones." Meanwhile, the other female disciples remained on the periphery, observing the male disciples' matches. Yu Deshuang nodded, realizing that both were familiar faces. One was Lazili, who needs no introduction, as she was a designated candidate and had the highest combat prowess among the female disciples. The other was his old classmate, Ning, who looked at Yu Deshuang with curiosity in her eyes. And Ning smiled as she explained to Yu Deshuang, after noticing the significant change in Bulma's figure at school. "I couldn't help but pester her. Initially, I thought her transformation was solely due to you." Yu Deshuang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is my influence." The girls present blushed at his words, while Bulma approached Yu Deshuang and playfully pinched his leg, nearly eliciting a squeal. Yu Deshuang mused silently. "It seems I was not mistaken. When a woman exerts strength, even a playful pinch can be formidable. My leg must be bruised already." And Ning stifled a laugh, saying, "You're absolutely right. However, I never anticipated that a fitness routine could not only sculpt one's physique, but also enhance strength. Once I started, I couldn't stop." As she spoke, she adjusted her posture, prompting Yu Deshuang to exclaim, "Indeed, you've transformed from a flat runway into a delightful dumpling. Keep up the good work." His remark caused Ning's previously proud demeanor to shift to a deep shade of embarrassment, which was rather alarming. At that moment, it was Bulma who burst into laughter. Observing Ning's reaction, Yu Deshuang remarked, "Was I wrong?" Then, with a serious tone, he added, "Ning, if you practice for another decade, you might achieve the size of an orange. But alas, that may be your limit. Worry not. Perhaps, after childbirth, you might even attain an apple-like size." Instantly, Ning's face turned dark with rage as she shouted, "Yu Deshuang, I'm going to get back at you." However, she was restrained by Ziluo, Bulma, and Yu, which allowed her fury to subside. And Ning huffed at Yu Deshuang, "You stubborn man. It's no wonder you're still single. I can't fathom how you ended up with Bulma." She turned away, ignoring him. Yu Jing and the others stifled their laughter, trembling with amusement. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy, initially captivated by the previous scene, soon redirected their attention to the competition, oblivious to the earlier exchange. Otherwise, and Ning would have been at a loss for where to hide her face. Udess Wong, dismissing the earlier incident from his mind, signaled to Bulma and the others before returning his focus to the competition. He reflected on the peculiar nature of women, wondering why they often became upset, questioning why honesty was not preferable. Thus, the competition progressed until 8 finalists were selected. To appease the unsuccessful participants, Udess Wong chose 20 inner disciples from the group. He intended to groom these 20 disciples as future instructors, preparing them to take over the responsibilities of Yu Jing, Ziluo, and others. Subsequently, Udess Wong announced the official conclusion of the martial arts competition to the disciples, clarifying the star program. Some disciples, who had harbored dreams of stardom and fame, regretted their choices to the point of feeling ill. Udess Wong continued, stating that the competition was not a spontaneous decision, and that he would nurture more disciples in the future. He also declared that this competition would span 3 years, allowing everyone a chance to participate. This reassured those disciples who had not been selected. Thus, the martial arts competition officially concluded. As a new day dawned, Udess Wong escorted 10 star disciples and 20 inner disciples to the second floor. The first floor had previously served as a fitness area for the public, while the second floor housed VIP rooms and yoga studios, comprising a total of 10 rooms. Bulma and the female disciples occupied the yoga room, while Udess Wong led the 30 disciples to the former VIP room. The 30 disciples, both star and inner disciples, gazed at Udess Wong with fervent admiration. He emphasized to them that their selection was not solely based on their individual attributes, but also on their physical prowess. To practice his martial arts, a minimum standard of physical conditioning was essential. Aside from the star disciples, it was evident that the inner disciples selected were among the top 30. Thus, their efforts had not been in vain. At this moment, Beelaz raised his hand and stood up, inquiring, "Master, may we freely choose from your unique techniques? For instance, the luminous orb you conjured in midair?" As he spoke, Beelaz and his surrounding disciples gazed at Udess Wong with bright eyes. Udess Wong shook his head, indicating that it was not as Beelaz suggested. Beelaz pressed on, "Then what is it?" Udess Wong finally responded, "It is a body conditioning technique I devised, known as the 36 body refinement forms." The 30 disciples tilted their heads in unison, questioning, "The 36 body refinement forms?" Udess Wong had no intention of elaborating further, stating plainly, "Do you know how significantly the strength of several instructors in our martial arts school has improved?" The crowd's eyes sparkled as they exclaimed, "Could it be the 36 body refinement forms?" Udess Wong affirmed, "Indeed, it is the 36 body refinement forms. However, since your physical conditioning has not yet met the required standards, practicing it would be exceedingly painful." At this point, Ning spoke up, "Master, is it true that the slimming exercises we girls practiced, which Bulma mentioned, are derived from the 36 body refinement forms? Does that mean we no longer need to practice?" Beelaz gasped, "What? You have already practiced it? That's so unfair. Why can the girls do it?" He lamented, "No wonder I can never defeat my sister in sparring." Udess Wong calmly explained, "The slimming exercises are indeed derived from the 36 body refinement forms, but they have been modified in conjunction with yoga to create a technique suitable for females. It is only appropriate for girls whose flexibility meets the standards, specifically those who are not overweight." Beelaz then asked, "Then why can't we practice the slimming exercises? They would serve both as a workout and a means to lose weight." Udess Wong chuckled at Beelaz and remarked, "Since your sister, Lazili, began practicing the slimming exercises, have you not noticed a change in her physique?" Lapis pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, and remarked, "It seems to be the case." However, the surrounding male disciples unconsciously shifted their wolfish gazes towards Lazili, causing her to clench her hands tightly around the hem of her garment. Yu Deshuang, chuckling, remarked, "Males can also cultivate, but they may unintentionally become more feminine. Their chests may swell, and even their masculine features may diminish. Lapis, are you certain you wish to practice the slimming technique?" At that moment, a shiver ran down Lapis's spine, and he resolutely shook his head. The other male disciples shared his trepidation, all startled by the peculiar transformative training method. Yu Deshuang observed the expressions of the disciples and found a peculiar amusement in their reactions. "Next, I shall demonstrate the 36 body refinement techniques. As for the 6 female disciples, you may find a suitable place to continue practicing the slimming technique." Lazili led the other 5 female disciples to another room, blushing slightly, to avoid being taken advantage of by the distracted males. "Once I have taught these male disciples the 36 techniques, I will guide you," Yu Deshuang added. The departure of Lazili and her companions elicited a palpable sense of disappointment among the male disciples. To bolster their spirits, Yu Deshuang reassured them, in time. As your abilities grow, you will naturally find companions. This encouragement revitalized the male disciples. After instructing them to stand properly, Yu Deshuang commenced the demonstration of the 36 techniques. Thus, he practiced repeatedly, guiding them until they had memorized the movements. After an hour, he pointed out each disciple's mistakes and had them perform the techniques again according to his standards. Only when their demonstrations were nearly flawless did he nod approvingly, saying, "You shall practice here for a week. After that, I will take you to the gravity room for a month of training. Continue your practice." With that, Yu Deshuang exited the room and made his way to the quarters of the female disciples. Upon sensing an aura in one of the rooms, he opened the door. Inside, he observed several female disciples diligently executing the slimming technique, each movement adhering to the prescribed standards. Nodding in approval, Yu Deshuang remarked, "Excellent. There is little left for me to instruct you on. Now, come with me to the 3rd floor. I will take you to the gravity room." At that moment, a girl raised her hand and asked, "Master, what is the gravity room? Does it increase gravity?" This girl was Sia, who had been brought along to train with Ning, originally a candidate for a prestigious disciple. However, Sia had no intention of becoming a star disciple. She preferred to be an inner disciple instead. This was a question posed by Bulma, and in the spirit of voluntariness. Ning was quite eager to be selected as the star disciple. Thus, the two exchanged positions. Ning's inherent grace was commendable, so Udess Wong had no objections. When Sia expressed her doubts, Udess Wong addressed her inquiries. Indeed, it involves increasing the weight, which can enhance your cultivation speed significantly. For instance, originally, it would take Ning a decade to grow from the size of a dumpling to that of an orange. However, after utilizing the gravity chamber, this duration will be considerably shortened, depending on the gravity multiplier. The few girls present blushed at the implication, but upon hearing about the potential for growth, their eyes gleamed with eagerness, akin to lasers fixated on Udess Wong, as if they could hardly wait to rush into the training chamber. And Ning, upon realizing that Udess Wong had used her as an example, felt a surge of anger. Yet, the prospect of shortening the growth period made her disregard Yu Deshuang's comments about her. Urgently, she implored, "Then why not take us to train immediately, preferably at maximum capacity?" Udess Wong, responding to Ning's enthusiasm, deemed it necessary to clarify, "Given your current physical strength, you can only handle a maximum of double gravity. The accelerated training will only reduce the time for your growth to 9 years, and you can only train for 2 hours a day. Exceeding that could inflict unnecessary harm on your body." Hearing that it would still take 9 years left, Ning somewhat disheartened, prompting her to question Udess Wong. "Why? Can't we increase it a little more?" Udess Wong shook her head, explaining, "Training for 2 hours daily is already the limit. To progress faster, you must enhance your strength. Prolonged training could strain your heart, and I trust you can surmise the consequences." And Ning felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. In a comforting tone, Udess Wong reassured her, "However, consider this. Without the gravity chamber, you would have needed 10 years. Now, with the chamber, you've reduced it by a year. Furthermore, as your strength increases alongside the gravity multiplier, won't that expedite your growth?" Upon reflection, Ning realized that her speed of growth would indeed increase with her enhanced strength. Moreover, she mused that natural growth is far superior to artificial enhancement. With this thought, her spirits lifted considerably. Udess Wong then led the 6 female disciples to the 3rd floor's gravity chamber. Upon arrival, the 6 disciples followed Udess Wong into the chamber. Udess Wong, feeling a wave of nostalgia for the gravity chamber she hadn't visited in a while, surveyed the space. She instructed the 6 disciples to line up in an orderly fashion and stand at attention. Approaching the control system, she activated the double gravity setting and addressed the disciples. "You will train here for 2 hours. After that, return to the 3rd floor. And you 6 will divide into 3 teams to spar. I hope you do not squander this precious time. Begin." The female disciples felt the weight of gravity intensifying, causing their bodies to tilt slightly out of balance. However, upon realizing the potential to attain a more perfect physique, an ardent flame of determination ignited within each of them, compelling them to commence their individual practices. As Udess Wong observed the disciples diligently training, a thought crossed his mind. Indeed, women must utilize their figures and beauty as bait. often displaying a level of dedication surpassing that of men. As long as there is hope, beauty and allure become paramount. Udess Wong then retreated to a secluded corner, immersing himself in his own practice.